Shine Entertainment.
Snapping off film.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Which the heaven, watch this, and the earth must receive. It says, which the heaven must receive until the time of restoration of all things, which Elohim have spoken by the mouth of his holy prophets since the world began. For Moses, Acts chapter 3, verse 22, pertaining writer of Acts chapter 3, verse 19, which was here way before your prophet Muhammad in Surah 157. So again,
Do you have a question?
Peace, family. You are now rocking with the best. This is your boy Solar Mind. What is going on right now? Let me see. Alright, here we go. Alright, what's going on? This is your boy Solar Mind. And yes, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League. We got my main man KOT in the building tonight, along with pro-black politics. So when you come in the building, hit the like button. When you come in the building. This should be a very powerful debate. Origins of Earth. Did it come from a Big Bang Theory, or did it come from an advanced civilization? Get your pens and pads ready, because they're going to be going in. KOT is in the building. Pro-black politics is in the building. So let's, without further ado, bring these brothers on. What's going on, brother KOT?
Shalom, fam. All praise to the Most High.
Alright. Pro-black politics. What's good with you?
Peace, man. Everybody feeling.
Alright. So, for tonight's debate, it will be a custom debate somewhat. We're going to give the extra 5 minutes on the premise round for both debaters. So let's jump right into this thing, family. Once again, the topic of tonight's debate is the origins of Earth. Did it come from a Big Bang Theory, or did it come from an advanced civilization? Pro-black politics is first up the bat, family. As what y'all should already know, we have the customized format tonight. We have the 5-minute opening. We have a 15-minute premise for tonight, a 10-minute rebuttal, and a rapid fire round will be 10 minutes apiece, along with the 5-minute closing. So it is on you. Pro-black politics. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your opening, brother. Unmute your mic.
I want to share my screen during my opening too. Okay. I share it. Just put me up there by myself though.
You want to share a screen? So let me go ahead and pull it up for you, bro.
No, just make my screen the only screen up there. Should be cool.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. yeah, that shit good. Uh-oh. Working. Rocking still, rocking froze up a little bit.
You ready?
Let me see real quick.
What your screen froze a little bit? Okay, so we'll give him a couple of seconds to get his situation together, family. Since he stepped out for a second, I guess we can look at the up and coming debates real quick. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so usually I had this up to my face because it was low, so maybe I need to move it away since I turned the volume up. I forgot that I adjusted the volume on there before. So let me go ahead and cut it down just a little bit. I think I got that bitch all the way up too. Yeah, I got that joint all the way up. So let me cut it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, so alright, so this should be a little better now. Alright, so yeah, is that better? Or is that still high? Is that still high? Is that better? Okay. All right. So, yeah, we're gonna see if the brother is back in the building, which he is. All right. So, yeah, I'm gonna step out. So, when I step out, you can begin because you're not gonna be able to hear me because I'm gonna be out in the back. All right, Pro Black.
Cool. Yep.
All right. So your time begins now, brother.
All right. So, how everybody feeling tonight, man? I'm gonna try to keep this simple. Is the Earth the result of Big Bang or an advanced human civilization? First, I want to make clear I'm not trying to prove how the universe was made because we don't know exactly. But the Big Bang theory is a model based off of a lot of methodology, and that's really what I wanna make very clear. The difference between the Big Bang theory and other theories, right? So I'm not trying to prove whether or not, because the Big Bang theory doesn't prove exactly how the world was created or the universe or the earth. But what it does give us is a model to go off of, right? So just for my opening, I wanna focus on what a theory is because a lot of the confusion seems to come from the word theory and how people use it. So this is definition of theory. It's kind of long. I'm gonna give it to everybody. I'm gonna give you the whole thing. And it's a plausible or scientifically accepted general principle or body of principles offered to explain phenomena. The wave theory of light, an example. It's also a belief, a policy, a procedure proposed or followed as the basis of action. Her method is based on theory. It's based on the theory that all children want to learn. It's also an ideal or hypothetical set of facts, principles, or circumstances, often used in the phrase in theory. We have always advocated freedom for all. 3 is also another definition of theory is a hypothesis assumed for the sake of argument or investigation. Also, an unproved assumption or conjecture, which is what a lot of people present. See, I'm lagging like crazy. It's cool. A body of theorems presenting a concise, systematic view of a subject theory of equations. Another definition of theory is the general or abstract principles of a body of fact, a scientific or art musical theory. abstract thought or speculation, and the analysis of a set of facts in their relation to one another. All right. So, in modern science, the term theory refers to a scientific theory, a well-confirmed type of explanation of nature made in a way consistent with scientific method and fulfilling the criteria required by modern science. Such theories are described in such a way that scientific tests should be able to provide empirical support for it. Am I not? Screen froze up again. I don't like that. Okay, sorry. I don't think my screen's showing appropriately, but I'm gonna keep reading. This is all the definition of theory. I'm still reading the definition of theory. So such theories are described in such a way that scientific tests should be able to provide empirical support for it or empirical contradiction of it. Scientific theories are the most reliable, rigorous, and comprehensive form of scientific knowledge. Also, in contrast to more common uses of the word theory that imply that something is unproven or speculative, which in formal terms is better characterized by the word hypotheses. Scientific theories are distinguished from hypotheses, which are individual empirically testable conjectures, and from scientific laws, which are descriptive accounts of the way nature behaves under certain conditions. This is published. The word theory or in theory is more or less often used erroneously by people to explain something which they individually did not experience or test before, which is what we get when we have conversations with most people. In those instances, semantically, it is being substituted for another concept. Again, hypothesis, a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. For a hypothesis to be a scientific hypothesis, the scientific method requires that one can test it. Instead of using the word hypothetically, it's replaced by a phrase in theory. In some instances, the theory's credibility could be contested by calling it just a theory, implying that the idea has not even been tested. So what we're talking about in this debate really is theory in a scientific setting versus theory being just thrown around as an explanation for something that we don't understand. See, my screen still froze. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end my opening round. Pass it back over to y'all. That's it.
Yeah, shout out to Pro Black Politics. We're gonna bring in KOT. KOT, it is your time to shine, brother. We're gonna go ahead and set this timer for 5 minutes, and this is your opening round. KOT, whenever you're ready, you can begin your opening. Go ahead and mute out Pro Black.
Can't share my screen.
All right, your screen is sharing, brother.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Origins of the Earth, Big Bang versus advanced civilization. Origin, the point or place where something begins, arises, or is derived. So it's different ways of being the origin. As we see, Earth, the planet on which we live, the world. Also, Earth is defined as the substance of the land, the surface, or the soil. So it's two definitions. It's a beginning point of different beginnings. Okay, so I ain't here to beat them up on no theory of mythology, because I understand that. Okay, civilization, any type of culture, society, etc. of a specific place, time, or group. The act of process of civilizing, as by bringing out of a savage, uneducated, or refined state, or being civilized. So this is what civilization is, and it's the act of civilizing. Okay, and I'm going to some extraterrestrial stuff. So of or from outside the Earth or its atmosphere. okay, is hypothetical life which may occur outside of the Earth and which did not originate on Earth. Such life might range from simple procreates or comparable forms, life forms, to beings with civilizations far more advanced than humanity. See, more advanced than humanity. Okay, exotheology. The term exotheology was coined in 1960s or early 1970s for the examination of theological issues as they pertain to extraterrestrial intelligence. One of the main themes of exotheology is applying the concept of extraterrestrials who are sentient and, more to the point, endowed with a soul as a thought experiment to the examination of a given theology. Most Christian theology, occasionally also Jewish theology. So we know this extraterrestrial and this advanced civilizations point towards the Bible. So when I'm reading the Bible, because they already let you know, I don't want anybody to say nothing, because that's what you can go look it up. That's what we call it if you do your real search. Ezekiel 1:4. And I looked up, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud and a fire enfolding itself, and the brightness was about it. Out of the mist there was as the color of amber, out of the mist of fire. So I'm showing you that the chariots, what you want to call a UFO, their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went everyone straight forward. So in the Bible is showing you the UFO, what y'all would call a UFO. Okay, the Briticana, building a version of the argument from design, from the existence of God advanced by the angelic and clerical women William Paley. Supporters of intelligent design observed that the functional parts and systems of living organisms are relatively complex in the sense that none of their components parts can be removed without causing the whole system to cease functioning. From this premise, they infer that no such thing could have come about through the gradual alteration of functioning precursors, such systems being by means of random mutation, and that would be the Big Bang and evolution, and natural selection. And the standard evolutionary accounts maintains instead living organisms must have been created all at once by an intelligent designer. So we know that. Even science telling you that. Some scientists believe that theory of Big Bang, the other ones don't. Wikipedia, ancient astronauts, refers to pseudoscientific that intelligence extraterrestrial beings visited Earth and made contact with humans in antiquity and prehistoric time. Proponents suggest that this contact influenced the development of modern cultures, technologies, religions, and human biology. A common position is that the deities for most, if not all, religions are in extraterrestrial origin. So I'm gonna be reading the Bible as you see that where it comes from. And the advanced technologies brought to Earth by ancient astronauts were interpreted as evidence of divine status by early humans. The Big Bang theory is a cosmological model of the observable universe from the earliest known period throughout a subsequent large-scale evolution. The model describes how the universe expanded from an initial state of extremely high density and high temperature and offers a comprehensive explanation for a broad range of observed phenomena, including the abundance of light elements, the cosmic microwave background, radiation, and large-scale structure. So that's what the Big Bang theory is about. And one of our brothers, our elders, Dick Gregory, he went crazy. He said they've been building cities in outer space since 1963. I don't believe in no globe Earth. I believe it's a different shape than the flat Earth also. But Dick Gregory also spoke about some space elevators. Okay, we go down to modern humans, originated in Africa within the past 200,000 years. And they say they evolved from their most likely recent common ancestor, Homo erectus. And they give that about 1.9 million years and 135,000 years ago. So they rounded it off to about the oldest reliable classified fossils belonging to the genus Homo date back to a little over 2 million years. So they giving the oldest people we even come from for 2 million years, right? But they dug up a hammer over in London. The London hammer was discovered by hikers in Texas in 1936. It was embedded in a limely rock. Concrete originated from the Cretaceous rock formation 400 million years ago. So it's a hammer that somebody made way older than what they put in man came back from, or from where we come from, what they want us to come from, because I don't come from that man that they talking about. That's the atheists and the evolutionists. They come from the people that came from probably 200,000 or 2 million years. They don't understand what that is. But they got the hammer older than the people they say existed. So we know that there was people before these people that they saying we come from that existed.
And so that is your time, brother. All right.
All right, I'll be done anyway. All right, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. So shout out to both debaters. We're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to come back with the premise round. This is the Solar Vision Debate League family.
That's what.
Shall we?
He had 15 minutes to do his premise round, and I'm gonna reset this timer because I was muted out, and it is on you, brother, whenever you're ready.
All right.
The screen is up now. Leave.
Man, I'm upset right now.
Okay, so
Hopefully I'm screen sharing by now,
Yeah,
man.
you're screen sharing right now, brother.
I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, man.
so
Okay.
okay. So to get off before we get into the Big Bang,
A lot of people try to make it more complicated than it actually is. You kind of got to have a common understanding of physics, and that's just the basic laws of motion. Because that's one of the main observations that led people to the Big Bang. So I'm gonna go over those briefly. Newton's three laws of motion govern how the motion of physical objects change. They define a fundamental relationship between the acceleration of an object and the forces acting upon it. Okay. The first rule, an object will remain at rest or in a uniform state of motion unless the state is changed by an external force, better yet known as inertia. I don't say common sense. In everyday life, we see stuff don't move or things don't move unless something moves them, unless force is applied to them. Real simple. That's the first rule. The second rule is force is equal to the change in momentum, mass times velocity over time. In other words, the rate of change is directly proportional to the amount of force applied. This is Newton's second law. So basically, the harder you push something, the faster it will go. The more force you apply to an object, the faster it'll go. It's kind of simple. Okay, I want y'all to remember these. They're very, very important. The third rule, for every action in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The third law can be used to explain also this. Where you see the balloon, right? Action. Can you see that good? Action, air rushes downward. The reaction is the balloon is forced upward. The third law can be used to explain the generation of lift. Lift is the force that holds an aircraft in the air. Lift can be generated by any part of the plane, but most of the lift on a normal airliner is generated by the wings. Okay. No, go ahead. Okay, by the wing, and the production of thrust. Thrust is the force which moves an aircraft through the air. Thrust is generated by the engines of a plane. Okay, that's the third rule. All right. So now we get to the Big Bang, right? I wanted to point out the laws of physics because it's really, really important to remember that things don't move unless force is applied to them. Like nothing moves unless force is applied to it, right? You got to remember that. So the theory was born of an observation. I'm going to say the word observation a lot because that's what separates a theory from a theory. So the theory was born of an observation that other galaxies are moving away from our own at a great speed in all directions. They are moving away at a great speed in all directions. Okay, if they had all been propelled by, as though they had all been propelled by an explosive force. So when you just remember the basic laws of physics, you understand that things don't move unless they are moved by something, unless force is applied, right? So when we notice that the galaxy is getting bigger or planets are moving further away from each other, it leads one to assume that something started them moving. Okay. So a Belgian priest by the name of George or Jorge Lemaitre first suggested the Big Bang theory in the 1920s. So it's like the 1920s is not even that long ago. But when he theorized the universe began from a single primordial atom, the idea received major boost from Edwin Hubble's observation that galaxies are speeding away from us in all directions, as well as from the 1960 discovery of cosmic radiation, cosmic microwave radiation. So, which basically leads us, and again, it's you don't get an action without an initial force. Okay, if the universe we see today is expanding, it's getting less dense,
that means it was smaller and denser in the past. If radiation, things like photons, is present in the universe, then the wavelength of the radiation will stretch as the universe expands, meaning it's cooled as time goes on. It was hotter in the past. Boom. A lot of we've seen explosions, right? What happened when an explosion goes off? Things scatter in all directions. Right now, when we look at our universe, and we can observe that things are getting further apart, keeping in mind the law of physics, the laws of motion, we understand that if they are getting further apart, a long time ago, they were a lot closer together. And well, it's kind of stupid. Well, I don't say stupid, but it's silly to think that all the planets and the stars and the moons that we see today were just really, really close and exactly the same. So it leads you to assume that they were together at one point, since they are all speeding away from each other. Again, things don't move unless force is applied to them, right? So I'm gonna go through the things that support the Big Bang, and these are all observations, things that we have observed, and things that can be tested by anybody who has a passion or a solid interest in learning about these things. It doesn't take a pass from the Illuminati to learn about physics. You can get a lot of experimental tests or toys even with your kids and play with them to learn more about these things. They're very easy to verify. But again, background radiation. On May 20th, 1964, American radio astronomers Robert Wilson and Arno Penzias discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation, used the Helmholtz antenna, which is a large microwave horn antenna that was used as a satellite communication antenna, a radio telescope during the 1960s at Bell Telephone Laboratories in Holmdel Township, New Jersey. And they did so by accident. And that is, I think that's important, that people understand that a lot of the discoveries that we've been made they've been done by accident. So when somebody proposed that the Big Bang happened because he noticed everything is moving farther apart, right? And then somebody who's just operating a mic or an antenna stumbles across something and they figure out what it is, that should tell you it's not a huge conspiracy theory by scientists to kind of trick you into believing something, but it all makes sense. So background radiation, go to inflation. Inflation is kind of complicated. Well, it's not complicated, but well, it is. It gets a little complicated. But I'm gonna go into it really, really fast. Whatever its nature, the inflationary model predicts that this primordial energy would have been universally distributed in space due to a kind of quantum noise that arose when the universe was extremely small. This pattern would have been transferred to the matter of the universe and would show up in the photons that began streaming away freely at the moment of recombination. As a result, we would expect to see and do see this kind of pattern in the Cobb and the WMAP pictures of the universe. Okay, again, this is based off of observations. This is not something that people are just making up, right? It's more about inflation and what the missions that were sent into space that are responsible for bringing in the new information. One of them is the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe. Is a NASA Explorer mission that launched June 2001 and to make fundamental measurements of cosmology, the study of the properties of cosmology. Properties of our universe as a whole. The WMAP has been stunningly successful producing our new standard model of cosmology. These are pictures. One is based off of an actual picture that they took with the satellite, and the other one is based off of the estimations that people made based off of the Big Bang Theory. When they say that, let me go back here. Okay. As a result, we would expect to see and do see this kind of pattern in those pictures. This is the pattern that they expected to see. And well, the fact that it matched up so well was historical. And people won awards for that. The second part of inflation was the diffuse infrared background experiment, which was deployed to search for cosmic infrared background radiation. That gets a little complicated, but again, this is a picture taken that shows what our galaxy looks like, and this also supports the Big Bang Theory. Differentiation microwave radiometer was used to map the cosmic radiation sensitivity. These tiny variations in the intensity of the CMB over the sky show how matter and energy was distributed when the universe was still very young. Later, through a process still poorly understood, honesty, the early structures seen by DMR developed into galaxies, galaxy clusters, and large-scale structures that we see in the universe today. These are all based off of observations. Another satellite or tool that they sent up on the satellite was the far infrared absolute spectrometer to compare the spectrum of the cosmic microwave background radiation with the precise black body. The cosmic microwave background spectrum is that of a nearly perfect black body. This observation matches the predictions of a hot Big Bang Theory extraordinarily well. It indicates that nearly all of the radiant energy of the universe was released within the first year after the Big Bang. It's math, people. They make predictions and then they find things based off of the observations that they make that verify what they're saying. The third thing that we have, was more than one, but these are three major things that supports Big Bang, is dark energy. And so during the years following Hubble and Cobb, the picture of the Big Bang gradually became clearer. But in 1996, observations of a very distant supernova required a dramatic change in the picture. It had always been assumed that the matter of the universe would slow its rate of expansion. Mass creates gravity, gravity creates pull. The pulling must slow the expansion. But supernova observations show the expansion of the universe. Rather than slowing, it's accelerating. Something not like matter and not like ordinary energy is pushing the galaxy apart. This stuff has been dubbed dark energy. Now, just because they name it dark energy and they don't exactly know what it is, should not really scare you, right? Because, well, it goes all the way back to the very, very, very first law. An object will remain at rest or a uniform state of motion unless it is changed by an external force. So if we see the universe expanding, we know something is pushing it. Just because we can't identify exactly what that something is yet doesn't change the law of physics. Something is pushing it. Okay. And I say all of this specifically about the Big Bang and physics and 1 + 1 = 2, because all of this is what is responsible for the Earth. The Earth was not made. I don't even know how to okay. It took, based off of the numbers, billions of years for metals to develop and diamonds and certain minerals that we have. All of these things are supported by the Big Bang, giving our universe a time to mature. And the early part of the Earth, from the lava stage all the way to we finally got trees and oxygen. Everything lines up, so we don't get one without the other. So when we talking about physics, we really, I hate to say common sense, but it kind of is. You just have to know more. And with that, I'm gonna end my round. I hope I got y'all together. I do this for my people.
All right.
Yeah, shout out to the brother. That was a very powerful round. We're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're gonna hand this thing now over to KOT. We're gonna bring him back in. KOT, are you there, brother? Hold on a second. Let's bring brother KOT back in. Oh, there you go. What's good, KOT?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna take his screen down and put yours up. You are all set, brother. Whenever you ready, you can begin your round. You got 15 minutes, brother.
You gotta share my screen.
Yeah, sharing, brother.
Okay. Let me get down to it. All right. Let me see, that's it. One second. I'm trying to get to it. All right. The theory of intelligent design. Intelligent design simply says that certain features of the universe of living things are best explained by an intelligent cause, not an undirected process such as natural selection. The universe is a living entity. Okay. Scientists are still baffled by consciousness, and questions about why and how we have it are constantly arising, but so far remain largely unanswered. So they still don't know what that is. Okay. Genesis 1. In the beginning, Yahweh created the heavens and the earth. So we know he created the heavens and the earth and the science. Okay. The planets formed in intervals, not all together. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars would have formed last. So we see that the heavens were created first. Okay. In my father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. So we know in the heavens, the earth is a footstool. So we know there's many mansions in the father's house. So he got many kingdoms, many worlds. You just have to make it, earn this way. My kingdoms is not of this world. If my kingdoms were of this world, then would my servants fight? Then should I not be delivered to the Jews? But now it's my kingdom not from here. So he's letting you know that. Where was you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare it if you have understandings. Who laid the measures thereof? If you know us or have stretched a line upon it. Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstones thereof? When the morning stars sang together and all the sons of Yahweh shouted for joy. So the morning stars and all the sons of Yahweh shouted for joy. So who was there when this happened? Y'all Big Bang theorists wasn't. British kind of intelligent design. Okay. Darwin Black Box Biochemical Challenge to Evolution 1996. The American microbiologist biologist Michael Behe, the leading scientific spokesperson for intelligent design, offered three major examples of irreducibly complex systems that allegedly cannot be explained by natural means. The bacterial flagellum used for locomotion, the cascade of molecular reactions that occur in means, the blood clotting or coagulation, and the immune system. So we know Big Bang didn't do none of this because these things can't be explained by no Big Bang. Okay, in the beginning, Yahweh created the heavens and earth. Okay, in the beginning, that's the time. Yahweh created, that's the force and the energy. The heavens, that's the space that's needed. And the earth, that's all. That's the elements, the matter. Okay, so we know who done this. We know the force behind it. Physics, how are matter and space and time unified? Physicists have long believed that a fundamental incapacitating theory of matter, space, and time must be attainable. The remarkable progress, okay, suggests that the opportunity to achieve that unification may be at hand, realizing that opportunity will involve attaining information both from high energy physics, laboratory and cellular experiments, and from observations in astronomy and cosmology. So we see they're saying the same thing the way Yahweh created heavens and earth. They're saying that's what they need. We need it. Okay, Yahweh has prepared his throne in the heavens and his kingdom rule over all. Bless ye his angels that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearken unto the voice of his word. So his angels are the ones that follow his commandment to do the creating of the earth and the elements on this earth. Okay, and Jacob was left alone and rested there with a man with him until the breaking of the day. So rested with a man with him, so we know what he looked like. And Jacob called the name of that place Peniel. For I have seen Yahweh face to face, and my life is preserved. So he's seen one of the angels of Yahweh. So and he looked like us, a man. So we know it ain't one of your evolution people. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Okay, so the earth, the 7-day creation talk about multiple 7-day creations of the time period. When it was first with darkness and void, that's when he put the elements together and brought the light forth. But the other darkness and void is the renewal of the earth. It had to be renewed 7 days and then 7 days, but it's not actual 7 days. It's just a cycle of life, thousands of years. Yeah, the darkness hideth not from you, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to you. See, when he created things, they're both alike. You know, one is given law and one is not. And that's how it's brought together. And again, he said, therefore, hear the word of Yahweh. I saw Yahweh sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven sitting on his right hand and on his left. So I'm going to show you the ones on the left. And he cast upon the fierceness of his anger, wrath and indignation, and trouble by sending evil angels. Remember, these are the extraterrestrials. Every time you see them sending angels, and then also could be mean man and stuff. But right now I'm talking about the heavenly, not the earthly. Okay, and they follow his commandment to deliver his fierceness, anger, and wrath. Okay. Thou art anointed cherub that covereth, and I have said thee so. Thou was upon the holy mountain of Yahweh that walked up and down in the midst of the stones. You was perfect in all your ways from the day you was created till iniquity was found in you. So we know one of these extraterrestrials, which we want to call them angels, they followed. They were supposed to do the commandments, but they didn't obey Yahweh. They decided to do what they wanted to do. That's why they was cast to this earth. But hold on, ancient origins. Sumerian mythology claims that in the beginning, human-like gods ruled over earth. When they came to earth, there was much work to be done, and these guys toiled the soil, digging to make it habitable and mining and mineral. But these, I'm telling you, these the guys that are evolution and ate this people. Because these the ones that created them. They believe in that monkey stuff. Okay, we'll go down to the bottom and say, behind him stands Isimusu, his two-faced vizier, chief minister, but that's also translated chief administrator, and that's also called Satan. So they came down here. There was some of the extraterrestrials, and they was supposed to follow the commandments to do what they was doing, but they went off. For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend in the heaven and exalt my throne above the stars of Yahweh. I will sit also upon the mountain of congregation, sit in the sides of the north. I would ascend above the heights of the cloud. I would be like the Most High. So they had a job to do, and they wanted to be like the Most High do while they was up there coming down doing the things they did. That's the heavenly sense of it, and not the earthly right now. Y'all got to understand, it's celestial and terrestrial talk in these scriptures is dynamic. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought in this angel and prevailed not. Neither was a place found in more heaven. That's what y'all call in space. So he wasn't no found no more. And the great dragon cast out that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world. It was cast down to the earth, and his angels, the others, the extraterrestrials, were cast out with him. Okay, so he was cast to the earth. That's where he lived at, the earth. Because he got put down here to live. That's why the wicked ruled the earth. I made the nations to shake at the sound of his fall. So this your big bang right here. When I cast them down to hell with them, they descended to the pit. We'll go down. This was the big bang, so they don't understand that. Of the renewal of the earth again. Okay, the heavenly bombardment, terrestrial planets by asteroids from space have contributed to the formation of the early evolved crust of Earth that later gave rise to the continents home to human civilization. So when Satan was cast down, had the earth reformed because it was a war in heaven, war in space, and he was cast down here. But the day of Yahweh will come as a thief in the night, which the heavens pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Okay, so we know it's elements that he created these things out of, because keep telling you, any substance that contains only one kind of an atom is known as an element, because atoms cannot be created or destroyed in a chemical reaction. Elements such as phosphorus or sulfur cannot be broken down into simpler substance by the reactions. Okay, as you see, the elements. Jeremiah, I beheld the earth and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens and they had no light. So see, it's the renewal. The 7 days is speaking about a beginning and an actual renewal of the earth. I beheld the mountains and lo, they trembled, and all his hills moved lightly, and there was no man, and all the birds of heaven fled. See, I'm just letting you understand. It was that was the others, the darkness. If y'all understand what Scripture's saying, they the ones came down and reformed the earth, and the world shall be turned into the old silence 7 days, a 7-day creation, like as in the former judgments that no man shall remain. After 7 days, the world that yet awaken not shall be raised up, and that shall die that is corrupt. So that was that 7-day cycle, and it's been multiple cycles of the earth been replenished. Thou sendest thy spirit, they are created, and thou renewest the face of the earth. So we didn't know that 7-day cycle that it was speaking of, was talking about a renewal at the time of we and now. And that was the big thing that we in now, and that was when Satan was cast down. It was a woe. That's the big thing. It wasn't no made up stuff. Then was the spirit, and darkness and silence were on every side. The sounds of a man's voice were not yet formed. So that's going back to the actual beginning creation. Because you command us a fair light to come forth of your treasures, that your work might appear. Okay, this is a light. And when he commanded, let there be light, and there was light, that's two type of lights he commanded, because we're talking about a beginning and a renewal. So I'm going to the beginning, and there was light. Okay, thou commanded is a lamp, and the law was light, and reproof of instructions are the way of life. So everything is by law, and anything breaking the law is of darkness. So the commandment is the law of life. So the really kind of law of nature. Philosophy, science state regularity in the relations of order of phenomenon in the worlds that hold under a stipulated set of conditions is universally or in a state of proportion of instances. And you see, we're talking about the law of nature, the law of Yahweh, but he calling the Newton laws and whoever laws you want to call it, Simon law, Peter law, see what I'm saying? But Yahweh made the laws and got these things together like this, not science. And Yahweh saw the light that it was good, and got Yahweh divided the light from the darkness. He called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And even in the morning was first day. So we see about this is light. I'm going to tell you about this light. The production without light become some objects produce light without becoming very hot. They generate light through chemical reaction or other processes. Producing light without heat is called luminescence. So this first light was created that was before the sun was created was an actual light because it was darkness and light. He created that first light. And it's a light that goes around every day, and the sun moves around it. People don't understand that. And the sun is another light. In a mind-bending new paper entitled "The Silurian Hypothesis," referred to an ancient race of brainy reptilian featured in the British fiction. Scientists at NASA Goddard Institute. Okay, we're gonna go down. They did research. Do we really know we're the first technological species on Earth? Asked Adam Frank, a professor of physics and astronomy in Rochester. So there's a physics saying this too. And a co-author of the paper. We've had an industrial society for over about 300 years, but there's been complex life and land nearly 400 million years. So he's letting you know, like, this don't make sense. Bekrohodi is a mythical ancient astronaut worshipped by the tribes of the Amazon jungle. So they worship their god. He come from up there too, extraterrestrial, but they guys are reptilians. But hold on, I'm show you. The Dogon, a tribe living in Mali, West Africa, according to one of their legends, a race called the Nomos visited the Earth from the star Sirius thousands of years ago. So we know that they worshiping an extraterrestrial, the same people that came down Satan and their people. They turned to the serpents and being reptilian-like when they started making the humans and stuff that they were mating with. That's why the way reptilians come from. Native American star people legends might turn from the folklore. Okay, we'll go down. There's also they got study of a human society and cultures and anthropology, so that much inspective topic might before them conventional content. They guys for their ancestors that came from outer space. That taught them everything they know. So we know this beginning of the Earth ain't coming from here. The Nazca mummies. A professor of computer science and biophysics at St. Petersburg Federal University believed the mummies are alien. They mean they're foreign. Dr. Croswell of St. Petersburg University said at the time the features were not a deformity, and that defines was another creature, another humanoid. And it had 4 fingers and stuff like that. I think it was 4 fingers. Meet Ace-Woman, a possible new species of human, Ace-Woman. As a creature has been named last year, the ancestor with humans and Neanderthals about 1 million years ago, but it's probably different from both species. She lived 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. This is the tip of the iceberg, says Christopher Stinger, a paleontologist at the Natural History Museum in London, who was not involved in the find more hominids that are neither Neanderthal nor human-like, like be discovered in coming years. So they finding more people and knowing that, man, we weren't the first here, but because a lot of y'all people was made, and then a lot of us come from the gods. Okay, about 50,000 years ago, ancient humans is what is now West Africa apparently procreated with another group of ancient humans that scientists didn't know existed. There aren't any bones of ancient DNA to prove it, but researchers say the evidence is the genes of modern West Africa. They analyzed genetic material from hundreds of people from Nigeria, Sierra Leone, found signals of what they call ghost DNA from an unknown ancestor. It's a foreign ancestor, not from Earth. So we know in their bloodline they got an extraterrestrial DNA, not from Earth. Which God did they come from? Which all of them, God just means the dimensions and stuff. The father and the 7 children, his sons, it's different. People don't understand what that is. Mystery of our 145 alien genes. Scientists discovered some DNA is not from our ancestors and say it could change how we think about evolution. So they even thinking, man, this evolution stuff ain't even real, man. We don't even know what we think. That's what they think to themselves. So they challenge the view that evolution relies solely on genes passed down. Instead, it said we require essential foreign genes for microorganisms. Humans contain alien genes not passed on from our ancestors. Researchers have discovered. So they know that it was passed down. So they know the people that come from was made, the earth, the trees was put here. And they're trying to figure out how. They wasn't the Big Bang. They know this. Sumerians are responsible for inventing many of the aspects of modern day life that people so often take for granted. Okay, they invented the case of air polishing, case of juvenile delinquency, the first war of nerves, the first Congress, the first historian, the first case of tax reduction, the almanac. This is where the guys settled at the fallen. Many first, and they was teaching Noah and all that too. Cosmology come from them, the moral ideas, St. George, first case of librarian. We keep going down. The first sex symbolism, the first Mary Dolores, the first Louis, the first literary portrait. You can keep going on the list because this is where it comes from, it starts from. Okay, and they got a king list where they averaging out to 28,000 years old. He ruled for 36,000 years. Got another Sumerian king ruled for 28,000 years. 18,000 years. And listen, at the bottom, then it say, then the flood swept over. So the flood came because they was down here living on earth. You know, the angels that was supposed to be following the commandments, the ones on the left side, they came down here and took it over for them upon themselves to do the stuff they were doing. They started living on earth for thousands of years. It was going back and forth between both places. That's what you call them, Satan and his people. And y'all just got to do real deep studies, and even scientists know this stuff. It go deep. That's why all scientists do not agree, because they know that it's people before this. They know it's they got places they don't want you to know about. They built up though. I don't believe there's no ball, or what they want to call it. It's a little bit different shape than that. It got a less curvature and it's flat on the bottom almost. But I'm gonna yield my time right there.
You yield your time, brother?
Yeah.
All right.
How much I got though? How much?
I know it was only 25 seconds left. It was only 25 seconds.
Oh, okay.
All right. So shout out to KOT. What we're gonna do is then we're gonna take another break, family, and we're gonna get into the rebuttal round. That's when you gotta cut your cameras on because it's gonna go down, family. This is the league, man.
Bands on the track. It's be on the beat.
Family, it is time for that rebuttal round. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pass this thing over to Pro Black Politics. You have 10 minutes to, this is rebuttal round, right? This is rebuttal round. So let me go ahead and set the timer for 10 minutes. And it is on you, brother. Whenever you ready to do your rebuttal, you can begin now, family.
So that is unbelievable. The when I first started, right, I went into the difference between the definition of theory and what separates everything he said in his premise from the Big Bang Theory, right? It is when you go into the Bible and you're dealing with people who hold a certain kind of belief system, they kind of put themselves in a box, so they can't think outside of that box. But when everything basically comes from there, he read a lot of stuff out of the Bible, and then he kind of mixed in a lot of stuff about science. But science and the Bible don't mix. When you make claims of like lizard people and angels and things of that nature, the difference between those things and what people see in the stars and what you can send out and test as far as experiments, that's the difference. It's a totally different conversation because nobody's ever observed angels. Nobody's ever observed lizard men. So you can't test like you don't even have a place to start when you're talking about, lizard people. When we dealing with science, again, I said in my premise, anybody can conduct scientific experiments, right? When you dealing with creation and the world being created in 7 days, or whatever that time period is, you have to ask yourself logical questions, which the brother clearly don't. I brought up in my premise the fact that certain elements that we find here on Earth take millions of years to form for the most part. Take iron. Nearly all of Earth's major iron ore deposits are in rocks that formed over 1 billion years ago. That doesn't fit into a 7-day scheme, right? So, okay, so not common sense. People don't like that. But critical thinking should tell you that you can't get iron ore in 7 days. The brother said a lot about the Big Bang, but I think it's just real important that we do more research. I would challenge this brother to do more research, because these observations that we have, they're not top secret. They are things that every country, high schools with astrology departments, can look at the stars and see things moving. I go all the way back to the law of physics. When we look and we see things in nature moving, something is responsible for those things moving. So if we observe our universe expanding, it's only based off of everything that we see on this earth. Nothing moves unless you move it. If we see things outside this earth moving, the same laws apply. Nothing moves unless you move it. What the brother is saying is it makes sense if you in a spiritual setting, right? But unless we can bring that to the table and actually test something that this brother's saying, then it's we talking about two totally different things. A theory and what you talking about, they don't stand on the same footing. The brother brought up DNA. He said a lot about DNA and the DNA not being from, I can't even recall what the brother said exactly, but I would encourage anybody to read a little bit more of or get the source from where he's talking about, because we genetics is really simple. I don't want to get into genetics, but we know where the DNA comes from, and what I would challenge the brother to do is instead of just those very, very small portions of scientific evidence that you put up there and kind of took out of context and kind of mixed in with the Bible, don't do that, because it confuses people. And well, several times in the brother's presentation, he said, God was responsible for the Big Bang. And I guess something about the angels coming down was the Big Bang or something like that. Again, I don't know what the evidence of that would be outside of the Bible, but if you saying God is responsible for the Big Bang, it's still the Big Bang. The brother was all over the place, man. Again, I really just want to point out the fact that everything, well, I'm gonna say the majority of what that brother was saying is pure conjecture. It's nothing that we can actually test. There's no solid group of individuals that believe that there were lizard people. We can't test the lizard people or the angels. So what I'm talking about and what the Big Bang is, that's a theory based off of observation, things that we can actually see and test. What he talking about is a hush, Mimi. Sorry about that. A spiritual explanation for how we got here. With that, I'm a see the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right. Shout out to
Mimi.
shout out to Pro Black Politics. We're gonna hand this thing
Mimi.
and Mimi. Shout out to Mimi as well. We want to hand this thing over to KOT. KOT, it is on you, brother. You got 10 minutes to rebut. Your camera is on. Whenever you're ready, brother. You got 10 minutes. KOT, are you there?
Shalom, you that's all.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now, bro.
Yeah, that was it. I closed out.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll call him for solar.
Yeah, KOT, it is on you, brother. Cut your camera on if you're gonna do that. We're all set. Whenever you're ready, you got 10 minutes, brother.
Well, I need to shut my screen on this.
Okay.
I'm cutting my camera on the next one, right? Yeah, well, the brother, when I said the 7 days, I told specifically said it wasn't no actual 7 days. It's over a period of cycles of thousands of years. And it was multiple 7-day cycles of thousands of years. You see my screen?
Yeah, they can see the screen, brother.
Okay, and what I call the Big Bang, I was talking about the Big Bang noise of the explosions of what happened. I ain't talking about it wasn't no Big Bang. That's what I was saying. But it would, and yeah, I don't know where you get that from. And when I said lizard people, it wasn't. I was talking about when they started mixing DNA to the people that they was trying to modify. That's what the serpent people come from. It became serpent human. Like the people that did it wasn't serpent human. Like the people they dealt with was serpent human. Like who they modified turned into. Okay, the Big Bang theory, for instance, pioneered 50 years before Hawkins' lecture by the Belgian physicist and Catholic priest George Lemaitre, who later served as president of the Vatican Academy of Sciences, rewind the expansion of the universe back to a high, dense bundle of energy. But where did the initial energy come from? He can't explain it. Okay, the Big Bang theory had other problems. Physicists understood that an expanding bundle of energy would grow into a crumbled mess rather than the huge, smooth cosmos that modern astronomers observed. In 1980, the year before Hawkins talked to cosmologist Alan Guth, realized that the Big Bang's problems could fix with an add-on. So they wanted to add on stuff to try to fix their theory. And an initial growth spurt known as cosmic inflation, which would have rendered the universe huge, smooth, and flat before gravity had a chance to wreck it. Inflation quickly became the leading theory of our cosmic origins. Yet the issue of initial conditions remained. What was the source of the miracle path that allegedly ballooned into our cosmos and of the potential energy that inflated? They can't explain because they don't know. They just add on stuff to it. Like they say, they just add on. When they figured out Hawkins didn't have it right, you add it on. So we know that's all bull. Okay, go down to astronomy.com. Cosmologists have struggled, if not outright failed, to understand essential facets of the universe. We know almost nothing about dark matter and dark energy, which together make up more than 90% of the total energy in existence today. We don't understand how the universe, protons, electrons, and neutrons could have survived the after effects of the Big Bang. See, they tell them they don't know this stuff. I don't know how he's playing with y'all. And in fact, everything we know about the laws of physics tell us that these particles should have been destroyed by antimatter long ago. And in order to make sense of the universe as we observe it, cosmologists have been forced to conclude that space, during its earliest moments, must have undergone a brief and speculative period of hyperfast expansion, an event known as cosmic inflation. Yet we know next to nothing about this key era of cosmic history. So the scientists say they don't know, the astronomers say they don't even know about this stuff. They're just trying to give people something to go off of because that's what them the darkness got them set up for, Illuminati them got them doing it. Since the scientists first proposed the Big Bang Theory, many people have questioned or criticized the model. Here's a rundown on some of the most common criticisms of the Big Bang Theory. It violates the first law of thermodynamics, which said you can't create or destroy matter or energy. So they false on that. Critics claim that the Big Bang Theory suggests that the universe began out of nothing. Proponents of the Big Bang Theory say that such criticism is unwarranted for two reasons. The first is that the Big Bang doesn't address the creation of the universe, but rather the evolution of it. The other reason is that since the law of science breakdowns your approach to the creation of the universe, there's no reason to believe the first law of thermodynamics would apply. Some critics say that the formation of stars and galaxies violates the law of entropy, which suggests that the systems of change become less organized over time. But if you view the early universe as completely homogeneous and entropic, then the current universe shows signs of obeying the law of entropies. Some anthropologists and cosmologists argue that scientists have misinterpreted evidence like the redshift of celestial bodies and the cosmic microwave background radiation. So they're saying and he brought radiation. So it's saying they only got this right. Some cite that the absence of exotic cosmic bodies that should have been the product of Big Bang according to the theory. So we know that they don't even believe in their own theory. Okay. A tenet of the Big Bang Theory, particularly that it's produced conditions for certain elements to develop and on the verge of being dramatically overturned by scientists who claim evidence shows that event never happened. So scientists they're showing this never happened. According to a study released Wednesday under the Big Bang scenario, an explosion occurred at the dawn of the universe 13.8 billion years ago. That's first chemical elements across space which cooled and formed the galaxies and stars in our cosmos. Modern astronomy studies of the origin and ongoing development of our universe is built largely on the dominant theory, central hypothesis, but three critical fusion elements believed to have been created by the Big Bang are under intense scrutiny by scientists. Eric J. Lerner of the nuclear fusion research company, LPP Fusion. So we see that they don't believe in this stuff. It's just crazy. Scientists believe that the precise amount of helium, deuterium, and lithium were produced by fusion reactions in the dense, extremely hot cloud of chemical elements that emerged after the Big Bang. Lerner, who has spent decades making detailed observations of such reactions, says his and other scientists' findings don't match up with long-standing theories based on observations of older stars. He found that old stars had less than half the helium and less than 1/10 of the lithium than predicted by the Big Bang. Nucleosynthesis theory, which posits that a quarter of the universe mass is comprised of helium, according to Lerner, who wrote the book, The Big Bang Never Happened. No helium, no lithium was created before the development of the first stars in our galaxy. Man, the scientists say they don't believe what these other false scientists say, because the ones that's telling you they worship the darkness, the serpents, they worship Satan now. Okay, 380,000 years after the Big Bang, matter cooled enough for atoms to form during the era of recombination, resulting in a transparent electrical neutral gas, according to the NASA. This is set loose in the initial flash of light created during the Big Bang, which is detectable today as cosmic microwave background radiation. However, at this point, the universe was unplugged in the darkness, since no stars or any other bright objects had formed yet. About 400 million years ago, after the Big Bang, the universe began to emerge from the cosmic dark ages during the epoch of reionization. During this time, which lasted more than half a billion years ago, clumps of gas collapsed enough to form the first stars and galaxies, who in energetic ultraviolet light ionized and destroyed most of the neutral hydrogen. So we see that the Big Bang, they don't believe in, and this is what they're saying about it, and it don't add up to what the scientists say. And Yahweh said, let there be a furnace. So he ain't saying how nothing got how the trees, how nothing. He just saying that something happened. Okay. Yahweh said, let it be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. So this is the beginning creation, if you know what's going on in the terrestrial. The firmament was to divide the waters, the literal waters from the waters from above and below, to keep the Satan from keep leaving out of here again. Okay. And then if you read it in the terrestrial, he divided the people from the people, because that was at the time of the renewal. See, when you understand the story, it's talking about so many renewals. If once you get deep into the scriptures, upon the fifth day says, unto the part where the waters were gathered together, it should bring forth living creatures and fishes. So it came to pass. And it's the fifth day. Then you ordained two living creatures. One you call us Enoch and Leviathan. So he had people here and animals and everything here already on the fifth day. Okay. And then we was made on the sixth day when he said, let us make man in our image. So our people was made on the sixth day. God image. We was the children of the law, the light. We're supposed to bring law to the universe, the order, because that's what the law is. Everything's in order, but darkness was here. That would interrupted the order of the order. And that's what they trying to make the Big Bang to be. And he saw that it was good. Okay. Unto Enoch, you gave us one part which was dried up. The third day that he should dwell in the same part where we're in all 1,000 hills. So that's who they got that on the 5th day, because it just said that's when they was put in the 5th day. So we gonna come on the 6th day. So people really want to know that everybody don't come from Adam, because some of y'all was made, and some of them were made from the monkeys from Satan. So that's what evolution believes. That's where they come from. Okay, we're gonna go down. He divided the lights in the firmament. He made the sun, the rule, and the stars and all that. Okay, I know I'm running out of time. And he ain't explaining nothing like that. He's just saying it's here, magic tree, Houdini. And Yahweh said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed. So we know he created herb that yield seed. He created out of the elements and stuff, and the atoms and all that, and fruit. So we know that the seed got seed in itself, and we see scientific evidence the fruit do got their seed in itself and all that. Okay, he ain't explaining nothing. You know, he ain't explaining how a person vanished here, appeared here, nothing. He just saying, poof. That's all I heard when he was talking. For as soon as your word went forth, the word was made. So his word went forth, and we know that the word of the 7 of his commandment. They follow his commandment. I already read that in the beginning. That they follow his commandment. That was my premise. And it was the 7, which I would call extraterrestrials, but there was 7 gods, you know, talking about the sons of the Most High. And they brought forth trees, fruit, and everything. And he gave them charge to do service unto man. And that was the sun, the moon, and stars. That was to be made. And you understand? And that's a commandment. So the stars, the moons, everything follow a commandment, and that's what we was put here for, to put everything back in order when we was made by his image. For we brought nothing into this world, and it's certain we can't carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. Okay, I showed y'all that hammer. The hammer come before the people, the Big Bang evolution theory of when they came. And look at this tree trunk, was 2.5 miles across. The tree full grown reached 10 miles into the sky. So you see this, man, they don't understand what's really going on. This earth been here so long, yeah, but it's been 7 days, them 1,000-year periods on each day of multiple cycles, and it was more than one 7-day cycle. It's been going on so long. They got this giant footprint imprinted in granite found in the outcrop of the Missouri, South Africa, dated to around 3.1 billion years ago. And we go back up to see the footprint. A giant footprint from 300 billion years ago. 3.1 billion years ago, what they say. I don't believe in the dates they actually put, because, you know, they put too many cycles on it, but it is old. It's just like they're saying it really is old, but they just put too many because they wasn't done. Now, look, the Harvard scientists say interstellar object may be probes sent by alien civilization, a foreign civilization. So I look to the right. That's what the meteor look like. I believe the Earth look more closer to that shape right there to your right. And that's what that meteor is supposed to look like. But it's got more to the Earth, the dome and everything, the firmament and everything on it and all that. But that's what I believe Earth look more like. And they do got cities in the Earth, and it's been scientists know that because that's where they reside at. The wicked. It's in the Earth. They got places in none. They come out. And they can dwell in bodies, because when they made people, they was able to mutate people finally into looking like regular people. That's how they was able to have sex with humans then, because they couldn't at first. That's why they came out with these giants, and they came out with serpent, reptilian-looking beings also. Okay. We go to Roswell UFO incident. Popular refers to the room.
That's time, brother. That's time, brother.
Okay.
All right. Shout out to KOT. We're gonna take a brief break, and we're gonna get into the rapid fire round, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. If you want the up-to-minute information on how to start a business, subscribe to Kansu Seshnu Aman's channel on YouTube. He gives you information on how to start a grant, how to form a non-profit organization, and how to get your credit score up to an 850. So once again, subscribe to his channel. That's Kansu Seshnu Aman on YouTube. In fact, I'll make it easy for you. Just hit the link located in the description box on this page. It'll take you to his channel, and then hit the notification sign so you can be updated on when he go live. Once again, Kansu Seshnu Aman's page on YouTube. Get your business up, family. All right, family, we're going to now get into the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with pro-black politics. You got 10 minutes to do your thing, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation, brother.
Okay, cool. So you how do I go in with that? you used a lot of information about what scientists was observing in the universe, right?
Yeah.
So you know that we have the ability to notice things in the universe, see things.
Yeah,
moving, right?
They didn't. Yeah, but they didn't agree on it.
Right. So based off of your understanding of the law of physics, if we can observe planets moving further away from each other, what do you think the cause of that is?
Well, the scientists I brought say that they was false on their law of physics. No, that's not happening.
What does the Bible say? You say they said it was not happening. The
All that
universe
stuff like this.
not expanding.
What you were bringing up as physics, they said that ain't real physics. That it was false. A lot of the stuff they believe was physics that it was putting together.
The only three things that I brought up was the laws of motion. Nobody
okay.
The laws of motion for the most part. But that's the basis of the Big Bang Theory. If we notice things moving further away from each other, then we have to assume, based off the fact things don't move until you push them, that something started that initial movement, right?
I know what started it, but you don't.
But I'm curious, what started it?
No, you okay. Yahweh. That's who started. Yahweh.
Okay,
what you mean
how did he start it?
By the elements. He put the elements together to create the things, and then he put it into motion and stuff.
So when he put them together, they boom, everything's together. And what when he put everything together, what would you say that looked like?
Everything in the pill was a cycle when he was doing it, because the seven extraterrestrial, what you want to call it, 7 angels got together and they went together and started putting the elements together and creating everything. They created the heavens first, then they created the earth.
Okay, so when we see things moving apart, right, in the universe, you saying God made that happen?
Yeah, that's a law. He got laws set. It ain't Newton laws, Isaac laws. It's Yahweh laws. It's the Father laws that he gave through Yahweh.
What I'm saying is this, right? You said you agree with people observing things in the universe, right?
Yeah, you can observe things.
You don't disagree with the law of motion, the physics, like things don't move unless people push them, unless something pushes it.
Yeah, on the earthly level, you know.
But I'm saying
from the earth, yeah, from where we
are talking about the earth and the planets, right?
Yeah. The earth, because it's different up there. It's different up there.
You saying you heard scientists say nothing is moving? That the universe.
No, I said it's different up there. No, I'm just saying it's different up there. They said expanded. At first, the Big Bangs, they said everything it was slowing down. So they added on this stuff when they found out their stuff was false. Now they said it was slowing down. They found out the space expanded. And they found that out. It was false at first. See, that's new. See, they added it in there. So they didn't have that at first. No, they agreeing with the Bible say. That's why they added that in there. Because they didn't believe in it at first.
The Bible say the universe expanded?
Everything expanded. He don't stop creating. He got so much you just don't understand.
But the Bible
the elements made it. Yeah.
The Bible say that the universe expanded?
Yeah, the universe expanded. The universe expanded. Well, he made more universes. This one ain't expanding. He built it to the extent what it's going to be. It ain't expanding. It's going to stop at where he built it to, and then his other universe made. And the elements of the other universes is how he brought this one into effect. That's
how do you know about the other universes?
Through him, that's how I know, and through the scriptures. If you read it, I read it in my opening that he got multiple universes.
They say that in the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. The earth is his footstool. He got many mansions in his house.
Okay. So right. And you also see, do you understand the difference between a theory and a hypothesis that you proposing? Because we can't tell something that you're saying, but
that's basically what we're both debating anyway. Both of it is basically what some people believe yours a theory, some people believe what I'm saying a theory. So
yeah, but I'm saying the difference in the two. We can't test nothing that you're saying. We can't.
You can test mine because I brought it in my premise. I brought Yahweh. I brought he used a force, energy, matter, elements, everything. I brought it up, and that's how it said in the first line of the Bible. That's how he did it. Okay. And scientists said that's how it happened.
So what blood type or haplogroup is an angel?
What you mean?
You said the angels or the lizard
They
people.
can't. No,
People, right?
no, the people.
The
Yeah, but
they didn't see that. What haplogroup?
yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They didn't. It wasn't no half group. That's the foreign DNA. I brought that up. Scientists, I know it's ghost DNA, but that's what I'm trying to say. They wasn't lizard people. The ones that was modifying became lizard people until they got the creation right. Then they became people looking like us, and they on Earth like Queen Elizabeth and they people. They come from those people.
Right. So
they was able to have sex with people once they modified them to they form, and then when they people were destroyed after finally, and then someone last after the flood still growing around. It was mixing more and more. That's the evolution in the Bible, and they became more like us. So a lot of them still on Earth. They're serpent seed.
They still on Earth.
Yes, and some of the ones look reptilian, human-like. They live under the water. They got UFOs too.
Yeah, so, okay, I hear you, right? But can we find one and test it?
Yeah, they already found it, man. You do your studies. Just do your science studies on the extraterrestrials and all that. They did DNA. They got the DNA. They got ships. They built ships.
What did the DNA results say for the alien?
It's not from here. They just make up whatever they want to make up to call it. It's not Earth from Earth. That's what they say. It's foreign DNA, extraterrestrial DNA.
So can't nobody test that, right?
No, and they did it in the West Africans. They said they couldn't find it. They said it's not from our world. The DNA is in there. Same thing.
I'm talking about the aliens that you said that they caught. Can't nobody test their DNA, right?
Yeah, they tested it, but they can't tell you what they can't get. They can just make up what they want it to be. If they want to say it's a CCD34, that's what they're doing. Everything. I think you got your name and stuff. They make this stuff up. So you start thinking for yourself.
Is right. So can't nobody test what you're saying, right?
They can test everything I said. I'll just tell you right. You can go right now and do the research of the hidden secret documents. The government file is it's the actual government CIA file. They give you. They got them. They tell you what they look like. It's even they got so many millions of witnesses on this, man. You can just do your studies. Millions of people on this stuff.
Okay, so I want to point something out to you real fast. You again in your debate, you brought up a lot of scientific information about observations, right? Did you have to go to a secret website to obtain all that information, or was it readily available to you?
I had to search for it. I can't go straight up hit Google and type it up. I had to actually go search for it on the. I had to go Google actually really search.
But it's not hidden.
Oh no! I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about if you want to know the other information they got about the DNA and everything like that, like what DNA they made up the name for and all that. You can actually look that up. They'll probably tell you what the name for.
Listen real quick. Listen real quick. The DNA that stuff is hidden, right? You can't find that. And then if you do find it, you basically have to take everything that they say and just take it as that, right?
Oh, they got the DNA. I'm saying it's whatever made up name they put on the DNA.
Tested, right? And you
who came up with? Yeah, they tested it. That's what I'm telling you.
But this is a question I'm asking you.
They tested. It's not for Earth, though.
Do you understand the difference, though, between being able to just look up information about space and how easy it is to find that? And you even brought up a lot of things about the scientists that challenge it, right?
Yeah.
Where are the scientists challenging the alien DNA?
You got barely only the people you follow, the evolutionists.
My point is,
only the people you follow.
The point is, you can test the theories of the.
No, this ain't a theory.
Listen,
no,
bro.
It's not a theory. I'm talking about.
That's my point right there. You don't understand the definition of theory, good brother. A scientific theory is something that you can test. What you saying is something can't nobody test.
They tested. I told you they tested it. They just like who came up with E1B1? They made that name up. Now, if they want to tell you that it's E345, that's what it is. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But so you do understand the difference between a scientific theory and what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about not a theory. What you're talking about is a theory. That's the difference. You can actually do your search now. Get on going on now. Right now, while we're talking, you'll see they got the DNA. They know it's not human. I just saw they brought on West Africans. Them are parents. A lot of people got different DNAs that is not human DNA, and they call it ghost DNA. That's what they named it, ghost DNA.
Right. Okay. So you saying that DNA comes from an alien, right?
Extraterrestrial. Alien, what y'all think probably a reptilian, but it's actually human-like, and some of them reptilian when they became serpents. That was from the mixture. That's they still around here on Earth. They can't leave this Earth like that. They still here on Earth. The reptilian featured humans.
They got their DNA, but we can't test it and we can't see it. They
tested it. They see it. They got it in the labs. You can go do the research now. Google it up now, and you can watch the videos on them and the secret stuff. People got killed behind the stuff, and it's out there, man.
Okay.
And
All right.
scientists, it's all the scientists that's telling you this. Ain't no regular person. All scientists when you do study.
All right.
It's all been tested. They tell you what it looked like. They tell you what it had. They talk about the ones with 3 fingers, 4 fingers. They the height. Some are real short. Some are real tall. I'm just trying to tell you, man. Someone like the
All
people
right,
that's been worship on the
that's
wall.
time, brother.
Yeah, I said.
All right.
Yeah, I said,
And we're gonna go ahead and hand this thing over to KOT. You have 10 minutes to interrogate pro-black politics whenever you're ready, brother.
Shalom, fam. Okay. Is there scientists that believe in the Bible?
Are there scientists that believe in the Bible?
Yes.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Did Notre Dame believe in the Bible too, didn't it?
I don't know. I'm not
You
sure.
know what that is?
I'm hurt. I've heard of it.
That's a big time scientist from back in them days.
Prophecy guy.
Okay. Okay. How the sun got here?
If you remember what I said, the very first thing I said in my opening, we don't know exactly how the earth formed.
But you don't know. Okay.
But all
Okay,
of
chance.
back
Okay.
to the Big Bang.
You don't know how. Okay.
No, they signed.
Who applied the force to that them objects to be moved for the Big Bang to happen? What you call them Big Bang?
Who applied the force
For that Big Bang to happen? Yeah.
We don't know.
Okay. What energy came from that supplied the Big Bang?
If we go off of the laws of physics, the energy was already there. It's just not destroyed or created.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I see. Yeah, I know. See, pictures. Are those pictures you brought up modified?
The pictures that I brought up.
Yeah. All them science pictures that they got on the web, and they modified. They put color and everything to it, texture to make it look more advanced.
Not to my knowledge, they were thermal images, so they in that light.
Yeah, they put color and light and all that stuff to it, so it's not that. Because I seen pictures of real pictures, and then you see what you just call thermal. They put that together, and you can see it putting color and graphics and detail stuff that ain't looked at.
No, if you got an infrared lens on something, it's gonna take the picture in infrared lighting. Like you don't have to add nothing to it if the lens is infrared.
No, I'm just telling you all them pictures. Everybody do the research. All them pictures are modified. They put, like you're saying, what they do is the lighting on them. But hold on, let me see what else. Are all predictions correct?
No.
Can theories change?
They do all the time.
So the Big Bang Theory can change anytime.
It has several times.
I know it has. Okay. How many supernovas we had since the Earth was made?
How many supernovas?
Yeah.
I have no clue. So,
and there's been like, you can do it. It's been like 135 or something. It's probably be more than that. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, it's been plenty. So why there ain't another Earth remade right now? If it's been that many now, and something happened recently. So why ain't everything blew up and remake around again? You can Google it now. I ain't joking with you.
I don't know if they know if it's not another Earth somewhere.
I'm talking about why this Earth ain't destroyed from it right now. Why this Earth still been billions of years and so many supernovas happened.
Say that one more time.
Why this Earth been here billions of years if so many supernovas already happened? During this time we've been here on Earth.
A supernova, you mean like when they explode?
The Big Bang thing, what you call the Big Bang. What made the Big Bang, a lot of them to have about 135 times.
We don't that's not the same thing. The Big Bang is not a supernova.
What causes a supernova? See, that's because y'all been changing y'all theories. Okay, let me give you another. Let me see. What? Who you said Newton laws? What? Explain Newton laws.
The laws of motion.
Yeah, explain Newton laws of motion.
Law of motion is inertia. The first one is things remain at they don't move. I said it 50 times. They remain.
No, I'm going to say it for a reason. So you think Newton? So Newton call it Newton laws. So you think Newton is the reason that it happened?
He's the dude that wrote it down. So they give him credit for it. Inertia, inertia happened before humans.
Is Newton the reason that law happens? Or did Newton just put a definition to what that law that was already here?
Absolutely, that's what he did.
Y'all taking God with your Howard laws, the Heavenly Father laws, and all that, and putting y'all names on it, man. It just get wicked to me, though. But I mean, that sound good to you. Who else you know? Isaac, he got laws too, don't he? Why call Isaac laws? Why ain't none of the laws named after?
Why didn't God put those laws in the Bible?
No, they all in the Bible. You just got to know how to read the Bible. It ain't for anybody to be able to read.
What's the first law of physics in the Bible?
Let that be light is gonna be the first law for anything. You know what that is. That's order. Let there be order. He got there, everything had to be put in order. He put everything in order. Why was man put here? Well, how man got here? I want to know.
How did man get here? I go with evolution on that one, man.
No. What's that? How man got here from evolution? Monkey?
Survival of the fittest.
The monkey, right?
Primate ancestor.
How the monkey got here?
Primate ancestor.
How that primate ancestor got here? How did that first primate ancestor you gonna try to go back to got here?
From what you already know the answers to that, man.
It can't be Big Bang because
first life came out the ocean.
So think about it now. The Big Bang happened 13.8 billion years, they say, but the first human is from 1.92 million years ago. I mean, explain how they got here.
Evolution.
If think about it, there's been 10 billion or so what years before the people got here. How did the people get here? With this from their theory.
Let me answer that real quick. From what I understand, the dinosaurs were here for 165 million years or so.
Well, explain how they got here then. How the first anything got on this earth? How the tree got here? How the tree? So the Big Bang blew up something. How the tree got here, man? We're gonna get before the people. We need something to eat and drink, water, and the tree. How the tree got here? How the tree?
The earth is 4.5 billion years old, right? Estimated. If the Big Bang estimated 13 billion years ago, that's what is that? 7 billion year period or so.
So chaos.
The earth formed.
How the tree got here?
How did a tree get here?
How the tree got here? It blew up, and so how the tree got here?
After the earth formed for about 3 billion years, the environment became suitable for life. So
how did the tree get here, man?
I just told you.
You need to saying words that they say to go. You're not saying how the tree got here.
I mean, you would never hear.
So who did it? Who did it make the tree?
Trying to say what I just said.
Who did it make the tree? Who did it make the tree? Who did it make the tree?
Who made the tree?
The magician made the tree. The tree, the Big Bang, everything on fire. It's cooling down. We got trees. We got water. That's what happened. Oh, it's fruit on the trees too. It's growing. Oh, it's fruit. Oh, a monkey he just popped up out of nowhere.
Was it fruit?
He turned into a man
4 billion years ago.
I'm asking you. I'm asking how the tree got here. You said Big Bang had.
I'm saying was it?
I know I had got here. I'm just saying.
But you can't test that. That's a difference between theory and a theory.
Man, listen, they can't even tell you how they got here. So I done read it. They can't tell you how they got here. They keep guessing it now. Well, we got to change our theory. Add on something else. They beat that one. They finna change this one again because we beat this one up too much. This will be a new theory for this one again. I just told that scientist got a book on it. He said it didn't happen. That's what it's called. Big Bang didn't happen. Why the scientist got a book on it? Big seller too, and Big Bang didn't happen.
Why do you like his book and nobody else's book?
I ain't telling about a book, but why did he got a book if he's a scientist? He's going against the other scientists, his colleagues, his buddies. Why is he doing it?
That's what they do, man.
That's what they do. Why they do that?
Why do scientists challenge other scientists?
Why they change the theories against other scientists?
Because they come up with new information. You can't.
Okay, so he came up with information. The Big Bang didn't happen.
What information supports that though?
Yeah, I told you, he got the book. I done read it all too, and he got like more than that. I'm just saying, man. That's the new information. Big Bang didn't happen. So that's the new information, man. Okay, why? That's a hammer found for 400 billion years ago, and
And
the
that, my
human
friend,
used
is
the
time.
California came
That, my
2
friend,
million years.
is time. All right. So, shout out to unmute your mic, brother. Gotta unmute your mic, brother.
I'm gonna share my screen too. Okay, so in closing, uh, in science, when we see some phenomena that our theories can't explain, we have two options. We can attempt to devise a theoretical mechanism to explain the phenomena while simultaneously maintaining all the success of the prior theory and making novel predictions that are distinct from the prior theory's predictions. That's basically everything he just was saying. Like, can a theory change? Yes, that's what science is about. But we can do so while simultaneously maintaining all the successes of the prior theory. It doesn't change the fact that everything that we've observed up until the new information, you just have to adjust it. And that's not when you say adjust to a bunch of people who don't understand the difference between theory and theory, it kind of throws everything out of the window, but it's really, really simple. Um, New information won't change the law of physics. A lot of the things still apply. Okay, so as the brother said, both cosmic inflation and the Big Bang have been continuously challenged by astronomers and astrophysics, but the alternatives have fallen away each time that new critical observations have come in. I don't know what the book the brother talk about is, but this is an individual, a Nobel laureate. His name's Roger Penrose. Um, as it says, is although his work on general relativity, black holes, and singularities in the 1960s and 70s, is a very, very intelligent man. Was absolutely Nobel worthy. He spent a large amount of his efforts in recent years on a crusade to overthrow inflation by promoting a vastly significantly scientifically inferior alternative. His pet idea of conformal cyclic cosmology, CCC for short. Penrose isn't alone in his assertions, meaning that a lot of people challenge the Big Bang Theory, but the data is overwhelmingly opposed to what he contends. The prediction that he's made are refuted by the data, and he claims to see these effects are only reproducible if one analyzes the data in a scientifically unsound, illegitimate fashion. Hundreds of scientists have pointed this out to Penrose repeatedly and consistently over a period of more than 10 years, who continues to ignore the field and plow ahead with his contentions, like many before him. And this brother, he appears to have fallen so in love with his own idea that he no longer looks to reality to responsibly test them. Yet these tests exist. The critical data is publicly available, and Penrose is not just wrong. It's trivial easy to demonstrate that the features he claims should be present in the universe do not exist. I could read that whole thing again and switch out KOT for Penrose. I have to get rid of the laureate, the Nobel laureate part, but everything this brother said is basically what's going on with a lot of the proponents of the Big Bang Theory, right? The Big Bang works. So hopefully what I've shown is that scientists, that all the science that supports the Big Bang is based on observation and scientific principles. I've also shown what separates a theory from what people and my opponent present with just a hypothesis. We don't see we don't see storks delivering babies, so we don't teach that in school. We do see that things are moving away from each other in the universe, so we teach that. And we also teach how we know that we know. We see parts of the theory being challenged by credible professionals, but they are not challenged it with silly questions. They use the same methods that have been proven to work. Okay. And I'm going to end with this. At the top, you see a simple mathematical equation. Move on over, you get into algebra. At the bottom, you got calculus. Okay. All these things are things that you can learn, that you can practice. But if you approach calculus with a simple arithmetic mindset, you're gonna be lost. Right? You have to have an understanding of how things work, basic physics, and starting by understanding the difference between theory and a hypothesis is a great place to start, man. I'm gonna end it right there. I hope that y'all enjoyed yourself. Peace.
All right, peace to pro black politics. We're gonna hand this thing now over to KOT. KOT, it is on you, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can close this thing out. You got 5 minutes.
You can share my screen.
All right.
You can see it. You can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see screen.
Oh, okay. A report of another kind surfaced, this time coming from Roswell, New Mexico. It was rumored that a mysterious craft had crash landed in the desert and that the bodies recovered were not human. The U.S. Air Force stated that the object was a weather balloon, but the witness offered a different story, claiming materials recovered from the crash site exhibited incredible strength and durability, and that strange creature had been on board. So yeah, it's been witnessing all the government just a little cover up, because that's a lot of them running the government. They don't look like y'all now. Your evolution people that you believe in. The Roswell UFO incident in particular, Law referred to the rumors of speculation regarding on July 1947. That's what I wanted to point out. That's when they found it. It crashed ranch near Roswell, New Mexico, following local press. Interest in debris gathered from the crash site. Rumors that the debris came from a flying disc. The U.S. military stated it crashed up there with merely conventional weather balloons. It was trying to cover up the reading it again. Okay, now 1947. Okay, now on May 14, 1948, in Tel Aviv, Jewish Agency Chairman David Ben-Gurion proclaims the state of Israel established in the first Jewish state in 2,000 years. Ben-Gurion became Israel's first president because they found something at the site and all that. So the next year, when they want to make Israel a state, our land and all that over there, but they just call it our land, call themselves us. We got civilizations over 200 year timeline of civilizations. They go way back farther than that, but this is what they got evidence on. And these are more advanced than the people that the evolution say involved. So we got super smart people at the time. These people were supposed to be turning from a monkey. So we know that date theory is off, false, incorrect. And then we get down, let's see. You can see the lands, and this is what they came down and was living at. Satan and his people, when they're probably doing their job, they decided to go off. If you look over, you see Israel, Jerusalem, right next to Egypt, and all that. Where you see Canaan, that's what Canaan go in the middle of the map. That's what Canaan, Lebanon, and all that Syria. It go all the way to Mesopotamia. It hooks all around that way. If you look over, then you go to the right, you see Africa and stuff. See, it's part of Africa, and it goes in the middle, and it goes over. But it's even a little bigger than that in the actual map. They just keep trying to cut it smaller than what it is. So you see how big it stretches. It's in the middle of everything. Africa hooked towards to what they want to call the Middle East. We was the center. We was the capital. But the whole point is that's where they was at over there trying to rule everything. The land was always possessed by wicked people. If the city, listen, second answer, if the city now were given unto a man for an inheritance, if he never should pass the danger set before it, how shall I receive this inheritance? And I said, it is so, Lord, Yahweh, then said he unto me, even so, also is Israel's portion, because for their sakes I made the world. And when Adam transgressed my statutes, then was decreed that now is done. Then were the entrances of this world made narrow, full of sorrow and travail, but few and evil, full of perils and very painful. For entrances of the elder world were wide and sure and brought immortal fruits. It was immortal. They always got living under the water, a lot of them. If they that live labor not into these straight and vain things, they can never receive those that are laid up for them. They got hidden knowledge that they want us to know about to actually get us back to where we need to go. They want you to keep reincarnating here to be ruled over. The great Yahweh, the God that formed all things, both rewarded the fool and rewarded the transgressor. So it's a reward for the dark side too. They got a reward. They reward the fools and the transgressors. So you see the dark and the light, they both got rewards coming. Geneticists had been probing more and more fossil evidence of past cross-species alliances. The studies have disappointed, but in an intriguing twist, they have started to kick up something unexpected hidden inside genomes or signs of ancestors that we never knew existed. Geneticists call them ghosts. We have no physical record of these ancient hominids, no bones, no tools, no archaeological remains whatsoever. We don't know, they can't find nothing on these people, but the DNA is in us. Yet the genetic code that they left within the fossils of other hominids and the living humans too is offering profound and unprecedented insights into how our species came to be and what the world was like at that time. So we know the Big Bang didn't do this because the Big Bang ain't got nobody here from none of what the Big Bang say. And what he talking about? Thousands of years ago, the reptilian beings from the constellation of Orion, Sirius, and Draco intervened on the planet Earth and began interbreeding with humans. Not physically, however, but rather through the manipulation of the human coding or DNA. Ike states that there's no coincidence that humans have fundamental reptilian genetics within their brains. That's why a lot of people crazy. They're mixing their DNA and blood into people. What people, I'm telling you, who became the positive human for theory in 1998, and after publishing his first book, The Biggest Secret, which contained interviews with two Brits that who claim members of the royal family are nothing but more than reptilians with crime because they from that genetic bloodline. Okay, the Emerald Tablets, Wisdom of Thought, the halls of Amenti. Deep in Earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti, far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in fire of the infinite all, far in past time, lost in the space-time. The children of light look down on the world, seeing the children of men in their bondage, bound by the forces that came from beyond. Knew they not only by freedom from bondage could man ever rise from earth to the sun. And it's talking about from here above. It's here the knowledge they don't want us to know that they got split up. They didn't put every book in the Bible, and then when they put them out the Bible, they got so many translations of these other ancient scrolls they didn't want you to know about that you have to still go through the translation of those to figure out what it's talking about. And it's somewhat hidden knowledge that actually get us connected back to our other worlds. They want you reincarnated so they can keep you trapped through that covenant of the wicked one. Now we made the covenant with the righteous one, and they had knowledge of it. But I know a lot of that knowledge, and a lot of people studying and getting that knowledge. So we are the children of the light, children of the law.
What is he talking about?
Let's jump right into.
Hey, fam. What the fuck is he talking about? You're like, man, this the shit that convinced me, man. Fuck what you talking about, man. Oh, yeah, I know. I saw. I thought you downloaded it for your yeah, my bad.
We may enter into that kingdom, to the tree of life. They've been hiding a lot of knowledge. They don't want people to know about it.
This nigga is.
But I'm gonna go ahead and yield my time right now.
KLT, is you in the chat, fam? Shut up, Wob.
All right, family. It's very powerful debate.
KLT.
But unfortunately for both of these debaters,
KLT listening back to himself like, man, what the fuck was I talking about? They want you in the kingdom. They don't want to let you in the kingdom. They don't want to let you know that the kingdom exists. You know what I'm saying? Big Bang Dean is it. He said, I was teaching, I forgot about the debate. That's a fact. He was up there indoctrinating motherfuckers, man. He said, this debate over with. He knew he won pro-black. He said he abandoned the debate and was just rambling. Who was the judges, dog? Hey, pro-black, please come back. I'm sorry, bro. I see why you won't fuck around. Hey. Oh, shit.
black politic. All right. Who do you want me to shuckle buck first?
Another big one, and inflation.
All right. So what's going on, pro black?
Peace, good brother.
What's going on? So origins of the Earth. Was it done by the Big Bang or in
That nigga Soda said so. Origins of the Earth. If you would have listened to that last round from KLT, man, you would have never guessed what the fuck this debate was about, man. That nigga said that, Nunaki. Nah, you did. That's why motherfuckers know this, KOT, that you are one of the best improved people in the league, bro. That's a fact. Cause your PowerPoint was trying ass, you know, and you did learn the format. You sticking to your talking points. You gravy, bro. All right.
Advanced civilization.
That's a question.
Yeah.
It's the Big Bang.
All right. So, what evidence do you have of a Big Bang?
What evidence do I personally have?
What evidence does the people that came up with the theory? What do they have?
Hey, what's up with
It
you?
started with noticing that the planet.
He said, "What evidence do I personally have?" After that round KLT just gave, bro, I got some personal evidence. I got some personal testimony from some UFOs and some aliens. Like, yeah, the fuck? I know you ain't gonna try to make me make sense after this nigga just sat up here and rambled the shit out of some shit. What the fuck? Look at Asiatic Line. KLT, you did good, bro. Hey, Asiatic Line, did Pro Black do good? Or just KLT did good by himself rambling about the goddamn. He admitted himself, man, he was off format. You see the presentation. The nigga said he was teaching, bro. He forgot about the debate. Did he do good still, Asiatic? Because that's your brother in Jesus, Yahweh. Huh?
Planets are moving, or everything is moving further away from each other. That pretty much started it. And about with black, what is it? Dark energy is another big one, and inflation. It's contested, but it's still a workable theory.
Man, this nigga talk about dark matter. Nigga, if you don't pull out an alien, he talk about actual shit. KLT was talking about UFOs with reptilian people on it. A kingdom that they don't want to let you in. Clearly was shaping the league at this point, man.
Workable theory. Okay, so you're saying that based off of the fact that um
We observe planets moving further apart from each other. The fact that inflation works in theory, and dark energy.
okay, so based off of your understanding of the scientific theory on how you could come to terms with proving that this actually occurred, uh can this be duplicated?
Can the results be duplicated? Yes.
Okay, so show me an example of
You
that.
mean, you mean the actual Big Bang be duplicated?
Well, yeah. I mean, in a sense, where as though if you saying that this theory has any validity, it should be able to even be duplicated on some type of scale, right?
Yeah, the math works as far as a lot where they see the background radiation, how it got there, where it's at based off of the timeline, and what they see in it.
So you're saying that it was able to be duplicated.
Multiple people can witness and test and see if that stuff is there. That don't mean they can do the experiment to recreate it, but multiple people can look at it and verify if it's there or not.
So what caused the Big Bang?
Nobody knows.
So you don't know what caused the Big Bang.
Nope.
Was the Big Bang a form of intelligence?
Don't know. I don't know.
Was the Big Bang started from an atom?
From an atom, I think that's a part of the theory. Primordial atom, I think is the way that they put it, but that's a part of the theory. Again, that's
So
one
what
thing.
created the atom, brother?
Say that again.
What created the atom?
Hey, you sure? True. Pro black politics ain't never seen the Big Bang. Did KLT see the reptilian people with the UFOs in the kingdom? Uh, but that's the problem. KOT is saying he knows. Pro Black is admitting we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, and the Big Bang is a theory because we see the expansion of the bodies in the universe. Something had to happen to set all of these objects in motion. So the only logical thing is that at one time they were closer, something exploded, which we now see the result of these things separating, right? And that's just it. Now on the other hand, you got KLT saying, no, the Most High made the universe, UFOs, reptilian people, a kingdom that they can he prove that? Did he show that? He said, shout out to Showbiz. All I want to know is why you told KLT he did a good job and not say, hey, good job, both debaters. That's all I want. If you're going to compliment somebody, is it going to be KLT or Pro Black? I just want to know. I just want to know. I just want to know. What makes you come in and say, KLT, good job on the reptilian people, the kingdom they don't want to let you in, the UFOs. A Pro Black and all of this observation of space and time and all of these scientific theories and tests and experiments resulting in conclusions that matches the theoretical. Fuck all of that. That nigga got down on them Anunnaki pyramid UFO kingdoms. Shit, boy. The brotherhood is real.
We don't know.
So you really don't really know the origins of the Earth.
If you the very first thing I said in my we don't know.
You don't know, so you don't know the origins of the Earth. So how do you know that it wasn't an advanced civilization?
you would have to what is an advanced civilization?
Whatever KOT said it was.
Right. So we would need to be able to test to verify if it was an advanced civilization.
But you wait. Hold on, wait. So now you're getting into the scientific method now.
Right.
But you don't apply the scientific method to what you're talking about though.
Yes.
No, you didn't, because you was like, yo, it's like.
Listen to what I'm saying. No, you misunderstood me then. Check this out.
Okay, go ahead. Explain it to me, brother.
We observe that the universe is expanding. We are drifting further away from the sun. Our solar system is drifting.
But part of the scientific method is that you could duplicate it.
I don't think that's
okay, look it up. Look up scientific method.
A strict principle. That may be something that's one.
Okay.
Fact.
Right. So that's the problem. You're trying to apply the scientific method to his theory, but you failed to apply it to your own theory.
What I'm saying is this. Understand? Listen what I'm saying. If I do this right here, right? Can you see this? Mm-hmm. And I drop it. I just demonstrated gravity, right? You see that? That's me demonstrating gravity, right? If I'm saying that people with telescopes can look into the sky and see if things are there and figure out why they're there, it fits the model. What he's saying is totally different because we can't test none of that.
What
Nothing.
You mean?
No, you can't.
No, I'm just saying, as far as what your but
he used the actual equation. What was it? Force. What was it? Force to mass or something. Like he showed how things get put in motion. Things just don't start to move on themselves. The fact that all of these bodies are moving, spreading, means that they started at an origin and some force pushed. That's the equation. Y'all can't get mad at that. I've been said good job both the bed. Oh, okay, Asiatic. My bad, man. Let me leave you alone, dog. I must owe you $15 in real life or some shit. All right, hold on, let's go. That
Your
nigga
theory
clearly
either. You know
said
why?
you did a
Because
good
you
job.
said you don't know what created. So how can we test your theory if you're saying that we don't know what created the Big Bang? How are we able to test your theory?
What you testing is background radiation. What you testing is whether or not the universe is expanding, if we are getting further from other planets or not. Once we verify these things, it leads you back to that first law. Things don't move.
But it can't be proven though.
What can't be proven?
What you're saying?
I've never. Well, you would have to show me something move without a force being applied to it. Again, that's gravity. Force just push that down to the ground. I just showed you that.
Right. So once again, you're saying that all that, but at the end of the day,
You never said good job,
When
both
I-
debaters. I just went to the beginning of the chat. You never said good job, both debaters. I'm finna highlight all your comments you put in today just to be petty. He said peace, fam. He said thumbs up. He said correct. Expansion. Just like Allah says in the Quran. You said, I know Allah revealed it. You said DNA does prove it. You said that's the problem. You said facts. You said had to hide. You said indeed. Jasmine, I'm gonna read up on it. You said definitely good debate. You said ghost DNA. You said good debate, lots of science. Then you said peace, KOT. You did good, bro. You never said both debaters did good.
asked you what created the Big Bang, you say you don't know.
We don't know.
All right. So the
Brotherhood, not
of
brotherhood,
this force,
the
you don't know
brotherhood.
what it is.
The foundation of the force? No, we know they don't.
Right. Because guess what? Force had to be created. Right. So we really have nothing to work with. You're saying force. You're saying force as if that was the God, but something created the force.
Okay.
So we really have nothing to work with based off of what you're saying.
We have background radiation to work with.
Okay, so something created the background radiation, brother, right?
Hey, that shit don't mean nothing. Background radiation. That shit don't mean nothing. Can I see it? Can you put it in my hand? Man, I don't give a fuck about that shit, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Good job, both debaters, man. Good job, both debaters.
Say that again.
Didn't something create the background radiation?
The Big Bang.
Okay, so what created the Big Bang?
We don't know.
Exactly. So how can I duplicate anything if at the root of it is that you don't know? It's like, okay, I got a light bulb, and well, how does it work? Was it connected to the wires well, I don't know at a certain point. I don't know. So how the hell am I going to be able to study it?
Man, you should have turned up, Pro Black.
The very foundation of it is something that you don't know, bro. Because it could be more to it than that, bro. It could be more to it than, like you're saying, well, you're acting like the Big Bang was, you can't even prove that was the beginning. Because you stop right there at the Big Bang. It could have been a lot of millions of years of other shit that led to the Big Bang that you don't know about, brother.
It could have been millions of billions. That you are absolutely correct.
Exactly. So how can we even study that shit?
If okay, now I want to repeat out the gate. The very first thing I said was, I'm not trying to prove whether or not the Big Bang happened. I'm proving people don't understand the definition between a theory and a theory. The theory and a hypothesis. We don't know exactly how it happened, but we do know based off of where everything is in the universe today. and the law of physics that things don't move unless acted on by a force. We were not here in this exact same position 7 billion, 8 billion years ago. Everything's moving. You don't get that again without a very, very large force. You can call it what you want to call it, but something happened.
Right,
And
right. So basically, what I'm saying is that you can't show me nothing. With all that being said,
gravity.
okay, gravity. Thanks a lot, brother.
Things not move.
We're not. The debate is not about gravity. The debate is not about gravity, brother.
It's about physics.
Okay, so what do you keep on dropping the thing down for? I don't.
You telling me I can't show you nothing? I can't demonstrate nothing.
But that's show me the Big Bang, bro.
Pro Black was dropping the shit out of that motherfucking grind. Hey, that nigga was trying to prove gravity. And the Big Bang, he dropping the shit out that motherfucking grind. Hey, fail. Oh shit! If you don't go find you an old ass mistranslated papyrus, bro. if you don't go find you a 2,000-year-old mistranslated writing from the hands of the people that oppressed your ass for 500 years, nigga, you better. He was dropping the shit out of that grind. You still got that grind? That motherfucker probably did roll up on that couch somewhere. Damn.
Is this brother still talking, bro? Yeah. All right. So, advanced civilization. Okay, brother. What comprises of this advanced?
That nigga said advanced civilization. Okay. Let's prove this. Let's go.
Advanced civilization.
Hit that like button, man.
What you say that again? What the what?
What comprises of this advanced civilization that you speak of?
Well, they got from what the Big Bang people in evolution, they people come from up to 2 million years ago, and they found artifacts of stuff made by people or advanced civilization that's from 400 million years ago.
Okay. So you're saying based off of fossil remains, that you're saying?
What? And the Bible and also ancient artifacts like the Sumerian tablets.
Threatening niggas with that grind.
Tablets from Atlantis, of thought because the Egyptians
Y'all
started
go get
worshiping
this
him.
grind there, bro.
Y'all
go get this work.
There's a lot of ancient documents that tell you about this.
All right. So
like all cultures witnessed this. Is it like this going on after it was made and stuff?
So is the Earth expanding?
And the Earth or the universe?
The universe. I'm sorry.
No, it only expanded to what he created it to, and that's it. And there's other worlds after
So
that.
you're saying
but
the universe is not expanding right now?
No, it expanded to a certain extent. They just saying it's keeping expanding, but they seeing that it's another world beyond this universe. That's what they call them, the expansion. But this one is not expanding. It's one past this that they trying to see to. That they done got the devil here. He got the stuff. He trying to show them this. And they want to get to the other world past this one.
So what are you basing this on? Because the scientists say that the universe is expanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going off of seeing the other world that's beyond this world. That's what they call them, expanding.
Okay, so they seeing that it expands. So what do you have to?
Yeah, but that's a different universe. So see, that's what they.
What do you have to disprove?
This nigga say a different
scriptures
universe.
and the tablet.
What separates universes other than a brain tumor? A universe is all the space that exists and everything in it. There can't be two universes. A A universe sitting next to a universe is still one universe. A universe is all the space that exists and all materials in it. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So how can you have two universes? No, he means another universe, bro.
Let's tell you all that.
All right, so what do you have to disprove that the universe is expanding?
Well, this one, that's what I'm saying. There's other ones that's beyond this. That's what they call them expanding. I'm saying if that's what you want to call expanding, they're saying there's another universe, and they figured it.
KOT, what separates universes? You still in the chat? Could you just put me on that game right quick? You said there's other universes. What? He said he was just playing. Okay. Oh shit.
This is a part of it, but it's not.
So why isn't it?
Because it's not. It's another world. The scriptures tell you that the tablets, you can just keep all cultures.
Now your answer is because it's not, because it's another world.
It is another world. That's what they're trying to, what you would call a dimension, but it's not. It's just created out of different elements that breaks down the different elements that this world made out of.
All right, so you're saying based off of what? The elements. Go ahead. What you were saying?
The other world, this world is brought in by the elements from the other world. Like atoms and stuff in this world can't be broken down in this world, but in the other world, it can be broken down to smaller elements and different elements. That's how this world came into being of this universe and stuff. But it's a universe beyond that, and they can't. You can see through. You can see that far. They got stuff to see that it's another universe. So they call that expanding. They see motion and stuff moving, but you can't get there.
Is it
so
motion? Are we in motion, brother? Is the universe in motion?
Not everything is not in motion. Like the Earth ain't spinning around in a circle and all that.
So you're saying that the Earth is wait. You're saying that the Earth isn't revolving around the sun right now. You're saying?
No, I don't believe in that theory.
So everything is just standing still right now. You're saying?
No, it's stuff out there moving, but the Earth.
So what is moving, brother?
It's stuff out there above us that moves. Like the sun and the moon moves, the stars move.
So you're saying that the sun is moving?
At His commandment, it moves every day at His commandment.
So where does it move?
It revolves around the Earth.
Oh, so you're saying that the sun revolves around the Earth?
Yeah, it's a firmament up there. It ain't like the flat Earth model. It's actually
Are there other planets, brother?
Yes, universe means one sound. The galaxy in the same universe. Asiatic, I want to say something so bad, but I don't want you to think I'm clowning you, bro. That mean one sound. Uni mean one. Reverse means sound.
Yes, other places. What you can call a planet. That's what they call. I got
do you believe in Mars and Jupiter and Saturn?
They naming it Mars. Them stars. They call them planets.
Oh, so those are stars. Those are not planets.
Yeah, they up there. They up there on Mars. They done got up there. They know it's not no ball. It's like the Earth. Like that little asteroid I brought up. That's what the Earth shaped like in a lot of them other places is. It looks like a spear, but when you get up on it, because it's so big, but it's not a spear. It's just because it's so big, they seen it as one.
I mean, so you just coming up with a whole new scientific explanation of the universe, bro.
Because they got all this stuff from the Bible and all that. They got this stuff from all the tablets, the ancient history, knowledge.
Mean, what
they taught them everything.
They didn't get it from the Bible, bro. You know why? Because
they did. Went to the
Sumerian
tablets.
They didn't get it from the Bible because the Bible doesn't say what they're saying.
Go to the Sumerian tablets.
They say that the Earth revolves around the sun, not the sun revolves around the Earth.
That's because they don't want you to know what's going on. So they got two different scientific things on it. They got the hidden one. That's what you're researching all the ancient knowledge. Then you got theirs, so they don't know, letting you know they going up there sitting on Mars. They ain't just shooting no rockets, man. They got 0-point energy because Satan.
All right, so if you're saying all that, then you what you're saying is that they're correct. Then
no, they ain't correct.
Oh, so,
they said I brought it out. They don't believe it. I brought it out. They don't believe it.
All right, brother. I'm thank you, bro. Thank you.
I found out they don't believe in it.
Y'all niggas is
I don't believe in
crazy.
it.
God damn, what the fuck?
Shalom, fam.
Should have never gave y'all niggas Tharsis or encyclopedias. What's going on in these YouTube streets? Sheesh, what the fuck is going on? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and throw that up in there. It is your time to vote, family. What the hell?
What the hell is going on? Oh, shout out to KOT and Pro Black, man. Appreciate everybody viewing, man. Shout out to Yashar in the building, Terry Willis, man. Cause I ain't got my intro. This the boy Swab Boss at SVD Argument League, AOI Snapping Off Entertainment, a whole bunch of Black Power shit, man. Shout out to being on the track. Shout out to Z on the cam that's snapping off film. Shout out to Solar Man, the commissioner, Solar Vision Debate League, the greatest debate league in the world on the debate league on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge Born Alive, do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge Born Alive on YouTube. Shout out to the AOI, Goldman, Brandon Bay, Wiki, Radical, Pooh, Pro Black, Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, King James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, the peers, and the reason we here, man. The people of SVDL, as y'all hit that like button, as I hope you previously have. Shout out to Asiatic Line, man. Yashar in the building, Terry Willis in the building, Cool Cat in the building, Asiatic Line. Did I say him already? Okay, my bad. I think I said Terry. Yeah, Pro Black in the building, man. Shay Bo, still getting over her birthday. Still celebrating her birthday. A's off in the building. Ayala twice in the building. African American National, the AANG in the building. Ang. You're welcome. You can have that. Shout out to KOT, A's off. Boom. Shout out to some other people. Don't get it twisted. Triple T in the building. Shout out to you. Witness. Woke is the new sleep. WITNS. Witness. Oh shit. You're welcome for that one, man. Shout out to Goldman, my brother Goldman, man. And shout out to Monique Marie. I know she was in here in the beginning. Kiana Perkins was here in the beginning. See, I remember. Jasmine Henson. Shout out to Jasmine Henson on the good verses yesterday against Melanated Goddess, man. That was strong. Wonderful wheat bread in the building. Shout out to you. Always a blessing. G-Dap. Can't forget the G-Dap. Come on, man. Monique and Kiana, man. You already know what it is. Up next is a debate I think everyone will enjoy. This next one is, I want to make sure I get the right one. Okay, baby. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I get the right one. I think this the right one. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, don't take it personal in that chat, man. We get down over here at the Argument League. We talk shit, but we will kick a motherfucker in the face for you. Don't get it twisted. Okay? We like the big brothers over here. Everybody's everybody big brother. We will beat you up ourselves, but we won't let nobody harm a hair on your pretty head. So make sure y'all take that into consideration while getting shit talked to you. Know how to reply in a healthy manner. And that's what's up. So shout out to Woke is the New Sleep for that participation, man. The engagement. That shit is important, you know. Look like we got a Yashar Pro Black debate being brewed up. Let's get to this next debate, man. Like I said, I think y'all will fuck with it a little bit. I don't know. Let's go.
10-minute premise, 10-minute rebuttal, 10 minutes apiece for the rapid fire round, and the 5-minute closing. Mr. Howe opted to go first, so we're going to go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes and pass the ball over to Minister Howe. Whenever you're ready, Minister Howe.
All right, cool, man. Hey, let's get it, man. Share my screen. Let's go. All right, let me know if you can see my screen, Solar.
Yes, we can see your screen. Hold on 1 second. We want to move it over so they can see the whole thing. There you go. You all set? Whenever you're ready, brother.
All right, cool. Let's begin. What's better for black people, the black church or Prince Hall Freemasonry? This is my premise tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is my position that the black church is a better option for black people on the basis of accessibility, acceptance, and availability. I want to read it again. It is my position that the black church is a better option for black people on the basis of accessibility, acceptance, and availability. Here's my opening statement. Like I said in the opening, I want to peace to Sola, the audience, and my fellow debaters, my opponent for tonight, the judges, to all the individual moving parts that make this collective group of intellectuals work. Tonight, this debate topic that we will be laying out before you is both objective and subjective on black people. Black people as it relates to the revered, sacred, time-tested, and proven relationships within these two particular institutions that have played a significant and major role for generations past up to this day presently. And what is that? I'm glad you asked. The Black Church and Prince Hall Freemasonry. From a historical context alone, it is well known that the Black Church, or the gathering of black people, slaves to be more exact, was already taking place on plantations, providing hope, clarity, insight, inspiration, courage, a meeting place of sorts where they was able to commune and stoke the fires of freedom with the embers of liberation. This is an important point of order that I want to highlight, because these events took place way before Prince Hall, way before the Grand Lodge of England granted them permission to practice their forbidden and secret craft. Even if by some form of them modifying it specifically for African Americans to be to experience it, we still see the inception of Prince Hall Masonry coming in at a much later date in comparison to the formation of the Black Church. The Reverend Jamal Bryant wrote an opinion piece article for this organization called Afro News. You can just Google it. It's called Afro News, AFRO. It has been the Black media authority for things African for African American religion and articles. It was established in 1892, and I quote, this is what he says, Jamal Bryant. He says, in the season of slavery, historians defined the Black church as the invisible institution. The name was given because blacks assembled to worship under a shroud of secrecy, because such gatherings was outlawed by those who had the mind to know that if a slave had a field spirit, it would only be a matter of time before he or she came into a sense of oneself. To clear their conscience of reducing African Americans to 3/5 of a human being, the enslavers had to get them to believe the claim that they didn't have a soul. But the unquenchable passion of our forefathers to feel close to God sparked an innovative flame that produced sanctuaries in the swamps, chapels in the cotton fields, and temples underneath the trees, far beyond the earshot of their oppressors. At this point, you might be asking yourself, well, minister, where you going with this? Or better yet, what is the practicality or the application of this information? I'm glad you asked. If we was to hop in a time machine and fast forward from the slaves' involvement in forming this invisible church without walls to the year of 1774, we find a black woman named Catherine Williams that was born to a slave mother in Virginia. We find that her mother taught her the scripture that made a deep impression on her, even at a young age, even when she was separated from her mom at the age of 8, but she was taken to a church service called Murray Street Church in New York. She was never taught to read or write. However, in 1793, when she was little more than a child herself, based on the inspiration this black slave woman received from church, she helped start Sunday school. She took 48 children into her home once a week, began to teach them the scriptures that they were able to practice in their life. She did the best to help find them homes. Soon, a pastor noticed her work and offered her space in the basement, provided her with assistance, the basic education, taught her to read and write, and under the supervision, this black lady, inspired by the church for 40 years, started the first Sunday school in New York. This is vital in understanding my premise because it relates to the black church and the powerful influence it has and still has in the lives of black people. It is not my aim to degrade or humiliate his path or his belief system to solidify my own. I believe the evidence will be her own justification tonight. And I ask you to open your hearts, your minds, and your eyes to the information, and we can see not only did it affect her life, but it has since affected black people's lives from then up to this day right here. Thank you.
God damn. I'm telling y'all, Minister Howe's a fucking problem, bro. T Dizzle, it's on you, brother. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm gonna go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes. It's on you, brother, whenever you're ready. Unmute your mic, brother. Are you there, T-Duck?
Yeah, your mic is there.
Okay.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, brother.
Let's go. Is Prince Hall Freemasonry for black people? By me, of course. All right. We got to understand that in the beginning, man wasn't really dealing with philosophical endeavors. They have to deal with the fact of the inclement weather, a desire, a need for dietary wants, and things of that nature. So in man's inception, he had to be a mason. He had to be a builder. He had to get out of the inclement weather. He had to provide for his family. He had to provide shelter. He had to provide clothing and things of that nature. So masonry is older than anything we could think of. But more specifically, let's talk about masonry as it deals with the black people or Prince Hall affiliate Freemasonry, which was founded in September 29, 1784 by Prince Hall and other brothers. African Lodge number 459. It's more than just rituals and things of that nature. Since its conception, it has been the epitome of blackness. If you had to take an organization and center it around blackness, it would be Prince Hall Freemasonry. Why am I so comfortable in saying a statement, such a bold statement like that? Because you got to understand, if you look at the library.
Man, shout out to everybody, man. Now, 7 Elohim blood. I don't want to put you on the spot. This is my first time seeing Melanated Goddess. You see how she said peace and powers? You see how I've heard from you all day. 7 Elohim blood. You come in, neither one, both need left alone, not evil. How you doing today? Hope everything. Look, Blue doing the same thing. Don't worry. He's a veteran debater in this league. That nigga ain't said shit all day. Let me go back and see if Blue said something all goddamn day. This nigga talking about the epitome. Well, I ain't gonna lie. You got one comment, because a lot of people do be like, they reply to whatever the fuck they come in on, then it be like, by the way, peace. I just want to make sure y'all doing all right in both in the world, man. Shout out to 7 Elohim coming in the building. Shout out to Out the Blue, man. Shout out to Witnesses back. Woke, did you hear what I did with your name? Woke is the new sleep. WITNS. Witness. Ooh, you a witness of the Most High. That's free. I do it all day. I do it all day. That one's free. But if you ever want to support my business of just being intelligent, okay, say both definitely evil. Oh shit, T-Duck with the presentation. That's a fact. They was hiding the culture amongst Christian tradition so the slave masters would not know. Nice use of the word know. All right. You're sorry. So what you want that to be, man? The Big Bang Theory versus the creation theory? Man, Katrina doing good. She in the other room, man, in her office at her desk. It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. It's kind of fucking scary. You know, ain't no thing, man. The wrench is to protect you from being blocked. I want y'all to be able to speak y'all shit. You know, I just want to make sure y'all not trolls because we do got like haters. So the I wish I had a bigger word to use, but the aspect of this channel, right, makes that difficult because I do like people to, have these quarrels about this information. Shout out to West Sider. Shout out to Terry. So I do know that people are gonna disagree and bump heads and talk shit. So I want them to be protected and not just blocked, but we do got real haters, man. We do got real, and I'm talking about haters, you know. And haters are always a sign that you're doing good. You know, no one hates on the homeless bum, a hungry homeless bum. It's always you got to have something to be hated on. But okay, Big Bang versus creation. So this topic is elementary, the church or the Prince Hall Masons. I think that was exactly what it was titled. Is that exactly what it was titled? Yeah, Prince Hall Freemasonry or the Black Church, which is better for Black people? So remember, even though you might feel both are evil, which one is better for Black people? Yeah, that's all they could do. That's all they could do. You go to their channels, their content is about us. Then once it gets obvious, like, damn, you're not streaming about nothing but Suave and Argument League, they'll do a Bible panel and won't get no views. And then they'll go right back to talking about us. So shout out to Progression, you know. Why is this even a debating topic? There are no blacks. Step up there are no blacks. Oh, this nigga think ain't no black people. All right, well, you know what, man? Weed is getting cheaper and you know what I'm saying? So niggas be high. When I went out to Vegas with Taz and Nyland, Taz took me to the dispensary. I gotta admit, that's some good shit out there. And it's not like, see, I'm in Indiana. Motherfuckers like, oh, I got this, I got this, and I smoke it. A lot of the times, I will, like, okay, put that shit down. But that shit out there that y'all got access to, that shit is something else. That shit instantly closes your chest and warps your mind. I said, damn. So, if you believe ain't no black people, hit that like button, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate everybody. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Shout out to Solar Mind, the commissioner, Solar Vision Debate League, man. If you are interested in these debates, make sure y'all head over to Solar Vision Debate League. Let me drop that link down there. That should be the channel, the Solar Vision Debate League. Make sure y'all subscribe so y'all can get mad at those debates live. All right. Say me and James Brown are black. Better lady got it. You need to be a writer for somebody, fam. Based on what I've heard so far, this topic should be what the fuck is a black person? Speaking about elementary conversations, how is that? Like, come on, this motherfucker said this topic is elementary. the topic should be, what is a black person? And what's fucked up is I got that debate with Nyame. Who are the blacks? So I hope that you subscribe to Sullivan Debate League and you tune in. Me and Nyame gonna get that one in just for you. Who are the blacks? Because we had that title, but we never said a date and we never gave a fuck about it. So hold on. Okay. Okay, all people are not nations. That's what I'm saying. You like, if you're not recognized as a nation by the people who give a fuck about nations, you don't exist. You don't exist. What type of bullshit is that? Like, listen to y'all. How do y'all not see who you are in real life? Like, okay, have your personal beliefs. But then what you're telling people, basically, if you're not vaccinated, you don't exist. If you aren't a nation, you don't exist. Nations fucked up the family. Black people are a global people that can't be categorized under just the word nation. That's what I'm saying. All of these things that y'all trying to hype up falls under black. Nation is lesser than black. All of these things, Muslim, Israelite, Christian, that's under black. You are black people that are Israelites. You are black people that are Americans. You are black people that are Russian. You are black people that are a part of nations. Black people are parts of nations. Not all black people have to be in one set group. But because you started off in the school of thought that teaches you that, you can't think outside that construct. So you just go around and try to insult other people's intelligence with lack of intelligence. Let's get it.
Of Congress. They have documentaries where brothers speak to the works done by Masons within Washington, D.C. at a time where they were even losing homes in order to help these brothers and sisters from the South gaining freedom by coming up north to institute the Underground Railroad. And even before then, Prince Hall himself not only started homeschooling, but he also wrote legislation to try to get us boats and get us back to the motherland, Africa. So like I said, it always has been a part, and blackness is basically circled around the generosity and the charity of Prince Hall Freemasonry. I myself, being a past master, Bayview Lodge number 64, San Francisco, California, have some understanding and know of how the influence of Freemasonry has not only sustained our survivability, but allowed us to experience a better lifestyle within the United States of America. Even though it's not as good as we want it to be, at least we strive and try to maintain a certain decency when it comes to being, brothers and sisters, basically behind enemy lines. So I just wanted to show this little excerpt of Black Wall Street. We all know OW is the founder. Built several square, 2-story brick boarding houses. But in this, you can read it. But what I want for you to see is in Black Wall Street, the founder, once he got his money up, he leveraged this fortune. He put it on the line That's what leverage means. It means you put it on the line to build a Black Masonic Lodge and an employment agency. That's how potent and how powerful it is. Not only are we putting out some of the first Black representatives, whether it be in politics, we putting out athletes, we putting out, I mean, the list goes on. We putting out day-to-day people. We putting out CEOs. We putting out the structure of Blackness. And I will also prove that we've been very influential in other organizations that you might champion. So with that, thank you and welcome, and let's get this ball rolling. If I have more time, I'll keep going, but if not, I'll yield my time.
All right. Shout out to T Dizzle. It looks like it's going to be a good debate tonight, family. We're going to take a brief intermission, family, and we will be right back for the premise round. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
What's good, family? This is your boy, Solar Mind, and this is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're going down the final stretch, family, and this is the debaters that had the grit and the toughness. You soft debaters are already gone, but we got a little more to go before we get to the playoffs. And you know when the playoffs start, baby, that's a whole nother animal. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, intellectual supremacy.
All right. Shout out to the league. We're going to get right into the premise round. Let me go ahead and set this timer for 10 minutes and pass this thing over to Minister Howell. Mr. Howell, you have 10 minutes for your premise.
Thank you. Sharing my screen. Pick right back up where I left off. Let me know if you can see my screen. Solar, people.
Yes, you can see.
All right, cool. Here we go, y'all. All right. Let me hide this so that won't be interfering. Okay, cool. So picking back where I left off, again, my premise is that the Black church is a better option. Listen very carefully. For Black people on the basis of accessibility, acceptance, and availability. Watch this. What is accessibility? Now, I want you to pay attention to this, T-Dog. Watch this now. Accessibility is the quality of being easy to approach, reach, enter, speak with, use, or understand. Again, accessibility. The quality of being easy to approach, reach, enter, speak with, use, or understand. My first scripture, Ephesians 2:17 and 19. And they came and preached peace to you which were far off, and to them that were nigh. For through him we both have access by one Spirit into the Father. Now therefore you are no more strangers and foreigners, but fellow citizens with the saints and of the household of God. So I say to you, this is Luke 11:9-10. So I say to you, ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it will be open. Now, this is a very glaring, contrasting point of difference between Prince Hall Masonry and the Black church, and one of them is the undeniable fact that unlike Prince Hall Freemasonry, everyone does not have access or availability into the lodges. Furthermore, the process as to how access or accessibility is given is in and of itself problematic. I'm sure you would agree with this, T-Duck. No one can just walk up and join the lodge at a moment's notice or have this sudden epiphany of wanting to get their life in order or back in alignment. Don't have the luxury of just walking up to the lodge door and knocking on it and say, hey, I'm ready, and I'm ready to be given access. This is a fact. Also, to take it further, it is not a staple of Freemasonry to go looking for anyone, but quite the opposite. So even though we may see the lost, the afflicted, the homeless, the hurting, these perfect candidates for enlightenment and transformation, they often get bypassed and overlooked. What if they don't have the money to pay for the application fee, T-Duck? Or tell the people, what about the extensive background check conducted by each member? which is another bylaw of Freemasonry, is also the man that's seeking to join. He can't do it out of hardship, meaning that he got to be at a point in his life where he's financially stable enough to pay his dues and membership fees. Watch this now. We see here, I'm going to go to another scripture. Watch this now. We see in the scriptures that it is the mission of the church to go out and seek the lost. Don't matter if they got the money or not. Don't matter about no background check. You could be a felon. It don't matter what your status is. That is the mission of the church to go seek the lost, to feed the homeless, to take care of the widow. And you should know this also because y'all have a Bible in your temple, and a lot of your degrees is Hebrew centric, biblical centric. I hope that it's not there for just a prop, that you take the time to go through the scriptures, because it becomes very revealing in and of itself. For example, James, the book of James 1:27, it say pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. Watch this now. This scripture in front of you also says, to everyone who asks receives, who seeks finds, to him that knocks it will be open. The Bible is clear. There are no secret handshakes, no ritualistic practices for a chosen few ascending masters, no riding the goat, no being buried alive in some symbolic reenactment of Hiram Abiff. That's not what the Bible teaches for black people or anybody else, but we're focusing specifically on black people. As a way to spiritual and physical enlightenment, we utilize the Bible as a source or tool for helping humanity. But let's continue. Grace and peace be multiplied to you. This 2 Peter 1, 2, and 4, in the knowledge of God and of Jesus our Lord, as his divine powers have given to us all things that pertain to life and godliness, through the knowledge of him who called us by glory and virtue. Again, we see the Bible in express terminology leading us back to a fundamental truth that whatever success we have or can have is predicated on the power of God, not degrees, not any of this occultic or this hidden forbidden manna, forbidden fruit, but whosoever will, they can come into the church. This has helped black people. This is historically proven. This has been proven in the Reformation, the transformation. Even though I didn't put up a picture of me in the clergy collar, I am a product of what I'm speaking of also, that these promises being fulfilled. And there's no prerequisite or stipulation necessary outside of just having faith enough to believe, guiding the minds of black men and women to their divine nature, not the lower or animalistic carnal nature. Watch this now. I want to continue. These great promises that you can be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that's in the world through lust. I'm pretty sure that these lessons, these degrees that you have been taught, have been able to reform, have been able to change your mind and your other brother's mind. But I also want to point out to the judges, let's not make it seem as if Prince Hall Freemasonry is a factory producing athletes or just pumping out entrepreneurs. In most cases, they're already athletes before they join. In most cases, they're already entrepreneurs before they join, because if we lean into that logic, then it can also be said for the black church. There's many millionaires in the black church. There's a lot of athletes in the black church, but it would be a falsehood for me to make it seem as if the church produced these things on their own. Most of these people had already found their lot in life. They had already found their calling or their particular pathway in life. But when they came to church, they didn't come to church to learn how to be an athlete or learn how to be an entrepreneur. They came to church to learn how to get their soul right, to get their mind right, to get their spirit in alignment with God. And I think that needs to be stated clearly. I touched on this earlier, but let me dive a little deeper here, because we're talking about accessibility, access, and acceptance. Here is the definition for acceptance, because this is powerful. The action or process of being received as adequate or suitable, typically to be admitted into a group. See, Prince Freemasonry, that he didn't tell you, but I am, it has a very strict policy on who can join and who can't join. Thus, we see the reason as to why they conduct these extensive background checks. But there's an age limit as well that is adhered to and codified in their lexicon. I believe it's 18 years old, but you can correct me because you're a part of the organization. But you know know as well as I do, and those that's privy to the knowledge that's listening, you know there's an age limit. But look here, brother, in the black church, it's not so. You can come as you are. It don't matter who you are or what you've done. In God's eyes, we have all sinned and fallen short. There is no certain criteria. You can literally be a drug dealer ready to change your life, or at least on the journey to self-discovery and come into the house of God as is. No application fee, no background check implemented, because we all understand it's by God's grace that we here. How you think I became the person that I am? Just imagine if they said, no, you ain't old enough. No, you don't have the money for an application fee. No, they accepted me as I was. And black people know this on a very intimate level, being ostracized already by the white man, being ostracized already by society, then finally seeing an opportunity to join a group, be accepted, and now you got to go through these rigors. You got to go through all of these things, and maybe you're still not good enough. You got to meet this criteria. That's why gangs are being filled so much, because they accepting people as is, and we have to stop this. But let's continue. Watch this now. Romans 3:23, for we have all sinned and come short of the glory of God. This is what we teach in the black church. It's not about naming and claiming and getting your money and things of that. No, this is the reformation of the spirit, of the soul. Watch this now. Peter opened his mouth and he said, I perceive that God is no respecter of persons. The question I have to ask tonight, that I will in my rebuttal round, well, T-Duck, if you go by the Bible, if this is a hallmark of what you believe in as a staple for your particular order, right, then the Bible say God ain't no respecter of persons. Then how could you turn people down based on these of your lexicon of the things that's codified in your belief system? But let's continue. Watch this now. The Lord said, go into the highways and the hedges, compel them to come in, that my house may be filled. You guys crack on the Hebrew Israelites all the time for being out on the corner, dressed like it's still the 15th century. But at least the Bible has compelled these black brothers to go and challenge the system, challenge the sisters, challenge the brothers to live better, to be better, to think better, even though we may not agree. Even I don't agree with all of them. But how many Prince Hall Freemasons have you seen out on the corner? Other than a fundraiser, how many times have you walked by and seen them challenge the authority, challenge the white man, speak out? No, you haven't. I would challenge my brother tonight. I'm revealing the scriptures to you because this is my job to do this. I wonder, will you be able to fill us in on some of your stuff? Will you be able to tell us anything? Will you be able to help us tonight? Because if you ask me, I'll take you deep into the book. I can take you deep and I can show you these mysteries and explain it to you, but you have a pledge. You won't be able to do it. It's not a tenet of Freemasonry to go out to compel anyone. Might be why we're seeing a decline in membership as of late, but I digress.
Time. All right. Shout out to Minister Howe. We're going to pass the rock now over to T Dizzle. T Duck. It is on you, brother, whenever you're ready. I'll meet your mic, brother.
All right, I'm just going to the share the screen. Check this out.
All right, your screen is sharing, brother. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So before I get into my premise and everything, I just wanted to show y'all. These are past masters of California, excuse me. Philip Buchanan, like I said, was a brother out of Philadelphia who brought Freemasonry to California, who was also the first Grand Master. And Elicities, it's just a slew of brothers. Normal, everyday to day brothers. Some were successful businessmen. Some were successful doctors and things of that nature. But majority of them was day-to-day brothers. So it's not like we don't accept any and everybody. It's just that with the particular job we got to do, you got to have the best of the best. All right, let's move on. All right, so what's up, people? Y'all still up? I hope my brother didn't put y'all to sleep. Check this. We going with the premise. The contribution to black people that Prince Hall Freemasonry have done, the principles, the social programs, and the philanthropy. And I also would like to detail famous Masons. And once again, bear in mind, Freemasonry is vast. I will only be focusing on the Prince Hall aspect. And I love that quote. It is easier to build a strong man than it is to repair broken ones. And see, that's the thing. The church wants to repair broken people and deal with broken people. Well, you got to understand it's levels to this. Freemasonry is about making good men better. It's not about taking broken people and fixing them. That is the job of the church. That is why a Prince Hall Freemason like the name of Richard Allen put together the AME first ever black church, so that you can repair and do the things you do. But when he built it, it wasn't to repair broken people. It was to get our people from one part of the country to the north so that they could be free. But I'll get into that later. But that is one of the contributions. So what is the principles of Freemasonry that I am speaking of? I'm talking about it's a system, it's a peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory to expose certain truths about the nature of man. We use symbols to do this. So pretty much it's about, when I say to make a good man better, means to take somebody who's already good, who's already functioning and able, and give them what the rest of America will not give them, because he's a black man, because he has a black wife, and because he has black children. They are railroading us and have prison systems, all types of fail-safes to put us in a predicament that we don't want to be in. And Freemasonry has been combating that since the day and time. So you saying that there is no Freemasons ready to stand up against the white man, but then I will point you to Brother Moses Dixon, who started a whole military, got 47,000 strong, ready to combat the KKK, who was a Prince Hall affiliate Freemason in Missouri. Thank you very much. So the whole thing is, just because we don't know something doesn't mean that it's not being done, that it's not being implemented. You could be standing right next to a Mason, and this brother is everything in the world to you, and you never know his affiliation, because it's not about bragging and putting your affiliation out there. It's about helping the people. It's about making those steps needed to contribute to the overall goodness of black people. And that's why it's for black people, because you could come into a lodge if you are qualified, and it's not hard to become a Mason. To be one, all you have to do is ask one. But like I said, you come in and you are now part of this big organization that has politicians, lawyers, doctors, your average Joe, construction workers, any and everybody, all walks of life are within that lodge. And everybody has a role, and everybody's work is acknowledged. Something you could bring your family to, and they could see the praise you get. Your accolades matter now. See, we deal with a lot of stuff in life where we don't get the proper recognition that we need to get for our accomplishments. Well, Prince Hall Freemasonry eradicates that. See, the church only undermines you to put you to sleep like Master wants you to. We know that our colonizers used religion to suppress our willingness to be free. And we have used it sometimes to a level that has hindered us from understanding this. And that's what separates Masonry from the church. We want to be free. They want to be Christians. That's why you could be any religion you choose as long as it has a higher power and be a Freemason. I can't go in there and profess my love for Allah in a Christian church and be treated fairly. So we can stop with the mumbo jumbo about the fairness and how the church is going to help degenerates. The church isn't going to help anybody. The church is going to use its resources to keep people, it's going to use whatever resources it have only to make lemmings out of the people that they convert. Because they're not trying to make people better. They're just trying to control people with the use of words and different interpretations of a book used to enslave us. Well, as Masons, we use the book. We don't really even use the book to say so much. So the book had its purpose. I'll put it like that. It was for acceptance. The ritual in the book and all that stuff was for acceptance. We had to perform certain things in order to get accepted. Now that we accepted, we've been doing what we're supposed to be doing, helping our brothers and sisters. And I'm still sharing my screen, but I'm going to go out of this real quick just so I can give y'all a glimpse of famous Prince Hall Masons. This is coming from phaohio.org, and it's a slew of brothers here. Now, like I said, Richard Allen, African Life 459, founder of the first bishop of the AME Church. It's brothers like that. You got Banks and Marion Barry, Count Bassey. There's so many brothers. Nathaniel King Cole, brother Frank Coleman, founding member of Omega Psi Phi. Dr. Khalid Muhammad was also a member of Omega Psi Phi. You got brother Delaney, who basically Marcus Garvey to Marcus Garvey, he was like not Joseph, but this is who Marcus Garvey looked up to, Delaney. Of course, W.E.D. Du Bois, Marshall Falk, Ford, and you see all these mayor of Tallahassee, first black mayor of Tallahassee, Lucifer Goddard Jr., NBA players, and Dr. Martin Luther King father was one, also a Freemason. So it's tons of people. Brother Don King, Nelson Mandela, Stephon Marbury. So it's a history of brothers. Why wouldn't you want to be a part of that? That's what I'm not understanding. Why would you not want to be a part of that? So what I'm showing right here, right now, is how these are related. I'm not saying that we influenced Noble Drew Ali. We influenced the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who may have possibly been a Mason. So as you can see, Prince Hall Masonry is the backbone of blackness. We have influenced the Nation of Islam. We have built the AME Church. We have influenced the Moorish Science Temple of America. We also have the Greek organizations, the Divine Nine. So even though you may not be of age to be a Mason, we have organizations for children. We are ready to take you from infancy all the way up and to be the man you need to be a leader. Not a follower of some doctrine, but a leader. Because that's what we produce. We produce leaders. My opponent cannot tell you the church is producing leaders. Because they producing sheep to rock them to sleep.
Time. All right. Shout out to D Dizzle. Very powerful presentation there, I must say. We're going to go ahead and take a brief intermission, and we'll be right back for the rebuttal round, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are now heading into the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with Minister Howe. Minister Howe, cameras are on. We're going to set the timer for 10 minutes, and it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your rebuttal, brother.
Definitely appreciate it. So, um, I wanna make sure that we're clear. My premise for tonight is not about who is a part of it and linking all of these different names and sources and these people and this person and that person. That's well and fine. I could have done the same thing. I could have put pictures before you of all the accomplished black men that's a part of the black church, but it's not about that. I praise my brothers that have reached some level of notoriety, but my premise, and I want to make this clear, is based on acceptance, availability, right, and access. Now my brother started off his he started off in the opening, and he said that the very basic need in the beginning was for shelter. That's what it all begins from. But that's not true, T Duck, because you guys base your everything around Hiram Abiff. And Hiram Abiff, the only time that you even hear that name, it don't come from within the walls of the Masonic temple. You hear of Hiram Abiff in the Bible, in Chronicles, in the book of Kings, talking about King David and Solomon's temple being built when they call for Hiram Abiff in Chronicles and Second Kings. And on the rapid fire, you're gonna have to answer for that. But I just want to bring the people consciousness that he said that it was never about philosophy or about the mind. Of course it was. Don't make it seem like as if this is an original thought that you have or Prince Hall Masons have, because you do the same thing that every opponent that comes against the church try to link it to some form of white supremacy. But I'm glad you did that, because I want to show you something right quick. I'm about to share my screen. Watch this right here. If we're gonna be real, let's be real about it. Okay. Watch this now. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Yes, we
Now,
can see the screen, brother.
yes, sir. Now here I have before you is Hamilton Valley, ScottishRite.com. You can follow along right now. This is a blog about Prince Hall Masons. This is what he didn't tell you. Watch this now. Who are Prince Hall Masons? 9 mainstream Grand Lodges do not recognize their Prince Hall counterparts. They are Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, West Virginia. Now you might ask me, well, minister, what this got to do with anything? My next line I'm about to read gonna show you what it got to do with it. The organizational structure of Prince Hall Freemasonry mirrors that of its predominantly white counterparts. It includes the Scottish Rite, the York Rite, the Order of the Eastern Star, the Shriners, and most other appendant groups. Well, what does that mean? And how is this applicable to the argument for tonight as we decipher which one is better for black people? Well, it begs the question. If it's easy for you to say that the church is lulling people to sleep or is used as some form of tool of oppression, I open up even this whole debate that showed you that even on the plantation, even in the very inception, that you saw black people gathering away from the white man, away from the oppressors, away from the slave masters, that they did their own thing. They organized their own belief system, and they infused it with what they brought with them across the Middle Passage, the Atlantic. That's why black people church music sound the way it sounds. That's why they praise and they worship the way it do, because it's infused with they brought with them from the west coast of Africa. They was fresh off the boat, so these things were still ingrained in their mind. But he didn't tell you that the very organization that he's here puffing up in front of us is a mirror of its predominantly white counterparts. What is the Scottish Rite? What is the York Rite? What is the Order of the Eastern Star? The Shriners. That's why you had the hat on with the sword, the Shriners. But every time we see Shriners, it's elderly aged white men riding around on motorcycles giving out like cancer patients and going to hospitals. I ain't never really seen a black person doing it. So let's be honest, but let's go down. Watch this now, because we have to be honest about this. Watch this now. This paragraph says Prince Free Hall Masonry is not a special type of Freemasonry, but you said it was, T-Duck. It uses the same Masonic suppliers, similar rituals, and it adheres to the same philosophy, acknowledges the same landmarks, and performs the same Masonic work. Watch this now. Prince Hall Freemasonry descends from the Grand Lodge of England, as most American lodges do. A visitor from a mainstream lodge would not find the Prince Hall Lodge much different from his own. Why did I bring that up? I'm gonna show you why I brought it up. Let's go to this one, because I was hoping I asked you the question, would you be willing to go into some of this? Let me show you why it's more important for Black people to be involved with the Black church, because when you involved with the Black church, there is no spookiness. There is not all of these other things, not no mirror image of the Grand Lodge of England and the Scottish Rite, which is if you do your research, is tied into Albert Pike. Then you can follow that all the way down to Aleister Crowley and the Trilateral Commission. Then you'll begin to see just how deep this web of lies is conceived. Who knows what goes on behind these closed doors? It's more than just what he's saying. But let's look at it right quick. Watch this now. The Scottish Rite. I'm even going to go into all of it, but I just want to show you something. Okay, this is starting at the 4th degree right here. And you're going to see something real familiar. The 4th degree, the secret master. Honor your relationship to God. Watch this now. If I was to keep going down here, and you'll see in the 5th one, the Hebrew Yod, Yod Hey Wah Hey, and you keep going down and you see the Hebrew letters, Yod Hey, Hebrew letters, all this thing, and you keep going. God's inherent love, charity, Hebrew letters, and you just keep going, and you'll see that all of these things is in amalgamation. The Royal Arch of Solomon, Knight of the ninth ark, and if you see right here, the Tetragrammaton, which is the YHWH, and you see down here it talks about the jewel with the Enochian delta on the reverse. What am I saying? Let me stop sharing my screen so you can look me dead in my face. Basically, what I'm telling you is that this particular lodge or hall, even though you may find that it has some good in it, I'm not here to speak about the good or the bad. I'm telling you based on accessibility, availability, and access. Everybody don't have access. You heard it himself.
Man, get out my chat,
he only want the best of the best. He started off with a quote from get out my chat, man. Harass my chat, said that they want to build better men, not repair broken ones. Well, I shouts out to my elder Frederick Douglass, but I'm here to tell you something, baby. Watch this. All of us are broken.
Leonard been on
we was broken when they put us on the boat. When we got off the boat, we was broken mentally.
Leonard was one of the first people over here.
You say that that's the work of the church. Fine. That means that we have the majority.
You go here before you.
Greater work. You may have the luxury to wait in your lodge, which is only open at a short time and space. But the church is open 5 days a week. Homeless shelter, feeding the hungry. The Hosea Feed the Hungry right here in Atlanta, which I'm a part of. GED programs, helping people get their record expunged. That's open 5 days a week. But I've driven past so many lodges that's only open at a certain amount of time, which is availability, accessibility. Let's keep it real now. Let's not play these games to act like that there is a comparison, because it's not a healthy comparative analysis when you put one against the other. I showed you in their degrees, T-Duck, where they use the Bible and these Hebrew words and even the Enochian delta, that word Enochian going back to Enoch, which if you travel that, it go back to Aleister Crowley that tried to devise a magical system called Enochian magic. Did you know that? Or maybe you haven't got that far in the degrees to see that now it ain't just about philanthropy no more. It ain't just about you being able to be a good leader no more. Now they taking you down the rabbit hole. Now the purpose is becoming deeper than why you even joined it. Now they forcing you to learn about all these different letters and all these different rituals and the knights of the ninth ark. But you weren't thinking about that. You was only thinking about you wanted the apron and the skirt and the hammer. You wanted to be recognized. And you knew. Do you want to know why we feel that? Because the family is broken. The father is out the home. The mother is out there working 2 jobs. The children raising themselves off Netflix. Broken people. So because most of black people in America are broken, that means the church is better for black people, because the church not waiting for you to be better. The church ain't waiting for you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps before we recognize you. That's a white man philosophy. That is a white man mentality. And it's a shame on you to even say we want the best of the best. Well, what about the diamond in the rough? What about that kid that got the potential to be LeBron, but ain't nobody gave him a chance? What about that boy that feel like he can be the next president, but nobody spend no time with him? Or what about that man that just came home? He got too many F's on his report card, so he can't get a good job. You gonna overlook him? Because right now he's at a low state. He may not be the best of the best, but the church will take him and build him up. And not just the church, Nation of Islam, all these different groups that don't have these criterias, certain criterias. But we're dealing with the church tonight. Way before the white man put his hand on it, they had already begun to separate to understand that there was a difference between what they were doing and what we were doing. How can you say you love God but treat us like this? How? These are facts.
Uh-oh. We're going to pass this thing now over to New King Era. It is on you, brother. You have 10 minutes to rebut whenever you're ready.
All right. Let me share my screen. Oh, no. Because they won't be able to see me, huh? It's simple. It's simple. I'm back, people. I'm back. Let's go. All right. It's the rebuttal time. So I had to rebut the things he said. But I was trying to rebut, but I couldn't get past the fact that he said accessibility and availability. Those are synonymous. You repeating yourself, brother. Accessibility is availability. But let's deal with acceptance. He's saying that Prince Hall Freemasonry will not accept black people that are down and out, hard written. They can't be Masons. But they can still benefit from our charity. Just because a brother can't be a Mason doesn't mean that he can't benefit from our success, because we are a philanthropic organization. So even though he can't be a Mason because he got too many F's on his report card, doesn't mean that he may not have Masons in his family or Masons as friends that will write the lodge in his behalf and say this brother has potential. This brother is trying to do this, that, and the third because he can't get a job. Let's give this brother a grant. And then we vote on it and he ends up with a grant. So I don't get this whole point of having to be a part of something that is not designed for you when we all know for a shadow of a doubt our conception into Christianity was only designed to further enslave us and not have us.
That nigga said we all know for a shadow of a doubt.
Buck back at our oppressor. That's why we embraced it. But we tried to flip it. But it didn't work. But let me carry on, because this is a rebuttal of the things you said. And I'm tired of getting these low scores, because people trying to, whatever the case, let's go. So he also said it's a difficult joining. So the difficulty of joining, yes, you have to be of a certain stock in order to be a Mason, because the type of things that you're out there doing is substantial to the race, not to this dude down the street, that lady over there around the corner, but to our race, the totality. So yes, you got to have some type of financial security, because you're going to these old folks' homes, helping these brothers that have lived a long life, fighting for you to be where you at. Now it's our time to take care of those brothers. It's our time to take care of those brothers' wives. It's our time to take care of those brothers' wives and their children, if there so should be. So it gets bigger than what you think. So just because you're not a part of it doesn't mean that you don't receive the benefits of what Masonry has to offer. Like I said, like Freemasonry through 6 degrees of separation made Elijah Muhammad, made Khalid Muhammad. These things, the AME church was made by a Mason, which made you. You benefited from it indirectly. So the whole point is you trying to take out the big dog. You trying to take out Spiky. You can't argue about what it is that we done. You also said that you're gonna take all the people, you gotta have a majority. And my answer to that is the quality, never the quantity. People gonna do what they gonna do. And if you really want something, you're gonna strive to obtain it. So there is no need to recruit. Because I don't want someone coming back saying, hey, this ain't for me. Why you join? Well, because you told me to join. Well, so it got to be in your heart. And like I said, you got to do it yourself. So going back to the church has outlived its use for us black people. We used it to do certain endeavors. When it came to Prince Hall Freemasonry, we started the black church only to use it to help channel our underground railroads and get our people up north to Canada so they can be free. You could go to the Library of Congress and look under Prince Hall Masonry in the DC, and this brother explains that in depthly. And he had brought up Aleister Crowley and all that. Hey, Solo, I'm going to share my screen real quick. I hope you're near your computer. All right, so I'm sharing my screen, and I'm gonna go to what's on. Sorry, I'm just doing this on the fly for the rebuttal, but this is a good website, Masonicinfo.com. Masonicinfo.com, where you can see all the anti-masonry points of view, where he got into this all the Crawley and stuff. See, when you're not recognized and when you're not appreciated for the hard work and talents, and even if you're a small clog in a big machine, it's still productive to be a part of that. And I embrace all the all right, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I just wanted to get that out. I embrace. Let me get this down. I embrace being able to show, my family that, I was an officer of a lodge, which is like being the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. That's why we're able to produce the creme de la creme. That's why we get you out the best leaders. That's why we're able to have politicians within our ranks. That's why we're able to produce some of the best people in the industry. And we're able to produce your regular laymen, your regular craftsmen, people like myself. We do it because it's a necessity for our people to continually, it's so much that our people have to fight against. And that's what you fail to realize when you talk about these check and balances and how corruptible and how unsafe and unworthy, and how can somebody not know what they're a part of? In masonry, your yays is yays, your no's is no's. So nobody is going to trick you to some secret knowledge you got to ascertain and deal with. The door is always open, and it's a free will organization. It's not so much a free will organization when you're dealing with the church, because the church tries to pity you and make you feel bad and guilt trip you into submission and spread the word. As long as you listen to me and my interpretation of the truth, spread the word. But as soon as you try to get as big as me or raise above me, it's off with your head. Church don't want nothing to do with you. See, that's the problem. And that's why you got so many sects and so many different denominations when it comes to the church. Because it's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Well, you don't have that in Freemasonry because we all on the level. Everybody is on the same level. Because we come in the same way, we die the same way. It's only natural. That's natural. He won't talk about the hierarchy of the church. Because he know that it ties into white supremacy. It ties into slavery. Everything about it is made to make you docile. Where when you go into the machine of Freemasonry, it's made to push you out a leader. Ready to take on this hell of a fight we got to go uphill. That is what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry is about us being secure within your life, taking care of you, able to handle all your business, and now it's time for you to get accolades for what you have accomplished. Now it's time to help others. Now it's time to provide service for your people to better them and aid those in need or aid those who are pursuing higher goals.
Time. All right. Shout out to T Dizzle. We're going to get into the rapid fire round, family. So we'll be right back. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man.
You're now rocking with the best. This is your boy Solar Mind, and guess what? We got more debates lined up for the family. How y'all liking season 3 so far? I know, man. We took things to a whole nother level. Shout out to the league. Make sure you come prepared, because these debaters in this league is not playing this season as what y'all can see. These debaters are coming locked and loaded. So make sure you show some love to the boys Solar Mind when you come in the building for these debates. I want to know who's going to be the winner at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for who's going to be the one to reign supreme for the 2020-2021 season. So, let's get these debates on, shall we?
Yes, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're about to head on into the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with Minister Howe. Minister Howe, you have 10 minutes to interrogate T-Duck whenever you're ready, brother. Camera's on for both of you guys.
For sure. Let's go. All right, cool. So T-Duck, you made a statement, right? You said that accessibility and availability is the same thing, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to read you the definition for both. Okay, well, you tell me, what's the difference between us? Well, what is accessibility?
Being available.
Huh?
Accessibility is being available.
Okay, so what's availability? Being accessible?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Stop right there. No, I got you. Stay right there. I'm gonna read you the definition, okay? And you tell me, because I read it for you, and I don't know why you didn't rebut what I said. You just tried to put it together your own way. This is accessibility, and after I read this, I want you to tell me, is it the same? Okay, accessibility, the quality of being easy to approach, reach, enter, speak with, use, or understand. That's accessibility. Availability, present and ready for use. Use of service, at hand, reachable. Are those the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So here's a question. if you have a father in the house, he's available, correct?
Yes.
But if he's closed off to his child, don't want to talk to him, go into his room, even though he's available, is he accessible?
He wouldn't be available
No,
because he's
listen.
not accessible.
If the father is in the house, that means he's available, according to the definition, being present. Correct?
But only if he's accessible.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, brother. You didn't offer no definitions. I'm giving you definition. I've looked the words up. Availability mean being present, being there. If the father is present, that means he's available, correct? Because he's there. But if he's not talking, if he's not open, if he's closed off to those people in the house, even though he's available, is he accessible?
He's not available if he's not accessible because they're the same thing, sir.
I'm about to read the definition to you one more time, brother. I don't know why you're doing this. This is accessibility. Listen, and for you to be a Mason, it seems like you shouldn't be having this hard time with this simple stuff. Accessibility, brother. Listen, I want you to hear me. This is accessibility. The quality of being easy to approach, reach, enter, speak with, use, or understand. Is that the same as availability? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. That was the
Let me move on.
Okay.
I got you, brother. I don't want to. We're not gonna do this live. I got you, bro. So watch this. You said, and this is your words. You said that the church. You was piggybacking off of what I said, right? You clearly said that it's okay for the church to have the broken people, the majority, because it's about quality, not quantity. Did you say that?
Yes.
So is that an admission that these broken black people that the church would accept? Are you admitting that you don't see them as being quality?
I don't see them as broken.
No. Based on Based on the dialogue. We basing this on what I said and what you said. I said the majority of black people in America have been broken since our inception here in North America. So the church is uniquely positioned to help people like that because the majority of our people are trying to make it out. They're broken just by society. You said that's fine. You can have the majority because with us, it's about quality and not quantity. We want a certain stock. Did you say that?
Yes.
True or false?
Yes.
So are you saying that the Mason would only that you see black people of not being quality because they broken?
I don't identify black people with being broken. I identify black people as being my brother and my sister.
Okay, well, watch this. This is a very interesting thing that you're presenting to us here tonight because you started off with a quote from Frederick Douglass, and the quote from, please read it for us because this is your Masonic brother. Can you please read it for us, please, brother? Can you please read that quote from Frederick Douglass? Oh, don't act like you don't know where it's at. You probably know it by heart. Come on, T-Dog.
It's better to build good men than it is to repair broken ones.
Okay, now who is he talking about? Who is he talking about?
He was talking about slavery.
And who was slaves?
We were.
So was he talking about black people or white people?
No, he was talking about slaves, but not all of our people were slaves.
What was he talking about? Black people, yes or no?
No.
Huh? What we doing here, ladies and gentlemen, judges? What we doing here? So Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist, he wasn't. Who was he talking about then? What slaves was he? Who was he talking about?
You phrased it in a way that he was talking about all black people. He was talking about a specific demographic of black people.
He talking about the broken people. Was he talking about broken black people? Yes or no? Man, come on, have some integrity, man. You know, come on, T-Dog. Let's not do that now.
Do what?
All right, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to listen. Listen. He will not be honest. He said he don't look as black people as broken. And unfortunately, it is not a label that I'm attaching, but this is the situation. Tito, you was broken at one point. I was broken at one point. There's nothing wrong about admitting where we are. But when I ask you the question and now you act like, oh, I don't want to call black people that. Okay, cool. Did you say that you only want to deal with the best of the best? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, stop. Stop right there. Could you please explain to the audience and the judges what do you mean by best of the best? And were you referring to black people when you made that comment? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I was referring to black people. And what do I mean by the best of the
wait,
best?
I got you. I just want to clarify. You was referring to black people that you and your Masonic way of thinking got you to where you only want to deal with a certain stock and the best of the best. You was referring to black people. Can you please explain to us in 30 seconds or less, what do you mean by the best of the best and a certain stock and a quality that only the Masonic Brotherhood want to deal with? What do you mean by the best of the best? Can you give us an example of what that means, please?
The best of the best come from all walks of life, of brothers and sisters that are of our hue. So I'm talking about a brother that may be in prison. He may be one of the best, but he just didn't have the luck that you and myself had. See, the best of the best isn't a particular stock, but it is a particular stock.
Stop.
So I know that's oxymoronic.
No, right now. No. On your time, I'm going to give you the same courtesy. This is the double talk that I'm talking about. This would come from that Masonic Aleister Crowley, Albert Pike, Scottish Rite, York. It got you divided. You just said it's not about a certain stock, but it is about a certain stock. Right here in public view, we just seen a split of the dichotomy of the mind where you don't even know which side of the line you want to be on. You say it's not, but it is. Let's stop there. Is it true, T-Duck, that the white man used a butchered form of the Bible when he was trying to indoctrinate the slaves? Yes or no?
Did the white man use a Bible when he went to butcher the slaves?
What's going on is you have a delay in your latency. I said, is it true that the white man used a butchered version of the Bible called the slave Bible when he was dealing with black slaves? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is that so? He had to redact it. He had to use it. He had to modify it before he gave it to the slaves. Yes or no?
Correct.
When the slaves finally found the truth, did they separate and do their own thing? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are black people responsible for instituting the first Sunday school where they taught people how to read and write? Yes or no?
I don't know. But
you said you know about the AME church. So how could you know about the AME church, but you don't know about how? Shame on you. Hold on, time out. There's a deeper issue here. I feel something touching me right now. I feel the spirit on me right now because I've caught you in a vice grip. Didn't you tell us that black people came from the south to the north to be educated? When they came to the north, where were they educated at?
I don't know. I didn't say that they came to be educated.
God Almighty, I feel something right now. You don't know. And I'm going to tell you why you don't know. Because when they came north to be educated, they wasn't educated in Masonic lodges. They was educated in the basement of black churches. That's what you get the word Sunday school from, because nobody else would take them. The Masonic lodge wouldn't take them. While Prince Hall was begging England for them to give permission, they was already in the basement of churches learning how to read and write. Why you don't know that, T-Duck?
Because they were already being taught things in the South. I didn't never say the South was there to teach people.
Fine. Brother, who is Hiram Abiff?
He in the Bible.
Huh?
He in the Bible.
Do you guys worship or venerate Hiram Abiff?
No.
Huh? Well, can you please explain to us what is the master's grip and the lion paw? Can you please give us that? Are you able to tell us about that? Now I want you to get in trouble. Now I want
Oh, no.
nobody coming to snatch you out the house at the break of dawn because you're giving the secrets. Because that's what it is. You're sworn to secrecy. Can you share with us what is the master grip or the lion's paw? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a way to identify your brothers.
Is it based on Hiram Abiff? Yes or no?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Hey, I ain't gonna call you a liar, but I'm gonna tell you the truth ain't in you tonight. The spirit on you tonight, brother. It's based on Hiram Abiff, and you know it is because they say that he got caught by these two brothers that knocked him in the head, and they raised him up by the lion's paw. But you can't share that with us. So if you can't share what they teach you, how you good for black people? But the church and the Bible is open. The church is open 5 days a week, but you can't share nothing. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. T Dizzle, it is on you, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation. You got 10 minutes.
Okay. Minister how you doing tonight, brother?
Man, I'm on fire right now. Let's go.
It's good to have you out here. I just have a couple things I want to run past you. You know what I'm saying? You have me cracking up, man. Hey, check it though. We gonna make this real quick, smooth, easy. All I want to know is, what makes you think brothers and sisters weren't being educated in the South?
I never said brothers and sisters were not being educated in the South.
So why would they have to come up north and go to Sunday school?
Because the ones that chose to leave to go from the South to the North was those that were the most disenfranchised, those that did not have no property, those that they was looking for a better way, the promise in the North, because in the South, after slavery, they were still dealing with a lot of oppression and the white folks were still mad and killing them. That's why they went up north. They took the stuff up north, and that's where most of them received their education. I ain't saying they weren't educated, but it became more prominent up north. That's where they instituted Sunday school.
And are you unfamiliar with the notion? It's not about stock, but it is about stock. Are you familiar with that saying?
It's not about stock, but it is about stock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that a quote from somebody, or that's something that you made up?
It's a saying. I didn't make it up.
Well,
you gotta understand. I just explained to you real quick. It was a point in time where we were seen as property. So, when somebody has a shares or a stake in something, they call it a stock. So when I made that reference to a stock, do you understand what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, that's interesting too. That you use it in that phrase, because the first stock was black people on Wall Street. So even you using it as some type of financial term is even a form of white supremacy. To look at people as stock, black people.
So, do you understand that we are not property? We're not a commodity, but we are a stock of kings and queens, correct? So are you familiar again with that reference of not stock, but we are of a stock?
Yeah. So you're saying we're not stock, but you saying for its bloodline, lineage, for its hereditary. That's what you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
So with that understanding that we come from a bloodline of queens and kings, what would it be necessary for us to be indoctrinated with religion that has been used to, whether it been watered down or whatever it has been used to justify our slavery?
Well, the same question could be phrased: why did Prince Hall feel necessary to get permission from England, the Queen of England, or England, where they practice these practices from? Is necessary for the church, because you have a people that's been taken away from their identity. They've been taken away from their land. It's a starting point, a place of origin. Yeah.
So, brother, would you say that the motivation of the church to get members is for donations?
No, that's a false statement. That's a false statement.
So I could be a part of the church and never give whatsoever, and I'll still reap all the benefits of what the church has to offer?
Yeah, because the church is just the building, right? So I want to make a delineation between the building and the people. It is God that do the blessing. That's why I read those scriptures about the promises of God. He say, "As a man have, so let him give, according to what you have in your heart." It's a it's man that make it seem like that's what it is, but that's a lie. And I had a debate with Domo about that very thing. That lie about it's about money. No, you don't have to have money to live and serve God or advance in church. That's false.
So did if that's the case and the church is willing to take on the masses, why hasn't the church eradicated homelessness?
Well, homelessness was here before the church. And homelessness is not a syndrome of the church. Homelessness is a byproduct of capitalism and this American system that produces homelessness. Even in the rich areas of the world where they don't have churches, you still have homelessness. This is not a byproduct of church service. This is a problem of humanity, and the church has done its part with shelters and all kind of stuff for men and
Yeah,
women.
regardless of the ownership of it, my question was why haven't the church eradicated homelessness, especially for our people, since it's willing to take on all of our people?
Well, this is not something that happens overnight. This is a poverty mentality. This is something that is deep rooted. This is something that has been ingrained for generations. Why hasn't the Masonic Lodge eradicated homelessness? Why hasn't the governments of the world eradicated homelessness? Obviously, this problem is bigger than just the church. This is a global epidemic.
Are they financially incapable?
Well, what is a number that you think would be sufficient to eradicate homelessness? How
Well, the
much money
church
would it take?
is the church willing to put away all its pews and put beds in the church and start to facilitate some type of program that
Well,
houses these people since they
absolutely.
care about the people that can't?
Absolutely, brother. As a matter of fact, last year Home Depot came into partnership with my church and began to go through the community and refurbish houses and build onto the church, added sanctuaries, added a place for people to come and sleep. It was in addition, not so much of them pulling the pews out, but actually building from the ground up a place for people to go.
Okay, that's great. But I'm hearing that the church is for the church and the church only wants to get bigger. I'm not hearing about the philanthropy and what it does for the people. So is it about the church or is it about the people?
Well, what do you well, church, the purpose of church, you come to church is not for you to learn how to become and like own a business. That's what you go to school for. So I don't it's almost like a false equivalence. It's not like you coming to church to learn how to be a business owner. That's what you got college and school for. But how can you do it if the home is broken? The church addresses the problem of the human soul, the human spirit that would prevent a person from being able to own a business because their soul is not right, their mind is not right. That's the purpose of the church, to get your soul and your spirit right. You don't need God for a house and a car, you just need good credit.
So do you believe that the church is willing to take on any and every person?
Yes,
Is that the godly thing to do?
the Bible say, whosoever will, let them come. Go to the highways and the byways, compel the lost to come. That's why I read that scripture. That's a contrast to Freemasonry. Y'all not about to go to the highways and byways. Y'all not about to stand on the corners, but the church, whosoever will. Everybody won't come, but everybody can come. That's the difference.
So do you feel as though the church is willing to do all this, but yet it hasn't done that? Would you consider the church being inadequate for the needs of black people?
Not
Because
at
it's making
all.
empty promises?
Not at all, brother. And if you don't mind, I would like to lean on your philosophy. You told me earlier, just because I didn't know what was going on when you made a reference to a Masonic brother with the army in another place that I didn't have knowledge of, because I didn't have knowledge of it, don't mean it didn't happen. Well, I would give that back to you. Just because you don't have knowledge of what's going on with the church and all this diversity, don't mean it's not happening.
So do you think Prince Hall Freemasonry, African considered socialist, not socialist, but social club? do you think that will partake in anything that has to deal with Aleister Crowley and Albert Pike?
Yeah, I do, because I showed you that the organizational structure of Freemasonry is no different than traditional masonry. And as you progress into the higher degrees, it leads from being what you're talking about to get into some deeper sciences, deeper occultic knowledges. And I showed that on the screen, of course. Because okay, do you practice the Scottish Rite? Do you adhere to that?
Yes, I'm in the consistory.
Okay, did you know that the Scottish Rite was founded by Albert Pike?
That's false.
Okay, you would say that, but history tells a different story. But this your time, brother. I mean, I'm not gonna speak over you. Go
Okay.
ahead. Man.
Do you feel as though using the same logic as you're using with Aleister Crowley and Albert Pike, using that same logic, we can confer that the Jesuits then run you and Christianity, because basically the Vatican is the staple of Christianity. Therefore, you pretty much have the same goals and ideals as the Vatican. Is that correct?
That's false.
How
That's
so?
false. Because the Vatican, that's Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholicism, even though they may have the appearance of Christianity, that's a whole nother kind of concept with their own laws and bylaws, and the Vatican and their own military. That's something totally different with the papacy. Now we're talking about the Roman Empire being converted from a military into some kind of religious organizational body. That's totally different. I don't adhere to the Pope at all, brother, or the Jesuits, which is the hidden hand that the Pope sent to assassinate people and do these things behind closed doors. I don't adhere to them at all. If anything, I'm against them.
All right. That's time. We're going to go ahead and close this thing out, family. Right after this brief intermission, this is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Knowledge Ball. Yeah. United Front. What you want, what you want.
What you want?
Total Knowledge Radio. We in here. What you got? Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The way is wavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved. Already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid in your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through. Media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity. Tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we get the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed in check. We kick the can and cancel the cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginners turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is the win-win.
1K, 1K. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to go ahead and close this thing out, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're going to start out with Minister Howe. You have 5 minutes to do your thing, brother, whenever you're ready.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Tito. I believe this was a very informative debate. And again, my premise that I believe that it's better for Black people based on the fact that of accessibility, acceptance, and availability. I'm proud of my brother and sisters that have found the Masonic order, and it has been a benefit for them, because it all helps for us to get out of the situation that we in here in America. And I appreciate that. It all helps, right? So so in closing, I remain humbled by the experiences of my ancestors, my predecessors who paved the way for myself and countless others. In a topic of discussion such as this one, it's a very fine line to traverse and travel on. It's a delicate thread that's easily disturbed, agitated by people, and because we're very opinionated. the history of Prince Free Hall Masonry, the Black Church, it is closely intertwined. And some of our heroes claim allegiance to both organizations. I made no attempts to make no negative accusations toward my brother or his organization, knowing full well the who, what, when, and why. You know, every positive contribution is a bold step towards our freedom and liberation. And on that reality, I hope we can find harmony instead of discord. That's from my heart. But at some point, we have to have the courage to engage each other in these uncomfortable conversations. I believe the way I do because of my experiences, and you believe because of your experiences. That's what have shaped and molded your outlook on the world. Neither my opponent or myself has a monopoly on knowledge. And if we could tap into the full spectrum of intellectual capability, it still wouldn't be enough. We still gonna need everybody hands on God, the Bible, Black people, Black church, Prince Hall Freemasonry in their totality. We do our best. I'm reminded of Isaiah 6:8, and it says, I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send? Who will go for us? Then I said, here am I. I mean, just imagine with me, where would we be right now as Black people in America if our forefathers kept their secrets to themselves and then shared them? You mentioned Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman was a part of the Masons because you brought up the Underground Railroad. Well, did she know the secret handshake? Did she know the correct posture to sit in and walk? Think about this. Our people answered the call of God in the Black church. They gave their life for us. They believed in the word of God and the power of the church. We owe them that. We are indebted to them to live on purpose and go forth into this world and try to save ourselves, our people. We can't sit back like the spider in her web waiting for someone to become entrapped. No, we got to go fight the good fight. The Black church is a relic of the past, a sure foundation in our present, and remains a beacon of hope for our future, a future already promised to us according to Mark 1:17-8. Jesus said, follow me. I will make you fishers of men. And immediately they left their nets and followed him. This is emblematic of the Black church and this truth, clearly seen in the life of Dr. King. His love transformed the whole world, a product of the Black church, product of this great city of Atlanta that I'm proud to call my home. We have churches here open 5 days a week, offering food programs, clothing, shelter, GD programs, record expunging, job fairs, health wellness programs, daycare centers, not for the best of the best, not for a certain stock, but programs geared towards everybody, all Black people. The church is open more than just on Sunday. Don't let them trick you. Hopefully, this has been an educational and an entertaining debate, and I appreciate my brother for engaging with me in intellectual warfare. This your boy, Minister Howell. Thank y'all. Peace.
All right. Shout out to Minister Howell. All right, shout out to Minister Howell. We're going to pass this thing now over to T Dizzle. T Duck, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your closing, brother.
All right, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Finally got to hold on. All right. Right. Hold up. Hold on. Come on. All right. In closing, I like to give my appreciation for my opponent, and there's no hard feelings. Like the church and Prince Hall Free and Masonry can't coexist, being that we put the church into formulation, and the church has played its role, but as a Prince Hall Freemason, is understood and well known that we have a bigger role in not only politics but society and business and things of that nature. One is dealing with your salvation. The other is dealing with the community on a grander scale. One is producing, one is producing people that are able to, get out there and compete against an oppressor that's trying to, put us down like dogs and not give us our inalienable rights as it is constituted. They are using loopholes and things of that nature. So the fight has been forever to better the likes of Black people. And like I said, if we use the logic of 6 degrees of separation, all of our leaders from Khalid Muhammad to Huey P. Newton and all of them are been affected by Masonry. Martin Luther King's father was Martin Luther King Sr. was a Freemason. So his son, Martin Luther King Jr., was a part of Alpha Phi Alpha. Khalid Muhammad was a member of Omega Psi Phi. So, and then we have also the programs that help these young children. So he wants to put in your mind that you're unable to be a Mason because you had a hard life or whatever the case may be. But you can't go off of what somebody tells you, and you can't go off of somebody else's failures. You always have to strive and try to do things for yourself. And that's what it's all about. So to be one, you ask one. And don't let nobody tell you you can't do the things that need to be done in your life to become a better person. Just because you're financially down and out doesn't mean that Freemasonry won't help you as much as the church or anything else for that matter, because Freemasonry has been helping Black people since its existence, whether it be the Underground Railroad, whether it been combating the KKK, whether it been, supplying our people with information to better themselves through entertainment and arts and sports and things of that nature. So once again, you go to the lodge, you can actually get acknowledgement for your accolades. You can actually be treated like the man you are. Your family can appreciate your accolades, and your family can see you in a better light. See, Masons are light bearers, and light only means knowledge, information. The information that is secrecy is the information we use to identify each other from the rest of the world. But the information that brings our people to higher levels is the information that's given, whether it be through the several liberal arts and sciences or it be through other channels. We are here, and we have effectively been here, and we always been here. We was even present at Black Wall Street, as I showed. So the church has its role. Prince Hall Freemason plays a much bigger role as it influenced the Nation of Islam. It influenced the AME Church. It influenced the Moorish Science Temple. Once again, we could just see how much of a role, and this is what I was talking about, Moses Dixon, Delaney, like, it just don't stop. Like, you got to give us our just due. Like, if you could hate us all you want, you could go off of what them white people tell you or want you to believe about it. But at the end of the day, it's really movers and shakers. Whether we talking about politics or we talking about, your everyday walking man, we are contributing to the betterment of Black people, whether you like it or not. And there's nothing secret about that. Some way, somehow, even yourself benefited from the generosity and the philanthropy of Prince Hall Freemasonry. But, I yield my time. And I hope everybody has a wonderful and beautiful night. And I hope they were able to get a lot of this information. And it's just been years and years of brothers working hard to advance Black people. I mean, this is just the brothers alone in California ever since 1856. And that's another thing. Prince Hall Freemasonry allows you to get a good rough estimate of the history, because it's documented and it's written in the minutes. So whereas, you get a true account of what was going on in the climate of those times from your brothers and sisters, and not some shade tree, give her information.
All right. Shout out to both debaters, but unfortunately for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. The Shucklebuck round is now in session, family. So, let me know, who do you want me to Shucklebuck first? Is it Minister Howe or is it T-Duck? Let us know now in the chat. 1 for Minister Howe, 2 for T Dizzle. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Who do you want your boy Solar Mind to shuckle buck first? What's good with the family? We going down to the final stretch here on Solar Vision Debate League. And people gotta let it be known how hungry you is. Do you really want the accolades? Minister Howell, he was MVP of season 1. Yes, he was. He was. So he knows what it takes to become the most valuable debater. T-Duck, he made the postseason last year. So he knows what it takes to get to the postseason here on Solar Vision Debate League. Are you one of those debaters? Do you have the mental toughness to persevere through the goddamn shucklebuck? One for Minister Howell and two for T Dizzle. Let us know, who do you want Solar Mind to shucklebuck first? This was a classic debate, I must say. Both of the debaters presented some very powerful information, but it's time to get to the nitty gritty. One for Minister Howell and two for T Duck. Who do you want Solar Mind to shucklebuck first? Hit the like button, family. We gotta get them like buttons. Get them likes over 35. Gotta get them likes over 35, family. Focus. Let's get them likes over 35. Hit the like button. That's all you gotta do. Is hit the like button. It ain't that hard. You know? Yo, make the, let me see. Get those likes over 35. You'll make it easy for me because I'll just shut it down. Sometimes your boy, Solar Mind. You know. We got the 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 twos, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3. Okay, so we are going to go with T Dizzle first. Cut your camera on, T Dizzle. What's going on with your brother? Unmute your mic, brother.
I can't complain.
All right, so which is better for black people? Is it Prince Hall Freemasonry or is it the Black Church?
It will be absolutely the Prince Hall Freemasonry.
And why do you believe that that is the case?
Understanding the structure, understanding the needs of our people, understanding the capabilities.
Now, so what do the Prince Hall Freemasonry, what do they provide for our people?
Leaders, sovereignty, leadership, sovereignty.
So who are some of the leaders that you know that are Prince Hall Freemasons?
I would say some of the leaders that I know. You mean actually know or famous people?
Well, you know, that you're familiar with.
Okay. I would say bro with the perm. What's his name?
Bro with the perm. You talking about Al Sharpton?
Al Sharpton,
He's a
Powell.
goddamn Asian, brother. He was caught with the FBI, brother. See, you like that black intelligentsia type of thing. That you know, that 1/10, the talented 10th shit. What have they provided for the black community? What has the Prince Hall Freemasons provided for the black community, brother?
The actual community itself.
The actual community itself. Explain what you mean by that, brother.
If it wasn't for Prince Hall ability to establish certain feats within a prejudiced white system, and to be able to accumulate wealth, you know, generational wealth from the 18th century. The 19th century.
What are they doing today, brother?
Today they are implement all types of programs where we help pay people light bills. We offer scholarships to promising children who don't have the funding to able to go to school but don't have the necessary monetary.
Who are they providing scholarships for, brother?
Black youth.
Oh, so they have a program where they provide scholarships for the black youth?
Yes.
Can anybody become a Freemason, brother?
Yes.
Okay, what about a homeless person?
Yes. Except for someone who doesn't believe in a higher power.
Okay, so a homeless person has access to the lodge.
Yes.
Even if he's not a Mason.
Yes.
So you're saying a homeless person could go inside of the lodge?
Oh, you said I'm sorry. I was thinking right. You saying a homeless person that is not a Mason? No, a homeless person that is not a Mason cannot go in the lodge.
Why so?
Because he's not a Mason.
So what does that matter? So if you have to be a Mason to benefit from for the black community, how is that good for the black community? Not everybody wants to be a Mason.
You don't have to be a Mason in order to benefit from the philanthropic endeavors we do.
But you look out for each other, though.
We look out for each other.
So do you look out for each other over the people that's not Mason?
No.
So you're saying that, so what would be the benefit of being a Mason?
The respect, the titles.
Okay, so that means that y'all look out for each other, bro.
The ability to help others in a group instead of doing it individually, because we're a group-minded people.
So why don't you open up the doors for people that are not Masons and don't want to be Masons?
It's a business.
You said it's a business. You said it's a business?
Nonprofit.
Okay, so there's nonprofit organizations that help black people.
Correct.
Okay, so why couldn't it just help the layman? What's the matter with the person that doesn't want to be a Mason and wants help?
They don't have to come inside in order to receive that help.
You're treating them like a second-class citizen. You know that, right?
You have to earn.
Are they second-class citizens? The ones that are not Masons?
No.
Why are you treating them like one?
I'm not.
You said that they cannot even go inside of the lodge.
Because they haven't earned the right to.
All right, so there is a distinct, you're creating, you know what elitism is, brother?
Yes.
Okay, so you're creating an elitist class. You think that that's good for black people? To create an elitist class of people? To the point where you can't even go inside of the lodge? So that already shows a hierarchy. That already shows that some people, the Masons, are better than the non-Masons. Why? Because the Masons have more access to resources inside of the Masonic Lodge that you're not letting the non-Masons in.
That's why we created the church.
You say you created the church.
Yes.
So what
Richard
did you create
Allen.
the church for?
Richard Allen created the church in order to help those
Wait.
that have the issue.
Wait. The first church was made by Richard Allen.
Yes.
The first church was made by Richard Allen.
The first black church on this soil.
Oh, you said the first black church.
Yes.
So what was the church made for? You said what was the church made for? What was the church made for?
To help those in need.
To help who in need?
Anybody.
All right. So you're saying that the you said Richard Allen.
Yes.
He didn't create the first black church. I mean, he didn't create the first church, bro.
Okay.
So that was a lie. Why are you lying to me, brother?
The AME church was the first black. He created the first black AME church.
So you're saying that the black church. I mean, you're saying that the black church provides what?
Aid.
What?
It provides aid to those disenfranchised brothers and sisters.
So the church lets everybody in. You're saying?
Correct.
The church helps everybody. You're saying?
The church doesn't help everybody. We established that in my questioning. It speaks of being able to help everybody, but it doesn't actually help everybody.
Who does the church reject, brother?
Those people that are still out on the street. Those people that are still.
They don't reject them. It just doesn't have enough funding to take care of all of them. The church wasn't built to house all of the homeless people in the entire planet.
So why speak it if you can't?
No, they're doing what they can to help the homeless. They feed the homeless. I was a part of a church that fed the homeless every week. We go down to the homeless shelter, and that's all our pennies. We put our pennies together. We get our food and things of that nature, and we help feed the homeless. We're not in the position to house all people. What are you talking about? Why would you put that responsibility on the church when that's a place of worship? They just out of the kindness of their heart, and because they accepted the true teachings of Christ, that they out of the kindness of their heart, they decide to help people in need. You can't put the whole responsibility of them housing all homeless people. They doing what they can, brother. Why do you have a problem with that?
I have a problem with biting off more than you could chew. And
now, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? How is the church biting off more than it can chew?
By making claims to be able to do so much, when in reality,
they are doing what they can, bro. What are you talking about? Well, how are you mad? How are you mad that they're doing what they can? It may not be enough to save everybody, but they're doing what they can, bro. Why are you mad at that?
Do you believe they're doing what they can, sir?
Yes, because they're doing what they can. When I look out there, it's not the Muslims out there. It's the Christians out there that's helping the drug users down there in Frankfurt. Those people that's high off of, those are Christians that's doing that. Those are Christians that I see at the homeless shelter. Those are Christians that I see at the clothing facility that they made the help give out clothes to people that's in need. Those are Christians doing that.
They doing it to what end? At what price?
What you mean? What? At what price? What are you talking about?
Right. Why do we acknowledge these predatory practices?
You're blaming that on the Christians, bro?
Yes, they're preying on the down and out people.
How are they preying on the down and out people, bro?
By doing exactly what you say. Get somebody.
By helping them? You're saying helping them? Wait. You're saying by helping those people that are in need, they're preying on them?
No, I'm saying they're preying on them by helping them in their time of need, and they fill them with this interpretation of the word.
That is not true, brother. That is not true. They don't force them to go to church. No, they do not do that, brother. You're lying. Why are you lying to me, brother?
They are definitely encouraged.
No, they don't encourage them. They give out when I was participating in those things of feeding the homeless and things of that nature. We just hand out the food. There's a long line of homeless people. They coming out the homeless shelter and they get their food and they move on. What are you talking about?
So none of those people showed up at the church.
Okay, no, I mean, there's no problem with saying like, okay, we have service on Sunday. What's the matter with that? We have service on Sunday, and if you like, you could come. That's a good gesture, inviting them to the place of worship. They can't do that. What's the matter with that? Okay, brother, yeah, we have church on Sunday. If you would like to come down with the church, you could come. I ain't got nothing to worry. Come as you are, brother.
So it's free will in the church.
Yeah, nobody's putting a gun up to nobody's head, making them go into church. What are you talking about? What planet do you live on, bro?
So are these people expected to donate?
If they ain't got no money, they can't donate. What are you talking about?
They work.
Now, what are you talking about, bro? Like you got this cockamamie understanding. You don't know nothing about the church, brother. What are the Masons doing? Are they feeding the homeless?
Yes.
When did you ever see a damn Mason feeding some damn homeless, bro?
It's you can go on YouTube. The Brothers of Chicago actually
do they feed the homeless more than the church?
Probably not.
Do they help people more than the church?
Yes.
How?
By making the leaders that are able to be
what
put in
are the leaders
positions.
doing, brother? What are these leaders you're talking about doing? What are they doing that's tangible? I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn leaders.
What's tangible?
Unless these leaders are doing something. What are the leaders you're talking about? What are they doing that's tangible?
They're becoming mayors. They're becoming U.S. representatives.
How is that helping black people, bro?
Because now we have people in place that can fight for us.
Are they fighting for us? Are they fighting for us, brother?
Yes.
How?
Majority of them are Democratic, and they are basically. Hold on, let me see. They are fighting for us.
How? How are they fighting for us?
Through legislation and things.
Name one thing that they did that was passed for black people specifically.
Well, nothing's been passed, but they're
get your ass out of here. He's talking some nothing's been passed. We had to run through all that for him to say nothing has been passed. So he just admitted that they did absolutely nothing for black people. Y'all niggas is crazy. He gonna tell him something nothing. What was passed? Nothing. You're dead. What's the matter with that guy, man? He's a wild dude, bro. What's going on, Minister Howe?
What's good, Solar?
All right. So is the church good? I mean, is the black church or Freemasonry? Which is better for black people?
The black church, in my opinion, is better for black people.
How so?
Because they just, they accept anybody. There's more availability. You have more access to resources, and there's open door policy. You have more opportunity. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be the best of the best. You can come as you are.
All right. So, who started the black church?
Who started the black church?
Mm-hmm.
The slaves actually started here in North America. It started on the plantations. It wasn't Richard Allen. There was a Black Baptist church that was started in 1774.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen didn't start his church until like closer toward the 18th, toward like 1790, something like that. So that's incorrect. The AME church was not the first black church. The first black church was a Baptist church that was started in 1774.
Well, yeah, I do live here in Philadelphia, and they do accredit that church to be the first black church. They do.
Yeah, they mean from Yeah, as far as the AME for as African Methodist Episcopalian, that particular branch, yeah, that would be the first of its kind. But as far as having a black leader and black church, that wasn't the first black church. The first black church was actually a Baptist church.
Okay, so was Richard Allen a Christian?
Yeah, he was.
Was Elijah Muhammad a Muslim?
Yeah, Elijah Muhammad was a Muslim.
Was Noble Jew Ali a Moor?
Yeah, I believe he was a Moor. The Circle 7 Quran. I think that's all. I think he adhered to that. I'm not sure if that's what they use, but I think he was a Moor.
Okay, so all of those people are allowed in the Masonic Lodge. Will you accept Muslims who wants to be Muslim and promote Islam? Would you accept Moors into the church to promote the Moorish teachings?
Well, that's not the purpose of the church. They probably wouldn't even want to join the church, because it's two separate doctrines. You see what I'm saying? So they wouldn't even want to be part of the church.
Would it have a form of refuge for a person that wants to promote Islam?
As far as them being able to get benefits, yeah. But as far as teaching doctrine, probably not, because it's not set up for that. It's not compatible.
Would it allow them in their congregation? Can they join the church and be a Muslim?
Yeah, they could join. They wouldn't be able to teach because it's not consistent with what we're teaching. But if they wanted to join, sure. It happens all the time. People come from different places and come find refuge in the church. And they just never get to the position of them wanting to be like a pastor or a teacher. They just there to get fed. But as
how did black people learn about the church?
The black people here in North America, they learned this on the plantations during slavery. It was introduced to them, but it was a redacted version that was introduced to them at first. Then the abolitionists came and gave them the full gospel. That's what led to Nat Turner and the insurrection and rebellions.
All right, so you're saying that they learned the church, the teachings of Christianity from the white man.
Yeah, they was introduced to it, yeah.
And that was the same very white man that oppressed them.
Yeah, he used that. That wasn't his only tool, but that was a tool that he used. But it was a redacted version called the Slave Bible that he modified it to fit his intentions. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what happened.
Right. So why would you follow the religion of your oppressors and say that that's good for black people?
Well, it's not his religion. So, it's not his religion. It was hijacked, culture appropriation. It's not his. It's the same thing that he do with our music, with our culture.
Okay, so wait. So who controls Christianity today?
Who controls Christianity? What you mean as far as a central? I'm trying to understand what you mean by who control it in the black church, or you said overall?
Overall. Would it be black people? Would it be white people? Like for example, Islam, you could say that the Middle Eastern Arab people control Islam. Who controls Christianity?
Well, I couldn't point to one particular entity that controls it, because in Africa you have millions and millions of African people that are Christians.
What color is the Pope? Is he a black man?
Come on, man. He the same color mayonnaise. He white.
He's white.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that the Pope is white?
Yeah, the Pope is white.
Who are the majority of people in America that are Christian?
The majority of people, of course, the majority here are white people, European, Caucasian.
Okay, white. Who brought Christianity over here?
The white man. The white man brought it over.
The white man. So Christianity and the white man goes hand in hand.
Yeah, that's a true statement, but I don't see the equivalent.
Right. So, and the only reason why you, from West Africa, the descendants of the people that came for the most part from during the transatlantic slave trade was from West Africa. The only reason why you are a Christian is because of the white man.
Well, hey, that's a true statement. This is how my ancestors was introduced to the knowledge of the Bible here in North America. But
Is
so was reading.
that the same white man that whipped you and snatched the babies out of the stomach and stomped the babies? Is that the same white man that raped the black women and lashed you with the whip and make you work for free? Is that the same white man, brother?
Yeah, that's the cruel devil that did all of those things. But like I said, the Bible he introduced was not the
So
true
you're saying
word of
that
God.
he did all those evil things, but he gave you something good in the Bible.
Yeah, the Bible even speaks of us being evil, being able to do good things. He was used. He was being used. I mean, we don't have no control
So you're
of that.
saying to me now that all that was a good thing because we got the Bible.
No, I'm saying no, the death, not the carnage can never be good. I'm just saying along with that, it just so happened that he chose to use that as a tool, and we end
Our
up
souls
being
would not
introduced to
have
the
been
truth.
saved had it not been for the transatlantic slave trade, you're saying?
No, there is evidence that
No,
overseas black people had some knowledge of the Bible. Also, he had traveled to
no, I'm talking
different
about for
places.
the most part, because the most of them was over there. They was either Muslim, they had a traditional religion, for the
Well,
most part.
Well, there's some evidence also that there was some Hebrew, different cultures
Yeah,
of
it was a
different
couple of
African
Hebrews,
places.
but for the most part, it
Yeah.
was Muslims and people with
Mhm.
their indigenous religion. So you're
Mhm.
saying that, just based off of how history was told, that had it not been for the white man, had it not been for the transatlantic slave trade, our souls would not have the direct access to get to the pearly gates of heaven.
No, I can't say that because I don't know that history like a parallel universe. I don't know. I don't know.
You do know. You just don't want to
Nah,
answer it.
no, I don't know because I don't know.
Is Christianity the best way of getting to heaven, brother?
Is Christianity the best way of getting to heaven? Yeah, in my opinion, yeah, it is.
Is it better over Islam?
Is it better than Islam? In my opinion, yes. I've never
Is it
practiced
better than
Islam.
the traditional African religions that was permanent in West Africa? Is it better than that?
What you mean by better? A better system?
No, it's a better way. Like for example, me believing in the blood of Christ and the things that Christianity believe, that will help me get to heaven.
Yeah,
That's the best way of getting to heaven.
In my
over
experience,
believing
yes.
in Muhammad, over believing in traditional African religions.
In my experience, yes, and I have
Okay,
millions
so
of Africans
who brought us Christianity?
Who brought us Christianity? You ain't gonna like this answer, but it's the truth. The 12 disciples of Jesus, they the one that brought
I'm
Christianity.
talking about in West Africa. In West Africa, when we didn't have no knowledge of Christianity,
The missionaries.
What was their color, brother?
Some of them was white, but all of them wasn't white. Some of them was
brother.
white.
Well,
all of them wasn't white, brother.
Well, what was their color? What was the other color?
No, I'm saying you had a diverse multitude of people. You had you would have to go back to the book of Acts. There was a diverse
bro.
people.
Yeah, no,
I'm
bro.
keeping it
talking
real,
about
bro.
right there on the brink of the transatlantic slave trade. We're sitting there with Muslim. We're practicing our traditional religions. What other group of people other than the white man brought Christianity, bro?
I'm saying for the relevance of what you're saying, it is the white man predominantly that did that.
Thank you, brother. You're dead. You just admitted that it's the same white man that brought us Christianity, the same white man that whipped us, raped our women, and made us work for free for 400 years, brother. He was the one that brought us Christianity. And had it not been for the white man, this is what you're suggesting. You don't want to admit it. You didn't want to stand on it. You're suggesting that, well, since he brought us Christianity, all that stuff was kind of, it was evil, but at least our souls are saved. You're dead. Shout out to both of the debaters. It was a very powerful debate. I'm going to throw the link inside of the description. It's time for you to vote, family. who do you think had the better argument for tonight's debate? I believe it's going to be a post-debate show. Domo will be in the building. So make sure you be looking out for that notification sign. If you haven't done so, hit the notification sign so you can see when we're going live. And we will be going live in about 5 minutes. Brother, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. Play that blue shit.
Biz on the track. SB on the beat.
How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant.
Mic check, mic check. Hold on. Yo. Why is it coming up over there? Hold on 1 second, y'all. It's supposed to be in here. Man, shout out to everybody in the building, man. I really do appreciate y'all. Okay, there we go. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Yeah, we in the building, man. Shout out to everybody. This is the Argument League, man. Appreciate y'all. Let me switch that over to my AirPod. Man, shout out to the UT Screams, Linda the Hugh, the Moonflower in the building. Melanated Goddess, Shaw, Bit Tied. You already know Jasmine hanging in there, man. I hope everybody having a good day, a great day, a very okay day. And that's how we gonna do it. So let's keep it moving. I think I got one for y'all, man, that y'all gonna fuck with. I think so. I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm gonna keep it real. This one is a risk. Okay? We're taking a risk with this one, right? But let's see what's up.
So, once again, this is where you want to be if you're about that debate like family. So, without further ado, let's bring on tonight's debaters. What's going on out the blue?
Peace, peace. What's going on with your family? My mic okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Man, you already know it. It's out the blue. Same thing all day. Power to the dark side. If you are listening to this, together we are Babel. Let's build.
All right. And we got the political plug in the building, a.k.a. Domo. What's going on, brother Domo?
What's good with y'all? It's Domo, the top rated, the most hated, the never out debated Domo. And I'm here to, do what I do. See, Blue, this is kind of like a grudge match for me because I'm cool with Blue in terms of debater. This is my dude. But we had a little rap battle, and some of the people in the judging in that rap battle feel like Blue won. You feel me? So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm taking Blue. I took a step in the Blue space, and I went toe to toe with him. You feel me? I did my thing. But now he in my this me right here. You in my jump.
Okay.
You feel me?
Okay.
We about to get it in.
Like Michael Jordan likes to play golf. Sometimes. So it's almost like Domo was playing golf with Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Now it's time for Tiger Woods to play basketball. This is pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah. and I don't think Tiger got handles like that. We gonna see.
All right. So without further ado, we're gonna get this thing started. We're going with a customized format for tonight's debate. That'll be a 5-minute opener, a 15-minute premise, a 10-minute rebuttal, 10 minutes speech for the rapid fire round, and a 5-minute closing. All right, so Domo is set to go first. He already has everything all set. So we're just gonna go ahead and share screen and throw the 5 minutes on the screen. So whenever you're ready, Domo, you can begin.
All right, let's get it. I'm not on mute, am I?
No, you're not on mute.
Okay, bet. All right, let's get it. We can start the timer now. All right, question of today's debate is: what did the civil rights movement leverage in order to achieve its goals? Was it love or was it a militant resistance? Let's get into it. Now, my position in this debate is that a militant resistance created the leverage needed to persuade white institutions to pass key legislation of the civil rights movement, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, this is not a complicated debate, y'all. It's Black history. So I'm going to bring some Black history for y'all to go ahead and take in. This is a lesson. This is a debate about two competing historical narratives framing what led the civil rights movement to its successes. I will be making my argument based on a holistic, accurate historical narrative, while my opponent's arguments will be based in what I call the 3 R's: revisionism, romanticism, and rhetoric. Now, Blue and I agreed that the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act are considered victories of the civil rights movement. This debate is not about whether or not the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act worked, or was it effective, or did it make things worse? The question of this debate is who or what made those successes possible. All right. Now, I will prove the existence. I will prove that the existence of the more militant, radical aspects of the civil rights movement dictated the effectiveness and the pace of the civil rights agenda by looking at what led up to the passage of key landmark civil rights legislation and the documented justifications as to why the government decided to get involved in the civil rights struggle after initially refusing to act. Now, my premise will be broken up into 3 time frames. First, the origin of the civil rights movement. We will examine the early successes of the civil rights movement and show how the ideology that shaped its early successes proved to be inefficient as the movement progressed and faced more staunch resistance. Then we'll take a look at the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and what led up to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We'll be looking at the events leading up to the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and examine how the government's fear of militant radical responses to the violence carried out by local police sparked the Kennedy and Johnson administrations to prioritize civil rights legislation. All we have to do is look over public remarks from meetings with the 2 administrations and civil rights leaders, and it's obvious that the threat of continued protests and escalated violence forced their hand. We'll also examine how both Dr. King and Malcolm X used the threat of the more militant response to persuade federal officials to work with the more moderate civil rights leaders. More specifically, I will be juxtaposing King's letter from Birmingham jail and Malcolm's Ballad of the Bullet to explore a common theme at the foundation of 2 contrasting ideologies, a theme that is represented by an ultimatum of militant resistance. Then we'll be looking at the status of the movement in the aftermath of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. We'll explore the rise of the Black Power movement as the moderate approach to civil rights and their leaders were deploying at the time began to lose its influence on the younger, more militant wing as the younger, more militant wing of the movement grew. Now, my opponent will attempt to get real funny with his historical analysis. He's going to romanticize the moderate wing of the civil rights movement and only focus on their contributions while ignoring the fear that white leaders at that time had of militant leaders like Malcolm. My opponent will rely on a whitewash narrative that attempts to frame the more militant aspects of the movement as fringe or outside the scope of what made the civil rights movement successful. I will be explaining how this understanding is an adoption of the white narrative that has sanitized Black history, so it only valorizes the form of resistance that made whites comfortable. I will be explaining how even though the rhetoric of love is empty, it is still dangerous, and how it attempts to revise the history of what actually happened for some hallmark card narrative that is disrespectful to the spirit of the movement. As we examine the documented justifications for the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, I will prove that love played no factor in the decision making of white politicians. I will prove that the fear of a Black uprising played the key role in shaping civil rights policies, exposing how the deployment of the term love is at best empty rhetoric, and at its worst is a whitewashed, romanticized, revisionist history. Let's get it.
Shout out to Domo. We're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to pass the mic now over to Out the Blue. Out the Blue, you have 5 minutes for your opening. Whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Give me 1 second. All right. So, real quick. I'm sorry. Hold on. All right. So when we're talking about what held more leverage,
Yeah, close out
right?
that notification, Blue. You got a notification.
Oh. So when we talk about what held more leverage during the civil rights movement, there's no way that we can call love something that was whitewashed, right? What was the sole driving force for the civil rights movement? The sole driving force was created behind an ideology that they all agreed on, right? So I will be presenting today people like excuse me, should I say Mother Diane Nash, and also Reverend Philip Lawson. And so when we look at love, it's not just any kind of love, right? But an unconditional love, which will prove not only to be the foundation, but the sole driving force of the civil rights movement, which would lead to the passing of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and also, as he mentioned, 1965. The willingness to die in the name of the principles for not only family, right, but for those who you knew not. Jesus being not only a part of their faith and beliefs, but a figure for the that needed to be embodied by anybody who decided to join that movement, right? Seeing Jesus as the ultimate example of unconditional love as well as sacrifice, right? Tonight I will prove love was the only force that was even a threat of that the threat of a militant black society or any of that was something that they would never let get out of control, right? And so, and we've seen that. I'm gonna show also examples of that tonight. In fact, especially with the influence of the media and the way that the media was able to spin things, that militia approach actually was made for easy excuses for them to further genocide our communities, right? And so tonight I will present, as I said, pioneers that was a part of the civil rights movement. Diane Nash, also Reverend Jim Lawson, who was the pioneer and the head of the actual, when we're talking about the Nonviolence Act and what they based it around. Jim Lawson is who even Martin Luther King went and learned, how do you even attack this situation? Because even using the word and sister, or should I say, excuse me, Mother Nash even looked at the word nonviolent, as I'll show later on, as even a derogatory term. So she even coins a term of her own to even describe the process, or what was the driving force, or what held the most leverage, right, during the civil rights movement. So that's not even going to be a problem to show at all. What my opponent is going to have a problem showing up tonight, he is going to have a problem showing that the actual civil rights leaders or the organizers, right? That any of them was driven off of anything other than love. And of course, we see the sacrifice, but in order to see sacrifice, it had to be driven off of love first. I will show organizations that weren't driven off of love and that had more of a militant approach, and how those organizations more so crumble from the inside out. And none of this will be from anybody's mouth but the horse's mouth tonight. So like I said, I will use civil rights pioneers, and then I will also use the words of Black Panther leaders themselves. And we will see what was the deciding factor in the Civil Rights Act, what was a more effective strategy, and as we can see, what was able to get more accomplished. So with that being said, I don't want to take up any more time. I'll be ready to go ahead and get into my debate.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. We're going to take a brief intermission and we'll be right back with the premise round, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're now heading to the premise round, family. We're going to start out with Domo. Domo, you have 15 minutes to do your thing. Let me go ahead and set the timer for 15 minutes.
All right.
And whenever you're ready, brother, let me share your screen. Pull your screen up. All right. Whenever you
Hey,
ready.
for those of y'all who don't know what this is the debate. This is a debate from Solar Vision Debate League. This channel is in partnership with Solar Vision Debate League, just in case you are not trolling, just in case you're not slow as hell and you're genuine. This is a debate. This is out the blue. One of our top-ranked debaters going up against Domo, one of the most, it's the most decorated debater over here. So hit that like button, please, before you come in. Spread negative energy, okay? And share if you got a platform to share. This is Black intellectualism, you know? This is not people over here dragging each other about their mama or their daddy. It's not people over here dragging people about stupid shit. This is people actually intellectually banging information, sources in a judged, structured debate. Shout out to Solar Man, kill the Shucklebuck round. And let's keep going, man. Appreciate y'all presence. Hit that like button. Let's get it.
Premise, brother.
All right, so we can start the timer now. All right, so to reiterate this debate, what did the civil rights movement leverage to achieve its goal? Was it love or militant resistance? Now, as I stated before, my position is that militant resistance created the leverage needed to persuade white institutions to pass the key legislation of the Civil Rights Act, of the Civil Rights Movement, which is the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. As I said before, we're going to break this down into 3 time frames, and it's about to be a for real history lesson, y'all. I mean, I need to catch my boy Blue up on some history real quick, and it's going to do the same. I'm in the spirit of Black History Month. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's start with the origins of the civil rights movement. All right. Now, To begin, it's generally agreed that the civil rights movement was birthed out of the success of the Montgomery bus boycotts. Dr. King and his allies gained national recognition with his first victory desegregating public transportation in Montgomery, Alabama. Black college students then began to look to Dr. King's leadership and emulate his peaceful, nonviolent approach by organizing events like sit-ins to protest segregated businesses. This then became the MO of the movement, nonviolent, peaceful protest, right? We know that. That's what we know about Dr. King. But by the early 1960s, though, Dr. King and his tactics had failed. Let me repeat, had failed to replicate the success of Montgomery and the bus boycotts. While the sit-ins and the freedom rides exposed the violent nature of racism, particularly in the South, it was not enough to push white legislators to turn their backs on Jim Crow. We see here that this love doctrine that Blue is attempting to interpolate onto King's nonviolent approach failed on its own. Let me repeat. The love doctrine that Blue is attempting to interpolate on the King nonviolent approach failed on its own to carry the momentum from Montgomery to anywhere else. Now, what happens next? He gets a helping hand. After another failed campaign to challenge the racist laws in Albany, Georgia, Fred Shuttlesworth, a civil rights leader out of Alabama, invited King to Birmingham to get it cracking down there. Fred Shuttlesworth was also someone who believed in nonviolence, but he was a bit more confrontational. Now, the idea in Birmingham was to utilize confrontational nonviolent methods, what they call Project X, to peacefully antagonize racist police chief Bull Connor, to sick his police force on the protesters and expose their brutality to the rest of the world. Somebody must have tipped off the police, though, because the police didn't wild out like King and Shuttlesworth thought. They thought that they would, and the peaceful protesters were peacefully arrested. The demonstrators and the demonstrations no longer had the bite they needed to make national headlines to spread the message. Dr. King and his lieutenant Ralph Abernathy decided that in order to get the media attention they needed, they themselves would need to be arrested now that King was a national figure. They figured King's arrest would at least get the media paying attention to what was happening in Birmingham, right? Now, that arrest led to the letter from Birmingham jail. Now, this letter is crucial in exposing how Blue don't really understand how things popped off in terms of the civil rights movement. Dr. King getting himself arrested led him to penning one of the most respected pieces of literature to come out of the civil rights movement, the letter from Birmingham jail, where he argued on behalf of oppressed people to protest nonviolently. What most historians ignored, and this is what I need y'all to pay attention to, is the appeal Dr. King makes on behalf of his methods as opposed to what he sees as the violent alternative, which at the time was the black nationalism of the NOI, the Nation of Islam. In this letter, the letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. King positions himself as the safe alternative to black nationalism, which he framed as being susceptible to responding with a violent response to racist violence. In this letter, he literally argues that if it wasn't for his philosophy of nonviolence, the streets of the South would already be flowing with blood. That is a quote. This is literally Dr. King threatening white people with black nationalism. Let's be real here. He goes on to say that I am further convinced that if our white brothers dismiss those of us who employ nonviolent direct action, and if they refuse to support our nonviolent efforts, millions of Negroes will, out of frustration and despair, seek solace and security in black nationalist ideologies, a development that would inevitably lead to a frightening racial nightmare. Here, Dr. King has clearly realized that the only way nonviolence works is if it's viewed as the safer alternative for whites. A clear example of the face of the civil rights movement, leveraging the militant resistance to make his position more favorable. And at the time, white people had a reason to believe that he was not gassing. That's what leads us on the path to the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. But let's not forget, going into the creation of the civil rights movement, Dr. King failed multiple times to achieve the success that he had in Montgomery simply with nonviolence. In Birmingham, what he realized and what he pointed out in that letter is that he had to leverage the threat of the alternative, which was the Nation of Islam, which was black nationalism, to scare white people into being on his side. That's what led us to the path to the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Now, the Children's Crusade was something that was enacted by Shuttlesworth after Dr. King was locked up. He started using the kids for protest, and once they filled the jails with kids, Bull Connor pretty much lost his patience and let his racism out, unleashes hoses and dogs, beatings, etc. Actually, a majority of the images of protesters being sprayed with hoses come from the Birmingham protest. While the narrative is that black people just stood there and took a beating, that's a whole lie. Once they realized, and when I say they, I'm talking about the institutions that be, that nonviolent talk only went so far, JFK urged his brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, to work something out with Shuttleworth to meet their demands, and they would end the protest. The Kennedys were afraid of the potential response to violence that came with Jim Crow era policing. So again, we see here, it is the threat of the militant response that is causing the government to act. How do we know that the Kennedys weren't operating out of love? Well, Robert Kennedy spoke on this himself. He said the Negroes are mean and tough and have guns and have been worked up about this. This could trigger off a great deal of violence around the country. They're going to start following the ideas of black Muslims. Somebody help me understand, please, where love plays a role in this, right? We see here that it is the fear of the black militant that is pushing white politicians to act, echoing the sentiment of King's letter to Birmingham. After the escalating violence and the increased popularity of the more militant voices like that of Malcolm X, John F. Kennedy submitted his proposal for the Civil Rights Act to Congress in 1963. JFK, however, was assassinated before he could get it passed, passing the buck to Lyndon B. Johnson, who was allowing Southern Democrats at that time to filibuster the bill. Malcolm X actually witnessed the filibuster in person and presented a familiar ultimatum to white legislators. That's how we get to the ballot or the bullet. When Malcolm X said, if they don't want that non-violent army going down there, tell them to bring the filibuster to a halt. The black nationalists aren't going to wait. The ballot or the bullet, and what he meant by that was that if blacks could not win freedom through the electoral process, they had the right to resort to armed struggle. While it would be a reach to say that King's letter from Birmingham jail and Malcolm's ballot of the bullet complemented one another, they did share a similar framing. King's letter from Birmingham jail presented himself as the safer, more rational option to work with to protect the rights of black people. Malcolm echoed that sentiment partially by demanding an end to the filibuster and to get it done your way, or we're going to get it done our way, encouraging black people to study the revolutions of different countries like that of Cuba, which in turn made those statements recorded by the FBI and prompted them to report this exact speech to the White House. All right. Now, Malcolm made his statements in April. Soon after the filibuster was broken and the Civil Rights Act was signed into law in July. It's important to note that the concessions made to break the filibuster were not done out of compassion. Senator Hubert Humphrey is on record arguing that his support for the Civil Rights Act was to stop small revolutions from occurring all around the country. The historical narrative clearly points to a fear of militant blacks that prompted John F. Kennedy to propose the legislation, and fear motivated Lyndon B. Johnson to get it passed. Again, the historical narrative clearly points to a fear of militant blacks that prompted John F. Kennedy to propose the civil rights legislation, and fear motivated Lyndon B. Johnson to get it passed. And when we talk about somebody's influence, specifically like Malcolm X, it says here that it's striking that first, a leading African-American spokesperson, very much on the U.S. ruler's radar, issued such a threat that the FBI reported it. And second, the leading congressional figure responsible for the bill's passage apparently feared that failure to pass the bill would lead to civil unrest. I'm trying to figure out what love got to do with any of this. I mean, I don't mean to sound like Tina, but somebody got to point it out. Blue may be able to help in the premise. So the Civil Rights Act gets passed, but they still doing our people bad in terms of voting. So Dr. King and the crew traveled to Selma to fight racist voter suppression and voter registration law. Again, things get off to a slow start, and so King and Abernathy get arrested to get the attention of the national news. King and the movement again needed to get the attention of the White House because Lyndon B. Johnson had already let it be known that a voting rights bill was not a priority for him. All right. So Malcolm takes his ass to Selma. The statements that he made. The white people should thank God that Dr. King is telling these people to be loving and nonviolent. I want Dr. King to know that I didn't come to Selma to make his job difficult. I really did come thinking that I could make it easier. If the white people realize what the alternative is, perhaps they will be more willing to hear Dr. King. Again, we're talking about that alternative. They being threatened with either do it this way or the alternative is worse. Not, well, we love you and they love us, so we should do things. It don't work like that. 2 days after Malcolm makes these statements, Lyndon B. Johnson reverses his stance and promises to meet with King and other civil rights leaders to get started on a voting rights bill. Of course, tragedy will follow that same month. Malcolm will be assassinated, and the next month in March, Dr. King, John Lewis, and others will be attacked by police in a day that will become known as Bloody Sunday. But, and I got to repeat this but, right? We see all this violence taking place. There's no action. But it would be the fear of retaliation from militant blacks in response to the barrage of white racist violence that prompted Lyndon B. Johnson to push forward and eventually sign into law the Voting Rights Act in August of 1965. So here, when we look at both instances of the successes that we associate with the civil rights movement, it was the threat of the Malcolm X's. It was the threat of the Nation of Islam. It was the threat of this dangerous response that prompted legislators to act. At no point did you hear John F. Kennedy say, well, it's because the Negroes have showed us love that we want to do something for them. No, he said the Negroes was mad. That's why they acted. Same thing with the Voting Rights Act. Lyndon B. Johnson wasn't going to do nothing about the Voting Rights Act till Malcolm X showed up in Selma and said, y'all better rock with him. Y'all better rock with him. This is a real clear historical narrative, right? This isn't, us just pulling stuff out our behind. This is actually what happened. It's documented. All right, now, as we continue, if we look at the post-civil rights era, Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights era and the state of the movement, what you'll see is that nonviolence, even Dr. King started to realize it wasn't what it was. On June 5th, 1966, James Meredith, the first black student to gain admission to the University of Mississippi, was shot on his solo march from Memphis to Jackson. Civil rights leaders Martin Luther King Jr. and Stokely Carmichael flew to Memphis to take up his march. Now, what was stated here is that a split began to emerge between the old guard civil rights leaders represented by King and the younger wing represented by Carmichael. The younger activists wanted the march to be a blacks only event, and they also wanted the Deacons of Defense, a militant black organization that promoted armed self-defense, to provide protection for the marchers. Now, Stokely Carmichael ends up getting arrested. When he eventually got out of jail, he came out and announced to his supporters that this was the 27th time he had been arrested, and he ain't getting arrested and going to jail no more. At this point, what he said is what we're going to start saying now is Black Power. Willie Ricks, a SNCC activist, took up the phrase and called it out. What do you want? The crowd replied, Black Power. Now, while the phrase had been used loosely already, this was the first time, and it was at this point that Black Power became the new mantra for Black resistance. Stokely and the younger generation were fulfilling King's promise. The moderates like King and the old guard had not done enough to convince the younger generation that nonviolent approach should continue to be the ideology of Black resistance. This is where it get real bad for Blue. This is where historians argue that the civil rights movement started to lose its influence and the Black Power movement took off. Here, what it says is that King even appealed to the government for help. The government this is what Dr. King said himself. The government has got to give me some victories if I'm going to keep people nonviolent. I know I'm going to stay nonviolent no matter what happens, but a lot of people are getting hurt and bitter, and they can't see it that way anymore. Dr. King began to understand that the anger and frustration dealing with racist violence had taken its toll. At this point, King is begging for some type of redress from the government to stop the spread of the more militant ideologies. Again, in a last-ditch effort to keep the nonviolent ideology alive, Dr. King is threatening the government with the rise of Stokely Carmichael, proving that without a doubt, the best weapon the civil rights movement had in its fight for civil and voting rights was the threat of a militant resistance. Let's get it.
Yeah, shout out to Domo. We're gonna pass this rock now over to you. Out the blue. You have 15 minutes for your premise, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Give me 1 second.
Y'all can leave your presentations up too. Just have it.
Oh, okay. We're gonna start right here, right? And we're gonna start with Diane Nash. And so Diane Nash is a civil rights pioneer, right? Because we're gonna deal. It's two sides to this coin, and I almost feel like it is. And I know the brother isn't trying to do this, but it is disrespectful to give all of the glory and after all of the hard work that was put into the nonviolence movement and the movement being geared around love, to try to add the equation of the militant in there as far as the militant aspect in there as far as being a part of their accomplishments. And I'm going to show you why that's not the case, right? So Diane Nash was a civil rights pioneer who coined the term agapic energy, right? This was something that she used to highlight what kind of love drove the civil rights movement, right? Our mother Diane Nash, seeing injustice at school, and shortly after moving from Chicago to Nashville, decided to take action. She, under the guidance of Reverend Jim Lawson, right? You should know that name by now, right? And especially if we're talking about the civil rights movement, right? Which was based around what? Nonviolence, right? So what were they using as their leverage in the civil rights movement? Love. And I'll continue to show you that. She, like I said, under the guidance of Reverend James Lawson, learned to use the weapon of love to combat oppression, and in 1959 began putting these skills to work. Miss Nash will organize the student sit-ins, and as the founder of the SNCC, or the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and would see her work validated when Nashville became the first Southern city to desegregate lunch counters. So, and I'm going to show you, what did she base this off of? Agapic energy, correct? Right? And in 1964, just so you know that she's credible, she was appointed to be on the national committee responsible for the Civil Rights Act of 1964. She also led the Freedom Rides from Birmingham to Jackson, Alabama, right? And now, according to Nash, agapic energy, right, was based around a biblical altercation between Peter and Jesus, right? And so let me go ahead and get into it. Boom. And so this is what was the force behind the civil rights movement, right? And you can find this. Excuse me. And you can find this at ncr.com, .org. And this was love or the threat of a militant response. And Diane Nash called for nonviolence and the agapic energy. November 13, 2012 by John Deere. We read in the Gospel of John how the risen Jesus gives us the gift of peace, right? And like I said, you can find this at ncr.com. And it says, send us on the mission of peace, and in particular, ask Peter 3 times, do you love me? Right? And it was pointed out in the text that the word used for love there was agape, right? Jesus asked Peter if he had agape for Jesus, right? And if he was willing to lay down his life in a nonviolent love for him. This is the basis behind the whole nonviolence movement and behind the whole civil rights movement, right? So we're not going to minimize the work that they put in to a militant approach. This was years of work. And we all know that years of work takes time. It was a process. It didn't fail. It was a process. Peter can only say that he has philia for Jesus, right? That was ordinary love between brothers and friends. So what she was introducing, when you talk about the word agapic energy, what she was doing was she created a term based off of the Greek word agape, which was adopting a different kind of love. This was a love for humankind or for humanity, right? So, and here we go right here. Civil rights pioneer says that love, and this is from Notre Dame University, civil rights, this is where she spoke at. Civil rights pioneer says love fueled the movement, right? March 17th, the author is Kevin Allen. No word in English could describe the energy that powered the civil rights movement in the 1960s. So Diane Nash made up a new word using what? Using the Greek, which means love for humankind. Nash coined agapic energy to encapsulate the driving force behind the nonviolent movement that helped lead, right? So this is what takes lead. Love for humankind, for humanity. So I hear the brothers arguing that's one side of the coin, but to me that sounds more like a polished narrative based on what they are saying. When we look at this is straight from the horse's mouth, right? And it says we needed a term that encompassed much more than simply the absence of violence, right? So when we're talking about the civil rights movement, right, they don't even want violence associated with it. And it's disrespectful to associate violence with the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King was one man in the civil rights movement. He was not the civil rights movement. Neither was Malcolm X. And Nash said Tuesday while speaking at Notre Dame Law School, nonviolence is a negative term. And what we are talking about is a very positive and very comprehensive phenomenon. So we're not minimizing this nonviolence and this love approach as it's just something that's, just something that you can pass off. We've seen the approach of UEP, the Black Panthers, and other brothers with the militant approach. We've seen this already. And guess how long this lasted? Very short-lived. Very short-lived. When we look at Reverend James Lawson, he said the politics of Jesus, right? You're going to see that, you're going to hear that name a lot. And we already know what politics Jesus presented. Like, come on, man. This is crazy. And the politics of God are that people should be fed, that people have access to life, that people should be treated equally and justly. The politics of Jesus, and this is from Reverend James' mouth. The politics of Jesus and the politics of God are that people should be fed, that the people have access to life, that people should be treated equally and justly. Lawson said, especially in marginalized, the poor, the illiterate, the jailed, and the hungry, the naked. Those are all terms Jesus uses. The alien, the stranger, the foreigner, you're supposed to treat them as you would do yourself. For Lawson, right, the message of the social justice, freedom, and Jesus are inseparable. An ordained Methodist minister who traveled to India, right? He traveled to India to study the Gandhian principles of nonviolence. He imparted those ideas to Nashville college students in a calm, insistent voice that demands attention without getting loud. Right? Now, James Lawson, right, is who excuse me. Yeah, now James Lawson is who Martin Luther King learns under. He goes to James Lawson to learn the act of nonviolence. So you telling me that Martin Luther King got something out of from James Lawson that Sister Diane Nash didn't get. And according to James Lawson, if you guys ever get to check out the documentary, I believe it's called "A Force More Powerful." Yeah, documentary called "A Force More Powerful." You will see he even makes the statement that everybody in the civil rights movement had to be on one accord. You couldn't have people on other accord. So we didn't have people that was on some military type of threat type of stuff. So when we're talking about the civil rights movement, right, then we have to say that the driving force and accredited based on the words out of the civil rights pioneers themselves, that love was the driving force. It's just disrespectful not to. It's disrespectful not to. Right? Like you said, Malcolm X was a part of the Nation of Islam. They had their own agenda going on. Their own agenda going on. So we can claim with leverage what, but I'm not going to credit what happened with the Civil Rights Act to anything but what the pioneers say themselves. And they said it was love. Right? And we see it right here in Matthew 22:36. This is who they base their whole text around. And you'll see that that's just what Diane Nash said. They built this around faith. Right? And the faith was based around Jesus. And according to Jesus, what did he say? This was the teaching, which is the great commandment in the law. And he said to him, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. And this is the first commandment. And the second commandment, like it, you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself. On these two commandments alone depend the whole law of the prophets. So mind you, we got the word agape energy, which meant what? A love for humanity, right? This is the term coined as the driving force of the field. And this is according to who? Our own pioneer, who is still living, and along with, Reverend James Lawson, still teaching classes, that love was the driving force. We're going to take that away from them tonight? We're going to take that away from them tonight because of a letter that a brother wrote when he was in his jail cell and may have been broken. We're going to take that away from them tonight. No, I'm not going to be able to do that. We're not going to discredit what was happening. This is and we seen when we talk about the militant approach, that crumbled itself. Right? A history of the books and the insiders. A take on how the Black Panthers Party was hurt by its own ideals. Who was this by? Don Cox. Guess who Don Cox is? The one right here in the center. Right? This is him out of the horse's mouth. Out of the horse's own mouth, he says that those ideals, right? Why? Because their idea. Why did the Black Party crumble? Because they weren't built off of love, brother. Love. That's just simple and plain. We're not going to take that away from him. Starting in the late 1960s, Don Cox spent 5 years as a part of the Black Panther Party's high command, doing everything from planning armed attacks to raising money from Leonard Bernstein. Cox fled the United States for Algiers and later France, where he died at 74 in 2011. His death, he had completed a memoir. In this excerpt from a posthumous published work, the title of which Cox chose in a nod to a W.E.B. Du Bois quote. Cox explains his view of how the party's code of personality contributed to its own eventual demise. So what he's saying is, if anything, right, this type of personality in the militant approach, if anything, would have hurt the civil rights movement. Because he said and mind you, this is post-civil rights movement. We're dealing with now, you're starting to deal post-civil rights movement, they start dealing with economic problems and economic issues, right? So But even in there, they say even dealing with the economic issues, right? That whole militant approach, bro, was led to their own demise, right? And not only that, as that, they took on the ideas of Marxism and Leninism, which spread throughout the party. It quickly became afflicted with the avant-gardism and elitism, considering itself the sole professor of the truth. Anyone who didn't adhere to the Marxist, Leninist ideas were treated as an inferior being, worthy of being despised. How do you start developing things like this inside of your party? Because you don't have love as the basis.
All right. Shout out to Blue. We're going to take a brief intermission and we'll be right back with the rebuttal round family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Losing interest, you won't find nobody than this. I swear, God, if you leave, just let me know so I won't look down. When you move on, yeah. Losing interest, you won't find nobody than this. I swear, God, if you leave, just let me know so I won't look down. When you move on, yeah. Losing.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're now heading to the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with Domo. We're going to set the timer for 10 minutes. And it is on you, Domo. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your rebuttal.
All right, let me start my timer real quick. Ten minutes for the rebuttal, and let's get it. All right, now to reiterate my position, like I said before, the question is, what did the civil rights movement leverage in order to achieve its greatest successes? Which we both agree was the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, right? Now, since this is Black History Month, I definitely want to show nothing but the utmost respect for all of our civil rights leaders. But when we're looking at the reality of what the civil rights, how the civil rights movement was.
Hey man, shout out to Moonflower, Strength the Moonflower. Strength the Moonflower. I just see the message Melanated Goddess posted. Shout out to you, strength to you, sis, man. You already know, man. Get better. And let us know. Shout out to the Reno Sensor coming in. Okay. I'm sorry to hear about that. You know what I'm saying? Strength to you. Strength to you, sis.
It was Dr. King's message. It was Dr. King's ideology, and he may have adopted things that he learned from other people, but Dr. King culminated in what we consider to be the embodiment of the civil rights movement. And that's why when you look through history, like when we look through the historical narrative that I laid out, you'll see that things took place, things happened, things changed when certain things happened to Dr. King. Now, I'm glad that he brought up Diane Nash. I'm glad that Diane Nash, her contributions have been highlighted within this debate. However, her contributions, while significant in terms of the culture and what it was able to accomplish, it doesn't rise to the level of being leveraged. Right, being leveraged. When we talk about what the civil rights movement used as leverage, the question is, what did the civil rights movement lean on to get white institutions to act? What did they lean on to get the Civil Rights Act to get rid of Jim Crow? What did they lean on to get the Voting Rights Act to protect the right to vote for Black people? And when you look throughout history, it is the instances in which you face with two options: either give in to the demands of the moderates like Dr. King, or suffer the wrath of the radicals, like Dr. King said, in terms of their more resilient, militant, dangerous more mindset. Now, as I said in my opening, I want to frame Blue's arguments through the triple R's: rhetoric, revisionism, and romanticism. Because when we look at that question of rhetoric, the conversation of agape love and the role that it played is cool. But when you ask yourself, at what point did it actually did that agapic love play a role in the passing of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act? It's not there. I showed you documented proof. They told you why they did it. Robert Kennedy didn't urge his brother John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson didn't pass the Civil Rights Act out of the agapic love that they felt. Nah, they knew from the words of Dr. King himself to the words of Malcolm X himself that if they did not give concessions to Black people, then ultimately it was going to be a long, hot, bloody summer, as Malcolm X referred to it as. And so to say that this agapic love is what drove our oppressors in the white institutions to then pass the Civil Rights Act, for as long as John F. Kennedy ignored the Civil Rights Act, for as long as Lyndon B. Johnson ignored the Voting Rights Act, while things were just on a question of nonviolence, they did nothing. John F. Kennedy was okay watching people get hurt using the excuse of states' rights, as opposed to actually doing something as long as they remain nonviolent. Let me repeat. John F. Kennedy was okay with watching people get hurt as long as they remain nonviolent. That's why that letter from Birmingham jail is so important, because when we move from the rhetoric of like agape love and the feel good stuff to the revisionism that he's deploying in this debate, to say that, oh, well, Dr. King wasn't we know that that's a lie, right? Dr. King getting arrested made national news every time. I actually pointed out within this debate how Dr. King getting arrested was their go-to strategy to make sure that the news paid attention, because they needed the news to pay attention in order for the White House to see what was actually taking place, to urge the White House to act. That was always the goal. And when Dr. King got arrested, that's what took place. But the reason why what happened in Birmingham and what he wrote in the Birmingham, the letter from Birmingham jail was so important was the fact that he was saying, listen, I am the better choice. I am the better option. Go with me. Because if you don't, what he said was that and I'm quoting, you will be dealing with a racial nightmare. Now, you can't pass that off as some broken brother writing in a jail cell. That is literally the hallmark piece of literature. That is one of the most respected documents to come out of the civil rights movement. So it's revisionist history to undermine it, simply because when you take a closer look at it, you'll see that Dr. King, and this ain't to disrespect Dr. King either, but he was dirty macking. And what I mean by dirty macking is when a brother tries to holler at a sister, and she, nah, I ain't really feeling you. You know what I'm saying? I got somebody else that I'm talking to. And then he's like, well, you may not be feeling me, but he's a cheater. He's going to cheat on you. That's what Dr. King did. He said, if y'all don't take me, you got to deal with the Nation of Islam. And you don't want to deal with them black nationalists. That was the threat that he used in order for Dr. King to see, or in order for the White House to see that things needed to change. When you take it a step further and you put it under a closer microscope, what you will see is that Dr. King dealt with a lot of L's. Dr. King is like Michael Jordan. We only talk about the great things that he did in his 14-year career. We only talk about them 6 seasons when he won them 6 championships. But Dr. King took a lot of L's. Even after the Montgomery bus boycott, like I pointed out in Albany, Georgia, Dr. King was not moving the needle simply by being nonviolent. That agapic love was not pushing the envelope. It wasn't until the letter of Birmingham got into the hands of Robert Kennedy, that then it was, we need to act. Because if you see, when you look at the question of what is the alternative? Even Robert Kennedy, in the quote that I showed, said at the bottom, if we don't do something, the black Muslims will have the ear of black people. We don't want that. That is clearly Dr. King leveraging the threat of a militant resistance in order to get white institutions to act. And that's why I say when you juxtapose the Ballad of the Bullet to the letter for Birmingham, again, it is a juxtaposition. When Malcolm X went to Selma, when again Dr. King got arrested because the movement wasn't getting the attention that it needed, so they went ahead and got him arrested. When Malcolm X showed up down there, he couldn't make it clear. Y'all better listen to him. Y'all better go with him. He the one y'all want. He couldn't have made it clear. 2 days later, Lyndon B. Johnson with the Voting Rights Act had refused to act because he said it was not a legislative, it wasn't a legislative priority. 2 days after Malcolm X showed up in Selma and said, y'all better listen to him or y'all gonna have to listen to me, the Voting Rights Act was the Voting Rights Act became a legislative responsibility for Lyndon B. Johnson. Let's be for real here. That's a real historical narrative. The revisionist history that Blue wants you to adapt. Like, yes, are there smaller names a part of the civil rights movement that deserve some credibility, that deserve some attention? Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And I'm glad Diane Nash and her contributions was brought up. Unfortunately, her contributions don't rise to the level of actually enacting change the way that it did for Malcolm X and the way that it did for Martin Luther King. And let's not point out at the end, towards the waning days of the civil rights movement, Dr. King pleaded. He's like, yo, these young guys, they not like the rest of us. And I'm trying to keep them calm. Y'all got to do something for me or they going to come out. That's a clear example of leveraging the threat of the more radical, the more militant resistance. And there is no energy or love or flow that has anything to do with that. Because when we look at what made white people act, it was not love for black people. They weren't feeling the agapic love. Even if we willing to admit that there was agapic love energy that permeated through the civil rights movement, it didn't go to the White House. It didn't have nothing to do with them. Because the only thing that they was worried about is, yo, what's going to happen when these Negroes get mad? That's what they relied on. So if which we agreed that we are using the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act as the litmus test to understand how productive or successful the civil rights movement was, you cannot deny these instances, these historical instances that I've introduced into this debate and the role that they played in pushing those things forward. Dr. King was coming up on a few L's, and every time he reached his bottom, the strategy that he deployed to actually enact change, to actually enforce some type of legislation taking place, was to say, it's either me or them. That's leveraging. We cannot deny the role of Dr. King simply because we now see, like, damn, he was kind of dirty macking in order to get legislation passed. If it wasn't for the threat of a militant resistance, nonviolence would be useless. If it wasn't for the threat of a militant response, nonviolence would be useless. And I've showed that here in today's debate. And I mean, like I said, I appreciate Blue bringing out more Black history and Black History Month, but ultimately, what the other things that he mentioned, they don't rise to the level of pushing forward agendas like leveraging the more radical aspects of the civil rights of the Black nationalism, civil rights movement, those things to get things accomplished.
All right. Shout out to Domo. We're gonna swing this thing now over to Blue. Blue, you have 10 minutes to rebut Domo whenever you're ready.
All right, real quick, a couple of things that I definitely want to deal with. First off, I'm definitely gonna have to when we're talking about Diane Nash and Jim Lawson, these aren't just contributors to the civil rights movement. These are leaders of the civil rights movement. So we're not going to minimize them for, say, Dr. King, just because he became what is known as the face of the civil rights movement. If anything, I would say that would be a part of going with the whitewashing of the narrative, right? It was a lot of people who contributed, and there's a lot of people who contributed on their own. On top of that, so let me see. Let me go ahead and actually share my screen. And another thing, and as he said, even if he is able to even show that like, first of all, he's saying that they didn't, it was either deal with King or they would have to deal with the militants. Well, then right after that, they killed King. So who did they have to deal with after that? There was civil unrest after they killed King. So obviously they didn't give a damn about no nonviolent or they didn't care about no violent leverage or no militant leverage. And you can see, obviously, that shows King strayed away from the love doctrine he was supposed to be standing on in the first place, and he ended up paying for it dearly right after that. We seen the same thing. Malcolm came out, he didn't stand on the love doctrine. And exactly what did Malcolm get accomplished? So we see, when we talk about the leaders of the civil rights movement, leaders, not just Martin, not Malcolm. Malcolm was part of the Nation of Islam. Malcolm was part of the Nation of Islam. So in that term, once again, that's a whitewashing of it in general. We're not going to just minimize it to two people and act like they're the whole movement. I want to show you guys something, right? I want to show you something. Let me show you who Diane Nash is. This is the sister right here. It's the sister Diane Nash, right? What she says, that agapic energy, right, is the driving force behind the nonviolent movement. We're going to minimize that. You telling me that she's whitewashing history when you basically just minimized her to a contributor of the civil rights movement instead of a leader? Huh? We needed a term that encompasses much more than the absence of violence, as I stated earlier, correct? Right? So I just want you to see the sister is a leader. What happened? She was arrested in jail, right? What did she do? Here we go. She was the founder, right? And was a leader and strategist in several campaigns that broke through the landmark civil rights victories. So we're not just dealing with somebody that is, you know, just the part that was just that was marching next to Martin. She had her own thing going on in Nashville. That's what you failing to realize. Martin came under who? James Lawson. I already showed you that. So if you string away, and James Lawson stated, if y'all ever get a chance to watch the documentary out of his own mouth, a force stronger than, or a stronger force, you will see he clearly states that everybody in the civil rights movement had to be on the same point. Otherwise, people could get killed. And you basically telling me that at a point that right before Martin Luther King got killed, he wasn't on point with the civil rights movement. That's what you're basically telling me. That's what you're basically telling me. So when we're looking at leverage, there's no way that we can take away, once again, we can't minimize what the pioneers stood on or what they said. This thing was built, they had a faith that they built this off of. Simple and plain. And whitewashing it and minimizing it to two people, right, which he accused me of, which was based off of, you can basically base it off of his 3 yards. He presented rhetoric. Right? He presented rhetoric. So, Let me see. Yeah, a force more powerful. So yeah, you can see this in a force more powerful. And when you're dealing with these civil rights movements, what was she? Let me show you. So then the brother said that they weren't able to get anything accomplished without that, correct? But watch what happens. In 1960, Nash became the chairperson. Who is Nash? The person who was standing on what? Agape love. You telling me she whitewashing her story? Please. Nash became the chairperson of the student sit-in movement in Nashville, led many demonstrations, and helped Nashville become the first southern city to desegregate its lunch counters. Brother, can you tell me who was the militants that they was leveraging in Nashville? See, you even minimizing it to trying to get the attention of the president. The civil rights movement is about changing people's hearts. That was the difference. It was about changing people's hearts in order to change our reality. And in order to change people's hearts, they were trying to make people uncomfortable. That's the reality. Right? What else did this sister do? Then she helped found the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, as I stated earlier, and coordinated the Freedom Ride from Birmingham to Jackson, Alabama. Right? Who appointed her? Watch this. She became a key strategist for the Birmingham campaign and the Selma Voting Rights Act, and was appointed by President John F. Kennedy to the National Committee that formed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And what is she telling you? As her teacher taught her, and as Martin Luther King's teacher taught him, that love was a more powerful force. Period. And that's what they stood on. So the men, like I said, that's and I don't believe that this brother is doing this out of any kind of discontent or any kind of spite. I think it's unknowingly, but this is disrespectful. This is disrespectful. They didn't want to be associated with violence, and right now you are murking. You are throwing mud on the story and associating them with violence. Because once now you say that they're leveraging the militant approach, now you have to say that basically they used the militants in order to get what they had accomplished, and that's not really nonviolent. Yeah, that's me saying I'm gonna be nonviolent, but I can send my cousins over there to whoop that ass. That's not really nonviolent. So, I mean, and that's clear. They went and taught classes. Martin Luther King had Reverend James Lawson teaching nonviolent. So I don't even see how we even argue against that. I don't even see how we even argue against that. Right? We see what happened. As this brother already said, let me go. As this brother already said, right? Not standing on love and this whole militant approach hurt themselves. As you said, we seen what, and I hate to, to do it like this, but brother, we didn't see much. What exactly did Malcolm X get accomplished, brother? What exactly did Malcolm X get accomplished? We see the leaders of the Civil Rights Act movement got a lot accomplished. And according to you, Martin and Malcolm began to agree. And as soon as Martin, he had a 15, 20-year run where he was able to, where he's able to get things accomplished. He's changing people's hearts and things. That's what changed the world. That ain't no certificate that was signed by a president was going to change anything. And the leaders of the civil rights movement already knew that.
Time. All right. Shout out to Out the Blue. We're going to take a brief intermission and we're going to get into this rapid fire round, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
What's good, family? This is your boy Solomon, and this is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're going down the final stretch, family, and this is the debaters that had the grit and the toughness. You thought debaters are already gone, but we got a little more to go before we get to the playoffs. And you know when the playoffs start, baby, that's a whole nother animal. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Intellectual supremacy.
Yes, family, it is time for the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with Brother Domo. You have 10 minutes to interrogate Blue. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation.
All right, let me get this timer cracking. All right, we can start the timer now. All right, Blue. So we agree that the greatest accomplishments to come out of the Civil Rights Movement were the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, correct?
I agree that they were a part of some of the greatest accomplishments, but yeah.
Was there anything that was accomplished within the Civil Rights Movement in terms of legislation or like actually pushing social change that rose to the level of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act?
Well, yeah, we see on as we can see with people like Diane Nash and also Reverend James, they were producing people that were coming from that school of thought. And
right. What I'm asking, I'm asking more about material change though. I'm asking more about material change though, right? So for example, we would both say that the Civil Rights Act was something that produced a material change because it allowed for Black people to be able to access institutions and resources that were denied to them during Jim Crow, correct?
Right, no different than what she was able to accomplish in Nashville, Tennessee, where Nashville being the first city to even have desegregation.
Would you agree that accomplishing desegregation nationally is bigger than accomplishing desegregation on a local scale?
No, because I think it would have to start locally first. I think you signing it nationally.
Blue. If someone has the influence to encourage desegregation on a national scale, is that not a bigger accomplishment than achieving desegregation locally?
Well, this is. I want to be honest with you when I say this, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I don't want to minimize the effect of the work that has to be done on the ground. So
and that sounds good, right? Because
I accept the whole.
And that's what I'm saying. That sounds good, right? Like we can appreciate
that Civil Rights Act is standing on the places like Nashville, Tennessee, and other places.
We got to get past the rhetoric.
That's what holds that up.
All of that stuff sounds good, right? All of it sounds good, and I'm saying I am not underlining or attempting to diminish those roles, but in terms of material impact, and what I mean by material impact, I'm saying in terms of changing how the world or at least this country operated, right? We both agree that the Civil Rights Act changed how the country as a whole operated, correct?
No, because we see places in Mississippi. Matter of fact, as we see Mississippi,
segregation.
That's now desegregated their school.
It's state-based segregation. Okay, it's state-based segregation. Is that allowed anywhere in this country? Or is like government enforced segregation? Is that allowed anywhere in this country?
Well, obviously, it was allowed in Mississippi. They just desegregated.
I'm talking about today, post Civil Rights Act.
That's what I'm saying. Post Mississippi.
Okay, you trying to play a game? We gonna move on. We're gonna move on because you playing the game. In terms of the letter from Birmingham jail, right, where Dr. King pretty much breaks down and says, if it wasn't for my ideology, the ideology of nonviolence, the streets would already be running red with blood. And if you don't go with my ideology in the way that I'm operating, then Black people are going to start believing in what the Black nationalists are saying, and we don't want that, right? Now, are you saying that the letter from Birmingham, the letter from Birmingham jail, was not and did not influence, one, the passage and pushing for civil rights, and two, the understanding and the ideology of the civil rights movement?
No, because as you can see, What happened? They killed him afterwards. Who is they gonna
No,
have
I
to
mean,
deal
right,
with?
right. We know that though, right? We know that, right?
So that's what I'm saying. So they didn't. Obviously, they
Isn't
didn't care
that
whether
a
they have
false?
to deal with Martin Luther
But
King or the
but
crazy militants, because that's
blue.
exactly what happened.
Isn't
Right
that a
after
false?
they,
Hold on,
hold
time
on,
out though.
what was birthed
Isn't that a false
after they
narrative?
killed
Hold on, because
MLK?
isn't that a false? Hold on, hold on. Isn't that a false narrative though? When we know that agapic love that he was following didn't save his life either, right?
It didn't save his life, and as you showed, he
Right.
strayed away
So him
from
getting
the
killed,
from
we
the
know
civil
that
rights
neither one of
movement.
those. Hold on. So we saying that him getting killed, we know that neither one of those approaches saved his life. The question of the
No,
debate,
I
bro.
know we see he lasted as long as he preached nonviolence, he
And he
lasted. And
continued
according
to
to
preach
you, he
nonviolence.
tried to leverage violence and it got him
No, he
killed.
didn't.
That's
Okay,
according to
hold
you.
on, because you clearly misunderstand the narrative, and I'm not
That's
going
what
to
you
use.
just
Hold
told
on,
me.
I'm not going to use my speech, my cross ex time to school you on that. I'll just let you ask and clear that up. But are you not minimizing what historians and the rest of the civil rights movement argued was the most influential piece of literature to come out of the civil rights movement?
I can't do that. Well, that's
But
according
that's
to
what you're
who?
doing. You literally
Who
saying
is saying? See, you said that
the civil
this
rights,
is
the same people that
about it
hold.
being redacted. So now I'm saying,
Nobody
who
said
is
anything about
spinning his
redaction.
work as the
Like
greatest part of the civil rights
you
movement?
confused because I don't know where you're talking about redaction. So let's keep it pushing. Can you name the national influence in terms of policy, right? In terms of institutions actually doing something different. Can you name something that agapic love did to influence how black people are treated in this country?
Yeah, it made people uncomfortable,
It made
and it
people
was in a
uncomfortable.
way that it was. And I'm
Did
gonna show you
uncomfortable people stop attacking black people?
Well, eventually they did. It was a
Did
process.
Eventually they did. Okay, so
It was
let's
a process
take a look.
because
Let
we
me
can see
hold on.
more. We
Let
was
me ask you
able to
this.
get.
Let me show you this.
Okay.
Now, John F. Kennedy is Robert Kennedy is reported as saying the Negroes are mean and tough and have guns and have been worked up about this. If you have another incident, another bombing, for instance, or fire or something like that, and it attracted a large number of Negroes, then the situation might well get out of hand. The feelings of the Negroes generally, and reports that we get from other cities, not just the South, is that this could trigger off a great deal of violence around the country. Now, with Negroes saying they've been abused for all these years, they're going to start following the ideas of the black Muslims. Now, what was Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy operating out of? Were they operating out of agapic love, or were they operating out of a fear of the black Muslim?
I think that's the change of the narrative right there.
Bro, I'm asking you, Robert Kennedy.
I mean,
Hold on.
I would.
Let me add context then. The reason why I'm talking about Robert Kennedy is because Robert Kennedy is who urged John F. Kennedy to enact civil rights legislation. Now we know John F. Kennedy was killed before he was able to.
But that's hearsay.
That's not hearsay. It's documented. What are you talking? It's documented. It's documented. It's presidential history that Robert Kennedy.
That another guy influenced the president. We don't know. Like that's
Robert Kennedy was the attorney general. He was the top lawyer in the land.
Okay, and he had influence.
Robert Kennedy had people on the ground in Birmingham when Dr. King was in jail.
Right.
So
he had influence.
So they witnessed the violence.
There might be motives there, but there's no guarantee. We can't guarantee that, bro. That's
a document, bro. John F. Kennedy in his speech introducing civil rights legislation only talked about demonstrations in the streets and threats of violence. He used both of those are the number one and number two phrases that was in his speech to address the civil rights.
As soon as they killed Kennedy, that's exactly what they got. I mean, excuse me. As soon as they killed Martin Luther King, that's exactly what they got. So they obviously didn't care about the militant approach.
So they killed Kennedy.
They honestly would have rather to deal with the militant approach.
So they killed Kennedy, right? They killed Kennedy. After they killed Kennedy, it's now responsible for Lyndon B. Johnson to pass the civil rights.
And you said he felt the same way, right?
Right. Until Malcolm X did his Ballad of the Bullet speech, where he called out the filibuster.
Exactly.
Less than a month later, the filibuster was ended and they started moving forward with the legislation. So again, we see an instance where a black leader is making a statement. That statement was reported to the White House by the FBI, and then the White House did something different. Is that not an example? Is that not an example of the Civil Rights Act being initiated by leveraging the idea of dealing with black nationalists?
I have to disagree, because once again, when you say that, well, first off, Malcolm X was a part of the Nation of Islam.
So what?
Number two, Malcolm X was also. But this is what I'm saying. When we talk about the civil rights movement,
he was not
out of that hands of the civil rights.
When he made those statements, you got to get your historical accuracy together. When he made those statements, he was not with the Nation of Islam. Actually,
well, he had left.
Was during
but he was not with the civil rights movement either, because
he's documented, bro. He's documented as saying that I am.
All right, Blue, it's on you. You got 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Could you be violent or have a militant approach and be a part of the civil rights movement?
Yep.
Okay. When we talk about did King die? How long after King's letter from jail did he die?
You said what?
How long after King's letter from prison? From jail. What did he pass?
I think from that time, that letter from Birmingham, I think that was like 1964, and he was killed in 1968.
Wow. So he got a good about 4 years, correct?
Yeah, let me double check just to be sure, because they went down to Birmingham in 1960. Yeah, I think it was I think that's about right. Yeah.
Okay, and then you presented a conversation that was between Martin and Lyndon B.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a conversation between.
Or excuse me, well, not a direct conversation, but I think it was Martin between Malcolm X and Lyndon B. It wasn't a direct conversation, but I think they were alluding to the threat of violence, correct?
No, what I said was that during his Ballad of the Bullet speech, Malcolm X had stated that he had witnessed the filibuster, and that he was giving them the opportunity. That's what the Ballad of the Bullet was about. He was like, "We're gonna give you the opportunity to either do it y'all way, or if y'all take too long, we're gonna do it our way." Another part.
And you also made a statement though that Martin was saying that Martin was also stating that you can either deal with me or you can deal with the crazy Nation of Islam people, right?
Correct.
And did they kill Martin Luther King after that?
No, they didn't kill him after that.
You said they didn't kill Martin Luther King after that?
No. After that, he was released from jail. That doc again was the letter from Birmingham. He was released from jail.
He was not killed after that.
No.
So Martin Luther King died before he made that statement?
Oh, you said which? Okay, I'm confused. I'm confused what you're asking. Are you saying he made that statement and then later on he was killed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. He would
have had to.
So after Martin Luther King was killed, who rose up in the ranks?
You had people like John Lewis, Stokely Carmichael.
Could we agree the Black Panther Party?
The Black Panther Party, yeah.
Okay. And what kind of approach would you say the Black Panther Party had? Was it a violent approach?
They had an approach of self-defense.
Self-defense. And it wasn't militant. Yeah, and I agree with you. Excuse me on that. Self-defense. Yeah. Was it a militant look?
You said what?
Did they present a militant look?
They were militant, yes.
They were militant. Yeah. Would you say that led to their demise?
I wouldn't say that them being militant led to their demise. Like you said, Dr. King was a militant and they killed him. So, regardless of whether or not they was militant, the reason why they were attacked and ultimately undermined was because of what they stood for Black people, not necessarily their tactics alone. because we both will admit, they killed Malcolm and Martin. So whether they thought they were violent or whether they thought they were non-violent, they both still got killed.
Okay, cool. Can you see my screen?
Can I see your screen? Yeah. No, I can now. Yeah. So
Okay, cool. Can you read the title of this for me right here?
Civil rights pioneer says love fueled the movement.
Oh, okay, cool. So, and you say otherwise, correct?
No, I don't. This debate isn't about what fueled the movement. This debate is about what the movement used in order to succeed. In order to succeed,
okay, cool.
In its victories and its greatest.
Cool. What does the car use in order to run?
I mean, depending on what kind of car you got.
And so as we look at the screen again, right? And are you familiar with Don Cox?
Don Cox, not off the top of my head.
Right. This is a member of the Black Party committee, right? And he was also one of the leaders, right? And according to him, right, that whole militant aspect in general was what hurt the movement. Do you disagree with his words?
I mean, I disagree I disagree in the sense that ultimately it's the framing that he had of like the those that didn't abide by that doctrine. I mean, I think there's a sense of respectability politics associated with it. Like even what I've described Dr. King and his position as is the moderates. These were the people who wanted to like we talk about integrate, to be able to be comfortable, to be able to kind of live like how white people live. But then you have people who weren't satisfied with being integrated into a society that hates them. They all they wanted was self-sufficiency, and that was the difference. So this non-violent versus violence framing, or this militant versus non-militant framing, the reason why I say that that's counterproductive is because at the end of the day, they were both treated the same way. The question is ultimately, how did the civil rights movement achieve its greatest successes, which is the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act? And what you'll see is those pieces of legislation only got the push that they got when they were threatened with violence in response to the racist violence that Black people were dealing with. They didn't say that, well, we see what's happening to Black people, so we're going to create change. What they said was, we see what's happening to Black people, and we don't want Black people to go wild on us.
So we see in Nashville, Tennessee, right? Sister Diane Nash was able to get Nashville to be the first other city to desegregate the lunch counters. Was there a presence of a military threat?
I mean, no. I mean, Dr. King gained, national recognition by desegregating the buses in Montgomery. Like, there were instances where
you know that she orchestrated, that she actually organized that.
That's what I'm saying. That's cool and that's fine, right? But I've also showed the historical narrative that these instances of victories were few and far between. That's why, like after the Montgomery thing, they went down to Albany. They had no success there. It wasn't until Dr. King went to Birmingham, and then we saw what happened in the Birmingham like Bull Connor in Birmingham, sicking the dogs and the hoses. Is when we saw that. What they don't show is the fact that Black people were fighting back. And it was Robert Kennedy said specifically, watching them respond is why we're acting. We're not acting because of what the racist police are doing. We acting because Black people are fighting back, and that can be dangerous. That can hurt white people. So in order to save white people, we want to do something to calm them down. It was never about alleviating the experiences that Black people went through. It was always about pacifying them, calming them down, making it to where they don't want to tear stuff up. And that's what I'm saying is dangerous in terms of the narrative, is because we're like the current mainstream conversation, just like every Martin Luther King Jr. is like every day is, oh, peace and nonviolence, and we can only use peace, and that keeps us pacified. That's dangerous for black people because.
But now let me ask you this real quick. Now, did the civil rights movement, was it associated with violence or nonviolence?
What you mean?
What was it? What would they have wanted it to be associated with? Violence or nonviolence?
Dr. King, as the face of the civil rights movement, wanted it to be associated with nonviolence. But that's what. Right. But that's
hold on, wait. Now, claiming that they are leveraging, that Dr. King is leveraging violence in order to achieve the Civil Rights Act, would that be? How is the movement now nonviolent?
Because Dr. King didn't see the NOI as a part of his movement. That's why he was saying, work with my movement, or black people are going to go with the NOI. That's the leveraging I'm talking about. That's not me saying that civil rights movement claims the NOI.
That's the same thing as basically saying that I ain't gonna fight you. I can't put hands on you.
Nah, but that's why I use the example of 30 Mac.
But my cousin and them, they may, I don't know. You might walk down the block and he might hit you with a brick.
That's why I said it was dirty macking. He not saying my cousin. They're not on the same side, bro. That's where you getting it twisted. He wasn't saying, hey, they gonna come and show up for me. He's saying if I don't succeed, black people don't follow me. If black people don't follow me, they follow the Nation of Islam. If they follow the Nation of Islam, those are niggas you don't want to deal with. He was low key like dirty Mac and dry snitching. Okay. Like, yo, you don't want to fuck with them niggas over there. So that's why you, mess with those dudes over there. So that's why you want to go.
Stated though, they killed Dr. King, so they obviously.
No, you can't bring that up. We know they killed. They killed both of them. They killed both of them regardless of their strategy.
Both of them.
Yeah, so you bring up
the NOI when he got killed, as you stated.
Love did not save him either. Agapic love did not save him either, bro. That's what I'm telling you. That's why it fails you. It don't matter that they die.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. We're going to go ahead and close this thing out, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man.
Yeah. Van Glorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick the can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're closing it out. We're going to start out with Domo. Domo, you have 5 minutes to close it out. Let me go ahead and set the timer so you can begin your closing whenever you're ready, brother.
5 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, let's get it. All right, we get started now. All right, now to reiterate my position, as I've said before, the civil rights movement, the face of the civil rights movement, the leader of the civil rights movement, Dr. Martin Luther King, who had the biggest influence on actually changing the material reality nationally, right? What he relied on was the threat of the alternative. Now, be clear, when I say alternative, what I'm saying is it's not him, right? It's not the civil rights movement. It's not the nonviolence, right? If you don't go with the civil rights movement, you go with the movement of the Nation of Islam, which he said would cause a racial nightmare. He is threatening. And when I say threatening, I'm not saying he's going to sick them on him, but more so, I am the safe alternative. Work with me. Give me something. As he said later on down the line back in 1966 when he was marching with Stokely Carmichael, give me something or them. I can't hold them back no more. I can't keep people and from going with the other ideology. And you and I both want them going with my ideology. So when Blue says that and this is really where he hurts himself when he says the civil rights movement was about changing hearts, bruh, they killed him just like they killed Martin Luther King. Malcolm X. That's why talking about who died is irrelevant, because we know that regardless of strategy, they both got killed. That's why the question of the debate is, in terms of the successes of the civil rights movement, what did they use? He's telling you agapic love, but they killed him. Clearly, they did not change the hearts of nobody. So the only thing that we could use in terms of success is the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. And I've displayed a historical narrative that points to how whenever Dr. King got desperate, whenever he was like, yo, I need something from y'all, he always deployed the threat of the alternative, the dangerous black nationalists. Y'all don't want them. Again, with what urged Robert F. Kennedy to tell his brother, John F. Kennedy, like, hey, we need to start this right now, was watching black people respond to violence. Not the fact that the violence was happening to them. If their hearts were changed at all during anything that had to do with the civil rights movement, they would have saw what was happening. Bull Connor would have been in jail, but they allowed Bull Connor and those Southern law enforcement officers to do what they did. And it wasn't until black people was like, you know what, we're not about to take this, and started fighting back. That's when they said, oh, we need to do something about that. When we fought back, that means that this ain't about changing no hearts. This ain't about changing how white people, it wasn't about none of that. It was about changing the reality, forcing the laws to say something different, forcing the laws to not be able to push that same agenda. That's what the goal was. Now, again, there's questions about whether or not the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act did that. And those are legitimate questions. But the standard, the framework for this debate was, we both agree, even though Blue, he tried to be a little weasel in the cross-sex. But we both agreed at the beginning of the debate, and he didn't refute this either, was that the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act are the greatest pieces of legislation to come out of the civil rights movement. It is their greatest successes. It changed how this nation operated. Did it make this nation not racist anymore? No, nobody said that it did that. But did it stop the ability for racist governments in certain locale and state governments to be able to inflict racism and discrimination? Yes. They can be sued for all of that now. We agreed that that's a success. Agapic love didn't get us to that success. It was the threat of, hey, do y'all want them? Robert F. Kennedy, and that's what I said. What Blue tried to do was Blue tried to say that, well, that may have been word of mouth. Come on, bro. When you say things like that, you can't be operating off of a historical narrative, because these things are documented. Again, the idea that love was the reason why we got the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act is romanticism. The idea that Dr. King didn't shape and be the face and the forefront of the civil rights movement is revisionism. And the idea that it was this doctrine of Jesus and love and recognizing humanity that forced Lyndon B. Johnson to pass those key legislation acts, that is rhetoric. It's not real. That's not what happened. What really happened is Dr. King leveraged the threat of the NOI and black nationalism as a way to achieve its goals of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. At the end of the day, both Dr. King and Malcolm X presented ultimatums. Do it this way or do it our way. And they chose to do it that way, do it their way, the moderate way, in order for them to pacify the resistance that would come after that.
All right, shout out to Domo. Blue, it is on you, brother. You got 5 minutes to close out whenever you're ready.
Go right here. All right. So, real quick, I just want to start this out with the words of the civil rights leader herself. Or should I say, close this out? You probably never heard, and so it was thrilling to hear Nash speak later that evening on the power of nonviolence as as agapic energy. You probably never heard that word before. She said with a smile, "That's because I made it up. Everything requires energy," she said, "especially violence, hatred, war. But if we, speaking about the civil rights movement, use the energy, use the energy of agape or love, right? Which is this agape love is love for humanity. We can disarm, heal, and transform every situation." Did that sound like that their goal, bro, was to change hearts? Yes, brother. That was their goal, to change hearts. It wasn't about changing, just about, we're not going to minimize it. Once again, he's talking about revisionism. This is revisionism. Minimizing the civil rights leaders down to Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson. Legislation that was only passed nationally. Right? That's unfair and that's disingenuous. Right? Especially when we have leaders, right, who did more than just contribute, but actually organized in the organization. Right? And in these different committees, telling you what was the basis and what they used as their leverage. What fueled this vehicle? And according to her, it was agapic energy, bringing a lasting justice and peace, right? And so she says, and she says that what Gandhi taught us, this powerful nonviolence or agapic love, right, based on Jesus and Gandhi, don't forget this, is the best way to bring about lasting justice and peace, right? So I already showed you that what happened. We had the person who everybody went the nonviolence from, right? Reverend James Lawson, correct? Went where? Went to India, studied and learned the Gandhian way, and brought it back here and applied that in the different colleges as he taught and out of his own church, right? What this brother also showed was that what? Was that at some point, Martin Luther King, according to this brother, begins to leverage violence with nonviolence instead of just standing on his square, which was love. And guess what happened? According to this brother, right after that, Martin Luther King was murdered, assassinated. We knew what Malcolm stood on. I don't even know how Malcolm keeps popping up in this conversation. I'm trying to figure out, what did Malcolm accomplish exactly? We're talking about the civil rights movement. If you were associated with violence, you could not be associated with the civil rights movement. They drew a clear line. I showed that in my last debate, that there was a clear line. That wasn't the line that Martin Luther King drew. So we're not going to minimize it to being just Martin Luther King. Yeah, that was the line that was drew by the committee of the civil rights movement. These were leaders who came together. No different than when we looking at the president of the United States. There is still a Senate, a House, and all that. We see the president as the face. There is still things that are being organized and put together underneath the works that you don't even understand. So we're not going to minimize this to Martin Luther King and just what happened on the national level, right? And just say, well, what she accomplished and what they was able to get accomplished locally in different places. Nashville being the first southern city to desegregate the lunch line, right? Are we going to discredit that? She didn't use any leverage of violence. She used love. And guess what? This sister still teaches today. Because of what she was able to do, she is still able to make change to this very day. Standing on her square, which was what? Love. And, you know, I don't even think really I even have to say much more than that. I appreciate everybody coming out.
Oh, my bad.
I appreciate the love that everybody got. And I think we should adopt this new term into our language now. Agapic love. And that's something that we should be using moving forward. Peace.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. But unfortunately, for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. The Shuckle Buck round is now in session, but we need to get them likes up to 50. Let's get them likes up to 50. Then we could proceed. Shout out to the family. Shout out to the league.
Instance where he created that juxtaposition, the government was implored to move in the direction of King's demands, primarily because the threat of militant resistance as a response to racist violence was kind of bubbling up, and Dr. King made them aware of that.
So, what was the strategy that King used?
Well, the strategy that he deployed was to compare himself as a nonviolent activist to what he framed as the more radical activist.
What was the strategy that he used far as protesting and combating
the way that he protested? His way of protest was nonviolent.
And they were promoters of love, nonviolence, right? So when you say that would be an example of using love?
No.
so
because this at this point,
so
again,
you're saying nonviolence is not a form of
nonviolence. I mean, you could say that nonviolence is. I'm not going to deny that the nonviolent approach has that agapic love that he spoke about. But as I pointed out in the historical narrative, what you'll see.
So wouldn't that mean that was used to?
He used it, but that's not what made the movement successful.
So
he used it.
Was it? Wait. So was it militants alone that made the movement successful?
No, it was the threat. It was
okay.
The threat
So you're saying that it was that the love was necessary? You're saying?
No, I mean the love.
So they didn't have to use love. You're saying?
What I'm saying is that Dr.
In order
King,
for it to work, did they have to use love?
Love in terms of that appeal? No, it didn't have nothing to do with love.
Okay, so they did not have to use love. You're saying?
Him saying choose me or those other black people will tear shit up? No, that's not appealing to love.
Okay, no.
That's
what I'm saying is that their approach.
Yes, that approach.
What was the I have a dream? Wait. What was the I have a dream speech? Was that promoting love?
Yeah, but I have a dream.
Was it promoting love? Yes or no, bro?
Yeah, it was. But
okay,
I have a dream
so
speech.
So his other speech is him uniting all peoples of all colors. Was that promoting love? Yes or no?
He didn't unite all peoples of all colors.
So wasn't it more? Wait. So what was more? I guess integrated far as the protest was it the militant aspect or was it Martin Luther King's love approach? What united the people more?
Is what united? You had
different
people
races
that
of people.
Hold on. You had people that followed Dr. King because of his nonviolence, But the
Okay,
question
so-
of the
so you're
debate,
saying that-
hold on. But the question of the debate isn't just why did people
We
follow
know what
Dr.
the
King?
question of the debate is, but I'm just trying to
Right,
ask
right,
you a
yeah. Because
question.
this is Shucklebuck. We're gonna talk about something completely different.
No, I'm not talking about something completely different. What I'm saying
We
is
are,
that
but I'll play the game.
So for them to bring in those different races of people, did he not use nonviolence and love
He
as
did,
a leverage?
and it did nothing.
So you're saying that he
did and it did nothing.
So did they not participate? More
So what?
Wait.
So what?
Was it multi races of people participating?
And the KKK killed multiple
Can you answer? Can you answer my
The police
question? Can
beat
you
up
listen to my
multiple
question
races
and
of
answer it? Can you listen?
I'm
to
answering it. Yes,
Can
it
you
had
listen to my
multiple
question?
people.
Can you listen to my
Yes,
question?
it had
and
multiple
answer it?
people.
Let me finish answering my question. Did the civil rights movement use love as a leverage to get more people of different?
But it's not
nationalities
leverage
involved?
to get more people. It was to
Yes,
achieve
yes.
its successes.
No. Did he not
What are you
use
talking
love
about?
as
That
a
was the
leverage?
ideology.
Did he not use love as a
People were
leverage
attracted to
get?
that ideology.
So how was he
People
able
were
to sway?
attracted to that ideology. Yes, people were attracted to that ideology.
Okay, so that's using love as leverage to get people more attracted to his movement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that he used love as a leverage.
Yeah, but that's completely out of the context of this debate.
No. How's that out of the context?
Because the context of this debate is the successes of the civil rights movement.
So
having people, hold on. Having people join is not success.
Who
people join the movement.
You're dead right now. You're dead. You just
people join.
You just hung yourself right now, bro. You just hung yourself right now. Who were the lawyers that was able to get the bill, write the bill up?
Lawyers didn't do shit. It wasn't the lawyers.
No, wait. Who were the lawyers? Wait. I'm asking you a question.
The lawyers. It don't matter.
Wait. Who were the lawyers that wrote up those bills? Were they black?
I mean, you had some black lawyers, yeah.
Who were the lawyers that wrote?
You think they didn't have no black lawyers in the 60s?
Who were the lawyers that participated in writing the bill? That played a major
What do you
role in
mean
writing?
lawyers?
Who were the lawyers that was able?
Bro, the Civil Rights Act was written by the Kennedy administration. It wasn't written by the Civil Rights Movement. It was written by the Kennedy administration.
Bro, these were the Jewish lawyers played a significant role.
Now we talking about the Jewish lawyers.
Were they not? Were they not? Did not the Jewish lawyers play a significant role in passing legislation?
I didn't listen. I didn't make any argument about Jewish lawyers, so I can't speak on that.
No, I didn't
make any argument. I can't speak on nothing. I didn't make an argument about that.
Well, they would not been there if they had a more militant approach. So he used love as a leverage.
Like I said, I'm not speaking on anything that has to do with any Jewish lawyers because I didn't make any argument about Jewish lawyers.
No, what I'm asking you is a question.
And I'm not going to speak on something that I didn't talk about in the debate.
Were Jewish lawyers? Did they play?
I'm not going to speak on anything that didn't take place in the debate.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Did the Jewish lawyers play a significant role in the civil rights movement? That's all I'm asking you.
Okay, can you clarify something for me? When you say significant role, what are you identifying as significant?
Like, for example, it was they went down south to help the protest. It was intricate parts of the movement. They helped enforce.
So in terms of organizing,
no. You asked me.
I'm asking for clarification.
You asked me a question, so now I'm answering it. Okay. So when they went down south, the 2 Jews that were killed when they was going down south, so it was some lives lost for love because it was a nonviolent movement. The Jewish lawyers that played a role in the helping the NAACP to enforce those legislations that was passed, because what happened was they passed those laws, but see, people didn't want to enforce them. So it was the Jewish lawyers that played a role at pushing the envelope to enforce the implementation of those laws. You can't get around that.
That's an interesting piece of trivia. That is an interesting piece of trivia. Thank you for introducing that.
Had they not had those Jewish lawyers, it would have been harder for them to get things done. Bottom line, bro.
I mean, like I said, thank you for introducing that random piece of trivia into
that's
the
not
debate.
Random piece of trivia. You can try to separate that from the civil rights movement. How? That's an intricate part of it being implemented. So the reason why the Jews participated in that, the reason why the Jews participated in that, because guess what? The civil rights movement wasn't just for black people. It was for Jews. Word. You didn't know that? Word? Dog. Damn. Okay. That's what's
learning something all Black history.
Learn something every day. So guess what?
That's why the Jews participated in it, because it was love
Yeah.
for everybody.
Yeah.
So love was used as a leverage because
leverage.
Love was used as a leverage because it wasn't just for black people.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do it for the Jews as well.
It's true.
But see, when he used love as a leverage, he knew that in order for this to be more effective than that militant stuff that you're talking about, is that I made everybody inclusive in this movement, so that would make them want to what? Participate and give what they can. They put their resources into the movement. It was Jews,
and it didn't push the envelope. It didn't change. It didn't push legislation.
It did push the envelope.
I presented, like I said, a historical narrative.
Did Jews participate in the civil rights movement?
Yeah, they participated.
You're dead.
Hey, let's hand them all participation trophies.
Yeah.
Hey, you did it. Yeah, y'all were a part of it.
So why didn't they participate in the militant movements?
Because the militant movements didn't want them. We don't want y'all. They were black nationalists. They said that we're gonna do everything in house.
So which one was more effective?
In terms of what the debate, or in terms of what you talking about? Because we talking about
it's the same thing.
In terms of the debate, what made the civil rights movement effective was the threat of the militant resistance.
No, I said
that's what made the militant resistance. Because Dr. King, in his letter to Birmingham, he didn't say if it wasn't for the Jewish people.
What happened to Martin Luther King?
Hold on. In a letter to Birmingham,
when they began to become more militant. When Martin Luther King began to make,
he didn't become. I never said he became more militant.
When Martin
he
Luther
did
King,
not become more militant.
When Martin Luther
he
King
used the threat of militancy.
No, when Martin Luther King began to speak in a more militant way, what happened to him?
I mean, but even to say that he spoke in a militant way, I don't think he spoke in a militant way. To be honest. Like, people try to say that when he talked about the economy and saying integrating into a burning house, that didn't make him militant.
He began to speak,
he was just disenchanted.
When he began to get away from the love doctrine, what happened to him?
He never got away from the love doctrine. In 1966, like I said, that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to pay attention to the narrative.
He stuck with the love doctrine.
Yeah, he did.
Right. So that was
he even told, like he said.
So love was used to get what done?
Nothing. I mean, to organize.
Wait. He used the love doctrine.
To organize.
You're dead, bro. This nigga gonna say, okay, he used the love doctrine, and it was them that got the civil rights bill passed, but love didn't get nothing done. But it was them that actually got the civil rights bill passed. You're dead, bro. You're dead, bro. Blue, what's good? What's good, bro?
What's going on? What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
Okay, cool.
So, what had more leverage in the civil rights movement? Was it love or threat of military resistance?
It was love. Love is what fueled the vehicle.
Okay. You said love, so how's up, brother?
Well, that was what they used. If we're talking about the civil rights movement and we're talking about the civil rights activists, and if they use love and that they didn't want to be associated with nonviolence, then it's preposterous to even try to make a claim that a militant strategy was a part of the civil rights movement.
So, what happened to the civil rights marches when they were when they were protesting nonviolently?
Well, it wasn't just about they weren't just protesting; they were actually going to certain places, and what would happen is violence was put on them. It was the expectation. They expected to be killed, beaten, or jailed. That was the expectation.
Okay, so you're saying that when they were marching non-violently, that they were met with aggression.
Yeah, they were met with aggression.
Okay, so what got passed as a result of love then? That means that
What
they
got
resisted. They resisted the nonviolent protest, right? You saying?
I would say people did. That there were
the
people.
Government. It wasn't just people. It was a damn fire.
But it was bigger than that though, because even though you might make the argument that it was rejected, because it was based on love, it allowed more people to come into it. So though their aggression was going to be whether we protested, whether we didn't protest, whether we was militant or not. The point though was that was spreading this love around the globe. So people looking at our struggle and looking at us and seeing that, hey, we're not being violent as they portray that we are. We're not being any of this, and this is what we're getting for it. Then other people would also want to join in on this struggle.
And what happened to King?
In Gandhi.
What happened to King?
What happened to King?
Yeah.
Well, that brother strayed away from what was agreed upon by the leaders of the civil rights movement, and unfortunately, he lost his life.
So how did he go against love? What did he do?
As the brother Domo pointed out, he showed that in his letter that he began to leverage the radical movement with himself.
You said he began to leverage the radical movement with himself.
Yeah, or with the more peaceful movement. So he basically, according to what Domo brought out, what he was able to show is that King multiple times.
What would the government
threaten them with violence?
What would the government? What would they rather have to deal with? The militant resistance or the nonviolent? Which one did they prefer to support?
Well, I would have to say the militant, obviously.
So they supported the militant resistance. You saying the government?
Well, they wanted it as long as it was in a scattered approach.
So you're saying wait. You're saying to me, You're saying to me that the government supported the militant resistance
more so than they did. Well, they didn't support either one.
How did they support
either one?
How did they support the militant?
Obviously, they killed the peacemaker.
So how did they support the militant resistance?
They killed the peacemaker.
But they were killing the militants as well.
No, because if we listen to Huey P. Newton,
Malcolm first. They killed Malcolm first. Oh wait. So
exactly.
Who did they support more? Was it the militant resistance or the nonviolent protesters? Who did they support more? The government.
The government?
Yeah.
Who did they support more?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't support neither one of them. Man. They killed.
Who did they support more?
Well, they obviously supported the militants more because they killed King.
How did they support the militants more?
Because after the death of King, birthed the militant.
They killed Malcolm first, bro.
But after King, Malcolm is not a part of. Hold on.
No, bro.
What did Malcolm organize?
You saying that they supported the militants more than they supported the nonviolent protesters, bro?
They killed Martin, and it sparked the militant Black Panther Party. So obviously they did.
No, they supported.
He said, "Hold on." He said, "No,
You said, but they killed the Black Panthers. They killed the Black Panthers.
He gave them an option.
He killed the Black Panthers too, bro. They killed Malcolm, bro. What are you talking about?
They didn't mind.
The March on Washington, was that not also the government actually letting them do the March on Washington? Was not the government involved in that?
You said was the government involved
in the March on Washington?
The government also allowed the Black
Bro,
Panther
I'm
Party
asking,
to
no,
raid
yes or
raid
no, brother?
monuments.
Yes or no, brother? Was the government involved with the March on Washington, bro?
As well, yes, as well as they was in the allowing the Black Panther Party to raid the Capitol.
No, that was, come on, bro. You're gonna compare the March on Washington to them raiding the Capitol?
It was black people raiding the Capitol with guns, and they didn't do nothing.
Right. But that was more of
so hold on. Who did they support?
Wait. You're saying
So you tell me. Hold on.
No.
The dudes came with guns.
So you're trying to say to me that the government was
and raided the damn Capitol building.
Wait. You're saying that the government
and they didn't do anything.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me that the government helped plan the raid on the Capitol?
I mean, I don't know, man. It looks fishy to me.
So you say you don't know.
It looks fishy to me.
You saying you don't know.
I see some motive. That's all I'm saying.
Wait. So that means you don't know. Is it a yes or no, bro?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, so prove that they supported and helped set up the raid of the Capitol.
Nobody did anything.
Who helped? Give me some names.
We don't know that. We wouldn't know the names.
So you don't know the names.
Top secret.
You don't know the names. Okay, so the president actually helped
Larry Hoover.
The president actually helped them do the
Larry Hoover.
Okay, prove that it was Larry Hoover that did it.
He had wiretaps on everybody. He knew that this was being
orchestrated. I'm not asking you, brother. I'm not asking you who knew about it. I'm asking you who helped do it. Who helped do it?
Obviously, government.
Did he help plan it, bro? That's what I'm
How
asking.
else could black people raid the Capitol?
Prove that he helped plan it
without government help.
Prove that he helped plan it.
Man, there were no consequences in that.
That's not proving that he helped plan it.
I'll give you an example. We just seen another way.
I can give you names who helped the March on Washington. I can give you names. They actually set that up. It was the worldwide. The whole world got to see that. Why? Because they even put the media on it. It's still recorded to this day, bro. What are you talking about? They allowed him to go right in front of the Capitol and give a speech. They wanted the people to see. They actually publicized him in a positive manner. Did they not?
No.
Did they not on the March of Washington show him in a positive manner?
I will say, but that was because
wait. Let's stop right there.
I will say, but that's because love.
No, I didn't ask you why.
But that was because of love.
I didn't ask you why. What I said was, what I'm saying in response to that is that show me one time that they showed the Black Panthers in a positive manner on the media.
What they did was
show me one time did they ever show the Black Panthers in a positive manner on the media?
All publicity is good publicity.
No, that ain't what I'm asking you. Did they ever show the Black Panthers in a positive manner on the media? You're dead. You're dead. Shout out to both debaters. It was an excellent debate. Post-debate show. I don't know who's doing the post-debate show. I don't know who's doing the post-debate show. Hold on, let me drop the link for the people's vote in the chat room. Gucci. All right, we're going to the post debate show.
nigga gonna try to tell me that this motherfucker gonna talk about something. They supported the militants more. You talking about they supported the militants more than the non-violent protesters, bro? God damn. Shout out to the family. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Let's play that blue shit. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Tomorrow we got Akmalak and Aratazah. They will be in the building tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the league, man.
Dr. King and his allies.
Black power, black power. A year. Actually, my computer.
Gained national recognition out of the civil rights movement. The letter from Birmingham jail, where he argued on behalf of oppressed people to protest non-violently. What most historians ignore, and this is what I need y'all to pay attention to, is the appeal Dr. King makes on behalf of his methods as opposed to what he sees as the violent alternative, which at the time was the black nationalism of the NOI, the Nation of Islam. In this letter, the letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. King
Wow. Man, shout out to the fam, man. This the boy Suave Boss, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Yeah, we in the building. Shout out to brother Moses. Say these debates are giving me life. That's a powerful statement, brother. And we definitely appreciate it. I'm glad you part of the league, man, because just know your debates are gonna give people life too, bro. Corny but true. All right, man. Let me see what else. What else? What else? What else? What else is very interesting? Let me see. Y'all only got season 3, so motherfuckers gonna be buying. They wasn't part of season 3, fam. Move. Play with me. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Cause I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody. So just grab somebody, no leaving this party with nobody to love. Nobody. Honey. Ooh. Ooh. I'm falling in love. Bow. I think this might be one. I think this might be one. Alright. Hold on. I think that's it. That might be it. Let me go back through it quick. Alright, yeah. That's what we're gonna do right there then. Okay. Let's get it. Let's get it. Y'all might not like this one. Y'all might not like this one. Yeah, Anon and Madon debate. Nah, Anon and Madon never debated. So just grab somebody, no leaving this party with nobody to love. Damn. Let me look for another one too. Well, we might get into some conversation. This might be the last one. So, hope everybody finna fine out there, man. Strength to everybody, wellness to everybody, saneness to everyone. Huh? Oh, snap. Look at melanated goddess, man. Utilizing that melanin. Showing why she a goddess. Yeah, that one did go down. That one did go down, didn't it? I think that was the playoffs. The playoffs. I ain't really trying to get into that later the year yet. But let me make sure that's what that was, man. Yeah. That's what that was, fam. Let me make sure that that's what that was, fam. Yeah. Oh shit. You sure do got one out here. Okay. We mightily have to do that one. What is that? A Nizzle, May Dizzle. Oh yeah, that was the playoffs. That was definitely the playoffs. We might get that one in. We might get that one in. All right, let me go here though. Let me go ahead though. Let me go here. Let's have a short music break. Black Power.
I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated with the folks. I'm affiliated with the Lords. I'm affiliated with the Stones. I'm affiliated with the Fours. I'm affiliated with the Bloods. I'm affiliated with the Crips. I'm affiliated with the Thugs. And we affiliated with the shit. I'm affiliated. 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 I grew up in the streets and met some real niggas trying to find something to eat. And met some real bitches trying to find something to freak. Got the plug on the weed, the D got the plug on the heats, the beats. Now we charging niggas a fee. We couldn't get free for nothing. Now it's nothing for free. We used to get weed for hundreds. Now we sell hundreds a week. Used to couldn't keep heat in the house. Now we keep heat under the seat. Trip it come from under the seat. Put your bitch ass under a sheet. Bitch, I'm from the G. We moved the nap and got the plug. Now we thugging in peace. We got that bag and now we laugh when it come to the beef. These bitches used to swear to God they wouldn't fuck us for free. And now these hoes dying trying to suck us to sleep. Keep that yay outside, round with that K outside. Back when you can play outside, my niggas would stay outside. Just know on my grave I ride. Every motherfucking day I grind. To the motherfucking day I die. Disrespect the way that I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated with the folks. I'm affiliated with the Lords. I'm affiliated with the Stones. I'm affiliated with the Fours. I'm affiliated with the Bloods. I'm affiliated with the Crips. I'm affiliated with the Thugs. We affiliated with the shit. I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated.
I'm affiliated. Group with the Lord got initiated. Global the game and the syndicated. I beat the case, got it vindicated. I'm with the shit man, the gang gang. We on the streets on the chain gang. Blood in, blood out and we gang bang. We all is one is the same thing. Don't let the sticker go bang bang. Blaza the skippy the woo woo. GD the crip and the sue woo. Keitra KK and phone them. Willie Lil Manny and Bo them. Affiliated, we connected. Affiliated, we respect it. Bet not ever disrespect it. Bet we coming to correct it. Affiliated like Concord. Pit block be the vice lord. Rapid fire like a money bag. Almighty or a body bag. Bitch, you know we going global.
Global.
Bitch, you know we ain't
Local.
Thugs, our color green.
Anything else voting?
I hear that? You know? So, my format for tonight's debate, that'll be a 5-minute opening, a 5-minute opening, a 12-minute premise, a 10-minute rebuttal, 10 minutes apiece for the rapid fire round, and a 5-minute closing family. Let's get this thing right underway. We started on time this time. You know what I mean? So let's get it started. Chris MVP Harris is set to go first. So let's go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes. It is on you, Chris MVP Harris. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your opening, brother.
All right. Let me get this going here. Let me get a presentation here. All right, can we get started? Solar, can we get started?
Yes, family. I'm waiting on you. Whenever you're ready, brother. Whenever you're ready, brother, you could begin.
Okay, all right. Peace, family. So the name of my debate is, me and Battle Cat decided to name this, Are the Laws in the Bible Evil? So let's get this started. What is my argument? My argument is simple. There are laws contained in the Bible that are simply immoral and cannot be practiced today. Many of the laws contained in the books of Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy are in fact deplorable, misogynistic, and also advocates for slavery and genocide and sanctioned kidnappings. What is my goal? My goal is simply to highlight these laws and bring attention to the immorality of the Torah itself. My intention is not to insult anyone's deity, but my intent is to magnify what is simply within the biblical narrative. Let's take a look at some definitions. Evil, when described as a noun, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, is simply a cosmic evil force. This is significant because the deity itself clearly says through the prophet Isaiah in verse 45, verse 7, I create good and I create evil. Also, when evil is defined as an adjective, it means profoundly immoral and wicked. So there is no need to play grammar gymnastics. I've clearly defined the word evil. Let's get to it. If we read other holy writings, we can find things that are disgusting and downright silly. For instance, when we read the Code of Hammurabi, we read the following. If the wife of a man has been caught lying with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the waters. It also reads, if the woman pops up out of the river, she is not guilty. If the owner of the wife would save his wife, then in turn the king could save his servant. This is the Code of Hammurabi. Then why, when we read something of equal validity in the biblical text, such as Numbers chapter 5, verse 1 through 31, where the priest makes the woman drink a poison to determine if she's innocent? If her thigh rots, she's guilty. Why wouldn't the deity just tell the priest himself? And where's the same law for the male if he cheated? Let's put down the cognitive barriers and use our rationale for once, people. So once again, this debate is not about insulting Yahweh. It is not about insulting anybody's deity. It is simply getting to the bottom of what is in the text, whether it is in turn immoral or immoral. Thank you.
Are you done, brother?
That is it.
All right. Shout out to Chris Harris. My bad. I had a phone call. So we're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're gonna hand this thing over now to Battle Axe. Battle Axe, you have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, brother, you could begin your opening, brother.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to share my screen. Hold on.
All right.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen, brother. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Start my time. All right. My premise is the laws of the Bible is not evil. The laws of the Bible are definitely not evil. First question you got to ask yourself is this brother smoking crack? What is he smoking? This right here is not even a debatable topic. This is something that is going against all known understanding and already has been concluded. Everybody has already concluded what that book is about, and a lot of people have devoted themselves to it. So for this brother to come out from the wazoo and say such a erroneous claim that is far-fetched, this is called a fringe theory, and it falls under the guidelines as we're going to read. A fringe theory is an idea or viewpoint which differs from the accepted scholarship in its field. The accepted scholarship is that people know that this book is beneficial if it's actually properly applied. Fringe theories are ideas which depart significantly from a prevailing or mainstream theory. This right here is completely, what Chris is saying is completely contrary to what has been accepted by the most in whole. You might get a few radical individuals out there, but them guys are usually known as quacks. You say a fringe theory is neither a majority opinion nor that of a respected minority, which falls with Chris. He's not a respected minority. Nobody knows who this guy really is. He is not qualified to give his statement about what's right and wrong in the Bible. He has never actually implemented the Bible in the correct manner. Even though he used to be an Israelite, shows a lot about what this brother is doing. He's wavering in the wind. He's in all directions. Now check this out. It says most fringe theories never become part of an established scholarship. Rejected ideas may help to refine mainstream thought, but most outside theories, like saying the Bible is evil, is simply incorrect and have no wider impact. My sources right there cited at the bottom. The Most High has already got something to say about this too. He says, man, let the wicked forsake his way. Let the unrighteous man his thoughts. Down at 9, he says, my thoughts are not as your thoughts. Neither are my ways like your ways. So even though you sitting there, you might see something in Hamaru or whatever that was, that's irrelevant to the topic, and that's false equivalency. That has nothing to do with, is the Bible's beneficial to the so-called black man or not? Because that's what this is all about. We're talking about what is good for the so-called black man as we actually prevail and advance in this so-called awakening that we coming in through with this technology, man. See, this brother right here, he got these problem thinking areas. That's the problem. We got a lot of people that think that they're smart because they have some intelligence, but that don't make you smart. You have a practice in some things, but you don't have the proper automatic wit to put things and align them into the proper perspective. This brother right here's problem thinking area on first is he lacks experience with actually the law, statutes, and commandments. He lacks proper perspective as in putting them into their orderly fashion. What is to be done, how is to be done, thinking in whole on a broad scale on how we're supposed to perceive these law, statutes, commandments and implement them into a society. He's failing at those things. This is somebody that's speaking from an area of ignorance and the unknown. He relies and plays solely on your emotions. That's why he went straight to the woman and tried to bring up something about the woman, because he knows that people have a soft spot towards their wives, daughters, and the mothers. So this brother is just trying to play on your emotion because he has no intellectual substance to bring to this topic. And he attempts right here, his last thing that he's doing is just a pathetic attempt to display a small degree of ingenuity. That's what people do when they have an ego problem. They want to seem smart and unique. So sometimes they make a mistake and they make a radical statement like something like the sky's not blue. You know, hey, if you want to try to explain your way through that, whatever. But at the end of the day, consensus holds. The laws are not evil and the sky is actually blue. My outline of my topic is going to be a series of definitions. And yes, I said a series of definitions because this brother right here tried to give the definition and try to say he defined it. No, he gave you a piece of a definition. That's not the definition of evil. So we're going to go into a series of definitions. Then we're going to go into an analytical comparison. We're going to go through the analytical comparison. We're going to be analyzing and proving that each word and concept is aligned and in support of my premise. And in all actuality, rendering my opponent, Chris' argument as completely void and irrelevant. And then the third thing that we're going to be doing is the contrary demonstrations. So I'm going to be showing demonstrations that's going to prove the contrary through the law, statutes, and commandments, through the implementations, and how they line up with what is deemed as good, and how they line up and how they don't line up with what is deemed as bad. So we're going to do all this, and we're going to learn. And Chris right here is going to realize that you don't make statements like this and try to make it debate about topics that are indebatable.
All right. God damn, I think this is going to be a good one, brothers. We're going to take a brief intermission, family, and get right back to the premise round. This is the Solar Vision Debate League there.
You're now rocking with the best. This is Solar Mind, and this is the Solar Vision Debate League. I hope you enjoying tonight's debate, family. We're going into mid-season mode, so you know what that means. what debaters are going to begin to separate going into the final stretch. We got some new faces. The whole thing is lit, family. So if you ain't done so, make sure you subscribe to this channel. Yes, family. Solar Bitches Debate League, intellectual supremacy.
Family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're about to head into the premise round. Let's go ahead and set the timer for 12 minutes. Pass this thing over to Chris MVP Harris. It is on you, brother, whenever you're ready.
All right, let's get this thing started here. Let me get my screen share up here. I won't make anything. I won't say anything until I start. Okay.
Screen is up.
1 second. And I want to go to present. And we will start. As stated before, we've started off right down the wrong path where he begins his argument with ad hominem attacks and never quite places his argument. And he never really explains his stance. It was a lot of ad hominem attacks. So let's get right to it. Because as I stated before, we're going to talk about the Bible and its advocation of slavery. Now, Exodus 21 and verses 1 through 6, it clearly Yahweh gives them a law, and he says that the Hebrews can buy Hebrew servants and they can serve them 6 years. But in the 7th year, he shall go free without paying anything. This is funny because you got to pay attention to this. It says if he arrived alone, he is to leave alone. If he arrived with a wife, she is to leave with him. Verse 4, if his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. Now listen to the loophole that they put in here. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children, I do not want to go free, then his master is to bring him before the judges, and he shall take him to the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. So this is a form of branding. As we were branded in slavery, we see that the Hebrews, it says right here, then he shall serve his master for life. This is very, very catchy and very, very touch and go, because it clearly says if the slave arrived with nothing and the master gave him a wife, the slave can leave without his own wife and children, because those wife and children belong to the master. So they put a loophole in the law to try and make the slave stay, because he has to say, I love my master. Now, this was happening to us during antebellum slavery when they would sell our brothers and sisters in slavery. So we see it right here that the book clearly advocates slavery. Let's move on. This is not applicable today, sir. Now, Leviticus 25, 39 through 46, another one that they like to hide behind. This is evil and immoral. It cannot be practiced today. It says, if a countryman among you becomes destitute and sells himself to him, you must not force him to slave labor. Let him stay with you as a hired worker or temporary resident. He is to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he and his children are to be released, and he may return to his clan, to the property of his fathers. But watch what it says. Because the Israelites are my servants who I brought out of Egypt, they are not to be sold as slaves. You are not to rule over them harshly. But let's go to verse 44. Your men servants and maid servants or slaves shall come from the nations around you, from whom you may purchase them. You may also purchase them from foreigners residing among you, or their clans living among you who are born in your land. These may become your property. Chattel means property. Slavery, chattel, property. You may leave them to your sons after you inherit as property. So you can leave them to your sons after you inherit as property. So your sons now have these slaves as property. This is chattel slavery, sir. You can make them slaves for life. This is what the biblical text says. But as for your brothers, the Israelites, it goes right back to saying, the Israelites, no man may rule harshly over his brother. The book has clear slave undertones once again. If a man strikes his manservant or maidservant with a rod and the servant dies by his hand, he shall surely be punished. However, if the servant gets up after a day or two, the owner shall not be punished, since the servant is his property. So you can beat on him as long as he doesn't die. That's what it's saying. That's the implication here. Not to mention these are antebellum chattel slave undertones. Leviticus 19 and 20 once again speaks on these things, and it says, whoever lies carnally with a woman that is a female slave, betrothed to a husband, and not at all redeemed or freed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. But they shall not be put to death, because she was not free. So here it is in your laws. Your book is clearly saying it's okay to have slavery. Are these the laws that we are supposed to turn to going into 2021? These laws are considered immoral, and here's why. Now, we all know the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States, that neither slavery nor involuntary slavery, servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Now, if anybody has seen the documentary called The 13th Amendment, we are now protesting slavery in the jails, involuntary servitude in the way they're treating prisoners, because we see today that these things are wrong. But we do know the 13th Amendment, because of the 13th Amendment, it needs to be improved upon, and we're constantly improving upon laws. We see that the 13th Amendment needs to be redone. No slavery nowhere on this world needs to exist anywhere. It's wrong. Bottom line. So according to the law, according to your holy writings, the 13th Amendment is a sin in which it frees people. Check that out. Let's go to Deuteronomy 20 and 18, 20 verse 12 through 18. This is very meticulous here. You got to read it. It says, when you approach a city to fight against it, you are to make an offer of peace. If they accept your offer of peace and open their gates, all the people there will become forced laborers to serve you. Damn if they do, damn if they don't. But if they refuse to make peace with you and wage war against you, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God has delivered it in your hands, you must strike down every male with the sword. But the women, children, livestock, and whatever else is in the city, all its spoil, you may take as plunder. And you may use the spoil of your enemies that the Lord your God gives you. This is how you were to treat all the cities that are far away from you and do not belong to the nations nearby. So why would you keep the women, the children, and the livestock? Why would a deity allow this type of malice to take place? Because it's man who wrote these laws. Let's continue on. However, in the cities that the nation is giving to you as an inheritance, you must not leave anything that breathes. You must devote them to complete destruction. This is clear genocide and slavery. Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, and Jebusites. Let's move on. More genocide and kidnapping. Now in Numbers 31, 17 through 18, it says, now therefore kill every male amongst the little ones. This is a common recurring theme throughout the biblical narrative. And kill every woman that has had sex, has known man by lying with him. That means had sex, battle axe. 18, but all women and children that have not known a man, virgins, by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. This is what's being sanctioned in your Torah, and this is not applicable today. Let's look at some idol laws here. It says, you shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You may give it to the alien who is within your gates, that he may eat it. Wow. So I guess the law contradicts itself when it says one law for the stranger and one law for the Israelite. Or you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are holy to the Lord your God. Deuteronomy 25, 11 through 12. When men strive together one with another, and the wife one draw near to deliver her husband out of the hand that him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand and taketh him by the secrets, that's punching him in the nuts, then thou shalt cut off her hand, and thy eye shall not pity her. Now, this is weird, because if my wife sees me getting beat down by somebody, I want her to come help me, kick him in the nuts, headbutt him, do what you have to do. So you're saying if her only advantage is to punch him in the nuts, her hand is to get cut off? Come on, man, we got to wake up from this battle axe. Let's deal with the incest in the biblical narrative. Abraham, Sarah is his sister. This is evident throughout the text, even with Lot and his daughters. But Genesis 20 and 12 clearly tells you that it's his sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. But Deuteronomy 27 and 22 It says, cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Here it is. They're mentioning another deity who is Amen Ra, but that's neither here nor there. Let's continue on. So in closing, I want to say this book cannot serve as a moral compass. We clearly have stories that sanction genocide, such as 1 Chronicles chapter 4, 39 through 41, where Hezekiah slaughters groups of tribes because he wanted the land, not to mention the conquest of Canaan and Joshua. We have ancestral relationships such as Abraham and his sister in Genesis 20 and 12, and Lot and his daughters in Genesis 19, 30 through 38, where Lot's daughters have sex with him for 2 whole nights. Now, many people are trying to pass that off and say, oh, they got him drunk, but he must have enjoyed it because he had an orgasm and he birthed the Ammonites or whoever these mythological groups of people were. And sanctioned kidnappings are commanded all throughout the patriarchal narrative, such as the book of Judges, chapter 20, verses 11 through 22, where they're commanded to lie in wait and take themselves wives. And once again, they slaughtered all men and women in the village and were commanded to keep the women who knew not a man. So I want to ask everybody, why would we use this book as a moral compass? Sure, it has laws in there that says, love thy brother, but that is not unique to the Bible. As a matter of fact, many nations already had those codes, such as the Code of Hammurabi. You have the laws of Ma'at. You have the Babylonian laws. You have the Ethiopian laws. You have many other tribes that were keeping these laws. You could read the Epic of Baal, which is a great mythological story that gives a great narrative of self-sacrifice and the 70 nations that were born, or 70 sons that were born to El, which somehow makes it into the biblical book of Genesis. So now the only thing I can say is that the writers themselves were plagiarizing certain concepts from other nations and amalgamating them into their text. That's called plagiarism. Now, I want to say this again. Incest, slavery, murder, rape, sanctioned kidnappings, all are found within this book, and it cannot serve as my moral compass. I want to end it here. Thank you, Solar.
All right. Shout out to Chris MVP Harris. We're going to hand this thing now over to Battle Axe. Battle Axe, it is on you. You have 12 minutes to do your thing. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your premise.
All right. Let me get that screen share. Okay, hold on. We sharing? All right.
Yeah, we sharing, brother.
All right. The premise. First things first is this brother, like I said, was trying to play on your emotions, and he tried to use pre-existing debates that already have existed in the season. I'm gonna drop the name with the Akmalak and the Blue debate to try to win this debate. He's trying to play on your emotions, thinking that he's slick, but he got to actually prove that it is evil. We're not talking about, is this book applicable? Can you actually play out some of these things? Like I said, you got to put things into proper perspectives, and you got to put things in their place and time, and actually do these things. The word would be appropriately. All right. So the word we're going to first define is evil. Defining evil, it's profoundly, which is very great and intense, immoral, and wicked. All right, that's from the Oxford Language Dictionary. We're gonna break down this word immoral. That's the first word we're gonna go into real quick. So immoral, from the Webster Merriam-Webster Dictionary.com, it's not moral broadly, conflicting, as in transgression, with generally or traditionally held moral principles, as in the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High Power. These are not moral. So we're going to look into the word not moral broadly, because like I said, in my outline, we got to go into a series of breakdowns and definitions to see if this brother even knows what he's talking about. So the word moral it comes from immoral. The word immoral comes from the word moral or unmoral, refers to those having no moral perception, or moral derives from the Latin word meaning custom. That also gave English mores, which refers to customs, values, and behaviors that are accepted by a particular group, such as the biblical people and the biblical scholars that was actually in England at that time. He says, as an adjective, moral or morale describes people or things that follow accepted customs or behavior. So regardless of what he says, the word moral is actually defined by people that accept these people that follow accepted customs and behaviors. That already been a cat in the bag. People have already accepted the biblical narrative and the laws and the righteousness thereof.
Society.
So now we're going to go down even deeper to this word moral, and then we're going to show that this word moral is actually biblically founded in the first place. So you can't even deal with moral or the word immoral or evil without actually encompassing the whole concept of the Bible. Let's go into there. Middle English word from Latin moralis, from mos or custom. The plural word for it is mores or morals. As a noun, the word was first used to translate Latin moralia, the title of St. Gregory the Great's moral exposition of what? The book of Job, and was subsequently applied to the works of various classical writers. So with that being said, that the word moral is actually biblically founded, and you can't deal with the word moral without dealing with the word evil. You can't deal with the word evil without dealing with the word moral. They're both synonymous. They're not mutually exclusive. They are actually both supportive of each other. So we're going to go even further. We're going to go into the word broadly also. So now that we already have shown that it's not moral, because the word moral or the Bible, the word moral is actually biblically founded, we're going to see that this word broadly is going to be actually added to this whole recipe that we're going to be dealing with when we're breaking down these series of definitions. So it says right here in the word broadly, it says in general, and with the exception of minor details, like when the dude is actually taking the word servant and trying to make it apply to chattel slavery. That right there is a small exception. It's not even a valid exception, but it's a small exception to the 613 commandments that proves good. But in general, that means that it has to be on whole, or as a main rule, in the main, or mainly. So to say that the Bible, the laws of the Bible is evil, you would have to show and display more than 50%. More than 50% of the laws, statutes, and commandments to actually conclude that they are possibly evil. But if you come up with 4 or 5, you are just in ignorance, and you might be perceiving these things inadequately. So we're gonna go to the analytical comparison now. Profoundly immoral. We're gonna use the definition of evil again. Profoundly immoral and wicked. Well, the word wicked is evil or morally bad in principle or practice, sinful and iniquitous. So you can't even deal with the word wicked, which is the defining factor in the word evil, without actually encompassing sin, the concept of sin. And what does the sin says according to the Bible? 1 John 3 and 4 says, whoever commits sin transgresses also the law, because sin is the transgression of the law. Sin is not the transgression of the Constitution of the United States, like Chris is trying to say. He sit there and just put some false information in your brain and try to make a false equivalency with the Constitution and the laws of the Most High God. They're not the same. But the laws of the Most High God does define what is moral and what is not moral, what is sin and what not is sin. And the transgressions of those things is the definition of evil. So the violation of the laws is one of the underlying determinations in defining evil, proving and rendering Chris's debate and his whole topic irrelevant. So when his brother is trying to say things like in the acts of war, and I think that was Deuteronomy chapter 20, this was in the acts of war at the time of war. When it's time of war, other countries actually have lesser humane rights than that. These people or at least taking in some people that was actually squatting on their land hostilely. That's the thing. That's the thing that he's failing to realize. The Most High already said in Leviticus chapter 18 to 26 that all these people has committed every abomination that he told us not to do. Like when he told us not to be sleeping with your sisters. They were doing that. Like when he told them not to be killing your babies. They were doing that. Having sex with each other's wives and things like that. They were the ones that's doing that. The Most High had to actually get those people up out of that land for the better cause, for the better of the good cause. So we're gonna go to Sirach 33 and 2, and we're gonna deal with this brother's problem thinking error. Once more, it says right here that a wise man hates not the law. So a brother that got actually gain, a brother that got sense, somebody that's actually mentally and capable of actually implementing these laws appropriately and properly, he ain't gonna hate the laws. But he that is a hypocrite therein, that's because this brother right here, he wouldn't be able to actually hold up to even what he believes in about these laws. Even the parts that he thinks about not lying, that brother's a hypocrite about that. When he says not stealing, that brother will be a hypocrite about that. That's why he's saying something about the laws. Somebody that's actually a righteous dude will look at these same things and be like, man, what you talking about? This is righteousness. He said, but he that is a hypocrite therein is as a ship in a storm. And that's Chris right there, that little tiny ship trying to go up against the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God, man. The brother is looking to be destroyed. A man of understanding, he trusts in the law. You got to have wisdom and understanding. You got to know what this stuff is really about. This is a royal handbook on how to get some people from scratch to build up their kingdom, a royal kingdom. And yes, they're going to have subjects, but they ain't going to be reduced to chattel slavery like this brother's lying about. He said, a man of understanding trusts in the law, and the law is faithful unto him as an oracle. And that right there is proving that this brother right here is not on point with the debate. The brother has not, he's actually trying to debate about what can be used today or not. That's not what the topic of the debate is about. The topic of the debate is about, are they evil or not? So you go look at the word evil, it doesn't apply. So everything that this brother has said is irrelevant to the topic. Let me just finish this last premise up with, while the premise may serve as a good rhetorical strategy, like him saying that the laws is evil, it is simply bad philosophy. And why do I say that? Because the classical scholastic understanding is completely incompatible with an evil law doctrine. It's completely incompatible. Everybody that pre-existed this brother has looked into this book, read it, and actually applied it sensibly and came to the same conclusion, like, oh, okay, this was happening because of this. This was happening because of that. Oh yeah, this is a good God. He's setting up a kingdom for these people, and this is how it happened. Trying to add in what happened when what transpired between Ammon and Moab and their father Lot. That wasn't in the law, statutes, and commandments. He didn't say, Lot, go do that. He didn't tell the daughters to go do it. They just did that. And that's just part of the story. That's a false equivalency, proves that this brother doesn't have real intellect to prove to prove his stance, or even he doesn't even have even confidence in his whole premise. That's why he's trying to come up with trickery and little sly moves from under the sleeve. It's because he knows that he's trying to deceive you and trying to play you with your emotions. And I yield my time.
All right. Shout out to Battle Axe. We're going to get into this rebuttal, family, right after this brief intermission. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Objectives requires objective. Boy, oh man, maybe I could have stayed in bed for this one. I'm not sure here. Let me start right. Let's start right now, people. Now, everybody heard his premise or his premise round, and everybody's confused. And he did something that I knew he would try to do. And he goes right here and he starts playing with you all grammar gymnastics. Now, one of the things he stated, and we're going to deal with these grammar gymnastics, he's arguing as a sectarianist. What is a sectarianist? Let's look at this real quick. A sectarianist is somebody who has a belief, right? They're members of national or religious groups, and they believe that their own salvation or the success of their particular objectives requires aggressively seeking converts from other groups. That's what he's doing. That's why he's arguing. He's arguing using terms like false equivalency. I didn't produce a false equivalency. I simply read what was in your text. And when I read what was in your text, I'm arguing about its practicality in today's society. Let's look at some things that you gave off here. You said that I was using fringe theory. No, I'm arguing practically once again. Non sequitur, sir. You opened up your premise round using, once again, ad hominem attacks. It's non sequitur, sir. That has nothing to do with it. You mentioned Ak, Malak, and Blue, and the fact that I'm trying to appeal to everybody's emotions because I don't believe in the Most High. Non sequitur. That's not what the debate is about. I'm sorry, I can't debate ignorance or someone who's ignorant of what we're actually debating. Once again, I'm going to say you're arguing as a sectarianist. I want to highlight something here because I brought up immorality, right? Now, I want to go back to Numbers 31 and 17 through 18. This is clearly immoral, where you can kill every male among the little ones, children, and kill every woman that has known a man by having sex with him. That's immoral, sir. But yet you said the Canaanites were immoral because they had sex with their daughters, right? But here it is, we see, you said they had sex with their daughters and they were having sex with their sisters, but it's okay for Abraham in Genesis 20 and 12 to have sex with them, with his own sister. But Deuteronomy 27 and 22 cuts you right in half. You're telling me that I'm using fringe theory, once again, slippery slope fallacy, to try to convince the audience of something I'm not even arguing. But your book clearly says, cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. And he says right here, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And Sarah is supposed to be the Israelites' progenitor. You all come from her womb, right? See, this is what I'm speaking about, people. When you debate somebody who don't know exactly what they're debating, I called you and I asked you, Battle Axe, do you know what we're arguing? I'm going to be highlighting all the immorality that is found within your text. I'm not here to insult your deity. Let's see what else you brought up. Okay, so I addressed sleeping with Abraham's sister. False equivalency. Well, that means I was making false rationale throughout the debate, but here it is. I'm highlighting simply what's here in your book. Let's do this thing slowly. When we look at the biblical narrative right here in Exodus 21, verses 20 to 21, Exodus 21, about a man who is enslaved, and the master gave him a wife, and he bore children with this woman. The man can now go free, but the law states he can't leave with his own wife and children because the wife and children are the master's property. See, chattel, when you look up that definition, it clearly means property. And slaves in antiquity were considered property. Amongst the Israelites, they were considered property. In the 17, 16, and 1800s, during antebellum slavery, they were considered property. They didn't have any rights. But there's a dishonest loophole here. And for you to sit back here and say, and not address this and say, hey, you're going to act intellectually, become intellectually dishonest about this and try to advocate for this book as being a moral compass. Let's go on here. It clearly says the Israelites, you may not rule over them harshly in Leviticus 25. But it's okay to rule over the other nations, and you may leave them to your sons after you inherit after you to inherit as property. So when you die, these same slaves go to your children as property. You can make them slaves for life, and you're going to sit here and not address it. You're going to sit here and produce a narrative talking about, I don't believe in the Most High. That is not what this debate is about. The debate is about humanity and these laws, and are they practical today? You're arguing as a sectarianist. And a sectarianist believes that these things are going to bring you all salvation. And here it is. You're saying that you serve an omnipotent being, and he can't see that these laws will bring problems to other societies. It would bring problems if these people try to institute these laws to other nations that are around them. He didn't see that this will cause problems. Even as servants, you got to serve me for 6 years. This would still bring problems because you're intellectually dishonest. You're arguing as a sectarianist. This is not about my belief. This is about the practicality of this law, and can this law be used today? Are you telling me that we're going to be stoning young women who are not virgins and killing them? Are you telling me that we're going to be stoning our sons who are disrespectful to the parents? I believe in strong discipline, but that's an archaic law from Bronze Age. People were primitive, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm saying that they were primitive in thought, and this tribe of people were ruled by a theocracy. Do you know what a theocracy is? Well, a theocracy is people who are ruled by priests. And this is what you all want to become. But instead of addressing these things, which I told you I was going to be addressing, you play grammar gymnastics. You produce red herring fallacies all over the place. I don't get what it is that you're trying to produce. Let me pull up right here where you're trying to deliberately tell the audience, I'm not talking about the debate. You're going to try to sway them with grammar gymnastics, and you actually cut yourself when you mention immorality. You said some of these laws are not accepted in society. Well, guess what? A law such as this is not accepted today in society. Slavery is not accepted today. Even under the 13th Amendment, we are now protesting that, saying somebody just because they're in jail should not be enslaved. So we are still trying to improve as people, as human, as a society. Yeah, I sound like a humanist, but you sound like a sectarianist. I don't know what to tell you. These laws can't be applied today. Let's look at the laws in Numbers chapter 5. Numbers chapter 5, if a woman is cheating on her husband, you take her before the priest, and the priest is to give her a drink, and if her thyroid's out, she was guilty. But where's the law for the said male? If he cheats on his wife, you don't see it anywhere in there. It's not. But yet, if they were serving this all omnipotent deity, why won't he just say whether she's guilty or not? Why do you have to give her a poison? Because these people were experimenting with medicines. 9 times out of 10, she gonna die if she drink it. That's misogynistic. That there's only a law pertaining to the woman and her punishment, but not a law pertaining to the man. That's what this book is telling you. You have Psalms in the book of Psalms where it says, blessed is he who dashes babies' heads against the rocks. And you as an Israelite should be sitting here saying, no, we're supposed to love our brothers. But yet you will sing about that. These laws were for this group of people. These laws were for you. It was not for everybody else that lived around them. That's why they did all these raids and genocides on everybody. Hezekiah slaughtered a peaceable people because he wanted their plots of land. It said they of Ham dwelt there of old. And he killed and he slaughtered them all in 1 Chronicles chapter 4, 39 through 41.
This nigga came with a whole nother premise in the rebuttal round. That's crazy.
Genesis 20 and 12, Lot and his daughters had sex with them for 2 nights. He enjoyed it. And you mean to tell me that the biblical narrative could not express a better plan for these people? They were writing about their deity and they couldn't say, hey, our deity has a better plan for us. Lot even decided to throw these 2 daughters to a group of homosexual men. He said, I have 2 daughters that are virgins. Please don't come rape us. And 2 of the Most High's angels were in there apparently, so they were in agreement with it. sanction kidnappings. Judges 20 and 11, where they laid there in wait to come and get the women that came out dancing to produce wives for themselves because they were all out of wives. No better plan? You mean to tell me the biblical writers could not write a better plan? And who wrote that Lot had sex with his daughters? Who wrote that? Who watched them do it? If it's a first-hand account? See, your problem is you argue as a sectarianist, a religion.
All right. Shout out to Chris Harris. We're going to hand this thing over to Battle Axe. Battle Axe, you got 10 minutes to do your thing. This is the rebuttal round. Whenever you're ready, brother. Cameras
All
on.
right. Okay, hold on. All right, you share the screen. We sharing?
Yeah, we're sharing, bro.
All right. Rebuttal. First off, everything that this dude said had I don't know what he's talking about. He's all over the place. Everything that he was trying to say was either before when it came down to incest and some guy giving up his wife, giving up his daughters so some guys can have sex with or whatever. All these things are not laws. This is not about, is the biblical story of the Bible acceptable towards the way you feel? If that's not what this debate is about. The debate is about, is the laws good or not? Can some people actually implement these laws and put them into play and actually advance in their goal on becoming autonomous? That's just it's a no-brainer. This book serves for a good cause, and we're gonna go straight to it, man. I'm gonna touch on some of the things that he said, but first I want to outline the good of this book, man. All right. He says, for a good cause. He said, if you say that something is for a good cause, you mean that it is worth doing or giving to because it will help other people. For example, by raising money for charity. So this book does raise money for charity, as you can see right here in the book of 1 Timothy 1 and 5. It says, now the end of the commandment, or the whole purpose of the commandment, is charity out of a pure heart and of a good conscience and of faith unfeigned, from which some, having swerved and have turned unto vain janglings, like saying that the laws are evil, desiring to be teachers of the law, and understand neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. And Chris right here is a perfect example of this scripture being played out right before your eyes. This brother doesn't know what he's talking about. He's sitting there trying to say, and then these guys went over here and then killed these people. It was war. It was a time of war. It's when these people are obtaining back what was taken from them, or what they have lost through the time or through some other incident. Those people weren't supposed to be on that land. None of those people that the Israelites were sent to go destroy weren't supposed to be on the land. That's why he said, you can go up to them people and you can ask them, you can say, hey man, y'all want to come at me peaceful? He said, all right, cool. We'll be peaceful. He said, okay, y'all can be tributaries for us. We'll show up and we'll collect something from y'all, skin off the top. You can still live because you're living up in my land. You squatting in my house, but I'm gonna let you live because you want to be peaceful. Other folks, when they don't want to be peaceful, they got to get annihilated because not only are they wicked, they're squatters. They're not even on their own land. Oh, wait, bam, right there, 1 and 8. But we know that the law is good, and that's a first-hand account. This is somebody that actually has been dealing with his people, practicing the laws, using the laws, implementing the laws. So he says, but we know that the law is good if a man uses it lawfully, properly, or legitimately. Not using them or not looking at them from a radical perspective and trying to stay into your feelings, trying to deem what's right and what's wrong from an uninformed state of being. When you are not putting a country into an existence from scratch, you really can't speak on if these laws are good. If you have not ever went and retained your land back after it has been taken from you from some violent oppressors or violent squatters, you don't know what you need to do to get them people off. But we have a God that was implementing these things and showing you, like, no, you got to do it this way because he's not a God of beating around the bush. If he says you got to annihilate all these people, it's because he knows that these people will come back and try to destroy you if you didn't annihilate them. You would have to do that. That's what has to be done. You may not like it, it may not feel pretty, but this is business. It's about necessity. So the Most High says, he said right here about this charity. He said, and thou shalt not glean your vineyard, neither shalt you gather every grape, but you shall leave it unto the poor. That's charity. That means that it's good. That's when you call something good. He said, when thou cuts down your harvest, and if you forget a sheaf, it shall be for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Well, the stranger is the garb, which is a poor brother. That means that's good. Charity. He said, when thou beats your olive tree, don't go over it again. Don't beat it twice. The rest of it is supposed to be for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. That's charity. That means that's good. He said, when thou gather the grapes of your vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterwards. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. That's 3 strikes right there against you. Here we go again. If there be among your poor men, one of your brethren, that's within your gates, open your hand wide unto him. Lend him sufficient for his need and all that what he wants. That's charity. That's good. We go to the definition of good. Definition of good. The noun, that which is moral, right, or righteousness, or customary, confined under the laws of the Bible. Because the word moral, like I said in the premise, moral is tied to morale. Morale is tied to customs. And these customs are tied to the book of Job. All this stuff is all in one basket. The word moral comes from a guy that was actually translating the book of Job. That's where the word moral even comes from. That's where the moral compass is derived from the Bible. So when he tries to say that we can't use the Bible as a moral compass, the world has already done it. The world has already done it. This country is supposed to be actually a country that was supposed to be, founded on Christianity. So you're already late on that one. You're late on it, Chris, by trying to say that the laws are evil. You're late. The rest of the world for the last 2,000 years beg to differ. Oh, and you look at the similar concepts of the word good, it's beneficial or benefit, advantage, profit, gain, interest, or welfare. Also known as charity. So good is another definition. He say for profit or advantage, worth or benefit, excellence of merit, kindness, to do good, moral, there we go again with these law, statutes, and commandments from England, righteousness, virtue, to be a power for good. The laws actually serve for the eradication of evil and the bringing up and the instilling of good. We're going to get that with the dietary laws now. He says, the swine, though he divided the hoof, he's unclean unto you. Well, what about that swine? He's highly concentration of cholesterol and heart disease, high blood pressure. That means that the law tells you don't eat it. Well, scientifically, he has poisonous properties to himself. And the leading cause for Black people in their deaths is heart disease. Lo and behold, heart disease is caused by pork, a high concentration of cholesterol. And it says right here in Healthy Eating, sfgate.com, he said, if your family history has heart disease or high blood cholesterol, you need to cut pork out your diet. Just like the Bible says, there goes heart disease. He says high cholesterol is associated with elevated risk of cardiovascular disease, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and high blood pressure. Heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. Leading cause of Black people right there. That proves, and the Most High has the laws actually sitting there forbidding us to not actually eat this beast. And this beast is scientifically rendered as poisonous to, if you connect dots, to Black people, which proves that this stuff is bad and proves that the Bible, the laws of the Bible, which directs us toward this being bad, is good if we actually take it into context and apply it appropriately. So we see all these diseases that comes from pork, high concentration, heart disease. So you know that the swine is unclean unto you. My bad, I had a redundant slide. He said, and then with the fish, anything that doesn't have fish and scales, like crab, shrimp, and clams, they're high in cholesterol also, which kills you. They cause a plethora of diseases that plagues and kills Black people. The leading causes of Black people dying is through the violation of these laws. So you see that good is to be for a good power. The laws is implementing as a power source or a message from your power on how to do good. So the evident presence of good being implemented in the law makes impossible the notion of an all evil law. This is not about what he doesn't agree with in the law or the small little incidences that he's pointing out in the law. That's not what this is about. This is about, is the law. When we say it like that, that means in whole, incomplete, majoritively. Is it evil or is it good? Well, if you're standing on the end of an Israelite's perspective, it is good. If you're standing from a Hamite's perspective and you're living on somebody else's land and you've been doing wickedness on it, yes, it probably is bad for you. That's why you're not a Hamite. You're an Israelite. You over here. But that doesn't mean that the laws is bad. It just means that it's going to be all bad for you for stealing somebody's land. And the laws is saying that. So this brother fails to put things into proper perspective, which creates an invalid argument by going against the consensus, erroneously viewing the laws of the Bible and the Almighty as evil. Evil exists in the world with or without the law, so the law is not to be blamed for evil, nor is it attributed to the false claim. On the contrary, the laws of the Bible is to serve as a textbook instructional manual for establishing, conducting, and the maintaining of a governed society of high-class citizens and royal spiritual leaders.
All right, shout out to both debaters. We're going to get into this rapid fire round, family, right after this brief intermission. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family. This is the league, man, and we're getting into the rapid fire round. We're going to start out with Chris Harris. Chris Harris, you got 10 minutes to interrogate Battle Axe. Cameras are on. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your interrogation. Both cameras are on.
Okay, it's on me, huh? It's on me?
It's on Chris.
Camera's on.
Is my camera on? Oh, my bad.
All right, Battle Axe. Just a quick question for you. What was the name of this debate?
Is the laws of the Bible evil?
Okay, can you define evil for me?
I did that on my slide if you want to share my screen, but I could just go into it real quick. Yeah, evil, profoundly immoral, and wicked.
Okay, so Isaiah 45:7, God says he is both good and evil. Do you agree with that?
No, I didn't. He didn't say that he is both good and evil.
I create good and I create evil. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I can create a milkshake. That don't mean I'm a milkshake.
I'm only speaking about what your deity said.
Yeah, you got to take the words.
Ask the question. When he gave the commandments, did he give good commandments and evil commandments?
No, he did not. He gave good commandments and he gave a punishment for breaking them.
Okay, so why would he tell, excuse me, sir, let me ask the questions here. Why would he tell Joshua to go into Canaan and kill all the women and children?
Because those people were inherently wicked.
So the children deserve to die.
Yes.
Is that morally acceptable today?
Yes, in the time of war it is.
Okay. Why would it say keep the women that did not have sex with men?
Because other than that, they'll have to either get killed also or starve to death, because these people are being ran off their land without any man. So
I'm confused.
It's the better.
Hold on, I'm confused. Why in one hand he would say kill all the women and children, and they were evil, but he would say keep the evil women who have never had sex?
Right, because they haven't actually.
Like a contradiction to you?
No, it's not a contradiction because them women
Okay, moving on.
they haven't made it with any man. So they
moving
don't
on.
have that spirit
Moving
of that man.
on.
Okay.
You just said no, it's not a contradiction. It's a clear contradiction within your
It's not a
rationale.
contradiction. You don't have no understanding.
Enslave people.
Would you say?
Is it okay to enslave people?
It's okay to have indentured servants. Yes.
But the biblical narrative says there was a difference between the indentured servants, which was the Israelites, and it was said that they also had slaves that they may purchase from the nations around them. Is it okay to have slaves?
Yes. If you're a royal bloodline, it's okay.
Moving on. Moving
You're
on.
royal.
Okay, let's continue on. I noticed you did not address anything that I brought forth in your rebuttal round. Can you explain why?
Because the things that you brought up in the rebuttal round was not actually contextually applicable to the premise.
Okay, judges, you heard him say the name of this debate. He agreed the name of the debate were the laws of the Bible, evil or immoral. I brought forth immoral laws, and he just stood up there and said they weren't applicable to the debate. You just contradicted yourself.
Contextually
again.
applicable.
Moving on,
into the proper
Thank you.
perspective.
Let's see. I noticed you brought
into
forth
the proper
new
perspective.
I'm asking you some questions.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Drop it.
Let me answer the questions.
Drop it, Chris.
So let me ask the questions here.
Go for it.
New information in your rebuttal round. Why?
Say that again.
You brought forth new information in your rebuttal round. Why did you bring that up in your premise?
Because I had more information to prove my point.
Okay, judges, take note that instead of addressing my premise, he brought forth new information, not addressing any of my argument of points that I presented in my premise.
It actually was addressed.
I make a question for you. Is it Deuteronomy 25 verse 5? It clearly states, Deuteronomy 25 verse 5, it says, if brothers dwell together and one of them dies and has no son, the widow of the dead man shall not be married to a stranger outside of the family. Her husband's brother shall have sex with her, take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother for her. Do you think it's moral?
It doesn't say perform the duty of a husband. It says raise up a seed. It says to raise up a seed unto his
Let me
brother.
answer the question, please.
Recite the scripture properly.
And I need you to be quiet.
I need you to recite the scripture properly.
Okay, let's read this slowly. Deuteronomy 25 verse 5 clearly says, dumb.
Go to KJV.
Dwell together, and one of them dies and has no son. The widow of the dead man shall not be married to a stranger outside the family. Her husband's brother shall go into her, take her as a wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. Now we know go into means have sex. So is it okay that men should be having sex with their sister-in-laws?
Well, when you go up into the Matthew's Bible or other translations like the Septuagint, it says to raise up a seed unto her brother.
It says right here.
You gotta hear my answer if you want to ask me a question. Other than that, you're not ready for the answer.
Okay.
We're complaining.
Can you provide that citation for us, please?
Yes. Leviticus, the same one, right? You said
Deuteronomy 25.
Deuteronomy 25. Let me get that.
So are you saying, let me ask you a question before you go there. Are you saying Deuteronomy 25 in the King James Version Bible is wrong?
Yeah, there's a lot of translations and mistranslations in the KJV.
Okay, so how would you know if all these translations aren't, everything that I presented today, that you presented today ain't wrong? What makes them right versus what makes them wrong?
By doing backwards researching and comparison with other translations that pre-existed the KJV.
You can read the Hebrew text?
I said, you didn't hear what I just said? I said by backwards researching and by comparison other translations. You didn't hear what I said?
Battle Axe, can you read the Hebrew text? Because in order to determine if it's a false translation or not, can you read the Hebrew text?
I don't know Hebrew fluently. I didn't say that. I said by backwards studying and by going to other translations that pre-existed the KJV. They got other English translations that pre-existed.
Okay, can you read the other translation?
Yes.
Okay. And what Bible is this?
It's the Matthews. You said Leviticus 25.
What is the name of this book Bible?
The Matthews Bible.
The Matthews Bible?
Yeah, it's the same as the Wycliffe Bible.
What year was the Matthews Bibles published, sir? Can you give us a citation for that?
Yes, in 1537.
In 1537. So that's it says was first published in 1537 by John Rogers under the pseudonym Thomas Matthew. It combined the New Testament of William Tyndale and much of the Old Testament as it has been able to translate before being captured and put to death. So you're using a 1537 Bible. Can you read it for us, please?
Yes, he says, when brethren, my bad, he said, and the eldest son which she bears shall stand up. My bad. Okay, we got 5, right? 25 and 5. Okay, when the brethren dwell together, and one of them die and have no child, and the wife of the dead shall not be given unto a stranger, but her brother-in-law shall go in unto her and take her.
Over.
Can I finish talking?
Yourself.
Can I finish? And go in unto her and marry her. And the eldest son which she bears shall stand up in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name is not put out of Israel.
Does that say go in unto her?
Yes, I didn't say that.
Okay, so if it says go in unto her, you said it didn't say that when I read it in Deuteronomy 25
I said yours translation is the same as this translation, man.
Listen, man, I need you to answer this question because you're running. Is it?
I'm not running. I'm dealing with the scripture. I still got it right here.
Laws. It's just yes or no.
Say that one more time.
Is it okay for brothers to have sex with their sister-in-law?
In certain circumstances, yes.
And what circumstance would that apply today?
If this brother never had a child with her.
Okay,
and hold on, and we're in the land.
If a man in today's society
listen, you're asking me questions, but you're not listening to the answer. You're not allowing me to answer because you're afraid of my answer. You're afraid of my answers, and everybody can see right through you, man. Then let me respond.
How does this law apply today? Can you explain that?
Let me respond. How does what?
How does this law apply to us today? Brothers having sex with their sister-in-law if their brother dies.
See that you're not using it applicably. It can't be applied today. We're not in our own land, so your land ain't forfeited.
Why is this law not applied today?
Because you're not in your land. It was acquired. It was tied. The concept of this woman and this child and this man was tied to land property. If
no,
she didn't have a kid,
you're making that up.
The kid would have lost the property. Her family would have lost property. Brainiac.
Battle Axe, it doesn't say that anywhere on here.
That's what I'm saying. You ain't putting things in proper perspective.
I did put it in proper perspective. It says if brother
he warns us, he warns you about this mistake.
You believe it.
You done effed up again.
Okay for brothers to have sex with their sister-in-laws, but Deuteronomy, the book of Deuteronomy clearly says that brothers shall not have. Why would you have a problem with Canaanites having sex with their sisters? And it's all right for you all.
Leviticus. And then when it gets down to the book of Deuteronomy, now they're acquiring their land. Like
okay, you know what? What you're doing is you're rambling on.
They're being in jeopardy of using land property because there's nobody to actually inherit it afterwards if the woman didn't have a child.
You stated in your premise that Canaanites are having sex with their sisters, and that's why God killed them. Yet it's okay for you all to do it.
They were doing it in an abominable manner. Yes, they were.
Having sex with your sister-in-law is not abominable?
In certain circumstances, it's not. In certain circumstances, it is not.
So you will agree that it's okay to do that in Israel?
In Israel, it would be okay if you died and had no kids, and I was your brother. I would have to raise you up a name.
Why are you dodging the part where it says go into?
Other than that, she loses property and your legacy dies.
Sir, it says,
proper
brother is supposed to go into. Moving
That's what
on.
happens when you put things in the proper
I'm moving
perspective.
on.
You ran into a teacher today.
Sir, I'm moving on. You're acting immature.
No, I'm not. You're ridiculous.
The Bible says, "Thou shalt not kill," but Moses turns around in the books of Exodus and tells everyone to kill their brother. Which one is it?
It was for the better cause. These people were
Time.
actually causing more harm.
Time. All right. Shout out to Chris Harris. We're going to swing this thing over to Battle Wax. Battle Wax, you got 10 minutes to interrogate Chris whenever you're ready.
Yeah, okay. First off, that was real easy. I thought you had way more flame than that.
I thought you were more intelligent.
Secondly, let me ask you a question. All right. He said, if the people lost the ability to be able to kill, would that serve as good or bad?
If people lost the ability to
Yes, I
kill,
said that. If people lost the ability to kill, would that be good or bad?
that's non sequitur to the debate.
No, I'm asking you the question. Just say yes or no. Would that be a good thing or a bad
Has
thing?
nothing to do with the debate.
No, yes, it is, because the law is thou shalt not kill. So my question to you is, if people lost the ability to kill, or they actually agreed not to kill, and people would not ever kill, would that be good, or would that serve as a bad result? Would that have a bad result to it?
That would be subjective on the people who don't have
the question with a yes or no.
Sir, I'm answering the question. That's very subjective. For you to sit up there and say that a group of people lost the ability to kill would say that they are dysfunction in a brand.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Not to the debate.
Okay, if everybody
nature has the ability to kill.
If everybody agreed to stop killing, would that be good or would that be bad?
It's non sequitur to the debate.
That would be good. See how he's dishonest. He
He
knows when he's busted. That's the only thing that you're smart about. You smart enough to know when you're busted. Next one is, if everybody lost the ability or lost the will to steal, would that serve as a good purpose or would that serve as a bad purpose? In whole,
that would serve the greater good.
Right. That's in the law.
Did that address the fact that you stole some land?
Right. So next question is, if everybody stopped disrespecting their mothers and their fathers and honoring them as if they were honoring a higher deity, would that be good or would that be bad?
That would be good.
Exactly. So if everybody stopped having sex with each other's wives, would that be good or would that be bad?
Well, your book clearly says y'all are allowed to do that.
I said, while you're living, while you're alive. If everybody lost the ability,
you guys are like
everybody stopped
guys. I don't know why you were there to try and prove something.
Be quiet. If everybody stopped having sex with each other,
there's my answer.
While they're alive, would that be good or would that be bad?
That'd be good. All these laws are found in other civilizations. I agree with you.
No, I didn't ask you all that. I don't care if they're found in other civilizations. You said that these are bad. These laws that you're agreeing to over and over and over, or that you're agreeing to. You said that they're evil. You're admitting that they are good.
No, I said the laws that are
okay. Everybody stop lying. Would that serve a good purpose or would that serve a bad or evil purpose?
One more time, you need to hear my answer on that. The laws
I asked you, I was done with that. I'm done with your dribble. If everybody stopped lying, would that serve as a good or a bad purpose?
That's subjective upon the culture that
stopped. If everybody stopped lying,
you guys lie.
Generally serve as a good or bad.
Can I give you a biblical answer?
No.
We're talking the Bible, right? Can I give you a biblical answer? Can I give you a biblical answer on that?
I don't care what answer you give, just answer.
Okay, in the book, the Bible, the Most High, your God, clearly says that he put lying tongues in the mouth of the prophets.
So did that serve for a good purpose or did that serve for a bad purpose?
It served for a bad purpose.
Exactly.
The prophets were destroyed.
Exactly. So lies are bad, right? So lies are bad, correct?
Exactly. So your God is bad and
evil, right? Lies are evil, right? And is there any commandment in the Bible where it tells you to lie?
Yes.
Where?
When the Israelites inherited Canaan.
No.
There's no record of it happening anywhere.
Any direct commandment to tell the Israelites, thou shalt lie?
No.
There you go. So
That's
Based
stupid.
off of-
That doesn't make
based
any
off of
sense.
everything that you said, including trying to say that God sends lying spirits.
Are you saying that he
those
didn't?
things still serve as negative?
pull that up.
Those serve as negative results. Correct? Correct?
I want to answer the question according to the Bible.
Those served as negative results. Correct? Lies are
Repeat the
bad.
question, please.
Okay, we're done with that. Next question. Okay, according to the book of Exodus 30 and Leviticus 10, we're not allowed to use drugs, strange fires.
Can you show me that?
I just told you what it was.
Can you give me a definition?
No,
for
I can't give it to you.
fire?
You study. Now, the next thing is my question to you is every Christian
Can
and
you
every
give me
idiot
the
knows
definition
that
of
you can't
strange fire
smoke
before I
drugs
answer
and
that?
call yourself biblical. All right, everybody knows that. That's not like sacred knowledge.
Sir, how did you equate?
Be quiet.
How did you
My
equate
question to you
strange
is
fire
now,
with
since
drugs?
everybody is listen now, be quiet. If everybody lost the misuse of drugs, or if everybody quit the misuse of drugs and tobacco, would that serve as good or evil?
Once again, I don't have to answer that because you must give me a
Would
definition.
that serve as good or evil?
I don't have to answer that question.
You have to
because you have not
answer.
given
I hope
me a
the judges
definition.
know that all this dude is doing is literally evading and eluding all my questions with just this simple waste of time.
You
type of
said, "Thou
type
shalt
of
not use false fire," and you equated that to drug use. How is that drug use?
Because they're burning certain things when he's saying that.
Can you show me that in a definitive
No,
form?
I will
Stop the
not
time and
show
let me
you
do
that.
it.
I will not show you that. You can go to Leviticus
Because
10.
you made it up.
Leviticus
You
10
made it
and
up.
1.
You made that up.
Okay,
You made
anyways.
that up.
Okay, is drug use bad?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, according to the Bible, it is too. If
Can you show
everybody
me drugs mentioned in the
listen,
Bible?
if everybody, I told you where it is.
You
It's
use
in the book of Exodus 30 and the book of Leviticus 10.
sir. It has nothing to do with drug
And
use.
what you're doing, you're stalling my time. Now listen, if we lost the ability or we stopped doing drugs, would that serve as a good purpose or a bad purpose?
Well, that's a false equivalency because you said if we lost the
Drugs
ability.
are bad, right? Aren't drugs bad?
If we lost the ability.
Hey, aren't
We
drugs
haven't
bad?
lost the ability, so that's a false equivalency, sir.
Aren't drugs bad?
Yes, they are.
So
But most
if our people stop
they're not. It's very
using them,
subjective.
if our people stop using drugs, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's subjective because some people feel as if drugs are a good thing.
But it destroys their lives.
You smoke weed.
That's not a drug.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's cannabis sativa.
It's an herb. It's a medicine, and it's actually sold at stores. So it's not a drug.
Sir.
So next,
first of all, pharmacies are considered
no,
drugs.
you don't buy cocaine.
They
at
sell Vicodin in stores. That doesn't make
you don't buy
it
cocaine at
not
stores.
a drug.
Do you buy cocaine at stores?
No, that's non sequitur
You
to
can't
the
buy a
debate.
kilo of coke at Walmart, right?
Well, like I said,
Because
Tylenol is
it's
considered
bad.
a drug, but I can say
Because
that
it's bad.
for you.
So if
Very
our people stop using drugs, would that serve as a bad purpose or would that serve as a good purpose?
Once again, you would have to define drugs because many people feel
Hey
like
man,
certain drugs
anything
are
that
good.
destroys people's lives and destroys their health.
You smoke
That's
weed.
service
So
bad.
you're being a
No, I don't
hypocrite.
care. We're not talking about what I smoke. We're talking about is it bad or not.
Well, you're being a hypocrite.
You don't realize that
You
everybody,
smoke
even
weed.
though you're trying to evade my answers.
I'm
evade
not.
my
I'm just
questions,
letting you know.
everybody still knows that you're losing with my questions. Everybody's asking themselves the questions too.
Weed.
All right, the next thing is, all right, if the law broadly forbids actions that are considered evil, wouldn't that mean that the laws are good by default?
No, because your Bible advocates slavery. Your Bible
No,
advocates
but I
incest.
said broadly. Do you understand what the word broadly means?
Sir, your Bible advocates
I
slavery.
asked
That's
you
not what the
another
word
question
broadly
now.
means.
Do you understand what broadly means?
Sir, your Bible advocates
Do you
slavery.
understand broadly? That means on whole, with the exceptions of small exceptions. I mean, on the
I
whole,
don't think slavery is a small
with
exception.
the exception of small details.
Sir, I don't think slavery is a small
Yes,
detail.
it is small because you're not even actually
I just answered
looking
it.
at it
Your
the right
Bible
proper way.
says
You're not
slavery
looking at it the proper way. And this debate is not about slavery.
Yes, it is. It's about
You're not-
immorality.
This
and evil.
debate
Yes,
is
it
not
is.
about immorality. It's about evil and about the
Sir,
law
evil
being
and
low.
immorality are
You
synonymous
have
with each
not
other.
been able to prove.
Sir,
You can't prove that.
Morality.
You're coming with fringe
What
theories.
are you talking about? The definition says so.
So, do you know the definition of the word broadly?
The word broadly has nothing to do with this topic.
I asked you a question. You can just say yes or no.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you sure? Okay.
Let's pull up broadly. Can we pull it up? You're the one that's supposed to be defining that.
I did that in my premise.
Broadly, in general, and with the exception of minor details. So what I'm telling you,
so my next question is how many laws are there in the Torah?
There are 613 laws.
So how many laws did you bring up?
I brought up the ones that I consider.
No, how many? I didn't say which ones. I said how many did you bring up?
I brought up at least 10.
No, you brought up 4, brother. I got them all written down.
Let's count.
You brought up 4.
Let's go. Let's do this.
And the other ones are just another verse. Another one is just another verse of the same one. Now, hold on. 2, so you said 10.
3,
let's just give you 10.
4, 5.
So okay, listen. Let's give you 10.
7.
600, so there's 603 commandments
11, 12, 13, 14.
Hey, there's 603 commandments left. How many does that mean? How many does that leave that is supposed to be good now? 603.
The name of the debate was
603 debates, right? I mean 603, right?
Time.
That means that on broadly, it's not evil, that it is good.
Yelling is not going to get you anywhere.
Because you don't even know the definition of the word broadly.
All right. Shout out to Battle Axe. We're gonna get into the closing. Going to close this thing out right after this brief intermission. This is validation. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. We're going to close this thing out, family. We're going to start out with Chris Harris. Let me set the timer for 5 minutes. And pass the rock to the MVP.
All right, let's get this going, man. Let me get ready to share my screen right quick because I want to read something to everybody. And the first thing I want to mention is in this brother's Q&A, I asked him a key question about Deuteronomy 25, verse 5, about a brother sleeping with his sister-in-law. He then ran to the Matthew's Bible of 1537 and said it didn't say that. But then he clearly read the passage where it says you must go into your brother's wife and perform the duties of a husband. I asked him, was that morally acceptable today? And he kept saying only in the land of Israel. He said, you can't do this, but it never says that because the book of Jeremiah itself says that they are to give away their sons and daughters and continue to marry. He tried to create these false dichotomies using the word broadly and pinning it somehow to the Bible and saying that the slavery laws were somehow minor details. He even tried to say that people, if everybody stopped lying, but First Kings chapter 22, verse 22 says, Yahweh became a deceiving spirit in the mouths of all his prophets. So 1 minute, this brother is saying that you shall not lie, but right here in 1 Kings 22 and 22, it says the Most High was a liar. He brought up a lot of illicit facts about these questions that made absolutely no sense, red herrings all over the place. Let's see. And when I tried to talk nicely to the brother and ask him questions, he bantered and yelled like a child. Let's take a look here. So in conclusion, the Bible cannot be everyone's moral compass because it goes against the laws of human ethics. Have we lost the ability to think, or are we just pawns to an old Bronze Age law that is no longer acceptable nor applicable in today's society? Will we continue to be intellectually dishonest and return to feeding our women poison in God's so-called kingdom? Will we begin to accept that this book of law is in fact a Semitic law that was instituted during a time of archaic primitive behavior? Will we one day institute a theocracy that believes in stoning a son because of disobedience? Will we return to stoning her daughters because she's not a virgin? I marvel at the concept of this novel and its myths. They're quite interesting. I wonder why you believe it all to be literal. I wonder why you all believe in a God at all. Thank you, Solar. That's my time.
All right. Shout out to Chris MVP Harris. We're going to swing this ball over to Battle Axe. Battle Axe, it is on you, brother. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your closing. Unmute your mic, brother.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to share this screen.
Okay.
be there?
Yeah, it's sharing, brother.
Okay. Isaiah 5:20, man. Let the Most High speak about Chris right now. Man, he says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. It's destruction coming for people that has this such an arrogant type of way of thinking. He said that put darkness for light and light for darkness. That put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Because he has no idea what's going on. He has no idea that when we have to stone a daughter for having sex and not being a virgin, there are certain reasons why that has to happen. That's because we have to stop fornication, because we see where fornication has led us to. Fornication has led us to divorce, broken homes, single family orientated households. I mean, single parent orientated households, confused children, convicts, inmates, prostitutes. This all comes from somebody not nipping it in the bud and thinking that somebody having sex without being married is not that big of a deal. It's a very big deal, and you can look at the so-called black man's condition and you can see all the evidence thereof. Woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes, Chris, and are prudent in their own sight, thinking that he got game, thinking that he got intelligence. He said, for the commandment is a lamp, and the law, it is light, and reproofs of instructions are the way of life. Little children, let no man deceive you. He that does righteousness is righteous, even as he is righteous. He ain't causing no problems. He that commits sin is of the devil, for the devil sins from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil, that he might destroy the works of Chris's debate. So we're going to go right here, man. It says straight, clearly, cut, and dry. Chris is ignorant of classical, scholastic, traditional understanding. While this premise may serve as a good rhetorical strategy, like I said, it's just bad philosophy. All right? Evil actually is defined with the word immoral. Immoral is defined with the word not moral. Not moral goes into the etymology of the word morale, which means custom, from a Latin word, from some dude's work named St. George when he was translating the book of Job, proving that the standards of morale has a foundational footing in the laws of the Bible, deeming them good and not evil. Actually, on the contrary, solidifying them as moral. The moral compass that everyone has been led and has been practicing in most countries as of today. Because the Bible is in all these places and it's accepted, except for places like, I guess you can say, North Korea. Well, other than that, this is cakewalk work. Like it says, when most people make these type of fringe arguments, it's only because they are simply in error. Now we're going to go to Proverbs 3 and 5. Just run time real quick. Let me drop them on them. We're going to go to Proverbs 3 and verse 5. And it says, trust in the Most High with all your heart and lean not unto your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. Be not wise in your own eyes, and fear the Most High, and depart from evil. You got to acknowledge these law, statutes, and commandments, like it says in Deuteronomy 6 and 24, and that's how you prove that you fear the Most High. That's how you show that you have respect until what he actually deems as right and wrong, good and bad. When he started to say that the Most High is evil, when the Most High said that he's going to create evil, that's like me saying, I'm made out of ice cream because I made an ice cream flavor. That is false equivalency. You can't just sit there and make those two concepts mutual. The Most High said he's going to create evil because when he said that, he says because he has a system of punishment set up for the violation of the laws, which is supposed to keep us in righteousness and in harmonious amongst ourselves. These laws ain't for everybody. So when you try to say they're going to be bad for other people, they're not even for other people. For the people that's living in our land, that's stolen our land, they got to give it up. And yes, they might feel uncomfortable, but that's just the way things go. Don't be a...
All right, shout out to both debaters. But unfortunately, for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. To chuckle buck, vote one, and end this show. Do. Black man. Okay.
Good.
All right. Are the biblical laws evil?
Yes, they are.
And why do you believe that is the case, brother?
Because it advocates slavery, incest, sanctioned kidnappings, and genocide.
Okay, so you're saying that the laws advocate slavery, you said?
Yep.
Incest.
Yep.
And genocide.
Yep.
Okay, so thou shalt not kill. Does that advocate slavery, incest, or genocide?
No, that shows that the person who wrote this is in fact a hypocrite.
So you're saying that the law, thou shalt not kill, does not advocate slavery, incest, or genocide?
No, thou shalt not kill means what it says. But this and that, in the paradox that this was written, it was only speaking about one another. But they were allowed to go off and kill other nations as they saw fit.
So you're saying that thou shalt not kill did not advocate any of the things that you said?
I don't understand that question.
Did thou shalt not kill, was that advocating genocide, incest?
No, it wasn't. No,
Okay.
that was not advocating genocide and incest.
Okay. Is thou shalt not steal, was that advocating incest or genocide, brother?
No, it wasn't, but they stole the Canaanites' land.
Are those the laws, brother?
Those are laws, that is correct.
Okay, so why did you say that the laws advocated slavery and genocide when the laws did not?
Because the laws that are found in Exodus chapter 21, it clearly says that you can make somebody a slave for life.
Under what conditions, brother?
Your children can inherit your slaves.
Under
for life.
what conditions, brother?
Huh?
Under what conditions, brother?
It does not give a condition. The condition is if they were
when was it practiced, brother? When was it practiced?
It was apparently practiced during their time.
When? Give me an example of them practicing that.
Them practicing this law? Right there in Deuteronomy. I'm sorry, Exodus chapter 20, verse 21.
Okay, so what happened?
Hold on, Paul.
What happened, brother?
Hmm?
Read what happened, bro.
Oh, okay, I got you. It says right here, if a countryman among you becomes destitute and sells himself to you, you must not force him into slave labor. Let him stay with you as a hired worker or a temporary resident. Mm-hmm. He is to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he and his children are to be released, and he may return to his clan and to the property of his fathers.
What's
Verse 42. Because now this is the law concerning the Israelite servant. But then it says, because the Israelites are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt, they are not to be sold as slaves. You are not to rule over them harshly, but fear your deity or God. Verse 44 and 45, it says, your men servants and maid servants shall come from the nations around you, from whom you may purchase them. You may also purchase them from foreigners residing among you, or their clans living among you who are born in your land. These may become your property. You may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property. You can make them slaves for life. But your brothers, the Israelites, no man shall rule harshly over his brother. So
how is that, brother? How is that evil, brother? So how is that evil?
Because slavery is evil.
Now, it said when you could sell your enemies, They purchased them from their enemies.
Can you show me where it says that at?
That's what you just read, brother.
No, you would have to show me that because I don't see that in there.
Read it again.
It says, your men servants and your maid servants shall come from the nations around you, from whom you may purchase them.
Okay, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Whom you may purchase them.
Right, but you said enemies.
Okay, well, yeah. Oh, my bad. That wasn't the point. Yeah, well, my bad. Yeah, so whoever, yeah, they purchased them.
Right.
Okay, so you gonna treat your immediate family like you treat some Joe Blow down the street?
No, Slade. No, I'm not.
No, I'm asking you. Okay. So in terms of servitude, who would you enslave for life? Would it be your family members or would it be the Joe Blow down the street?
I wouldn't enslave anybody for life, and I wouldn't enslave anybody in my own neighborhood. We're supposed to defeat the oppressor, not become like him.
So you're saying that in terms of what this is suggesting,
this is saying that they may purchase people from other nations and they can become slaves for life, which he never addressed, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm saying that what is evil about that?
Slavery is evil, sir. Making somebody chattel slavery as we were chattel slaves.
They purchased them, brother.
So when the white man purchased us, was that evil?
No, that wasn't evil.
So when he purchased us and hung us and raped our sisters,
see, you're adding shit to it.
No, because the law,
because it does. So where in the law does it say that you could be? Where does in the law that you say you could be hung?
Oh, in the book of Joshua, you're supposed to hang.
Come on, brother. Where in the where what you just read said that you could be hung, bro?
The law does say it. I can find it in the law for you that you hang people.
Go ahead, find it.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about in terms of the slaves that you own.
The slaves that is own, no, but it talks about beating on them.
Okay, so now you're trying to take something out of context.
No, I did. You brought the hanging up, not me.
No, you brought up the hanging.
No, I asked you.
I did not bring up the hanging, brother. You brought up the hanging. You brought up the hanging. I said you asked me, brother. You asked me.
I brought up the
you asked me. So was slavery? So was the white man buying slaves from Africa? Was that evil? I said no. So you said, well, it's the lynching and all that. You brought up hanging.
No. You ain't gonna get away with that, Solar.
I did not bring up hanging, brother. You did.
I asked you.
When did I bring up hanging? When did I bring up hanging?
It's okay for him, the white man, to sell us. So I got to roll with what you said right there.
I never said nothing about hanging. You brought up hanging, brother.
Solar, you just said that.
Press one. If I wait. Press one. Wait. Press one if I brought up hanging. Press two if he brought up hanging.
I already said that the white man hung up.
You brought up hanging, brother. You the one that brought up hanging, brother.
You're the only one raising your voice here. Look at me.
Okay, yeah, I can raise my voice when I want to.
Okay, you said it was okay for the white man to sell us. Press one if Solar said it.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say it's okay. I said that it wasn't. No. I said that it wasn't evil. I said that it wasn't evil. That's what I said.
Okay, so that by definition, that means it's okay if it's not evil.
No, that doesn't mean that it's okay.
Does it mean it's okay if it's not evil?
No.
Okay, so what was it when he sold us?
No, what we're saying now is that you brought up the hanging. That's what we're talking about. And you can clearly see that the twos are saying that you are the one that brought up hanging, brother, not me. You were the one that brought up hanging.
Solar, hold your L on this one, man. I would stop this shucklebuck now.
What are you talking about?
You stated that it was okay for the white man to sell us.
No, I said that. No. What I said was that is not evil for him to purchase slaves. That's what I said.
So is it okay for him to purchase slaves?
You brought up and said you the one that brought up so the lynching and the hanging. I said, well, no, not all that. Not all that, because slaves has been sold.
You changed the context.
Slavery has been an institution. Wait. Slavery has been an institution, you idiot. The slavery has been an institution even before the damn white man. the African was selling slaves. Slavery has
Okay,
always
I
been
agree.
Wait. Slavery has always been an institution that has been implemented. So I said that slavery, selling slaves, was not evil. It always has been something that humans did.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm asking you is, explain to me how it is evil.
Because slavery is immoral.
How?
The possession of humans as chattel and not giving them any rights or ways to define themselves in society is evil.
They do give them rights in the Bible.
Okay, are you asking me about biblical slavery or are you asking me about real slavery? Can you?
I'm asking you about the slavery in the Bible.
Okay, easy. These people were chattel and they could be ruled over harshly.
Show me where does it say chattel slavery?
Let's go right back.
Yeah, let's go. Show me the verse where it says chattel slavery.
You're raising your blood pressure, man. Relax.
No, my blood pressure is perfectly fine.
It says
you need to show me. You need to show me. Stop worrying about solar. Stop worrying about solar and show me where it says chattel slavery.
No, man. That sounds silly, man. Stop putting on, man.
Stop worrying about solar and show me where it says chattel. Don't worry about me, brother. I'm good.
Okay, cool. Let's go here. And we see, let me pull up my screen share here. Can I get a screen share, Solar?
No.
I'm going to do it anyway. You're going to get this work.
No, you can't share screen. You can't share screen. You can't share screen. I'm the one.
Right here.
You're going to do it anyway. You can't do it. Now go ahead. You can't do it.
Here it is right here. It says, you may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property. You can make them slaves for life. Now, chattel means property. It's synonymous.
Now you say what?
Chattel, if I go to the definition of chattel right here.
Where does it? No, that ain't what I asked you. I said where does it say? Where does it say chattel? Where does it say chattel in the Bible, bro?
It says property.
Of course, they're their property. Of course, they're property. Slavery in itself is property. So why? Wait. Hold. So once again, you said chattel slavery,
sir. These people were considered personal property of these Israelites,
bro.
They were chattel and they were slaves.
Okay, so
slavery, sir.
Read the definition of chattel.
Let's read it.
Go.
An item of.
Shut your ass up. What's going on, Battle? What's going on, Battle Axe, bro?
Hey, what's up, man?
That nigga still reading too. Look, he's still reading like an idiot and shit.
Hell yeah. Oh shit. They told you to go easy on them too.
All right, bro. Come on, Daniel Hayru. Did I call you gay, brother? Did I call you out your name, Daniel Hayru, bro? Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. See what I'm talking about with y'all niggas, bro?
Oh, Hero said something crazy.
So, are the biblical laws evil?
No, of course not.
All right. So, why so, brother?
Because they actually serve for a better cause when, for the Israelites. That's a fact.
So pertaining to I believe it was Numbers chapter 31, verse 17 and 18. It said, kill every male among the little ones, and women that known a man. What is that verse talking about, brother?
Oh, that was just actually an act of war. That wasn't a specific law. That was just an act of war. It was just telling them the direction to do at that time.
So
that's what I'm saying. Take
that
out of perspective.
So, what was it telling them to do, brother?
They had to go over there and run them people up out of there, man. Get them out of there. Take your land back. But to sit there and say that the law is to
what
be,
was it telling them to do?
Crucified for it.
I said, what was it telling them to do, brother? Is what I'm asking you.
To go and kill everybody.
Kill every male among the little ones.
Yeah.
So the little ones are who? Who are the little ones?
Children.
So it's telling you to kill the babies.
Yeah.
Is that evil?
No, not if it serves for a better cause.
So you're saying that killing the babies isn't evil?
It would probably be viewed as unsavory, but
bro. Is it evil or is it not evil, brother?
No, I wouldn't think that it was evil.
So you're saying that killing babies is not evil?
Generally, killing babies is evil, but having a purpose to kill them is a method to the madness.
You say what?
There's a method to the madness.
You're saying that it's a method to the madness. So you're saying, so what would be the method behind killing the babies?
The eradication of evil. Them babies are, because these people right here.
So how are the babies being evil, brother?
Because these people in this book were consciously aware of resurrection. So, and these people had a clear understanding that these people were resurrected.
So wait. How are killing the babies? Why are the babies evil, brother?
Because these are, like I said, these are pre-existing resurrected evil individuals.
Wait. Pre-existing resurrected evil person. Wait. Okay. So, explain to me how the babies are evil. Now we can say their parents are evil, but how are the babies evil, brother?
Because they are resurrected evil people.
They are resurrected evil.
Yeah, this is a book that highlights and keeps the mind state.
So you're saying that wait. So you're saying that they were reincarnated before evil people?
Yes.
Okay, so what did they do in their past life that was so bad, brother?
It says, according to Leviticus 18 and 26, he said they did all the abominations that the Most High told us not to do.
Wow. So wait. So how was they able to determine who was doing the evil shit?
Is what God told them.
So you're saying to me that God told the Israelites what baby did the evil shit in their past life?
No, he didn't tell them what baby. He said all them. You got to get rid of all them because these people understood resurrection.
Okay, so the other stipulation was, and women that known not a man.
Right.
That known a man.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that they did some shit in the past life too?
Well, no, it's just like when the scripture says, it says.
Okay,
that
so you're saying that the women didn't do wait. So you're saying that the women that known a man, they didn't do nothing in the past life?
No, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. What I'm saying is the main underlining cause is that when a man lays with a woman, the two become one flesh. They share each other's spirits. They share each other's sins.
Okay, so the woman that known a man, she made it with the person that did the evil shit in the past life.
Yeah, and now she has spirits that dude has given to her, like a disease, but now it's just sexually transmitted demons.
So what about the women that didn't know a man? Why do they get to live?
They didn't have the sexually transmitted demons, and he was eradicating that.
So none of the women that didn't know a man, they didn't do nothing in the past life. Not one of them.
Like I said, I don't know what they did in the past.
Brother. Wait. Yes or no, brother? Not one of the women that didn't know a man didn't do nothing in the past life. All of them were pure.
Evidently, they didn't, because the Most High gave them an opportunity to be exempted to judgment.
You's
That's
a
the only
wicked
explanation
ass
for it.
nigga. You's
That's
a
the
wicked ass
only
nigga, man.
explanation for it, man. There's no other
So
explanation.
wait. So you're saying that the virgins, now you got women that known a man, right? They would have been cool. They would have been cool had they not known the man, you're saying.
No, the way they ended up knowing the man is because the Most High had the timing correct. They wasn't cool. By the time the
But
Israelites
that's what I'm
showed
saying
up,
to you, bro. You're
it was
saying that
already
only now even the virgin boys, they say kill the virgin boys. Only leave the virgin women.
Yes.
So why kill the virgin boys?
That's a resurrected soldier.
Okay.
He's a resurrected
so he's a
wicked soldier.
resurrected soldier. Okay,
Right.
so that did evil, right?
Right.
Okay, so the female, right? She didn't do no evil in the past life, the one that was a virgin?
The one that virgin,
She
probably
didn't do no evil.
She probably was a person that wasn't into evil. Yes. It's
Okay,
possible.
so that's what I'm saying to you, brother. So the only sin that the women did was mate with the man that was doing the evil.
I ain't gonna say that's the only sin, but that's probably
bruh. Okay, so if they sin,
Yeah.
then you're supposed to kill them, bruh, according to your logic.
Well, if they have made it with a man, that means they have this man's spirit in them. They gotta go too.
That's a wicked ass doctrine.
He said that they'll come back. They said
You
they'll
know
come
that's
back
a
and get
goddamn
vengeance on
wicked
him.
ass doctrine, bro.
They
That
said
shit
they'll
ain't
come
got
back
nothing to
and
do
get
with no
vengeance on him.
goddamn. That shit ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn. If they did something in the past life, they want the virgin women, brother. And you know it, brother. So just admit that they want the virgin women, brother. You wicked ass nigga, bro.
Well, let me say this. Let me just say this then.
Okay, go ahead.
When you get to the
get your ass out of here, man. Nigga talking about something goddamn. Nigga gonna sit up here talking about some goddamn. That's
You already know what it is, man. The link is out there. Let me paste it right quick. Let me put that cash app out there too, in case y'all give enough of a fuck. That's enough, baby. Okay, baby. What am I doing? Oh. Excuse me. I had no idea that was going to happen. Yeah, the link is out there. Let me pin it up there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I didn't see anything about rules in the struggle, but are there any? Yeah. Ask your question. Give your opponent time to answer. Don't ask no questions on your time. You know, it's just it's simple. Yeah, it's in there. Let me see. Ark, hit that link, fam. Ark Malak. Yeah, that's it. We play some. I ain't gonna lie, that was a horrible. I want to see them scores. I want to see the judges go through these debates and judge these motherfuckers now. For real. My bad, I'm going through the block list, see if I can find them. Unblock them. I already know. I'm looking. That motherfucker say 350 something people. Alright, Blue. I see you. I'm locking the building.
Peace, peace. What's going on?
General Yashar in the building.
Yo, Shalom, family.
You
What's going on?
already
Peace,
know.
peace.
Peace. Nice to have you back, man.
What's
up,
going
fat
on, you
boy?
saw, man?
What's up, fat boy? What you
What's
over there
going
doing,
on, man? What's going on, man? It's good.
What's the deal, man?
Yeah,
What's
man,
going on,
that debate right there. Solo ain't right, man, for doing that at the end. I was rolling.
That's fucked up.
He said you can take the virgin girls, you can take the virgin women, but you got to kill the virgin boys.
Hell yeah.
I'm surprised.
Man, them dudes gonna turn into men. Y'all meaning they gonna try to get back for their pops that they killed. What you talking about?
Kill them.
Heck yeah, you gotta kill them dudes, man.
See the real truth about those babies, man. They was mixed with the fallen, bro. The fallen blood. That's what
Oh shit.
was supposed to come with, man. And he could have backed that up because when you look into the Hittites and all them motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, they wasn't regular people.
Oh shit. The fallen ones.
Yeah. Like we still got some of that shit down here right now, man.
Alright, let me see. Damn, man, I'm looking. I remember that name. I remember it getting blocked.
y'all did my wife dirty yesterday. Y'all ain't right.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, y'all be talking shit under y'all girls' account and shit. And then be acting like we stupid in the motherfucker. We just be letting y'all live.
AR, what's the name?
I got it. Yeah.
Y'all didn't. She was like,
That's
man,
why.
trying to get me on
That's
the
why he
chat.
talking about some. That's why he talking about some. Why I need to jump on. You can jump your ass on and introduce yourself.
Want to get on?
That's why you want to jump on and introduce yourself. Talking about why I need to jump on.
That's I block like a motherfucker.
No, I wasn't beat
that. They passing the phone back and forth. Hell nah. Them niggas think they smart shit, man.
Yeah, that was her. She was tripping. No, man, and I do. Hey, man, me and that blue debate, man. You cold, Suave. You cold. You cold for that one.
Hey, man, I just knew it was gonna be a fire. Like, hold on, man, they might fuck with this one.
No, man, but no, according to my definition, I was trying to say that the quote unquote slaves are, you know what I mean, workers, and I brought out the attributes of a slave, and he did admit that the slaves do work, and that's all I was saying. Like, yeah, we're gonna have people working for us. You know what I mean? Even if you want to even say it's your own people, you
You know, you
still
got
gonna
the
have.
other one in there too. I almost played that one.
Which one?
Are we slaves?
Oh yeah, with the cube.
Yeah, but it was cute. I was like, man, I don't know. Fuck that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I should have. You know what I mean? That blue did get me on those questions though when he was asking me questions during my rebuttal. I was
Mm-hmm.
answering the motherfuckers, and I was like, "Hold on, it's my round."
Yeah, nah, that was
Think
hard.
smarter, man. Think smarter, not harder, man. You know what I
Well, you
mean?
got one lined up now
But
with
yeah, so
Asiatic
like you got
line.
the urge, you get the urge to answer because he got a good point. You know what I mean? And even though he got a good point, I shouldn't even answered it. Like, nah, man, you know, I don't like to leave no stone unturned. Gotta work on that.
Ain't it? You got one set up though with Afro Asiatic line.
Oh yeah.
Should black people follow the Quran?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Shoot, nah, we shouldn't follow the Quran, man. Man, the Muslims came through where we was at in
Should
West
you follow
Africa.
the Should you follow the Bible?
Yeah.
Does the Quran tell you to follow the Bible?
It don't matter. We don't need the Quran to tell us to follow the Bible.
Why not? What if
You
people
don't
don't
need
trust
you
the
all you get or the Bible tells you to follow the Bible. You don't
What
need
if
any
people
extra
what if
book to tell
people
you to follow it.
what if people don't trust the sources of the Bible and then a modern source came out straight from Allah? They like, okay, now I know this true, and
No,
then
no,
we
the
go back to
Bible
the
came
Bible,
straight
right?
from the Most High.
Yeah, the Bible came straight
Allah.
from the Most High, but
No,
then the
those
records got taken, right? The records got lost, destroyed, translated, some mistranslated. So people was like, I ain't trusting that shit. And then Allah came to Muhammad and said, we need new proof that the Bible is the word of the Most High. In
yeah,
the
well,
day
that's
next
just a
with
slippery slope. Well, at the end of
damn.
the day, that's not the truth. The God of the Bible and the God of the Quran aren't the same gods. The God of the Bible teaches you the commandments. The God of the Quran is in opposition to a lot of commandments. See, for instance, when you sleep with like say if a man and woman sleep with each other before they get married, you know what I mean? The man, you know what I mean, pay for that dowry for the woman you slept with. But according to the Quran, you're supposed to be beating both of them with 100 lashes. That's going against the commandments right there. You know what I mean? So that ain't the God of the Bible right there. And then another thing is the God of the Bible teaches the commandments. Teaches the Sabbath. Dang, the God of the Quran ain't say nothing. I ain't seen that Sabbath not one time. And there's another man. There's a lot of things that's gonna be brought out in that debate, man. There's a lot. I'm gonna show how the God of the Quran ain't even the God of the Bible.
Damn. That's what's up.
Not bad. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat. You know what I mean? I'm also bringing up a little bit of history of the Arab Muslims and what they did to us that was out there in the sub-Saharan Africa. You know what I mean? They came through where we was at, and you know what I mean? They destroyed us and then tried to convert us to becoming Muslims. Why would we follow the same people that came and destroyed us? No, hell no. Let them keep
You
their
know, I
wars.
got a debate with Nandy, which one was worse, of the transatlantic or the Arab slave trade?
I'll say the Arab slave trade.
That's what she said.
Well, hold on. No. Well, shoot, they was
You
doing a
changing
lot
your
to us
mind?
to the Arab slave trade, man. They had us walking. They wasn't feeding us. They had us walk all the way to their land. They weren't feeding us. They was killing our people on the way there. They was axing our people.
They was bashing our babies' heads on trees and throwing our babies in the trees. They was doing all types of wicked stuff to us. They was castrating the males. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
The Arabs was getting down dirty.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all which one was worse. I think she went and studied for it and saw because she tried to
I
change
say
the
that the
title.
transatlantic was worse though because of you know what I mean, the hangings, the feeding the babies to the alligators, the rifling of the houses, the burning of the people, the having your babies work in the field. And there's a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? The throwing us off the boat, you know what I mean, just so they don't drown. You know, they was doing a lot of crazy stuff to us.
Facts. Which one you say, Yashar?
Which one I say about what?
The Arab slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade? Which one was worse?
Man, I really haven't done my research on the Arab slave trade, to be honest.
That's hard.
So I don't know which one was worse. I've heard, you know what I'm saying, a few different things, but I don't know, bro. I got to do some comparison. Maybe this debate will help me out with my with where I start my research.
That's hard. That's hard. Blue in the building.
What's
What up,
up with
Blue?
y'all, man?
What's the
Shit,
deal?
man. Same old.
What's up?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. This was a debate, bro. That last one with Chris and them, that was the one, bro, where Chris opened the door for I came out in, I mean, for Battle Axe. Battle Axe came out in the opening, his opening, like he was gonna go right through the door, but then in his premise, he walked away from it, like he was like he thought it was the wrong house or something. I don't know what happened, but it was definitely, I forgot exactly what Chris said, and I think what happened. Now that I think about it, I think Chris might have started rambling towards the end of his opening round, but he was like, I think he said that like like what makes things moral is like based on the time and the society. You know what I'm saying, or the people, or something like that. And I was like, damn, bro, that's a fucking window to go through. If I'm Battle Axe, and Battle Axe, his opening was set up like that was what his premise was gonna be based around. But he didn't do that. He didn't do it. He tried to argue the Bible. I was like,
Got to.
he missed the opportunity.
It wasn't.
Though.
Wait, what do you mean though? He tried to argue. What do you mean by he tried to argue the Bible? He showed that the commandments, the laws of the Bible was not bad.
Damn. You said he showed
you know
what?
I mean? He showed that they weren't bad.
Man, that nigga
And,
should have
and,
mobbed.
and you seen in the rapid fire how Chris at first he was answering the questions and then he just started shucklebucking. He started.
That's the rapid fire. We know Chris sucks in the rapid fire. And he sucked in the rebuttal. Like, but if Battle Axe was at that premise, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, his open. Like, go back. While you talking, go back to like the last 2 minutes of Chris's opening round, or like I think it's the last 2 minutes, or like the last minute and a half, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Because there's really only one way you can get out of this shit. You can't play around, especially with Chris. You try to take any other doors, bro, that shit is shut. And really, he opened the door for you at that. That's what I thought was the most unique thing about it. I didn't think he would have gave you that.
And throw them into the waters. It also reads, if the woman pops up out of the river, she is not guilty. If the owner of the wife would save his wife, then in turn the king could save his servant. This is the code of Hammurabi. Turn easy, but my intent is to magnify what is simply within the biblical narrative. Let's take a look at some definitions. Evil, when described as a noun, is according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, is simply a cosmic evil force. This is significant because the deity itself clearly says through the prophet Isaiah in verse 45, verse 7, I create good and I create evil. Also, when evil is defined as an adjective, it means profoundly immoral and wicked. So there is no need to play grammar gymnastics. I've clearly defined the word evil. Let's get to it. If we read other holy writings, we can find things that are disgusting and downright silly. For instance, when we read the Code of Hammurabi, we read the following. If the wife of a man has been caught lying with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the waters. It also reads, if the woman pops up out of the river, she is not guilty. If the owner of the wife would save his wife, then in turn the king could save his servant.
That nigga had a horrible opening, bro. Like that shit was
This right
crazy.
here, that's the window for him.
That shit ain't got
Because
nothing to
look
do
at
with
what he no, it does. If he's saying that every other religion and everybody else around you is practicing the same thing, then yours ain't. You can't be immoral.
How was it profoundly immoral?
It
Yeah,
can't
I
be.
mean,
It's
I had an
impossible.
anger because the thing is, all of the action were actions that were merciful. Because at the end of the day, we could have killed your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just it. At the end of the day, we could have just killed you. And as long as it's a purpose, like it was shit he could have did, bro. But yeah, man, like this was not a good opening. This was not a good rebuttal, and this was not a good shuckle for real, bro.
Well, where does Code of Hammurabi come from, bro?
The Code of Hammurabi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude went off. I don't know how he won this debate, nigga.
That's what this shit says right there. Like that. Look, Suave at the second.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
This is the Code of Hammurabi. Then why, when we read something of equal validity in the biblical text, such as Numbers chapter 5, verse 1 through 31, where the priest makes the woman drink a poison to determine if she's innocent? If her thigh rots, she's guilty.
Water is not poison.
Why wouldn't the deity just tell the priest himself? And where's the same law for the male if he cheated?
Bro, hold on.
Let's put down the cognitive.
No, hold on.
Bro, swap. First off, bro,
that dude,
nigga, ain't nobody drinking no poison, nigga, and getting away. Period.
No.
Ain't nobody gonna sip on no poison and gonna be able to walk away from that motherfucker still living.
Poison,
like, what the fuck is he talking about, bro?
Facts.
That was water, bro.
Yeah, the law that he was trying to bring out was the law when the priest gets the water and he gets some dust from the temple. And he puts the dust inside the temple.
That's poison. That's poison. Once he put that dust in there, once he put that dust in that water, that's poison.
Not done. If she's good, then she never cheated. If she ain't, if her thighs and all that shows that she cheated.
Man, that's voodoo like a mug, bro.
Dirt and water ain't Dirt and water ain't poison. Period.
Bro, he put some fucking thigh poison in the water. Thigh poison.
Barriers and use our rationale.
No thigh poison.
So once again, this debate is not about insulting Yahweh. It is not about insulting anybody's deity. It is simply getting to the bottom of what is in the text, whether it is in turn immoral or immoral. Thank you.
Now watch how Battle Axe opens up.
Hold on, let me respond to this.
He finna open up exactly where Chris opened up the window from.
That's all the Quran is trying to tell me.
Just watch this though. That I thought this was game over. Nah, this is why I thought it was game over when I was watching this debate, because right there, Chris opens up that window. Watch how Battle Axe goes through it in the opening. I'm like, okay, shit, this gonna be tough. Watch Battle Axe open it. So remember, every other religion or every other culture was practicing the same thing. That's how he ends his opening. Is that Egypt was doing it,
that is
Babylon, all of that.
All right, shout out to Chris Harris. My bad. I had a phone call. So we're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're gonna hand this thing over now to Battle Axe. Battle Axe, you have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your opening, brother.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to share my screen. Hold on.
All right.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen, brother. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Start my time. All right. My premise is the laws of the Bible is not evil. The laws of the Bible are definitely not evil. First question you got to ask yourself is this brother smoking crack? What is he smoking? This right here is not even a debatable topic. This is something that is going against all known understanding and already has been concluded. Everybody has already concluded what that book is about, and a lot of people have devoted themselves to it. So for this brother to come out from the wazoo and say such a erroneous claim that is far-fetched, this is called a fringe theory, and it falls under the guidelines as we're going to read. A fringe theory is an idea or viewpoint which differs from the accepted scholarship in its field. The accepted scholarship is that people know that this book is beneficial if it's actually properly applied. Fringe theories are ideas which depart significantly from a prevailing or mainstream theory. This right here is completely, what Chris is saying is completely contrary to what has been accepted by the most in whole. You might get a few radical individuals out there, but them guys are usually known as quacks. You say a fringe theory is neither a majority opinion nor that of a respected minority, which falls with Chris. He's not a respected minority. Nobody knows who this guy really is. He is not qualified to give his statement about what's right and wrong in the Bible. He has never actually implemented the Bible in the correct manner. Even though he used to be an Israelite, shows a lot about what this brother is doing. He's wavering in the wind. He's in all directions. Now check this out. It says most fringe theories never become part of an established scholarship. Rejected ideas may help to refine mainstream thought, but most outside theories, like saying the Bible is evil, is simply incorrect and have no wider impact. My sources right there cited at the bottom. The Most High has already got something to say about this too. He says, man, let the wicked forsake his way. Let the unrighteous man his thoughts. Down at 9, he says, my thoughts are not as your thoughts. Neither are my ways like your ways. So even though you sitting there, you might see something in Hamaru or whatever that was, that's irrelevant to the topic, and that's false equivalency. That has nothing to do with, is the Bible's beneficial to the so-called black man or not? Because that's what this is all about. We're talking about what is good for the so-called black man as we actually prevail and advance in this so-called awakening that we coming in through with this technology, man. See, this brother right here, he got these problem thinking areas. That's the problem. We got a lot of people that think that they're smart because they have some intelligence, but that don't make you smart. You have a practice in some things, but you don't have the proper automatic wit to put things and align them into the proper perspective. This brother right here's problem thinking area on first is he lacks experience with actually the law, statutes, and commandments. He lacks proper perspective as in putting them into their orderly fashion. What is to be done, how is to be done, thinking in whole on a broad scale on how we're supposed to perceive these law, statutes, commandments and implement them into a society. He's failing at those things. This is somebody that's speaking from an area of ignorance and the unknown. He relies and plays solely on your emotions. That's why he went straight to the woman and tried to bring up something about the woman, because he knows that people have a soft spot towards their wives, daughters, and the mothers. So this brother is just trying to play on your emotion because he has no intellectual substance to bring to this topic. And he attempts right here, his last thing that he's doing is just a pathetic attempt to display a small degree of ingenuity. That's what people do when they have an ego problem. They want to seem smart and unique. So sometimes they make a mistake and they make a radical statement like something like the sky's not blue. You know, hey, if you want to try to explain your way through that, whatever. But at the end of the day, consensus holds. The laws are not evil and the sky is actually blue. My outline of my topic is going to be a series of definitions. And yes, I said a series of definitions because this brother right here tried to give the definition and try to say he defined it. No, he gave you a piece of a definition. That's not the definition of evil. So we're going to go into a series of definitions. Then we're going to go into an analytical comparison. We're going to take, we're going to go through the analytical comparison. We're going to be analyzing and proving that each word and concept is aligned and in support of my premise. And in all actuality, rendering my opponent, Chris' argument as completely void and irrelevant. And then the third thing that we're going to be doing is the contrary demonstrations. So I'm going to be showing demonstrations that's going to prove the contrary through the law, statutes, and commandments, through the implementations, and how they line up with what is deemed as good, and how they line up and how they don't line up with what is deemed as bad. So we're going to do all this, and we're going to learn. And Chris right here is going to realize that you don't make statements like this and try to make it debate about topics that are indebatable.
All right. God damn.
Yeah, man. That was a fire opening too. I forgot about how fire that opening was. But it was a door there. And the door was not to just, there was no need to try to separate the Bible from everybody else. And he started trying to argue a uniqueness. And once he did that, it separated. When Chris opens the door for you to say that, yeah, it's a consensus, because he came in saying it's based on the consensus. And Chris also just said that the consensus, basically, you can say that, you know what I mean, the whole world or whatnot. And so yeah, that definitely to me was a door for him to go through. But I think he missed that opportunity though.
There it is. There it is.
Hey,
Yeah, and then
Smoke,
he
what
tried to
position you
change that
taking
title
on
to
that?
that debate.
Which
What
one's
you say?
worse?
What'd you say?
Which position are you taking? Which one's worse?
Transatlantic.
All right.
Yeah, you know, motherfuckers come with that new ass rhetoric. The Arab slave trade lasted longer. It was worse. Take that conscious community HOK rhetoric and run with it.
Man, going off the way they treated, man. Yeah,
She tried to change the title too. She
to
sure tried
what?
to tell we had to reschedule it because I had it was something, but Solar let me know like Nandy wanted to talk to you about that title. I'm like, I don't call her. She's like, yeah, I wanted to change the title. I'm like, what?
To
Oh
what?
shit. She said she had a list of things. I'm like, nah, I don't want to change the title because remember the debate was supposed to be today. I already got my PowerPoint and shit done. You know what I'm saying? So
What's the title though?
which one was worse?
Which was
Transatlantic or the Arab?
she just trying to rephrase it?
Nah, she was trying to get off that topic.
Damn,
I ain't gonna talk shit
that's
because you know
crazy.
she is the sister, but
That's a good ass debate. That's a fine.
yeah. I said she must have would have did that research to be like,
I thought she could argue it though.
Yeah,
I
it
thought
needs
she had enough to argue it.
yeah, from
I
I
might
see
ignorant.
end
that
up
people in the chat talking
depending.
about
Might have to take
because of
that
the
with you if she
Muslim.
don't take it.
What'd you say, Ark? I can't hear you.
I say I see because I see people in the chat talking about because of the Quran says that the Most High gave Moses or the commandments or something that we need to follow it. No. Just because the Quran recites things that's in the Bible don't mean we need to follow the Quran. What's in the Quran that we need to follow that's outside of the Bible? Everything that's in the Quran, a lot of things that it says, like, well, now it just doesn't say Yahweh. You know what I mean? It says don't turn from Allah or whatever the heck, and all this other stuff. Man, we already got those commandments in the Bible not to be turning from the Most High God. You know what I mean? We already got in the Bible to where, you know what I mean, how to take care of the poor, the needy, the widows, and all that. You know what I mean? The Quran is not, it's useless. It's useless. It's after the Bible, and the things that it's saying is the same thing that's in the Bible, but a little bit different. There's a lot of similarities in there. You know what I mean? Like as far as in the principles, but you know what I mean? It's useless, especially when it's telling you to abide by the Bible. You be like, then what do we need that for? The Bible tells you to abide by it, and it tells you what happens when you don't abide by it.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's you with the L. Oh, you on your
Oh,
radio?
that's you with the L. Oh, you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm on my radio. You can hear that?
yeah. It was echoing me real bad and loud and shit.
Yes, you know. Yeah, that is wild though.
Oh shit. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right,
Yeah,
yeah, I'll
we
take it off.
we
Yeah, I
definitely
said, yeah, I said it.
no,
I
we
said,
heard you.
boy,
It's just when I was
you heard me?
talking, I heard you. It's just when I started talking, this shit echoed. I heard
Yeah,
me.
call that echo. Yeah.
Now we heard you in the chat trying to chat bang and shit.
Oh.
That nigga Double came in. That nigga was, man, I'm taking my wrench away from myself. It's so many people with wrench. And that nigga got blocked. Got signed to the game. I said they gonna block you. You gonna be the new Shannard, nigga. The star block, nigga. And that nigga got blocked. Holly gonna come in like, my bag, Domo. I'm sorry, that was on accident. I said, yep, see?
Yeah, she hit his ass up fast, like boom, boom. I'm like, ooh.
Because he was on bullshit.
First he timed his ass out.
Let the chat be, man. If the chat don't feel comfortable, they ain't gonna talk. All them comments when they talking, that shit is good, man. You know, I want the chat to argue and, you know, have the conversations and shit.
Man.
Yeah, action is real, man. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Drew, you got a debate coming up too?
Let me get this. What's in there? Let me share this.
Man, I got a debate coming up in 2 weeks, man. Fucking with this nigga Rabbi Lewis, man. I'm like,
What he
man,
trying to debate you on?
I'm like, man, we should already be ready, man. You know what I'm saying? We should be able to knock this shit out on the 17th or something. Oh man, I'm gonna be free on the 28th. I'm like, man, weirdo.
Yeah,
supposed to be debating did we call the calf the golden calf Yahweh or Yahweh?
he said the gaff, the golden gaff. Sorry, true justice tomorrow. It's the spiritual system of Kimmy, good for our people at this damn time. And then Nandy and TKO on the 16th. Me and Nandy on the 18th. 19th, Akmalak versus Afro Asiatic. And let me see.
Man, if our people go by the Quran, a lot of these dudes gonna be beating their wives and ending up having spouses, man.
And end up having spouses.
Yeah. You can't
What's
be
wrong
beating
with
your
having
wife out here
spouses?
in America.
What's wrong with having spouses?
Hey man, I advise you
And
to
you
read.
can't beat your wife in our land where we at, because you ain't supposed to be beating on no wife.
Yes, you can. You just
I
gonna
ain't gonna
get
lie.
caught.
Yeah.
Hey, read the priestly document by Zadok, bro.
Huh?
I said read that priestly document by Zadok.
All right.
Yeah, it's called the Zadokite Fragments or the Damascus document. You can get the PDF version, bro. It's like 20 chapters. Some of it is fragmented, but then you got a lot of information that's solid.
That nigga ain't never read no 20 chapters or nothing.
Who?
And Akima Laki, man.
I be reading.
I believe.
Man, see what up in the Kanye side of
Same shit over and over
Hey,
again.
in that document, bro, you're gonna find out that the New Testament or the New Covenant ain't no New Testament or no New Covenant.
I
They was
agree.
they was talking about that during the time of King David, yo.
The New Testament, or the quote unquote New Testament, is just a history about the Israelites in Rome.
Right.
Why wasn't the time of Babylon called the New Testament then? Or the time when we was off the New Testament? Why they got a name the time when we was in Rome, the New Testament.
Oh, when Rome was in our land.
What was y'all land at? Let's argue.
Jerusalem.
That's the Canaanites' land.
No, Canaanites.
That was our
No,
land first.
the Canaanites have to be uprooted
That's
out.
the
of
land
their
of the
wickedness.
Canaanites, man. Why y'all do them
Them
people
dudes was
like that,
sleeping with
man?
animals.
So what? They said okay. They said they don't deserve no land because they was sleeping
No,
with
they had to
animals,
be
bro.
destroyed.
But
They was
they
wicked.
fucking up the earth though, man. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
Man, how
They
they
was sleeping
fucking
with
up
each
the
other. They was
earth,
sleeping
bro?
with
They
their
just
kids.
the Gaza Strip is a very small
Yeah,
strip of
man.
land.
But you gotta
Yeah,
think
bro.
about it.
They wasn't messing up the earth.
I don't give a fuck how many animals you fuck in the
Fucking
Y'all
up
Gaza
the
just
Strip.
needed some
You is not
land, bro.
fucking the world.
Said they
That's
was
why look,
messing up
you
the
fucking
world.
up the ecosystem by trying to mix your seed with animals and shit. That's an abomination, bro. You ain't supposed to be doing that, man.
We wasn't never
You
gonna
think
mix with them, so it wouldn't have mattered.
they was trying to have
You know,
babies?
I'm just that's well, what's the whole purpose of even, you know what I'm saying? Doing
Not
that,
getting women pregnant and making kids that you can't take care of.
man, y'all niggas need to knock that shit off.
Man, no nation, even right now to this day, when people start doing wicked shit, other nations get involved and take over.
Man, other nations with
Hey,
their own land, bro. Y'all did a
hey,
land job, bro. Y'all walk around blaming people for shit. You fucking them animals. You just need a place to stay, my nigga.
No, we already had a place to stay
Where?
where we was at.
Where?
Well, I mean,
In,
see, the only reason why they populated right there,
in
Swab,
Mesopotamia.
Hey, Yashar, don't let Akmalak make you defend some bullshit. Go ahead, though.
Mesopotamia, man.
Don't let Akmalak on his first day back.
I'm keeping it funky with you. Look, the only reason why the Canaanites, you know what I'm saying, was able to populate like that in our land was because of the famine. They stayed they punk ass there and thrived for however, I don't know how they did it, but they made it. And we took our ass to Egypt.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so when it was time for us to leave, we was, you know, we was a nation at this time. Now we big. So now we coming back to get our land back, man. That's all that was.
Oh man, shout out to you. How that shit go?
The shit worked out. It worked out, man. You know what I'm saying? Some people look at it kind of
Man.
That shit was sweet.
Yeah, it was sweet until we start breaking the commandments.
I mean, you know
we
what I'm
start
saying?
breaking the commandments, and the Most High did what he had us do. He had somebody come.
No, go ahead, Akmalak. I'll tell you after this, after you finish. Well, what I was going to say was this. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look into that Zadokite fragment, you're going to find out that, you know what I'm saying, there's certain laws like the multiple wives, you know what I'm saying, where you're only supposed to have one wife.
Right.
King David didn't know about that. So King Solomon.
Man, hold on, man. Who's the American Dream, man?
My bad.
He jumped off. All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, King Solomon did. If King David didn't know about it, you know his son didn't know about that. I'm saying so. Yeah, bro, it's a good document to have, man. Because I just don't see King David, you know what I'm saying, taking on multiple wives when he know for a fact that we ain't supposed to do it.
Yeah, all I man, one wife, man. If you gonna be teaching people how to, you know what I mean, live right and do right, you gotta be living right and doing right too. You can't be sitting there getting mad at dudes that sitting there having a gang of chicks.
What's up, man? Who's the American Dream?
Them whores, but then you got a gang of chicks. Like, no, nigga, you
Peace,
can't
bro.
teach
Give me
me
a second.
The American Dream, huh? You rocking the
Peace.
flag.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Shalom.
On the topic of which was worse. Peace. I feel like I'm getting a bad connection. Peace. I just had a question.
Go ahead.
I've seen this brother before. I forgot where I
Can
said.
you hear me?
No, it do seem like you got a little lag, though. It do seem like you got a little lag, though. But go ahead. What's on your mind, man? The floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the topic of which was worse, the Atlantic slave trade or the sub-Saharan,
Yeah.
the the other one.
Yeah.
And and as far as I'm concerned, I've actually heard of descendants of slaves of the Atlantic slave trade, but I'm not really familiar with the idea of the descendants of slaves of the sub-Saharan or the Muslim slave trade. Um, like I just don't hear mention of descendants of those types of slaves. And I'm wondering if that would kind of lead us in the direction of which one was worse. The fact that one, for one of them there are descendants of slaves, but for the other one there may not be any descendants of those slaves.
Because you ain't never heard nobody talk about the slave trade with the Arabs. You don't know who the descendants are, therefore they don't exist, therefore they got wiped out, therefore the Arab slave trade was worse.
No, I think more than that. I think it's more likely that there are no descendants because most of the slaves that the Arabs took in, the male slaves were castrated, so they were made eunuchs, so they didn't necessarily have descendants.
Yeah, they were
And I think
castrated. That's
and I
right.
think that would have made it worse.
Yeah, no, they all
But
wasn't
there was
castrated.
some.
Castration was a practice they did, but they just didn't castrate everybody that they enslaved.
Right.
Right.
And there
So
was some that
so
went to
then so
Rome
then
and all that stuff, China. You know what I mean? When they
right. So
did the
then
slave
so
trade, they were selling slaves to other people too. And everybody went castrating the slaves.
Sure. So granted that not all of them were castrated and that there are indeed descendants of the Muslim slave trade, I guess to figure out which one is worse, we could compare the condition of the descendants of the Atlantic slave trade to the condition of the people in the descendants of the people in the Muslim slave trade. And when you compare their conditions today, you can kind of, I guess, get an idea of which one is worse.
Yeah, that's one way you could do it. I mean, that's one of the
Reason why we
factors.
shouldn't follow the Quran, because that's the Muslim shit.
That's
Niggas
what.
want to
Right.
enslave our people.
That's why the debate is going to be so profound to a person like myself, because now, you know what I'm saying, this should be able to spark, you know what I'm saying, me to be able to dig into that part of our history, right? That part of our heritage. So I can see who that is, even by, you know what I'm saying, by tribes. You see what I'm saying? And then look at it from an ancient standpoint, because now I'm gonna start looking at the ancient cities, the ancient tribes that was around that was dealing with us. So then I can tap into their information, they scrolls and shit like that, where it's gonna
Yeah, I
reveal.
mean, well, you got to think about it like this. Just well, you don't have to think about it like this. This is how I would like for you to think about it. The Arab slave trade is said to have lasted a long time because people give credit to slave trades that wasn't the Arab slave trade to the Arab slave trade. And admitting,
What you mean by that, Swab?
everything that involved Arabs and slavery wasn't the Arab slave trade. Like the Arabs, the Africans, and even at a certain point in time, I mean, from a certain point in time, the Caucasians, like this was what was popping off. So there was no mass Arab focused Arab slave trade like it was.
You
Like
know what? Not to cut your bill.
uh,
You know, I can see that because this was the conflict, and it wasn't really a conflict, but it was about the control over the land. So as we disperse, you know what I'm saying, the Romans and the Arabs were the ones that was actually fighting over the land after we left out of the land.
yeah,
So our people, you know what I'm saying, when it come down to enslaving, they didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? So just like the Europeans didn't give a fuck, they didn't. You know what I'm saying? It was all about money. It was all about, you know what I'm saying, trade.
yeah, and then we're talking about the Arab slave trade, not just the Arab enslavement, not just the enslavement of people by Arabs, but the actual business of trading slaves. Where's that document? So now we go to the transatlantic slave trade, and not only does it fuck up Africa, right? From the east to the west, north to the fucking south, it fucks up Europe. It fucks up the Mediterranean area. It fucks up South America. It fucks up North America. People were in these lands. And for them to bring all these slaves in, something had to happen to them people. Now, the South Americans have a history. The North Americans have a history. Even Europe has a history. And we know Africa got a goddamn history of the transatlantic slave trade. So we're talking about a global event compared to, not to insult it, a compartmentalized event that I don't even know how she's going to define, because we're talking about the trade of slaves with the Arabs.
And
Not just,
it's crazy, Swab.
Hmm?
What you just said about them coming in and dealing with the people first and then bringing in the slaves. It was the same thing that I read in my DNA when it was talking about how the Europeans came over to what they call the Caribbeans and killed off the Taino by working them hard and all
yeah,
that
the
other.
Taino has shit on lock on this side of the world.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, right? Isn't it the fact the reason the Atlantic slave trade happened in the first place was because the Muslims had locked off the slave trade towards the West.
How do they do that?
Establish that thought again. What did you say? That they locked.
The reason the Europeans had to go towards the east, like out of like if you picture the map, like they went towards the east. From
Towards
out of
India, right?
Europe, they went towards the east towards the Caribbean, and then down towards the south towards, and up around the bottom of Africa. Right, that's where they went, and they went out around to the west coast because they had to go by ships, because by land they couldn't go towards the west. They couldn't go down into Asia because the Muslims
I mean,
had that whole thing locked down. Right, and so Europeans couldn't go by land to get slaves because the Muslims had it all locked down by land. So they had to take ships. That's why they had to take ships and go around the other
yeah, that's
side.
not what history shows. I mean, it's recorded they were inland, but they took them to these coastal cities because these was ports.
Right.
No,
Now,
what I'm suggesting is the fact that the Muslims had the land routes all on lock, all of the slave route, all of the slave routes through China, all of them, they had them on lockdown. That means that a lot more Africans were traded through the Muslim slave trade than through the Atlantic slave trade.
you will have to show me evidence to that.
It's more likely that it's it's more likely that a lot more, like if you read but it's just a lot more likely that there were a lot more slaves that were traded through the Muslim slave trade, simply because it was land based, than through the Atlantic, because that was sea based, and that was simply
that's
like another
fallacious.
alternative.
That's fallacious. There's no proof of them having Africa locked down. White man been in there being a savage for thousands of years.
Not Africa, bro. The route into Africa, the route into Africa, right? In order to get from Europe to Africa by land, they had to go through Asia. But the Muslims had Asia on lockdown, so they couldn't go
That's
through
not
there and
true.
do
Now they
anything.
had Asia on lockdown too. So the Arabs had.
They had that, they had that whole thing with the Kingdom of Persia and all that. They had that whole thing on lockdown, bro.
The Persian Empire was ran
not
by.
Persia. The Muslims had that whole thing on lockdown, and Europeans couldn't go through there. The Christians could not go through there.
Yeah, that's not true. They the first of all, the religion of Islam came from the Romans. After the
religion of
700
Islam came from the Romans.
came from the Romans. Yes, they invented that shit too. And the thing
I
is,
don't know about
they
that.
had. I mean, join the debate league. I'll take you. I'll tell you up. And the thing is, the Muslims was doing business with the crown. They have a treaty. I could show it to you. They have a treaty, and you cannot walk millions of slaves through Africa. You get them to the closest coast, put them on ships, and then you sell them off. You don't
chain them and have them walking for a whole continent. That just don't make sense.
They did do that though. They had them walking.
For a whole continent, please listen to the whole thought. I didn't say
No,
they
they
never
had them
walked.
walking from like West Africa, from Sudan,
That route
Mali
was
and shit. They had
ridiculous,
them walking
bro.
from
That
there.
route was ridiculous.
You said from Europe
They
into
that was
Africa. Hold
that
on,
was still
Bro, I'm saying the Europeans couldn't get
No,
into
no, no, no,
there.
no, 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 no,
Bro,
no,
what I'm saying is the
no, 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 no.
Europeans,
You said something, and I want to stay on what you said.
yeah.
You said they had Africa and Asia on lock, and Europeans couldn't walk into Africa. That's what you said.
They couldn't get into Africa through the land routes in Asia because the Muslims had those land routes on lock. This was all Muslim territory. So they had to go around the other side and could go take boats and go around to the other side and go all the way down through
How did
South
they get the
Africa.
slaves? How did
I'm
they get the
sorry?
slaves? How did they get the slaves?
How did
Was
they
all
get
the
the slaves?
it was all the slaves
Because
on the
instead of going towards through the east by land, going through Asia by land, they took ships and went through the west and went through the west coast of Africa. So they went through
and so all
that's
the
why they ended
Africans
up
were
going
standing
through the
along
west
the west
coast.
coast. So all the slaves were standing on the west coast of Africa, just posted up.
Nah, like their intention was to go. Their intention was actually to get to India, right? Because they were
No, 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 no,
trading.
no, 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 no. Listen
Please
to the
let me
question
just
I
get this
asked
out,
you. No,
bro.
no, no, no,
Let
no.
me just let me suave.
You're trying to teach me some pointless history. I have a question, and then you could teach it.
Okay, bro.
You said that they couldn't go through Africa, so they sailed around to the west coast.
They
Where did
couldn't go
they get?
through Asia. They couldn't go through. What they were really trying to do, suave, if I may, if I may, what they were really trying to do was get to India.
I
Right, because they
heard
were
that.
trying to trade a bunch of cloth and a bunch of other things and gold and a bunch of other things with India, right? But their land routes through there were locked off by the Muslims. And so because of that, they had to go through the west. They had to go take ships and go through the west coast and go all the way down through South Africa and back up through the bottom of Africa and go back up and trying to get back into India. Right. And if you remember, Columbus got lost trying to get to India. That's how he ended up in the Caribbean and thought he was in India. But that's how they ended up on the West Coast. And then on their way through the West Coast, they were introduced to this slave trade that was going on.
What? What?
While they
You said,
went down through the West
hold on.
Coast
You
trying to
said
get to India, right?
so
Trying to get to
the
India.
white man discovered the slave trade, trying to get to India.
Yeah, because there were, Africans were trading themselves. And so they took advantage of that trade.
Hold on,
They
bro.
actually, to be
Were there
honest,
Europeans? Were there crackers in Africa before the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade?
yeah, before the slave trade started, the Portuguese were actually working as
Was the Muslims over the territory that the Muslims was over at that point in time?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
there were some territories that the
So
Muslims, if
now
you
you
remember,
have white people in Africa at the same time that the Muslims control the territory, right?
yeah, but they weren't involved in the trade at the time. They were more acting as like they were more.
You just said that they ran into the trade trying to make it to India.
Right, they ran into
But
a
now
slave
we
trade
have
because
crackers in
Africans
Africa
were
at the
also
time when
trading themselves. Africans were trading among
that's
themselves.
non sequitur.
Africans were trading slaves among
That's non
themselves.
sequitur. You're dead, and you know it. That's why you want to talk about that. You
What do you
just
mean
said
that's
the white man just happened to come across the slave trade, trying to make it to India because they couldn't go through Africa walking to India, so they decided to sail around Africa and bumped into the slave trade. But me and you just discussed that there was crackers in Africa before the slave trade while Muslims were in control.
But these are the same people we're talking about. This is if you remember the Muslim slave trade was before the Atlantic slave trade.
I know that,
So
but
there were
who started the transatlantic slave trade? Where did it
who
start?
started I believe it was the Portuguese.
Yeah,
If I'm not
okay.
mistaken.
Who was in Africa at the time? Which white people were in Africa at the time of the Muslims when Muslims was in rule before the transatlantic slave trade?
I don't know the history that
The
well.
Portuguese.
Right,
You
the
already said it.
Portuguese were there, the Dutch were there. I
Okay,
think the
so if
Dutch
the
came
Portuguese,
came afterwards.
okay, that's enough. So if the Portuguese was there in the territory that the Muslims ruled before the slave trade, and the Portuguese jumped the transatlantic slave trade off, how was it an accident?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
How was it an accident if the Portuguese were in the land that the Muslims ruled before the transatlantic slave trade, and they're the ones who jumped off the transatlantic slave trade? How did they just happen to just fumble across it trying to get to India?
Well, if you remember with like with like people like Queen Nzinga, for example, she wasn't a Muslim, so all of Africa wasn't controlled by the Muslims. So the Portuguese were able to go into territories that weren't necessarily controlled by the Muslims, and so that's pretty much how they were able to do it. But they didn't just go
Bro,
in
that
there
is
and start.
way wrong.
They didn't just go in there and just start, just start capturing people and selling them. They went in there and kind of started running, just being
Yeah, that's not true.
what's the word I'm looking for? When the Portuguese went in there, before they started trading slaves themselves, they were actually working as they were transporting slaves for African tribes. They were transporting slaves from
Before
one
the
tribe.
Portuguese was selling slaves, they was transporting slaves for the
That's not
African tribe.
that's not true,
Like
bro.
one tribe would hire them to
The
transport their
Africans was
slaves,
hiring Portuguese to
to
That's a lie,
transport
transport
their
bro.
slaves.
their
Hold on,
slaves
man.
that
Hold
they
on.
bought.
Hold
Hold
on a
on,
second, man.
bro. The
You see,
crew,
what you gotta
the only
understand about the
African tribes
Portuguese
on
Went down the rap.
is it was Asiatic brothers that was in Portugal and Spain in the 14, 13s, 12, all the way back, bro. So who you talking about was selling slaves? Which at what time period?
If you remember,
Around
Queen Nzinga had
1400,
slaves. Queen,
late
like
1400s.
the Africans at the time had slaves. Queen Nzinga had slaves. They were all trading in slaves. They all had
No,
slaves, and
no,
they were all
no.
trading
Listen to
slaves.
my question, bro. I'm asking about the Portuguese who from Portugal. Who was the Spaniards that you're talking about that was trading slaves or selling slaves? That's what
No, they
I'm
would have been
asking.
the
What time
Portuguese.
period?
No, the Portuguese were working with like if Queen Nzinga's tribe, for example, wanted to buy slaves from another African tribe, Queen Nzinga would hire the Portuguese to transport the
What
slaves
year?
for them.
What year,
What
bro?
he's just asking you what year.
What year?
Yeah.
Like, right before around that time, before the Atlantic slave
16th
trade
century
started. So I
AD.
would say
It was in the
maybe in the
16th century AD.
15th
16th,
century, maybe 15th
16th century,
century,
16th century AD.
16th. Okay,
But
Rabbi
but
16th
you're
Lewis
century.
in the
saying it all.
building. Shout out to Rabbi Lewis and Chris
You're
just
saying it
came in.
all
Shout out to Chris.
wrong.
I want to
You're
give
saying it all
Rabbi
wrong.
the floor
The
right
time
quick.
say
I got you. I want to give Rabbi the floor first. He been waiting. Go ahead, Rabbi. What's on your mind, man? The floor is yours.
Islam, big bro. How you guys doing, man? Islam.
Salam.
Shabbat shalom to the Hebrew family.
Oh,
You ain't gonna say Black Power?
Black power, black
Hey,
power.
y'all
Shabbat
don't fuck
shalom.
with me like I fuck with y'all. Black
that
Power.
nigga said to the Hebrew family, just fuck everybody else on this one.
power to the
Go
black
ahead,
people.
Chris. I believe he really just wanted to.
Yeah, I was just listening to the
Oh,
conversation.
okay. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, so I mean, the Bible calls it the
Right.
devil.
So what I'm saying is,
One brother, I
Hold on, American Dream.
Sorry,
My bad. I'm
sorry
gonna
about
give the
that.
floor to Rabbi right quick. I think he got a slight lag too, so I apologize for that. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Sure, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, the Bible talks about this. What will happen? It says that the devil will be loose for short Revelations. It says that the devil will be loose for a short amount of time. It's talking about after the Renaissance era, when the Byzantine Empire fell, white people took the planet back. Let me just be frank. And the Bible talks about this.
That's
Talks
right.
about how. Go ahead. So I'm saying something.
No, I was agreeing. I said that's right.
Oh yeah, come. So the Bible talking about Revelations. It talks about this phenomenon, how the devil will be loose for a short amount of time under the revived Roman Empire, which would be America, right? So America is a biblical prophecy.
amount of time.
Second thing, go ahead.
Under the revived Roman Empire, which would be America.
Oh
That's
my
America's
God.
prophecy. Second thing, go ahead. Under the revived Roman Empire, which would be
Hey,
America.
Chris, you got to mute your mic, bro.
Oh yeah, Chris, you got your YouTube playing or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the revived Roman Empire, which was America. Daniel had a vision of Prophet Daniel of a statue, and this is represent the different kingdoms, from Babylon to Persia to Greece to Rome to America. You know, so America is the last leg of the Roman Empire, the revived, wounded head of the Roman Empire. This is a biblical prophecy. And I'll say one more thing, and I yield. You guys know Josephus, right? Flavius Josephus?
Yeah, went to school with him.
He's a first century Jewish scholar. He talks about how in his work, how Alexander the Great had gates around the Caucasus Mountains. That background on Chris. They had gates around the Caucasus Mountains to keep the barbarians from coming into to invade Europe. What's the name of that book? It's called The Hunts of the Barbarians. Who wrote? You guys got that book? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean it's pointless. Who wrote it? Go ahead though. I
forgot the name. I got that book. It's called The Hunts of the Barbarians. What's the name of the author? Scholar who wrote that. But it sounds like folklore. But Alexander the Great put gates around the Caucasus Mountains to keep the barbarians from invading. So all white people are not the same. I think that's clear. Just like all black people are not the same. But I can say a lot more. But I'll stop there.
All right, Chris, floor is yours. What's good?
Yeah, I want to talk about them Portuguese, them dirty ass Portuguese that brought their ass into West Africa in the 15th century. The gentleman American Dream said that they began to sell slaves for the kings or queens in West Africa. I would like to ask him, am I correct? Is that a correct assessment of what I heard him say?
Not sell and buy, transport.
Yeah. I want him to clarify that for me.
Yeah, before they actually took slaves in ships across the Atlantic, they were actually just running transport among the African kingdoms that existed at the time.
Okay, do you have I hate to sound so generic, but do you have a source for that?
That's
so I can cite that.
That's very logical.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to take me a while to find it. But if I do come back on here, you guys can absolutely, before I say another word, you guys can hold me to provide the source for that before I speak about anything else. Because the source slips me at this time, but I promise I'll find it and share it with you.
Right, because we know they didn't come into Africa just to say, hey, look at all these people here. Let's start selling slaves. That's not necessarily what happened. What happened was they was looking for jewels for the Spanish crown. And they began to settle along the land. They began to settle along the coastlines of West Africa. That's what they began to do. And
right. I think specifically they were trying to look for gold or actually they were trying to find India specifically, I think.
Yeah, that's partially true, yes. But they saw that Africa was rich in resources also there, so they parked their asses there and they began to trade with them there. And they took advantage of a lot of the internal strife that was going on in West Africa. And this is into the 16th century. We can't confine history. We can't confine history. I get what you're saying. I do respect it, but you just can't confine history like that. Like, well, they came there, they started selling Jews.
Hey, Chris, what I'm saying,
already practicing slavery.
No, Chris, what I'm suggesting is the same way when they got there, they kind of took advantage of the trade in gold that was there at the time. They took advantage of the trade in spices that existed at the time. They also took advantage and participated in the slave trade that existed at the time. They couldn't have just gone in there and just started taking people up and trading them like that. Like everything else, they took advantage of a situation that existed they took advantage of a market that existed at the time. They didn't create the market. They didn't start the
No.
market. They took advantage of the market.
We got to stop right there. No, there was no market. There was no selling of slaves in West Africa. That's not true. There was no.
Sure, there was.
Sure there wasn't. There's no record of that. Was slavery existent there? Yes, but there was no market of them selling slaves in Africa. That's not true.
Hey,
that never
Chris, I
happened.
had a question for you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You got Saga Mark by Barry Fell?
What?
You got change for a $10 bill. Nigga said Saprafag. What you say about my bad?
Right. It's an excellent book you should read by Harvard University scholar named Barry Fell. He wrote a book called Saga America. You guys got that book?
No.
Yeah.
You got that book?
He always asking, "Do you got the book?" He always asks, "Do you know this person?" You guys know who Fred Richmond is? Oh, okay. He wrote a book. Y'all got it?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear
me? Like that. Hey, Swab, yeah. I got
Shout out to Rabbi Lewis, man. Now, that's hard though. No, we don't got that book though, big dog.
All right. So
Saga America is by Harvard University scholar named Barry Fell.
I'm talking to you, Chris.
He can I say one thing there?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he wrote a book called Saga America by Barry Fell, Harvard University scholar.
Okay.
He was in Nevada, I believe it was. And they were doing like an archaeological dig. It was doing like a dig. And they found some coins with the Shahada on them.
The what?
Islamic Shahada. Yeah, the Islamic Shahada, you know, like Muhammad Rasulullah.
Okay.
So then they gave it to this guy named Father, church father, because they didn't think it was worth anything. So they took it to Harvard University, and they carbon dated the coins to the time of the Companions.
What's the date of that?
600-700 AD.
My nigga said the time of the Companions, like we knew.
Oh yeah. So Barry Fell's work, Saga America,
okay,
which is an excellent read. You should read. You know, he shows how there were Islamic mosques in Cuba when Columbus landed in Cuba, I believe it was. There was an Islamic mosque on the.
Man, is you agreeing with American Dream or not?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I don't know whose side you on, man. Rabbi Lewis, is American Dream right or wrong, man?
The book is called Saga America.
Saga America.
Yeah, Saga America.
Okay, all right.
So he found coins. Dated to the time of the carbon dated. You guys use carbon dating?
You hoeing us right now. Stop, Rabbi Lewis. You don't hear us talking? Hold on. I got you. 1 second, Rabbi Lewis. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to talk about one because I know that's all you want anyway. I got you. I don't mind. You a peer. You in the league. I got your back, bro.
Thank you.
No problem, man. $UAVEBOS26.
Yo, Bo. Yo, Swap.
Huh?
I was about to cash up you yesterday, right?
For real?
Yeah, but
hold on. Let me enjoy this one. I had a nigga do me like this in a long time. Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm about to cash up you. My debit card expired. I was like, what the hell? I was trying to cash app you, and it was like, yo, your credit card's expired or cash app. I'm like, what the hell?
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I got you though when I get my new card.
Man, don't worry about it, man. We are.
That's why I just want to talk. I don't know. I want to say one more thing, but I think somebody else wanted to talk.
Hey, that's fucking like a truly.
Hey, Blue. All right.
No, when he said that, I got a clear picture of what Rabbi Lewis looked like after that. Like, I know exactly.
Do you agree with American Dream?
Yeah, of course. I wrote. You know Robert Spencer.
I was talking to
Scott Robert Spencer.
No, I don't know Robert Spencer.
Yeah, he wrote a book called "The Muhammad Exists." Right? He's a Catholic.
Hold on. When you gonna get that debit card renewed?
It's my card. I just ordered a new card. It'll be by the.
Yeah, you gotta wait for a whole another card. You got one debit card?
No, I got multiple cards, but my main account card is expired.
But one card.
When I get my new card, I'm gonna cash it. Okay, so what's that saying? Oh yeah,
Nah, you was finna let Blue say if he
yeah.
agree
Go
with
ahead, Blue.
American Dream.
Yeah, go ahead, Blue.
Blue, do you agree with American Dream?
No. And I'll tell you why too. When we talk about like tribes who were maneuvering, we talk about transportation. We know the Crew tribe and the Mende tribe would have been in charge of like transporting uh, slaves during that time because you did have free tribes and you had tribes that weren't free. So a tribe like the Crew, in order to show they were seafared, you know what I mean, and so in order to show that they was free, those are the people who marked their foreheads with the line. That's the sign of freedom. And so or free of free man or
Okay,
whatever.
Swat, can I say one thing? I gotta go because I gotta hang
Yeah,
out
you got
tonight
it. Go
on.
ahead, big dog.
I gotta hang out tonight on. Brother Pianki from Paradigm Shift.
Yeah,
We'll be getting in tonight with them. So I just want to say one more thing.
that's what's
What an
up. Tell him
honor.
I said what's up.
Yeah. So I wrote. Robert
He
Spencer.
owe
He
me a
wrote a book
cash
saying,
app too.
huh?
He owe me a cash app.
Who? Pianki?
Yeah, Keandre.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
It's cool. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, then I gotta go. I had to charge my phone. I put myself back.
Your
But
phone down too. Your debit card expired and your phone down.
yeah,
You gotta
brother.
get your shit together, man. Go ahead, Robert.
I know, right? It's crazy. But seriously, Robert Spencer, who's a Kafir, he came on and said Muhammad didn't exist because there were no coins with Muhammad on them during the Umayyad Caliphate. You familiar with that argument?
Yeah, yes.
There were no coins with Muhammad on them, with the Shahada on them, and during the Umayyad Caliphate, right? So that was like his whole hermeneutic. And I wrote a book, another book, right? Shameless plugging. I wrote another book debunking Spencer particularly. My book is called Proof Muhammad Existed, an academic response to Robert Spencer, right?
Yeah.
So I wrote a book responding to Spencer's book. He's a New York Times bestseller, right?
That's all right.
So
It's
he
on
was saying,
Amazon.
huh?
It's on Amazon.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's $9.99 the ebook.
$10.
And in fact, Swagger, you pull it up real quick?
Yeah, I got my what's the name downloading. My browser ain't gonna let me do it.
Oh, okay. So I debunked that in my book. I wrote a book called Proof Muhammad Existed, an academic response to Robert Spencer, which is a direct response to Spencer's work. He said, showing why the Umayyad Caliphate did not make coins with Muhammad's name on them. And I'm not going to give the book away for those who want to read it. Yeah. So Robert Spencer's an idiot. Sorry, excuse my language, but like he is.
No, he is. All right, man. I appreciate it, man. Drop that link in the chat to the book on Amazon, man. And we'll continue talking, man. Shout out to you, Rabbi Lewis.
Shout outs to the league, season 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, drop that link, man. I want to see what you're talking about on that.
All right. What's up, Art?
Nah, man, that was the damn. That wasn't me, man.
What's up, Art? Yeah, that nigga was that turned up.
Man, my shit be going in and out from the radio.
My shit be.
No, my
That's what
phone
it is.
see now it's connected back to the car. We doing that. You know what
Well,
I
that's
mean? When
what
it
it tell
disconnects,
me why.
from the car, it starts playing the radio.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
right.
man. You gotta drop that book, though. Oh man, yo, that man said my thing.
So y'all don't think
man.
that the Muslims have the people of like Mali and shit walking?
The people of
He said who?
Mali doing what?
Walking when they came through, the Arabs came through
Bro,
and
people
started.
walk.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you know what we talking about walking from Europe into Africa, bro?
Oh, okay.
Like, why would
No,
you
they
do that?
definitely went on boats.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's not even sensible. And I mean, we see the fucking time, man. Like, the Egyptians have a fucking historical time, unbroken historical fucking recordation of time. We know that the crackers was in Egypt. We know the crackers was in North America, North Africa, the Levant region. Like, there's no point in time where they will be knocked out to not know what's going on the inner body of Africa, that they just stumble across it one day sailing past. Like, Africans is just standing on the coast ready to get kidnapped and shit. Like, nah, man. Like the
Man, nah,
Europeans,
they
the
was
crackers
hopping.
gave Islam to the Arabs. They created that shit for the Arabs. They gave them that shit. Like, they not clueless on what the fuck is going on.
Y'all heard of Ola Uda? Ola Uda was a dude that was in the west coast of Africa, and some white people came through and took him and his sister, and they took him to the Americas. First, when he got to the shores of West Africa, he seen the boat and he was amazed. But then when he got on the boat, he realized, nigga, this is creepy. This is some crazy shit going on. And then when he got to America, you know what I mean, he bought himself out of slavery. And then he wrote a whole book. He was the first publisher, the first black publisher. He wrote his book in I think it was London.
Yeah, I only know
That dude
about
was
that because
a dude that came.
I had talked to somebody who called themselves Ola, and that's where they got the name from. They called themselves that. Yeah, so that's the only reason I know about that though. But yeah, man, you ain't getting no. Come on, man, that shit trash, bro. That shit trash, bro. I don't know what y'all talk. The Portuguese, man. Hey, Yashar, you say the Portuguese was black people? Oh, he ain't loaded in all the way. Chris, what's up, man?
It's likely that if they were dark or at least mixed with African people, it's more likely that the Portuguese were darker skinned black people, because Portugal is more like on the southern
If everybody
tip
was
of
black,
Europe,
if
I believe.
everybody was black, this is what I want to ask you. If
I didn't
everybody
say
was black,
everybody was black. I didn't say everybody
okay,
was black. I was
no,
talking about the
I'm
Portuguese,
exaggerating
and
for
not
the
all of them.
point of conversation. Okay, I'm exaggerating. I'm overplaying the statement you made, right? Yeah, because a lot of people are just claiming everybody to be black. So who was the white people in antiquity? If everybody was black, who was the white people?
Well, again, I don't think everybody was black. The white people are more considered people more that come from Europe, the northern part of the globe, if you will.
When?
Russia,
When?
Europe.
When?
When?
Yes.
When did those people get there?
Thank you. You got it right.
Long time ago, brother. A long
Oh
time
shit!
ago.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, like everything else, a long time ago.
Oh shit, man.
But the only question that I jumped in to really answer was or speak on was the idea of which one was better. All I'm suggesting is that, given that Black Americans are the descendants of slaves of the transatlantic slave trade, and that Black Americans as a nation, like if we were to count Black Americans as a nation, we would be considered probably one of the richest countries in the world. Like if we were to take Black Americans and separate them from America and count their wealth and consider them to be their own nation,
We put
they
all
would
black
be
people in their own
in
land with
America,
a
like,
pile of money.
right. But Black America, like they would be considered to be like probably one of the top 5 richest countries in the world. So given that that's who the
So
descendants.
I'm saying, but let's really see what that is, right?
No,
Like, let's be
all I'm
honest.
saying is given that that's who the descendants of the Atlantic slave trade is, and that's the position that they're in. If you compare that to descendants of the Muslim slave trade, wherever they are, right? I don't think that they're in as good a position as Black Americans are today.
Sure they
And
are.
so for that reason, I would say that the
Sure
transatlantic
they
one goes back.
are. Sure they are. The
So who
thing
are
is,
they,
the
and
black
who are they?
you said I'm
Who
finna tell
are the
you.
descendants of
I'm
these
finna tell
of
you.
the
I'm finna
Muslim
tell you.
slave
I want to
trade?
talk to your first point first, and then I'm gonna go right into your second part and
Sure.
answer that too. You said black people as a nation are richer than a lot of other countries. You mean we
Yes.
have more money, right?
Wealth.
Wealth, which
Yes.
is money, right?
It's a little bit more than that, but sure.
Okay. And then we take all them black people and all their money and drop them in the middle of nowhere. Are they rich?
If you drop them in the middle of nowhere with nothing,
No, with all their wealth. You
you
know the
drop them
thing
in the
that make
middle
them
of.
in the yeah. And put them in some land. Here goes some land. Here go y'all, and here go all your cash dollars. And it's all of us on this piece of land with our checks in our pocket. Are they rich?
No. What I'm saying is, given where they are now, yes, they are. You would have to create this. You would have to create some scenario in your mind and drop them in the middle of nowhere
No,
to
that's
say
what you
that they're
said.
not rich.
You
No,
said
that's
the
not what I
black
said. I
people.
said,
You said
given where they are right now
given
in
what?
America,
No. You
they
didn't
are
just say that.
they
You
are
didn't just
very
say that.
rich.
You're being dishonest. Or I don't know if you're being dishonest or you forgot you said this.
I
You
said, if you
said
take Black Americans right now where they are and just count Black Americans, they are more wealthy. Like they would be a wealthy
okay,
nation,
and that's
given the wealth that they are and given the
What?
position that they have.
why I said, okay, well, let's talk about what that really looked like. Because
I didn't
black
say anything
people,
about putting them in the middle of nowhere.
but they don't own land, so you're gonna have to. And you're
Of
talking about
course,
them.
black people own land in America. What are you talking about? I
How
own
much?
land. I own
How much?
land.
What percentage of black people own how much percentage of land in America? Do you know that?
If you take the percentage of land that black people
Less than 1%.
own in America, like they own way more than black people anywhere in the world,
Okay,
That's
or
a
its
less
lot.
than
value
is
is
it? I
more.
thought it was less than 0.1%. Okay, my bad. Less
Yeah,
than one
we own
percent.
I'm
less
not
than
sure
one
what the
than
percentage
one
is.
percent, and
Less
that's a
than
lot,
one
bro.
percent
How
land.
could people with no land own more land than people who got their own country? Don't
And
even make sense.
now, if you want to know who the descendants of the Arab slave trade was, they're the Arab princes. They're those Arab kings and princes and the rich motherfuckers with the gold Lamborghinis. That's who the fuck they are.
Those are the descendants of the slaves.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you admitted it yourself. The
When?
Arabs, didn't they breed with them? No, I'm saying in within the conversation you saying that's the only logical answer. What other logical answer could you come up with other than I mean, not even looking at the whole storyline.
No, I was asking who these descendants were.
Yeah,
What I said was that I've never heard them mentioned. I've never heard them mention
yeah, they rich
themselves.
as
I've
fuck.
never, I don't hear black people in these Muslim countries claiming to be descendants of slaves, like, making a big deal about. I just don't hear it. Now, if you're saying that the descendants of slaves are these princes, that's news to me.
Look
I've
at the
never heard that.
country. Look at all the
But
countries in the Middle East. They going into Africa, Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, all of this, Iraq, Iran. Where did all these powerful Arabs come from? All the African kingdoms gone. All the kingdoms that's over there, Arabs. Now we got westernized populations where Africans are now becoming presidents in a democracy. Yes. That's how I know that the Romans gave Islam to the Arabs. Because Romans are ruling the world, have been forever. They control all the propaganda, pushed all of the military. Nobody could fuck with them. The one time that they acted like they got beat up, that shit was a ploy fucking with the what was that? Not the
the
Diadochi
Romans?
boys. Yes, the fucking
Wait, you think
Romans.
the Romans are running the world now?
The Romans have had control of
Yeah.
who the
The
fuck is in the
Romans.
way? The Egyptians was ruling
But
them.
who specifically are you talking about? Like, who specifically are you talking? When you say the Romans are running the world, like, who specifically are you
I'm
talking?
talking about
You talking about like
Rome.
Italy,
Rome.
Rome,
Rome. Yes.
like Italy, Rome, like
Rome. Yes.
Rome, the city of Rome in Italy right now.
I can't say it 5 times and it make more sense than the first time. Rome.
So can you name a person that's in charge in Rome? Like, who are you talking about? You talking about the Pope?
I'm talking about the Pope, the Black Pope. I'm talking about the priest. I'm talking about the royal family in England. I'm talking about the mixed motherfuckers over here in the White House. I'm talking about all of the crown
Biden,
territory
Roman
throughout the
Arabs.
globe. All of the crown territory throughout the globe that's under the control of Rome. Yes. right up under your nose, and you getting mad at the Illuminati and all of this other weird shit, and you don't even know what's really happening. But you got American flag wrapped around your face. Not to attack you personally, but I got to at this point. You call yourself the American dream. You don't know what America is.
Well, America means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So you'd have to ask me what
Yeah, but
America
there's
means to
only
me,
one
and
truth
then
to
tell
it.
me whether
Yeah, there's
that's a
one
bad
that
thing or not.
you can't tell me that to you a turd means glory. No, it's a turd. I don't care what delusion the world you living in. Yeah, America is. You ever heard of the city states? Rome, Washington
No,
D.C., and the city of London.
no.
No. Okay, yeah, you have no idea what's going on. Bless you. You're in bliss. I don't even want to do it to you. You're healthy as fuck, man. Like that's why you still out here playing, because you have no idea what's going on.
I mean, if your idea of what's going, if knowing what's going on means just saying the Pope runs, how does the Pope run the world? Like, can you tell me how the Pope runs the
I mean,
world?
at this point, it's a
Because
class.
right now, like the Pope is like, if the Pope runs the world, how come abortion is legal?
Because the Pope don't give a fuck about the laws in the land.
The
All of
Pope
this isn't
doesn't
all of
care
it.
about the laws in the
No, he's
land, but the
controlling the
Pope
people.
runs the world. So the person who runs the world doesn't care about the laws of the world.
If there's a
Okay.
population of people who want to be cannibals, the Pope don't give a fuck. Y'all want to be cannibals. You just can't do it over here with the people that don't want to be cannibals. Like they know the good and the evils of the world, so they know the
So
fast
you think
track
there are people
rail
in Rome
train.
that don't do abortion? So you think there are people in Rome that don't have abortions? You think there are Catholics that don't have abortions?
I don't know why you're saying that. What was the point of you
Because
saying
you're
that?
saying the Pope runs the world and he can't even control his own Catholics that are having abortions. How does he run the world?
Why are you reducing the conversations to abortions?
Why are you
The
reducing?
point.
Why are you reducing what's happening in the world to the Romans rule the world? Like
No,
that's such a
that's I just
simplification.
fucking
It's just like
broadened up the
so. It's
conversation
just so.
and put it in
Bro,
perspective for
you
you. The
break
thing
every.
is,
That's what you broke this whole thing down to. The Romans run the
Rome
world.
is
Like
not
if you don't think
against
that's an
Rome.
oversimplification and just kind of like giving up, like that's kind of like a way of giving up on trying to understand what's
No,
happening.
that's not what it is.
Just
You're
say
just
the Pope
panicking
runs the
right now
world.
because you seeing what the hell is going on, and the shit is serious. The thing is, the Pope isn't against or for this stuff. He understands the good and evil. He knows that there's going to be people that want to abort, people that don't want to abort, people that want to enslave, and people that want to enslave. And when you have a whole globe, you have enough room to let societies live in balance. So you got your societies where you got the space age technological rail cars, and you got the areas of the world that still enslave people and shit in fucking holes. That's
So you're
not what
saying the
it is.
Pope doesn't think abortion is a sin.
They don't believe it. They know that shit's not real.
So they okay. See,
That
that's
shit is
how I know. Like
propaganda to control
well,
people.
so they're just so the Pope comes on TV and says abortion is a sin, even though he doesn't really think that. And the reason he does that is because he runs the
I don't
world.
know what he
That makes
personally
perfect
believes.
sense.
I don't know what he personally believe. He might be against abortion. That has nothing to do with Rome controlling the world. The fact that abortions are present and it's against the Bible or some shit like that. I guess that's what you're saying. That proves that now they know the shit is fake. The Pope deal with the Quran, the Old Testament, and the Bible as a whole, or whatever the other fucking writing is. But they know this shit is fake. It's propaganda written to control the Arabs, the Africans, and the what was it? The Arab Africans and the English, the Christians, the Muslims, and the Jews. So
So
they're
everything
gonna
that happens
let
in the
you have
world, the
people.
Pope controls it.
I'm sorry. What you say? Look at Ak. He's snapping again. What song was that?
Man, hold on. That shit.
What'd you say? American
I
Dream. My
told
bad.
y'all that shit. I said the English people are Romans too. Shit. Ain't no
No,
difference.
I mean,
what I'm saying is, since I've been growing up as a kid, like even when I was, growing up in Jamaica, there's always this, when we were growing up in Jamaica as a kid, they used to always tell us to, um, watch out for the black heart man, right? When I came here, it just became the man, right? And we always have this idea of just blaming stuff on there's just this idea of the man that's out to get you,
Oh yeah, that's true.
and in your and right, and so your concept of Rome and the Pope is just what's replacing the man. So you're just kind of regurgitating this old idea of the
I
man.
mean,
There's no
whatever makes it
evidence
palatable
behind
for you,
it. You can't really
whatever,
prove what you're saying, but
whatever make it palatable for you. Okay, I don't want to break your bliss of shameful. Like you're okay, right? You know what I'm saying? You're nice. I don't want to take that from you. So I mean, whatever you got to do to make what I'm saying logical in your mind. But if anybody studies real history, they can't speak against that. Like the Egyptians was in control. Remember that? Do you know about that history?
the history of the Egyptians a little bit.
A little bit of the Egyptians. Okay, and the Greeks defeated the Egyptians. Do you know
What's the
that?
first problem?
I'm sure they may have
Sure.
had a
Yeah.
few
Okay. The
wars,
answer is
and
yes.
each one may have won a few wars. I wouldn't say the Greeks defeated the Egyptians. I think that there were times the Egyptians may have defeated the Greeks,
Okay.
but overall, I
Is
think the
Egypt?
Greeks.
Are the Egyptians in ruling now? Because we said the Egyptians was ruling the world at one point in time. Are they
Are the
ruling now?
Egyptians ruling now? Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Egypt is still a country, correct?
No, 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 no. That's not what I asked. And please don't do me like that again. Are the Egyptians ruling right now?
No more than the Mayans are.
The
No,
answer is no.
no.
Okay. Do you know what that is? No. Because you only know a
The
little bit of history.
same reason the Mayans are not. The same reason.
What?
The same reason.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. No, no, no.
The
Let's
same
stick to the
reason
conversation
the
we had.
Romans
Let's
are
stick to
not.
the conversation we had. I'm sorry. Do
Because
you know? Do
civilizations
you
rise and
know?
civilizations
Do
fall.
you? No,
That's
no.
a natural part
Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. When you talk about
of the
things like
world.
that, things rise and fall, there's a lot of intricate details within that where you can explain how it rose and fell. That's what I'm trying to do. You're trying to speak to it as a child. I'm
Right,
trying to
but what
get
I'm saying is once you look
the
into that, you're going to
reason the
find that whatever
Egyptians
happened in
fell is,
Egypt
but
is
the
not
reason.
unique to
Okay,
Egypt. It's stuff that happens all over the world.
okay, that's cool.
Let's not pretend as if this is going to be unique to
Nobody's
Egypt.
pretending. Nobody's
Okay, go ahead.
pretending. You're just trying to talk about it like a lullaby story.
What's going on, Suave, in the panel?
The shout out to bro
Peace.
Jake, man. Peace to you. The Greeks conquered Egypt. Okay. History would tell you the Romans conquered the Greeks. No one has conquered the Romans for them not to be in control. They just didn't dissipate and fall off the edge of the world. They didn't come from having all of these lands on lock on all of these trades to just a Vatican. Like you got to really bag up and take a look at this shit.
What do you mean no one defeated the Roman dynasty fell like all the other dynasties fell?
No, dynasties fall because they're conquered. Who conquered the Romans?
Wasn't Rome always being attacked by Vikings and was it the Hun? Was it the Hun? Like there were always these nomadic tribes of European
I never said
kind of
Roman didn't.
barbaric
I never
tribes that were
said
always invading Rome, and
there's always people that want to
mainly
come at
what
Rome.
destroyed Rome. Mainly what destroyed Rome, if my history is good, right?
Okay.
Mainly what destroyed Rome was more internal stuff. They kind of split in half, right? And the Roman Empire split in half at one point, and because they split in half, they were no longer unified. It was easy for them to be conquered by these small European nomadic tribes that were always invading them. So it was more they kind of fell from
Rome
within.
exists now.
But Rome certainly
hold on. Let me
fell.
walk you through it because obviously you have an agenda at this point. Because you're not being
An agenda.
logical.
You're the one that's always talking about Rome. I don't have an agenda to speak about Rome. You brought up Rome.
Me bringing up Rome don't prove I have an agenda. You constantly negating the logic of the conversation proves that you have a conclusion that you don't want to stray away from. So what I'm telling you, okay,
it just means I disagree with you. That's all. That's okay, isn't it?
I know, but the reason why you disagree with me is because you believe something and not because you know something.
But the reason you disagree with me is because you believe something.
No. It's because I
know something. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Let me try.
Okay, let me just do it. Okay, does Rome still exist today?
Yeah, I was watching the football team the other day. Roma, they're pretty good.
Okay. Who has the largest religious institution on earth? on Earth?
I'm not sure. I think
Go
the
ahead, Bro
largest
Jake.
one is Christianity, if not Islam.
Go
No,
ahead,
no,
Bro
that ain't.
Jake.
I don't know. That's not what Suave was meaning. Suave, you speaking as far. You speaking in far as term as temple? Are you talking about that? Suave?
Huh?
Are you
No, I'm
about
talking
in
about
terms?
the Vatican.
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
talking about. They
Vatican.
temple.
Oh
The
yeah, yeah,
Vatican.
okay, yeah. My bad. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what he's speaking about. That's what he's speaking about. American Dream.
Oh, so the Catholic Church has the most members? Is that what he means? There are
No, no,
more
no, no.
Catholics
He
in the
said
world
that.
than.
No, he said that he's saying that the Vatican resides in Rome, and it's the largest religious infrastructure in the world. That's what he's saying right now.
And that means they rule the world? I mean, that's a bit of a
I
stretch, I think.
didn't hear him. I didn't personally hear him say that. I just logged back on, but I didn't hear him say that. I don't know if he said that or not. So.
Well, you're going to have to take a seat, Mr. Chris Harris, because I was next.
Okay, knock yourself out.
Bro Jake, Chris Harris, Bro Jake.
I'm familiar with Chris Harris. American Dream. Are you an African so called or an American so called?
Caribbean.
Well, I was born in Jamaica, but I'm an American right now. I'm an American, but I have but I have Jamaican heritage.
Okay, so you're born in Jamaica. Have you done any history concerning world history? I would say
a little bit here and there.
Okay, what did you study in your little bit of knowledge of world history?
A little bit of everything, bro. I mean, is there a specific question you want to ask me? Like, that's such a broad question. What have I studied? I've studied a little bit of everything.
Okay. I gave you a broad question and you gave me a definite answer of a little. So then when I ask you how much of this little, you say, "Oh, you just asked me a big question."
I don't have a degree in world history. Just a little in terms of
No. I didn't say what you have a degree in. I don't believe in those schools. I said, what did you study?
What did I? You mean what books have I read?
Okay, yeah, let's go with that. What books have you read?
Oh wow, I've read a bunch of books.
He mean, what area of history have you read? Have you read like North America, English, North African, Asia? What like?
Right, and then I'm like a little bit of everything. You know, I've never really concentrated on studying any area of, like, you know, it's just when I'm sitting around with nothing better to do, I'll, you know, open a book or go online and just do some reading. But you know, I've read a little of everything.
Okay.
A little of everything and none of most things.
So
that's what's up. That's a t-shirt.
I'm sorry, a little of everything and none of a lot of things.
Wow, that is funny.
I think.
I read. I'm gonna start saying that. Oh, I read a little of nothing. You know. Okay, so the reason why you feel Suave has a belief or his answers are quite different, because if you just do like a basic study of what they call human history, I'm going to call it human history. You're going to learn that during certain periods there were ruling powers, no matter what side they were on the globe. And these ruling powers had kingdoms, and just like you said, kingdoms rise and kingdoms fall. When the kingdom falls, someone else replaces that, what you will call kingly establishment. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We're on the same page. So you said first it was Egypt, and we don't disagree. Then you said second was then we said the second was Greece. And
wait a minute,
said,
Egypt was a world power? When?
Yes.
When?
Egypt wasn't a global power?
No.
Oh, okay, Chris Harris.
Hey, that could be our debate.
Hold on. I'm gonna walk past that. Egypt was a.
Hold on. Yo, stop browbeating American Dream. Do me like this now.
No.
Okay, we can do this after.
It was an Eastern world power.
I want to.
I want to smoke.
It was an Eastern world power, Chris.
Hold on.
Now it's an Eastern world power.
No,
yeah, that's what Block said.
I'm saying that the Egyptians were a global people. They were in the Americas. They was in Asia.
What dynasty are you speaking
Oh
about?
no, we're not
We
getting into this.
had
We're not getting into
prior
this.
to the
No,
debate.
no,
Yeah, I
don't
want to
tell me.
stick
Don't
to
tell
that.
us what to get in on
No,
our in our lead.
I want to get to. I want to stick to the what's the name, the point. But we definitely could fucking get that in.
I'm
I'll
ready.
get
That's
that.
what I said. I need to know what
Yeah,
dynasty
no,
are you
I
talking
don't know
about?
I don't know the dates and the
No, no,
dynasties
no,
and all
no.
that
You
stuff.
should know the dynasty that stretched
No,
all over the globe.
no, I don't. No, I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't.
I would.
I know you would, because you focus on dates and stuff a lot. I never had that, give and get for the dates. Like they come and they go, depending on what I'm studying. And
Okay,
recently
because
I've been
I can
studying
tell
the
you it
Arab
wasn't
slave trade and all of that shit.
I'll tell you it wasn't 1 through 12. I know it wasn't 13 through 16. It wasn't 17 because that was the establishing of the 18th dynastic period. The 18th dynastic period went all the way to the 20th dynasty. The 21st dynasty is probably when it began to fall again before the Nubians reestablished it. So that was probably for about a period of 12, what?
So you don't
200
believe that
years?
the Egyptians left out of Africa?
I believe Africans left out. See, this is the thing. We like to say we like to place borders on Africans. Africans didn't know anything about borders.
No, the debate is about Egyptians.
Okay, Egyptians. Do I believe they left out? Yeah, they probably left up out of Egypt.
You don't believe they ever made it to the Americas?
You would have to show me some proof of that.
Okay,
Hey, y'all can line that up. Y'all can line that up.
Yeah,
okay,
I would love for you to show me some proof of that.
Yeah.
You should be able to do that right now. Oh, here's the proof right here.
Yeah, I mean, the simple shit is just the names, the archaeological artifacts found in the Grand Canyon specifically, and different parts. The culture. When you look at the Native Americans, how they wear the same. Their priests dress the same as the Egyptian priests with the cow skin, with the stars marked into it. That was like the astrological priests and stuff. Like it's the trade of corn and cocaine and other stuff. Like the Egyptians, like people went into Egypt to get knowledge and establish trade, and invited them back to their land. Like Egypt was the shit, bro.
Okay, so if they traded philosophy and they traded goods, golds, and resources and things like that, they probably traded their stories. They probably shared philosophy with one another. I'm not disagreeing with that, but the focal point or the talking point of your argument is that the Egyptians left. No, their culture probably left, but that doesn't mean that they left and established a world empire at all.
No, it's records of when one of the dynasties, when the Egyptian dynasty fell, the pharaoh, the female pharaoh, had escaped back to Ireland.
What? Set that debate up.
Yeah.
Set it up.
It was this female Egyptian. Her father was from that part, and she became one of the wives to the pharaoh, which I just called him the pharaoh too. And when they got invaded, or something happened, she had went back to Ireland. There was it might have been, I'm not gonna get into the names, but one of the dudes had a history of coming to America a few times. Like that shit wasn't shit to them. They was in that thing. I mean, I get the evidence though.
Hey, my boy Suave. Hey, Suave, I love you, man. You my man. My man.
Man, you ain't gonna let me at
Hey, hold on.
My man Suave on here ad hocking tonight, y'all.
I'm telling you, man, that was some global shit.
Did you just hit us with the Lance doctrine? Did you say that there was an Egyptian
The Egyptian what?
from Ireland?
Hey, Suave.
Irish,
Hey, Suave.
yeah, the Irish Egyptian
Hey, Suave,
queen,
what
man.
you think? Hey, Suave, you
I
think
mean,
that you finished with
they
your
had a
debate,
Greek
you could just jump out some
Egyptian queen,
windows?
didn't they?
Yeah,
Hey,
but
Suave, you think
not
you
as
finished
a
with your debate, you
world
could just
ruling
jump out the
power.
windows, man?
Nah, bro. I'm gonna show you what convinced me, bro. I'm gonna show you what
Okay,
convinced
did the Egyptians come to Americas? Is that what you want to debate?
Yes.
Okay, I'm with that.
That's even easier than the first.
Let's do that.
Okay, all right, bet. Okay.
All right, now American Dream. Back to you. Back to you.
Damn.
No. Hold on. Because see what Swab talking about is this. Share my screen, Swab.
Look at your shot. Look like he. Oh shit! All right, there you go. I see that.
Yeah, this is what Swab talking about. Princess Skoda or Skuda, in which Scotland received its name
Yeah, that's her. Scotia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scotia.
Yeah, just in case y'all didn't know. All right.
Yeah. And her dude got killed. Or some bullshit happened. She had to like retreat, right?
Yeah, she had to flee from Egypt.
All right, I appreciate that.
That proves Egyptians went to Scotland.
No, I was just proving that they left out and they were global people. I mean, but
what's the date of those statues?
I mean, you can look it up. He showed you the source. I argue
Yeah,
with
ancient. What was the source on that, Yashar?
Just look up Scotia. Scotia.
Yeah, just look up her name.
Okay, cool. Let's do that.
But now back to you, American Dream. I ain't done with you. I ain't done with you. You're not getting away.
You ain't even started really. Go ahead.
So again, we said Egyptian was a ruling power, and then came the Greeks that conquered the Egyptians. Now, is that part of information correct, American Dream?
American
Suave,
Dream.
answer
You
your
sit up.
phone, nigga. Answer your phone, nigga.
All right, American Dream.
Sorry
Okay,
about
there
that.
you go.
Yeah, simply put, the Greek Empire came after the Egyptian Empire. Sure.
Okay, and that's a historical fact, correct?
In terms of chronology, sure.
Yeah, chronology is never mind. So after the Greeks were ruling, then they got conquered by the Romans. Is that historically or chronologically correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Or it may not be if anyone knows differently, but sure, it makes sense to me.
What was the question?
In terms of the Romans following the Greeks, but in terms of the Roman Empire following the Greek Empire, that makes sense to me, sure.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect? Okay, then fill in the gaps, Chris Harris.
You had the Persians and the Greeks who war.
Yeah, the Persians
that was
and the
fake.
Greeks?
Yeah, no. Suave, what?
I'm telling you, bro. That was it was an act. The war was real. The people really fought. The people really died. But the powers that controlled them were working together, bro. That's who sent the Persians into Egypt. And then they just came in and they just took them from the Persians.
Oh man.
They were working together, bro. They got Arabs. Like, where do you think the Arab kings and all these rich motherfuckers came from, bro? Like, they was working with them together. That's how they got the Diadochi War, the 700-year war. And they came like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna go back home. You go back home. We good. And then boom, Islam. And then boom, Arab princes. Like, yeah. When you put all that shit together,
you know what Solar should start doing? He should start putting together two people who have diametric opposite views on history, and one person just questions him for a little while in order to set up certain debates. That way, everything is ironed out.
Yeah, I mean, I talk shit all day.
I know, cause Suave, you ad hocking right now, bro.
I'll be up here. I mean, everything seemed like that, bro. And that's what disappointed me about you, Chris, because as skilled and experienced a debater you are, you still approach every situation as if you weren't shocked and surprised. Like, you were a Torah only Hebrew.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, then so how do you keep approaching information with this childish like manner? Like, this shit is just so off. Like, bro, I'm telling you, I don't be talking about out my ass, bro. I don't got no belief system. I don't give a fuck who winning, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have no history to sit up here and try to dig back up. I believe that shit is lost and gone and never will be found. No matter my Asian ancestors, my cracker ancestors, my African ancestors, my motherfucking Native American ancestors, they all got it wrong and died.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be something new with the intelligence that we have. I don't got no agenda, bro. This is shit that lines up archaeologically, testimonial wise. Like, I don't know, bro.
So you're saying that the Greeks under Darius the First never warred.
No,
under Darius the First never warred.
The war and shit was real, bro. But it was a conspiracy. They was conspired. The heads of the militaries was conspiring. The people who actually ruled the armies.
So what do you mean by conspire? Can you elaborate?
The Greeks used the Persians to conquer Egypt and keep a rapport with the Nubians by coming in and not being the one that conquered them. Two, by coming in and taking the territory from the Persians. And for that, the Persians was blessed.
The
The
Persians.
the ruling class.
Okay, so the Greeks were the ones that gave the Persians power. Is that what you're saying?
The Greeks were the Greeks and the Persians worked together. The Persians earned their power on their own, but the Greeks outpowered them. Outpowered them. The thing was, they fought for 700 years. So the Persians, like, shit was real, and they came to the agreement like, okay, look, this what we own anyway. We'll cut you in. We'll give you Islam, and you could be part of the global structure with us. It was like, okay, bet, shit. Okay, I'll send my soldiers out there, conquer Egypt. You come behind that. We'll, put up a fight. Of course, you will kill them, and we'll disappear. Come out as a new people, because they was Christian and Jews, and all of a sudden, boom, Yemen.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Suave boss.
But the Ionian, there's some specific here that you had the Ionian revolt. Are you familiar with that?
The Ionians, yes, Japan.
Okay. Right. So
yeah.
Those were Greek people. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right, and they went to war. They went to war against the Persians, which was the Achaemenid Empire.
Okay.
So they didn't see eye to eye. They never joined political forces. They never did. Now, if you said I would agree that the Greeks did eventually win, yes, and that a lot of the Persian Empire.
Did you know about the 700-year war?
I know a little bit about it.
Do you know how it ended?
What does a 700-year war have to do with the Persian and Greek war?
It was a treaty. It ended in a treaty. Nobody conquered nobody.
Oh, what do you mean? No, the Persians did absolve into the Greek Empire. That's a fact. After Alexander died, his 4 generals took over the then known world.
Do you know how did the 700-year war end?
It ended in a treaty, but that did end with the 4 generals taking over. That was around 323 BCE.
Okay, yeah. What happened to the Persians?
They absolved into the Greek Empire.
No, the rulers. They just didn't go and get a job at fucking Wendy's.
No, there is no ruling class once when the Greeks took over. There was no
ruling
class.
That's just not true, bro. Like, they came to a treaty. How was there no Arab ruling class and you got a treaty? You agreed. Okay, I'm gonna stay in power. You gonna stay in power. You just not gonna do me like you did the Africans and wipe me the fuck out. You're not gonna do me like you did the Asians.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that comes from, bro. That's not logical.
So you're saying that the Persian kings joined with the Greek kings?
Sure. I'm saying that don't seem logical.
No, because no king.
Wow.
Because one of the things that kings do is they'll wipe out a kingly line. They wipe them out because they want to be seen as the king. As long as the kingly line exists, what ends up happening is you're giving the serfdom people or the conquered people hope. So they destroy and embarrass the king. That's
Where did the Arab kings come from? Where the Arab kings come from?
There were many Arab kings. Which Arab kings would you be talking about?
I'm talking about the Arab nations today. Where did they come from? Out of who?
They came up out of Iraq. They came from all over the Middle East. They have a democracy that they push. They vote them in and vote them out. If you're trying to say that they come from some mysterious kingly line of antiquity, I mean, you can prove that. That's what we have in the discussion
no kingly line, man. The fucking Greeks fucking made a deal with the Persians. They came to a peace treaty. The Greeks flipped to Rome, did the same shit, acted like they like me and you together, but I'm gonna act like hey Blue, let's go Jack Chris, and then I get this motherfucker, okay, well, how we gonna do it? Well, I'm gonna act like shit, me and you beefing, and have Blue help me, but we in on it. I'm telling you, like, I'm finna go get Blue. It's the same shit. And then after the fucking Persians pulled they fucking card and they had to come to a peace treaty, they went on and did the Hollywood shit. They act like the Romans were different from the Greeks. Oh, we're at war. Oh, we fail to you. This fake ass Hellenistic religion, which was a decoy, because the real Hellenistic religion was Judaism. The Zeus and all of that Hades shit, that was a throwaway religion. That was the look at this while the
No,
left hand do that.
The Hellenistic period is actually the what you call the Greek goddess Helena, and how they took over everybody else's religions, burning their books, etc. That's the Hellenistic period.
I know, but they were really pushing Judaism.
No, the
No, it was
Jews,
pushing that Roman.
did have their own. The Jews in Judea did have their own religion.
They was pushing that Roman shit.
They were pushing the Roman shit publicly. Boom, 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 boom. But they were attacking.
But what I'm trying to tell you is Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, disproves what you just said.
I mean, what you was just talking about, Squad, was the Roman Inquisition, bro. When they was coming in there.
No, I'm talking about the Hellenistic period. I know what history say, bro. I don't agree with history on this. The Hellenistic period, when they was pushing Athenius and all of this stuff, that was the obvious, this is going to fail. Nobody's going to accept this. But while you're getting mad at Zeus, guess what? I call Moshe Moses. So and so this. Oh, this closer to your shit than that shit. And now all of a sudden Christians.
Yeah,
Then
man,
when the
all of that Hellenistic period, man, all that shit started after Alexander died, man. All that shit
that doesn't
started after he
conflict with what
died.
I'm saying.
But after Alexander died, that's when you got the 4 Greek generals, man.
That's not conflicting with what I'm saying.
Man, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I could say that you're wrong because we know that the so-called Jews that lived in Judea, mainly Galilee, they had what you had. They had their Talmud already, and their Talmud was so that they would not forget their traditions. That's what the Talmud really is. Talmud only means the teachings. So they had a religion, and the Romans or the Greeks did not give them a religion called Judaism.
No, they hijacked that religion.
Okay, if you saying they hijacked it,
yes.
I would agree. They
They hijacked it, and then under the guise of Hellenism, they pushed this obvious fake Zeus shit while giving out the Greek version of Judaism, which the Jews would look at and say, "Nah, this is my granddaddy shit. I remember these words."
No, but remember, Hellenistic. When you say that, Hellenistic is Greek influence. Just remember that.
That's and the Greeks was influencing the world to be Jews
because you had Christianity, you had Ahura Mazda, you had what else? You had the Egyptian.
But what was the Greeks pushing?
They were pushing their own stories of Zeus. They had their own. They had their own philosophy.
Yeah, and they also pushed Judaism, right?
Judaism was already being produced.
Yeah, but they
Judaism ancient, like when you look at the ancient Talmud, their Mishnah, their Gemara, those things already existed 600, 500 BCE. Those things existed under the Persian and Babylonian rule.
Hold on. You said 500, 600 BCE.
That's not what we was teaching in those temples.
You said 500, 600 BC.
There was never a
that was not 500, 600 BC. The Talmud is not. No, it's not. The Talmud is not 500, 600 BCE, big bro.
Yes, it was. That is the oral tradition on the Talmud. It was written. So while they were enslaved, they would not forget their traditions.
Man, this shit is Greek.
That Talmud is tricky, man.
This shit is Greek, bro. This shit is Greek, bro.
You
can't push King James and not want to push the Talmud. It's just that most people have accepted the Christian doctrine, relabeled it Israelite religion, and then just said, hey, we're going to dismiss the Talmud because there's some disgusting things in there that they don't want to adhere to or that they don't want to admit to. If we're going to have a responsible conversation about these things, let's just be honest. We need to be taking a look at all of these religious texts and looking at these texts and saying, okay, what can we use and what is not needed today? Because that is the underpinning of this entire conversation.
It's not about what we can use and what we can't.
Anthropology.
It's about what was actually law and what was actually added. That's what it's about. And that's what y'all don't deal with.
You see what I'm saying? Y'all try and put all that shit together like that's what our laws was from the gate when it's not the case. Those Talmud teachings, yeah, they have some of our ways.
You gotta have some truth to sell a lie.
But for the most part, a lot of that shit is tricky. A lot of
Hey, no, American Dream, come back.
With our heritage and how we move. So like we can deal with it though. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with dealing with it, but at the end of the day, I can show you how it don't line up with what we stand on.
Yeah,
Chris, are you speaking of a Babylonian Talmud or the Jerusalem Talmud?
They both the same. Ain't no difference.
Jerusalem Talmud is different from the Babylonian Talmud.
All right. Come from the same source, the same elders, but it's a difference. Okay.
I mean, why don't you accept the Talmud?
You say it's a difference. It's a difference.
It's more ancient than the King James.
I don't care. It's more ancient than the King James. What that mean?
It's more ancient than the King James.
Is it the Torah?
There's ancient lies.
Yes, it is Torah. It's called oral Torah.
Where's that?
It's in the Talmud. It teaches you how to. It's case law.
Come on, Mr.
The Talmud.
Show us.
It's case law.
Show us some of that.
Okay, so I can see you're getting a little uncomfortable now.
No, I'm saying.
Why is that?
Why am I getting uncomfortable? Because I'm asking you to show us the Torah law in that bullshit. What's making me uncomfortable? Because
the Talmud is a book of the ancient sages and how they adhere.
Show us
to
what you're
Torah
talking
law.
about, Mr.
Have you ever read it?
Show us.
I can't show you right now. I don't own a Talmud. I burned it.
Right. PDF it.
But if you read any of it, you would know it's your ancient sages and how they apply Torah law to their everyday life. That's what it is.
Come on, man.
You can get mad all you want about it.
Stop playing games.
I'm not playing games. I'm being
you're lying like you always do.
Here.
You're lying, bro.
I'm not lying. Have you ever read the Talmud?
Prove it.
I'm proving it now. You're
just running your mouth. You're not proving anything. You're preaching.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
We gonna let you talk and act like a ghetto ass nigga like you always do here.
What else?
Looking like fucking Jesus.
What else?
Turn your camera back on. Since you want to talk like this, let's do this, European.
What else?
64% European, and you come on here trying to talk your way into Israel. Fuck out of here.
Like I told you.
All right. Hey, Swaz, you let the clown on.
What did I say about an ignorant ass
braid wrapped around his fucking head, looking like
that's what I thought, nigga. You better
show me your Shemitic language since we had.
You better run like you always do. Yeah,
Yashar, I would debate on here, man. Get on here. Get on out of here talking about something.
Lil Harris.
Abraham is your ancient ancestor, man. Get out of here.
Who is Sim, Lil Harris?
You can't even have an intelligent conversation because you ain't got it in your bones.
What is Semitic?
Talking about commander.
What is Semitic?
It's Semitic.
What is that?
It's Semitic.
What is it, nigga?
It's Semitic.
What is it, nigga?
It's Semitic.
That's what I thought, you clown.
It's Semitic. There's no person ever existed named Shem.
Clown ass up out of here, nigga.
Look at him. He mad now. I got him mad now.
Look at him.
Mad now, boy. Ain't no Shem.
Chris, show and prove.
Ain't no Shem.
Force up or shut up, nigga.
No Abraham.
Force up or shut up, nigga.
No David existed.
That's what I thought, Lil Chris.
No Moses existed.
Lil Chris.
Those things were taken from ancient
What is Sim? Who told you about Sim, Lil Chris?
Look at him.
Who told you about Sim, Lil Chris? Matter of fact, what language does Sim come from, Lil Chris? Lil Chris, what language does Sim come from, Little Chris?
Keep thinking you a Jew.
Lil Sim.
Keep disrespecting your real ancestors.
What language does it come from?
Excuse me?
Semitic. What language does it come from, clown?
Semitic can be referring to any one of the 500.
Yeah, that's what I thought, you clown ass nigga. What language does it come from, clown?
Semitic comes from Aramaic.
You a sucker, nigga. It don't come from Aramaic, nigga.
Hey, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up.
Pull it up then, nigga. You said you can't show shit, nigga. Pull it up.
Let's pull it up. No, let's pull it up. Nigga. You ran your mouth. You ran your mouth enough.
Yeah,
let's pull
Aramaic,
it up.
nigga. Semitic.
Let's pull it up.
Come from Aramaic. What the fuck is Aramaic, nigga? What language does that come from, nigga? What language does that come from, nigga?
You finna die real quick.
That's what I thought.
All that talking you doing, all that YouTube.
Show it, nigga. Show it. Show it.
All right, let's get it.
Source up, nigga.
Yeah, you so
you don't do, nigga.
You got an Israelite on here talking about source.
You read sources and you be lying about the sources you be fucking reading.
Look at you. You coming to the dinner table grinding your teeth all mad.
Get your shit together,
sit your silly ass down and show me an original text.
Show
me an original text. You got one?
We waiting.
I'm waiting on your
We
original.
waiting. I don't give a fuck what you waiting on. We waiting.
You waiting on Jesus.
We waiting on you, nigga.
You waiting on
We
y'all
waiting on you to show and prove. Source up, nigga.
Your black ass.
Source up, Mr. MVP, clown ass nigga. This is your MVP, family. This is your MVP. This is your fucking champion right here.
I beat all
a champion that can't run it, that can't show and prove. The only thing you doing is preaching. This is your MVP. A crybaby ass nigga that can't show and prove. Fuck out of here, nigga. MVP right here. This is your MVP.
Garden of Eden was in
running his motherfucking mouth.
Got embarrassed.
Running his motherfucking mouth. MVP. Source up, nigga.
Man, you just mad because
source up, nigga.
Mad because you can't
source up, nigga.
Source up, nigga. Roof.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. At least I don't look like Jesus.
I don't give a fuck what you look like, bitch boy. Source up.
Come on, man.
That's what we talking about, nigga. Sourcing up, nigga.
Your family ain't nowhere in here.
Nigga. Source up, nigga.
You source up, prove it.
I thought you source up, prove it. Clown ass nigga.
Look at me all mad. You yelling at the computer.
Get some bass in your voice, nigga.
Oh, so you worried about how I sound?
Nigga, you worried about how I look, nigga.
Hold on. Let me take this back.
You want to see my face, nigga? I want to see
Let me take this back to the info. Let me get this back to the info, man. No one cares how you look or sound.
Yeah, exactly.
That nigga asked me for some bass. That's some homosexual
I
heard David was grabbing dicks and shit, but god damn, dog.
You hear this shit?
Hold on, chill out.
Some bass in
my
voice.
Y'all ran American Dream off from Brother
Jake for this.
Put your girl in front of me and see if
okay, hold on, man. Y'all gotta chill out, man. You gotta chill out with the name calling and shit, man. You know, like, come on, man. You know you don't even like that nigga. I don't know why you talking to that nigga. You sharp. You know that nigga get your blood boiling, bro.
Cause he's a bitch.
Man, this nigga don't even
dumbest.
Hold on, man.
I'm just saying, man. All you gotta do is source up.
Yo, man. Hey, Blue, take over the panel, man. Go ahead, bro. Help a nigga out, man. What the fuck, dog? Don't just stand there operate. Don't just stand there.
I thought they was really gonna answer the class for that shit.
Because he's a bitch. Stop that, man. Chris left.
Let's pull the story back up.
All right.
Let's see what we was doing.
All right, so like I was saying, Brother Jake, I only know a little bit of history. And the Muslims had Africa sold up in Asia. Damn, man.
Hey, I don't know about you, man, but all the little reading that I've done, you know, it's a lot of.
I just got a taste of what it used to be like every night, all day, every day. That was just a little taste of it. Nothing major.
But no, that's you have to like in order to not know that, you really would have to make a conscious effort to stay away from that material. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even got to look for that. That's just history.
What part?
The Greeks and the Romans. For him to say I guess. Egypt, bro. Somebody got that YouTube. Chris, I think it's you.
That's you.
Yeah, so.
All right, so I'm sourced up, Suave.
All right, what you need? What you got? What you with, man? I hope y'all can do this civilly, man.
Walk out, baby.
Let's
and
do
you
this
know I'm
civilly,
gonna light
man.
this bitch on fire tonight.
All right,
Hey, right now. I'm gonna tear it the fuck down. Source up, right? That's what he said. Woo! We finna get busy up on this bitch. Woo!
You must be in the house alone.
Side up in this motherfucker. I'm gonna burn that shit the fuck down.
In the garage.
I'm gonna burn it down. Yeah. Let me see you argue.
Oh no, he outside.
Let me see you argue it. We gonna source up. Source up. Ain't that what you said? Source up. Let's deal with it. Let me get my screen share. Let me get my sources up. Let me show you where this shit, this junk that you run around talking about is your heritage come from. It come from Canaanite. And I'm gonna prove this shit tonight. You ain't got an original text.
He said it come from Canaanite.
Yeah, it do. I'm gonna prove it.
Yeah, go ahead, little nigga. Go ahead.
I'm gonna burn this shit
I
the
love
fuck
it,
down.
man. I love this shit. I love these clouds. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Make a fool of yourself this morning.
All right, let's deal with it. And watch how, hey, I want the entire audience to see how he responds to this shit.
MVP. This is your MVP.
Let's burn this shit the fuck on up. First source, we gonna deal with what you call a tertiary source. And it's called the Encyclopedia Britannica. And if you just read it, you would have been able to discover the truth. Now, number one, Hebrew language, Semitic language of North Central, also called the Northwestern group, is closely related to Phoenician and Moabite, with which it is often placed by scholars in a Canaanite subgroup. Spoken in ancient times in Palestine, Hebrew was supplanted by the Western dialect of Aramaic, beginning about the 3rd century BCE.
But it comes from Aramaic.
The language, oh
it
yeah, I'm
comes
not
from
done.
Aramaic, though.
I'm not done. Force up. The language continued to be used as a
You don't even understand what you read.
See how he won't let you talk? He's intimidated now.
Oh yeah.
He's
Britannica
intimidated now.
me, family.
They've already said your language comes from Phoenician, not God. It comes from Phoenician.
Who is they? Who is they?
The scholars.
What scholars? Who is they?
Hey, we're dealing with it. Let's source up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
Keep reading, Cloud.
This is how Europeans act,
Keep
y'all.
reading, Cloud.
Let's keep going. Beginning about the 3rd century BCE, the language continued to be used as a, what that word say right here? What that word say, Yashar? Can you read it? Probably not.
It's too small.
Liturgical and literary language. However, it
What
was
that mean?
revived
Hold
as a
on.
spoken language.
Hold on. What that mean, Chris?
It's
What
liturgical.
that mean? Liturgical, literary language. What that mean, Chris? Don't look it up. Tell us what it mean.
You should shut the fuck up and source
clown,
up.
nigga.
You ain't
you
got
reading
nothing.
information you don't
ain't
even
got
fucking know
nothing.
what you understand.
Let's see.
Hey, shut your
Relating
silly ass
to,
up,
hey,
man.
look what it
This
means,
is
y'all.
your champion right
Relating
here,
to
man.
literature or
This is your
public
champion.
worship.
This
Y'all
is your
worship
MVP.
letters. Y'all don't have nothing to worship. That's what it means. You worship letters. So let's keep going. You died there.
We worship letters, man.
Okay, let's keep going. Let me keep reading here.
Hey, show me what letters we worship.
And then listen what it said. The
What letters we
language
bow down
continued
to?
to be used.
Hey, what letters
as
we bow
a
down to?
worship, in other words.
Chris, hold on. Chris, slow down, man. You talking a whole lot, man. Hey, what letters do we bow down to, Chris? What letters do we kneel down to, Chris?
Go ahead,
what letters, brother?
Now,
hey,
that's
show
all
me,
you
hey,
got.
show
Go
me
ahead.
a picture where any of us Israelites, ancient Israelites, bowing down to a letter, Chris.
Y'all ain't got
Stop
no
playing,
pictures
Chris.
of yourself.
Clown. Nigga, you go to Britannica and you shit on yourself.
Claiming to be Israelites.
Nigga, get your clown ass up out of here, little Chris.
Look at him. He can't even show you a picture of black people calling themselves Israelites.
What the fuck is a black person, Chris? What is a black person? It ain't you, nigga.
Here it is.
A black person ain't you, Chris.
All right, so let's keep going.
It ain't you, Chris.
It was
What is a black person, Chris? What is a black person, Chris?
In the 19th
Chris,
and 20th
little Chris,
centuries,
little Chris,
as the
hold on, man.
official language
Hold
of
on, man. You
Israel.
don't know what you read,
So
man.
they revived it.
You don't know
Now,
what you
who
read. Well, they revived it from
language?
what, Chris?
Who revived
They
it?
revived it from what? You just said it came from the Canaanite language.
The history.
You hear this shit, family?
Language
This nigga's a fucking clown, man.
Four major periods.
This own source that he pulled out, he don't even understand what the fuck he
Classical
means.
Hebrew until about the
fucking clown.
3rd century BCE.
You a fucking
That's
clown.
when it started.
You a
in
fucking
which
clown,
most of
nigga.
the Hebrew Bible is
Get
written.
your dumb ass up, Chris.
The 3rd century
Get your
BCE.
dumb ass up out of here.
3rd century
Comprehension
BCE.
ass, nigga.
Y'all had already been conquered.
You reading the
Let's
Britannica,
keep
you
going.
can't
Let's
comprehend,
keep going.
little
Let's
Chris.
keep going. You gonna let me talk?
Little
You
Chris.
said source up.
Little Chris.
You
don't-
said
you're-
source
Chris,
up.
little Chris.
You said source.
Everything
Hey,
you're
look, let's
reading,
keep
little
going.
Chris, it's
Medieval
debunking you, little
Hebrew,
Chris.
From about the 6th to 13th century CE, when many words were borrowed from Greek, Spanish, Arabic, and other languages in modern Hebrew, the language of Israel in modern times. Scholars generally agree that the oldest form of Hebrew is that some of the poems in the Bible, especially the Song of Deborah and chapter 5 of the Judges. The sources of borrowed words that first appeared during this period include other Canaanite languages. God damn!
Like what?
Fucking African.
Like what, nigga?
Let's keep going.
What other Canaanite languages?
Akkadian.
What other Canaanite languages, nigga?
Hebrew.
That's what I thought.
Contains a small number of
Man, this
Sumerian
silly
words.
ass nigga, man.
Borrowed from an Akkadian source. The Hebrew of the Bible exhibits little dialectical variety, but literary traces within the text indicate some degree of variation according to geography. In addition to the Bible, a small number of inscriptions in Hebrew of the biblical period are extant. And the earliest of these short inscription in Phoenician characters.
The Hebrew,
from the
it went from the Hebrew to the Phoenician script. It went from Hebrew to the Phoenician script, but the Hebrew is not real. But it keep on referencing the Hebrew. Shut your dumb ass up, nigga. This is what I'm talking about. Comprehension skills. Little punk ass Chris. They gave your punk ass the MVP. You got to be fucking kidding me, you fucking retard. Nigga can't comprehend a motherfucking word that he just read. Get your dumb ass up out of here, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? He did.
Nigga.
Hey, you're finished.
Yeah, because you said so. Little mix, little mix, little mutt. Nigga, use the mutt, nigga. You don't have no heritage. You have no history. You are mutt, nigga. Show me a Hebrew text I'm that
not
dates to the
showing you
11th
shit,
century
nigga.
BCE.
I will never, ever.
He won't do it.
Listen to me clearly. Listen to me
That's
clearly.
why.
I will never, ever share my pearls with a swine. You understand? You understand me, swine?
You just arguing.
Do you understand me, swine? I will never show my information to a swine ass nigga like you. You hear me?
Go ahead, show it. Because
Man,
y'all
please.
ain't got one.
Ask me again.
Y'all ain't got one in the first
Ask me
millennium,
again.
second millennium,
Yeah.
third millennium. The shit is all borrowed from Sumerian, Akkadian, Canaanite, and Phoenician, nigga. Stop it.
All Shemitic languages, nigga. All Shemitic languages, nigga. You dead, nigga. You dead, nigga. So listen, family, when you do the research, right? When you do the research on the language, you'll find out that it all comes from the Semitic language. That's why he's crying over there right now. It's simple. It's a mother language. What is the mother language? It's called Shemitic, not Semitic. You understand? It comes from a man who spoke the language. And you know that man was actually alive before little Canaan was born. So how can it be the Canaanite language when Shem was born before little Canaan? But it's a Canaanite language according to this dumbass nigga.
Shem is a form of ideology, dumbass.
Shut your stupid ass up, little nigga.
Real.
Shut your dumb ass up, little nigga. That's why they named it. That's why they named the language after him, nigga. But it ain't real though. Listen to this dumbass nigga.
Hell no.
Hey, all right, nigga, don't have a heart attack over there, little buddy.
He trying to talk about something.
Don't have a heart attack over there, little buddy.
Never existed.
Don't have a heart attack over there, little buddy. Yeah, hey, what am I again, little, little ignorant nigga? Hey, little ignorant nigga, what am I again?
Hey, go take care of
Hey, little ignorant nigga, what am I again according to my DNA? Huh? Hey, Mutt, what am I again according to my DNA? Huh? I'm a what? Yeah, that's what I thought, Mutt. What are you, dog? What your DNA say you is, nigga? Yeah. I bet you won't share it with the family. I bet you won't share it with the family.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's what I thought, nigga. You mud ass nigga. You a fucking mutt, nigga. You don't know what you are, nigga. You don't know what you are. Who is your ancient ancestor, brother? What's his name? Just give me one. Yo, ancient. You know what I'm talking about? Go back like 30 generations, 40 generations. Just give me one name. Is it a black name?
Hey, Yashar, you want to debate it?
Let's do it.
Okay, let me call Solar up right now.
Shalom, brother Yashar.
Hey, and by the way, can you
Shalom,
please
Mark.
show me that Israelite text? You might want to make one up.
Yeah,
like
I
y'all
will.
make up everything else. Let me get
I
Solar on
will.
this
I
phone
will,
right
little
quick.
buddy. I will. Whatever you say, little buddy, that's what I'll do for you.
Sure.
Just to make you happy. MVP.
It don't exist. Don't waste your time.
Woo. Woo. Yeah.
Shalom, brother Yashar. What's
Shalom,
the
Asiatic.
Hey, what up, Solar? Hey, Solar.
Asiatic in the building.
Yashar
Peace,
said
bro.
he want to debate me real quick on this Canaanite language.
Okay.
Can we set that up?
Yeah, what dates are talking about?
What date you talking about, Yashar?
We can do it after the 28th. That's my next debate.
After the 28th?
Yep.
You're gonna have to push it to March because I got Domo, then I got what's his name, KOT.
All right, that give you enough time to hang yourself.
Okay, when you want to do it?
Well, I mean, he gonna have to give us a date, so he'll call us up and let us know.
No, we can set one up now. He on the phone waiting.
We'll look at your calendar, Chris, and you tell
Hey,
me.
Solar, can we do it like in the second week of March?
Oh, this nigga, man.
All right, what you want to call the debate?
I don't know. We got to figure.
You
that
don't
out.
know? You been on here doing all this talking, and now you don't know?
What you want? Like, what would you like to name the debate, Chris?
Okay, do y'all have a text, a Hebrew text, an original Hebrew text? Do you want to debate that? Yes or no?
Do we have an original Hebrew text?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, what's the date on that?
What you mean? What's the date on that? Didn't you say?
What is the date of your original Hebrew text?
Didn't you say we got a debate on March?
One more time. What is the date of your original Hebrew text? Look how they run now, Solar.
What you call them on Solar for?
Because this is the commissioner. This is how we set up debates.
Set up the debate by what?
Okay.
Talking about dates, nigga?
Sir, I don't care about
Talking
anything
about
else.
dates,
When
nigga?
is the date?
When have you
of
ever
your
heard
original
me
Hebrew
debate
text?
on a fucking date?
Okay,
Chris?
Solar.
Nigga, you heard me say I don't fuck with dates.
Yell. Thank you, Solar.
Nigga.
You don't want to debate. You don't want this real
silly ass
smoke.
up, nigga.
I'll burn your ass down.
Man.
Hey, thanks, Swallow. He
Set it
died
up,
on the
nigga.
sword. You just
Set it
fell on
up,
your
nigga.
own sword like
Set it up,
fake ass Saul.
Set it up. That's what I thought. That's what the bitch nigga do, man. Like, that's why I call him what I call him, because that's what he do, man. Like, he like to clown and act like the sucker nigga he is. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I'm here, nigga. I ain't running nowhere, nigga.
So because there's no original text, does that invalidate the Bible?
Run, nigga. Nigga, I'm still right here, nigga. Set the debate up, nigga. The second week of March. This is your MVP. This nigga's a fucking clown. All that crying and shit, all that talking all soft and shit. You weak ass nigga. You better get your motherfucking shit together, nigga.
You weird as hell when it comes to setting up a debate.
Talk about a nigga emotional.
What
Nigga,
about
bring
the
your
text
silly
in
ass
the
back to the
Vatican?
motherfucking panel, nigga, and let's set the debate up, nigga. Stop acting like a feminine ass nigga.
So he put on that big show just to leave like that?
Yeah, that's what he do, man. That's how you get down. You want niggas to chase after this faggot ass, man. Nobody chasing after that nigga.
I fell into that trap. We were supposed to debate did Asiatics found Kemet. He took me through about 3 weeks worth of bullshit. Over there going to his channel, presenting information, all just to say, I don't want to debate. That's just how he is. Just learning the people in the league, different personalities, but his personality definitely be on some girly shit. Word up.
Everybody know I ain't.
Yeah. He came with some information, man. All we got to do to rebut him is to come up with more information, different information, debunking his information. That's how we do it.
Man, the Britannica source that he brought out debunked what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah, he
was just reading, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then trying to have talking points on
little nothing ass, you know what I'm saying, points in what he was reading. Bro, I'm not the one to play with like that. I'm not about to fall into that little silly ass game. You know what I'm saying? The information was kept referring back to the Hebrew, not the Canaanite. It kept referring back to the Hebrew. So I ain't got time for no games, man. But I gotta solid
and
source.
this is the thing. A
All I
lot of
gotta
that
do is present
information,
one
they be
solid
like, "Oh
source.
man, this was found in Canaan. This was found in Canaan. So this got to be the Canaanites. The Canaanites is the one that came up with it." You be like, all you got to do is let them know that the Israelites are the ones that took over the land of Canaan. So that whole
It
argument
can't
of
listen. How can it be Canaan's language when Canaan wasn't even fucking born before Shem?
No.
It don't
no,
even
my
make no
point
fucking
is, it's
sense,
not
bro.
Canaan's language. It's the Israelites' language because they're the ones that took over the land of Canaan.
No,
So any
fuck
documents
taking
of
over the land,
Israelite
bro. You
history
missing it. I
or
hear what you're saying.
Israelite language doesn't go back to the origins of Canaan. It goes back to the people that was in that land,
It
which
goes
is
back to
the
Shem,
Israelites.
bro. This is where they get the word Semitic. It's supposed to be Shemitic. And I'm asking this slow ass nigga, where do you get where's the origin of the word Sim come from? Oh, it's just Sim. Shut your dumb ass up.
No, Shem.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't no motherfucking just Sim.
The
Nigga,
origin
that's a
is
dumbass
Shem.
fucking response. An uneducated one at that.
Shem.
Yeah, it's Shem. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
definitely.
But the Jewish people say Sim or
Fuck what they
Semitic.
say, man. Them motherfuck them.
No, it's just different dialects, because we see it in Samson too. Samson is a son of Shem, but they just dropped the H. But it's basically the same.
Man, Asiatic man, I don't mean to do this to you, but I'm gonna have to do it to you, man.
It's all right, bro. It's all
I hope
good.
you're gonna be ready, man. You better put your boxing gloves on, brother.
It's all good.
You gonna have a lot of explaining to do, brother. I want to ask you a question while you here. Is the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran the same?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Is there anywhere in the Quran that tells you to keep the Sabbath?
There's places in the Quran that tell us to keep a lot of Israelite or Hebrewisms. Yeah, over and over.
Oh, okay. Which surah is teaches you to keep the commandments? Which one? Teach you to keep the Sabbath.
I don't have my Quran over now, but the books, when we look at the books, the children of Israel dominate the Quran just like they dominate the Torah. No one is mentioned more than Moses and the children of Israel in the Quran. So, just from the sheer numerical mentionings, I would say that both books are dominated by the children of Israel.
So you're saying the Quran is dominated by the children of Israel?
Oh yeah. Moses. No one is mentioned more than Moses in the Quran. Nobody.
Is there new commandments in the Quran?
New commandments. Some things are abrogated or somewhat elucidated, I would say, in the Quran. And the Bible elucidates certain points, and the Quran elucidates certain points. Like, for instance, the Quran states that the Spirit came to Mary in the form of a man, and it disqualifies the mischief that the European made with the Injil when they said that Jesus came from other than a man. The Quran tells us straight out in chapter 19 that
You
he
see
came
how that
from a
nigga
man.
spanked you real quick? That
No,
nigga
hold on.
spanked you fast as
That the
Let him
hell.
answer
Holy
the question. Does
Spirit.
the Quran have new commandments?
Hold on.
Blue.
Damn.
Man, you done set
Wow.
yourself up for that one, Asiatic. You
I
about
ain't
to
set, I ain't set myself up for
Wait.
nothing.
You said that what a well proportioned man also, right?
Yeah, it says he came in the form of a well-made man. Yeah, in chapter 19.
Right. Was Mary married?
Was Mary married?
Yeah.
No, Mary wasn't married, brother, at that time.
So what was Joseph to Mary at the time that the that the Holy Spirit in the form of a well proportioned man impregnated Mary?
Well, he would have been a baby daddy. He
Joseph
wouldn't have
would
been
have
the
been the
father.
baby daddy
Yeah, he would have been the pappy. Yes, sir.
to to whose baby?
To Mary's baby, brother. You already know
And,
that.
oh, wait. Mary and who? Mary didn't
Mary,
create that baby alone, right?
no, Mary and Joseph.
Oh, Mary and Joseph created the baby.
Yeah, Joseph was the father, but it's
So wait,
styled in
wait, wait, wait.
the styled in the
So is
Quran like
Joseph
a
the well
well-made man.
proportioned Holy Spirit
No,
man?
he's a well-made man.
So that's not Joseph.
It is Joseph. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So the Holy Spirit that came in the form of a man was Joseph.
Wait, hold
Yep.
up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold up. Hold on, man. Because see, spirits was never made to marry or to procreate with flesh. So that'd be going against the natural laws that he set from the beginning. So that don't work.
Yeah.
Well, what one thing we got to understand is that spirit has to come in a container. We all have a spirit inside of us, but we all are men. But that flesh is a container for the spirit that's inside. We all have a spirit in us. So I think that would need a little bit more unpacking, to understand clearly. But spirit definitely comes. We all have a spirit. We are all here. We all men. Ain't no sisters on the panel. So yeah, spirit do come in man.
So look, so you saying that he was born with that spirit, or at some point in time the spirit rested upon him and then he impregnated her? Is that like how are you trying to make sense of
Uh,
that?
well, the full process ain't laid out. The full process is not laid out in the Quran, but we definitely know that men have spirits and that, we have a spirit inside of us, so it's logic,
Well, I can say
You
this.
know that the Bible, my bad. You know the Bible already lets us know that somebody went to Mary. It said that Gabriel went to Mary. You know that, right? So we don't need the Quran to let us know that some man went to her.
So
Yeah.
so Malak, so you saying that Gabriel, and I know you're not saying that, right? You're not saying that Gabriel impregnated her, right?
No, I'm
Mm-mm.
definitely not saying that Gabriel impregnated her. No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, but the Quran says that Jesus and Mary were a sign, and they do point to us in our condition in America. Many of us was born with with sketchy circumstances surrounded around paternity. It's
No,
really
you know that
it's
the
prophetic.
Bible lets us know why we're in the condition that we're in America. The
No,
book of Deuteronomy 28.
I'm talking to the point that Mary is in the Quran is referred to as a sign, Mary and Jesus, and the circumstances around his birth. Like many of us here in America were born under circumstances where the paternity of the father was in question. That's
Well,
an
let's.
overall
No, the
condition.
reason why the paternity of the father is in question out here in America is because we got a bunch of whoremongers. So
Well,
are you
I'm
saying
giving
that Mary was a whoremonger
no,
and Christ was a
that's not
bastard according to the Quran?
A
no,
man,
that's
a
not
whoremonger
what
is
I'm
a man,
saying.
Akmalak.
Exactly. You way out,
Or
way
so
off
Mary was a
base.
whore. My bad.
You good?
No,
You good?
that's not what I'm saying.
So
But I'm saying the question of paternity speaks to our condition today. That's why the Quran says Jesus and Mary were a sign of our condition today. Many of us are born under circumstances where there is question around the paternity. That's a
Let me.
condition of
Can I
black
ask
people in
both of y'all a
America.
question real quick?
yeah.
Okay, and you guys can answer it however you want. You know what I'm saying? I would just like to hear one from the Quran aspect and one from our aspect as far as the Bible go, right? When it comes down to why Mary and Joseph left the temple, left Jerusalem, and end up having Yahushai, in the manger, outside of their comfort zone. Why did they do that, family?
Well, because the king made a decree to kill off all the males under 2 years old because of the madmen that went to Mary and Joseph when Yahshua was born. They never went back to the king to let him know, to give him the information on what was going on. So he
No.
declared for all the people to get.
Understand my question, Akmalak. What I'm saying is okay, so we understand that Mary was raised in the temple. We understand that Joseph was a righteous man, right?
Right.
Now, why would they leave the temple, right, and have Yeshua outside of the temple or away
Well,
from
because
the
they
priesthood?
had sex out of marriage. They wasn't married. They didn't.
So hold on, bro. Hold
Joseph
on.
and Mary had sex, and they weren't supposed to. They were supposed to wait to marriage so Joseph can show the proof of Mary's virginity. But since they had sex before marriage, he decided to leave with her.
All right, don't say too much, brother. Hold on, man. I was just making sure. I just want
Oh.
to see where you was at, man. Come on, man. Don't kill yourself like that, yo.
I ain't killing myself.
No, that's on point though. I see it the same way, Akmalak. I just wanted to get an understanding, man, because I ain't never asked the question.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
What about
Asiatic
you?
man.
What about you, Asiatic?
I agree with Akmalak on that.
Okay, that's what's up.
Pretty much similar narrative in the Quran.
Yeah. So my question would be to you, Asiatic. Why do we need the Quran when we already have the Bible? Is there any new commandments in the Quran?
I wouldn't say new commandments, but if we look at Abraham did rebuild the Kaaba in the Quran. Him and Ishmael, they did rebuild the Kaaba and sanctified it as a sanctuary and place of worship. You know,
So when
I
you
would
talking
say
about the Kaaba, you talking about that Mecca rock, right?
yeah. Yep.
So is it not a commandment for us to not be raising up, for us not to raise an image up in our land and bow down to it?
Well, we know that Jacob poured. He poured
Oh, I'm just
oil
asking you a
on
question.
a
You got to
stone.
answer the question before you start trying to teach me something else.
No, not necessarily, because we do have monuments. We have the Temple of Jerusalem. We have several different monuments. But Jacob started out very early, pouring libations on the stone.
Can you enter into
Hold on.
that image that is set up in the Mecca rock? Can you enter into that?
But hold up, Akmalak, because what Asiatic Lion just said is that Jacob was doing the priestly duties. So was Jacob a priest or no?
No, Jacob wasn't a priest.
Hold on.
The priestly
Whoa.
priestly duties wasn't established until Moses and them. Aaron.
Wait, hold on. Slow down though. So what you're telling me is that we had no priest until Levi?
Yeah, Levi, Aaron. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
hold on. So none of our ancestors before Levi received instructions from the Most High.
no, that's not what I said. I'm not saying that.
Wait, but hold on, because the Most High only dealt with the priest. He only talked to the priest. So if he talked to Abraham, if he talked to Shem, right? If he talked to Adam, wouldn't they be priests?
Nah, like as far as in under the priestly order, nah. What the priests had to do, no, they wouldn't be.
Okay, so who was the first of our ancestors to erect the altar?
Abraham.
No.
Yeah, when he went into Bethel,
We have
right?
to learn it from one of our other ancestors, bro.
Oh, Noah.
I mean, Shem was the priest. Shem was after the order of Melchizedek. So I'm just giving you something to think about, bro. I ain't trying to make you believe what I'm saying. I'm just saying, just go back and check, because if
No,
you
I hear what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying, because they did have laws, certain laws and commandments that they received from the Most High, and they did have to pass that down to their kids. But so I agree, they were like teaching their kids the laws and commandments of God.
And then
But
last thing I wanna the last point I want to make and give you something to think about. We know that the only way that you can become a priest is through bloodline and the royalty. So when you understand Adam was the first priest king, this is why the bloodline it trickled all the way down to it split with the sons of Jacob, with Judah and Levi. But before it split with Judah and Levi, it was still with one individual, which would have been Jacob, Israel. Now think about this. Now it stays split all the way until the Hamashiach came to bring it back to the same order that it was with Adam, all the way down to a split. Just think about that for a minute, bro. I ain't saying you got to agree with me. I'm just saying take that into consideration.
I think the priesthoods is even older.
Yeah, okay. I'm hearing you. So my question is, what would that have to do with the Kabbalah stone?
The priesthoods are older.
Well, what I'm saying is that, okay, Ishmael didn't have priests nor prophets, because the priestly line, it didn't move through Ishmael. The priestly line moved through Israel. So when you talk about the extra text that came from another nation of people, it's hard for us to take that for us to say that that's something that we have to bring to the table or bring to our book, because again, Muhammad is not in the bloodline of Israel.
No, Muhammad is.
No, he's not. Come on, man.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so was Muhammad? Okay, you don't believe in the Hadith, huh?
No, not really.
What do you mean, not really? So do you follow the Hadith or not? Do you follow the instructions that's in the Hadith or not?
Well, this is the criteria for myself. If any hadith conflicts with the Quran, then it's not official. But if it can stand up to the scrutiny of the Quran, it's consistent with the Quran, then it's official. Yeah. So that's how I look at it. That's why I say yes and no, because some hadith are authentic and others are not. If it conflicts with the Quran, then it's not authentic. And I read the Quran, so it's easy to research nowadays.
That's a good way to put it. And that's how I do a lot of our outside sources, so to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's not in the Bible. I have to base everything off the Bible. And if I can't confirm, you know what I'm saying, in the old and the new,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, I gotta man, you know what? I gotta cross that out, because it ain't nowhere to be found.
That's how I see it too, bro.
Actually, okay. So my question one more time is there any new commandments in the Quran?
Man, I don't even really want to do that, but I don't like it because it's contentious, between Israelites and Muslims, and I don't believe in that. I really don't.
Okay, what about when the Quran? Are me and you friends?
Huh?
Are me and you friends?
Well, from a Torah standpoint, we know that David's sister married Jezez, which was a Hagarite.
No, I'm asking, are me and you friends, man?
Yeah, we cool, brother. Yeah.
Okay, doesn't it say in the Quran, don't be friends with Jews or Christians?
No, it don't say that. In other places, it tells us. In other places, it tells us that Jews and Christians are some of the closest to you in faith. So it all depends on context, brother. You can't just look at one scripture, and just think we can define the entire doctrine or exegesis.
I'll be back to beat up on you, man. I gotta go.
It depends. It depends on the context. Malak. Depends on the context, bro.
Damn, y'all read Ock like that, on?
No, he said he got to go.
I was curious about your DNA though,
Move.
brother Yashar.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? Shoot.
Because you said it was 64% European. See, I know that Europe wasn't all your white people as we know them. I know that
That ain't what
Europe.
he's saying. Don't do that with
Right.
his DNA.
No,
Nah.
I'm asking him a question.
What's the question?
My question is, I would like to know if you was willing to share what is exactly the marker that they're telling you that is European.
I don't have no markers. That's what I showed.
Oh, okay.
Like I cleared, like I literally went step by step to show you that I have no markers in those so-called lands of Europe.
Okay.
So then when I went to Africa, the markers that you're talking about will be the country that I can find my lineage percentage wise, right? And then it would say possible places of origin. The whole entire European percentage, there is no possible place of origin for me.
So what people running around talking about European it? Okay, maybe
I mean,
misunderstood.
because like I said, in, like if you would have checked out the video, right? I stated in the beginning, you know what I'm saying, there's gonna be some ignorant ass people that's gonna come at me talking about 64% European. That's why I started there first and broke it down step by step, explaining, right? Giving context of what you're looking at. Then I also showed you that in this particular geneticist test, it's not the highest percentage that's supposed to it's the lowest percentage, which was the 8.8% Caribbean, right? African Caribbean. And so when you look at all of the information, it gives you detailed information. Not only does it give you detailed information, but it also lets you know possible places of origins, right? So this is why, you know what I'm saying, you had little Chris come on here and that he was being funny. That's why I didn't respond to him about my DNA. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he seen it. He listened to me clearly. But when you want to be funny and you want to try, shoot your shot, you're gonna try and shoot that shot. But at the end of the day, like I say, that's why I'm not afraid to show it. No point in time, because the information itself clarifies and explains it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro, I don't have any markers in Europe at all.
Okay. My bad.
Nah, you good. All of my markers are in Western Africa, Central Africa, and my mother's markers is in East Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So like the men in my family and the women in my family, you can't trace them back to Europe at all. That's my chart.
Because I don't like to downplay the maternal side either. I put a lot of emphasis on researching the maternal side and the paternal side. I don't go for that downplaying the maternal side and DNA. I go hard on the study of the maternal those markers, L3, LO, L2, MN. All of those markers that spread out over Africa. I think they're important. I don't like to downplay the mtDNA.
Right. Shalom, Melanetic. How you doing, sis?
Shalom, shalom, peace, hotep. And Blue, do I say what I say? Praise Themia? What I supposed to say?
Ashe.
Ashe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to respect everybody. Islam, assalamu alaikum, all that good stuff. So I came in late, so I just wanted to understand if you could just, I guess, rewind like just 5 minutes or 3 minutes, Brother Yashar. I don't think I was really following when you was talking about is the distinction between the smallest amount of the percentages actually representing your more recent DNA. Is that specific to the test in which you specifically took, which was the CRI test? Or were you saying that it is indicative of the majority of ancestry tests that are out there, such as, African ancestry,
No.
23andMe, like yada yada yada.
Nah, I would never say that because I ain't took all of those tests. So I was only speaking specifically for the CRI genetics because that's what they give me. You see what I'm saying? Because like I said, when I first got the test, I'm looking at it, I'm shocked myself. But then, like I say, as I started to read through and get understanding of what I'm looking at, you know what I mean? Now it started to make sense because I didn't see nowhere in the reading.
No, you're sure. Now you know you my dog, man.
What's up? What happened?
Now, when you opened that shit up and you first saw that 67 European, what happened?
Well, see, this is the thing.
Before you did the study.
Yeah, see, okay. So my study had
He
already
said, "My mother's a low down dirty dog. What she did? What she did? What you did? What she did?"
My study had already taken place. You know what I'm saying? When it came down to all the migration and all that, I just didn't know how to put it together as far as DNA wise or tribal name wise, right? I can assume, but doing this, you know what I'm saying? What it did was it allowed me to be able to put some names to the tribes. You know what I'm saying? To where I can actually go look into these tribes and check on their practices, see what they do and how they carry themselves.
Man, when you saw that 67% European, bro, you ain't kind of lose your, you ain't kind of panic.
In his mind, he was like, "That ain't my paternal DNA, so I don't care." You know what I'm saying? Feel me?
No.
Because I don't know, Mom Duke, that's Mom Duke, but Pops, you know what I'm saying? He an Israelite. Feel me?
But see, that's what I'm saying. Though when I showed you, if I show you my not just recent, but my advanced, you will see the same thing. Like I have no tracings of my place of origins in Europe. Because see, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about places of origins. You know what I'm saying? Where my people come from, where my DNA comes from. So again, when I seen that, I'm like, damn, 64.7%. So I started looking through it. And
so in the Caribbean, your people were indigenous to the Caribbean? Is that what you're saying? Because my people weren't indigenous to the Caribbean.
No, our people was taken from it doesn't talk about indigenous. It doesn't give you that. It doesn't give you that indigenous.
That would make sense. I mean, unless I feel like, it's documented that the Tainos were the indigenous people of that
Hold
land.
on, man. We had Yahukanai DNA test.
I ain't Taino, so ain't none near part of me Taino.
They were died off. You know what I'm saying? We replaced them.
But when my ancestry, it came back 1%, and it was so interesting. 1% of my DNA is it says Native American Central.
Let me
Central America.
Man, how much European you have?
I literally look.
I have
sis.
Total 4%.
I have no. I can show you. I have no Asian.
So that's 5%. 1% Indian, indigenous, or whatever they call it, Indio, whatever. 2%. 2% Irish.
Yeah.
Which I kind of figured my last name is an Irish last name. You know, that's typical in America.
I knew you was Shaquille O'Neal's daughter.
Whatever. I have an Irish last name. Everybody's last name. Jones, Johnson, Thomas, Harris, all of these names, they ain't African names, so they from somewhere. So all I did was go on Google and find out what European nation my last name originated from, and it's actually Irish. And as you know, the Irish were actually involved in the transatlantic slave trade, specifically in the Caribbean, specifically in Jamaica, and that makes complete and total sense pertaining to my particular lineage. But 90. So what did I say? 5%, 1% Indian, 2% European. 95% of my DNA is West Africa. None of it is east or anywhere in the east or south.
Where at in West Africa?
Majority, like 40, was it 43 to 47%
Let you do
was
the mouth
Nigeria.
swab shit. Now you ain't got to turn in blood and shit, right?
43% Nigeria, 20 something percent Ghana. So between those two, I was
Lance in the
somewhere
building.
about like 65% just between those two.
You have to turn your blood in, melanated?
No, my saliva.
Your falafels.
Saliva.
Oh, that was that 4%.
No, that was saliva. And then I think I have Togo, Benin, and Cameroon. That's mostly everything. Like it's kind of like a really tight little area. I don't kind of span the whole West Africa.
What your blood test say, Afro-Asiatic?
I ain't got none.
I'm all positive.
I know your migration pattern pushing ass got your DNA ancestry to.
That dude's from Malaysia.
Suave. Let me get some action real quick.
You up there? Afro-Asiatic, you ain't get no motherfucking blood test, fam?
So now look.
Man, I don't want to hear shit else from you about DNA and migration pattern.
Check this out, right?
They got mine.
Now, you see my recent, you looking at it, melanated goddess?
Yeah, we see it.
Melanated goddess, can you see it?
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying I gotta do what how I make it bigger. I can't
make this
screen bigger. It's not for you to really read. I just want to show you.
Oh.
Right here is my recent analysis, right? This is the 64.7, like I was telling you, right? And like I was showing y'all, it was no places of origin. But when you hit the African,
you a European,
right? When you hit the African, right, you got possible related countries of Africa. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Be quiet. James, he's reading. He's explaining.
That punk shit, bro. I already heard you say that shit already, bro. Get to my information, my nigga. If you can't do what I'm doing, then shut up, bro.
Bro, I just came up. What you talking
I
about?
know, man. So just
So
be quiet.
don't come on laughing. Just listen. What you showing me?
So, like I was saying to Afro-Asiatic, when you look at the Italy, right, European, right, Italy's 33.6%, right. You don't see no places. You don't see no places of origins at all, right. So, when I bump down Africa, right, to the Yoruba, say I'll touch on the Yoruba people, right. Boom. Now you're going to see places of origins in the information. Now you have markers that you can look into, right, and see where my possible places of related origins is. You don't see that shit in none of the Europeans, but according to these ignorant motherfuckers, I'm a European, right? Right. So look, now let me jump to the advanced analysis, right? So since I'm a 64% 7 European, it should really show that shit right here in my advanced analysis, right? Fuck does that say? 69%, 6.9%. But hold up. This is what the fuck percent of European I'm supposed to have in me. That equals the 64.7% according to the ignorant motherfuckers, right? Yeah.
Wait, so how did the same? Okay, listen. How did the same website go from 67 or 64%, whatever that was, to 6.9? I don't really get that.
Because that was the whole purpose of me showing you what the percentages is about, right? That was the whole purpose of me when I started.
So when they say European, are they saying African nations that were colonized by the Europeans?
Maybe the reverse.
Nah, basically. Oh, peace to everybody.
Wait, I don't understand that question.
I'm asking when they're documenting. Oh snap! Solar just went live. When they're documenting on your specific ancestry report, and it says European, are they including? That's what my question is. Are they including African nations such as Nigeria that was colonized by the British, right? So that their language is English there. Are they including that, or like where the fuck does that big number come from?
Okay, that number would be